England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby League, with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time, Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, International Rugby League.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolzer! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole. England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all the way.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour Finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled in and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Houghton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special and the second day of the Lord's Test between England and Ireland. We'll have live build-up from 10:30, but first, here's the highlights of a truly amazing opening day. Real men wear pink. Here comes the toss.
I think you have the call.
Joe Root gives it a spin.
Heads is the call.
It's a tail.
Aha, England win the toss. Let's see what they're going to do.
You're going to be batting. Why is that?
They're batting first, so there we go. There's some green on the pitch, though, but England have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Anyway, for now, though, we're focusing on Ireland and their debut, their first Test match here against England at Lord's. It's a huge event for them, and congratulate them and all those who've worked so hard to enable Tim Murtagh to run in and bowl the first ball of this match. And he's bowling to Burns. In he goes and bowls in a familiar place here at this ground he knows so well, on a length, round about the off stump. And Burns, I think, would probably have guessed what that was going to be, so he pushes it away into the offside. And there is no run. And he goes again over the wicket, and he bowls. It's full, and that's pushed away by Burns for his first run. They might get two. Let's think. No, they're not going to. Probably wisely, actually. So Porterfield running after that from mid-off and fielding.
Here we go.
So
Jason Roy.
Jason Roy is going to face his first ball in Test cricket. And,
It's going to be interesting for me just to see different gear changes here.
Yes.
Just listening to Sir Alistair this morning, you know, he will look to just sort of play and get back on board a bit, but, it's going to be exciting stuff if he gets to 30, because I don't think he'll sort of just stay plodding along in that same sort of gear.
Yeah. A lot of expectation. I mean, for a man, he doesn't open the batting very much.
No, not in for Surrey, does he? Goes in middle order.
He doesn't even play much first-class cricket. No. So, it's, in a way, there's a lot of expectation on him. 3 slips and a gully. And here's Murtagh. He bowls to him and he flicks his first ball, rather Kevin Peterson-like, actually, from a roundabout off stump down to mid-on. And there's no run, but there was that little, that definite flick there. It wasn't just
that would have been 4
defensive shot.
White ball cricket, that's 4.
Yeah. In goes Murtagh. It's the first over of the match, and Roy's pushing it away past mid-off. So he's off the mark in Test cricket. Ball runs away towards the mound stand to our left as a sliding save, and Roy will come back to complete his 3rd run. So nice start for him. He's away with a nice easy push through cover, and that's an indication maybe if that had been a one-day game, he might actually have given that a bit more and hit it for 4, but then he's just hopefully just having a bit of a look and playing it nice and gently off the middle of the bat.
Well, it is a different game, isn't it?
Yep.
It simply is. You've got to be able to sort of absorb pressure and don't give your wicket away early. But on the other side, he does have the ability to go through the gears and really dominate, a bit like a Warner. A bit like a Saywag or something. I've been, hearing these things, put on tweets and what have you, and he does have that ability.
In comes Adair, bowls, and it's a no ball, and I think he might have been saved there. A no ball, and he's played that right across the line, a full straight delivery, and I wonder if that might have been leg before wicket had it not been a no ball, because it was full, it was straight. We're behind the batsman here, so it's quite tricky to see. It might have been going towards a leg, so always hit the back leg.
Oh, that's close. Yes, that's close. Play straight early on.
Well, let's have a look at it was definitely it was indeed a no ball.
Biggie, yeah.
Now here's Murtagh, it's edged and it's taken low at slip, and Roy is out, pushing forward, a classic Murtagh dismissal, full length, a little bit of movement, and as we were saying before, Roy just tends to go a little bit at the ball. And that's what he did. It was a lovely delivery, to be fair. I mean, I'm going to pretty much excuse Roy there. It's easy to say that was hard hands and pushed at it and so on, but actually, that was a lovely ball.
Yeah,
it really was, and it was taken in an unusual place by the field, sort of between the wrists.
Yeah, low down.
It was very low. Sterling taking the catch, and so Roy is out for 5. And that's a really good start for Ireland. England 8 for 1.
Yes, no, I mean, Tim Murtagh's been doing that all his career, hasn't he? He's been trundling up, putting it on a decent line, decent length, letting the wicket do the work, and so used to bowling at Lord's with that bit of slope. As you say, that actually just nipped away from him nicely, didn't it? As I say, had to play at it, pitched on off stump, had to play at it. just nipped away. Classic dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be tempting people to say, about Roy and one-day cricket and that.
Can't do this. We can't do this.
That's a good ball.
Yeah, it is.
That would have got a lot of people out.
Yes.
Might even have got Geoffrey Boycott out, who I saw earlier this morning.
He's back, isn't he?
He's back on the case.
I saw him patrolling.
Like Inspector Clouseau.
Yes, the corridors, wasn't he?
Yeah,
pacing the corridor.
He was. I don't think he's working with us in this game, but he's.
Oh, isn't he?
He's in the vicinity.
Yeah.
As Adair is in once more and flashing it. This is deadly for 4. Square of the wicket. Square drive. He had to reach for it a bit, but he timed it beautifully. It went along the ground. And rare boundary for England this morning. Denley moves to 8-17 for 1 as Adair is in to the right-handed Denley, who drives thick edge through the 4th slip region down to the boundary for 4. A loose shot, and he gets away with it. The Irish they haven't had quite the luck of the Irish this morning, as Niall O'Brien joins us. Niall, hello.
Good morning. I'd like to see you sporting some semblance of green. I don't really need a close-up of your socks, if that's okay, but they've been good so far, Ireland.
They really have.
Plum LB overstepping Cardinals sin. Absolutely Cardinals. It could have been his first Test wicket.
Well,
Mark Adair.
It didn't cost Ireland too much, did it? Because it was at the very next over, I think, that he was out caught. But you're right.
Adair bowls. Denley trapped on the pad. He's given a full delivery on and around, middle and off, looking to play straight down the ground. Joe Denley. And is he going to go up for the review? There's 6 seconds left on the clock. He's having a chat to his partner at the other end, Rory Burns, and he's decided no. He's not going to review it. He's going to continue walking towards the pavilion. He's just rehearsing that shot now, again, straight down the ground. A delivery that was sort of angled in on the back pad. Niall O'Brien, you've given it out straight away. And this is a big blow for England. 36 on the board, 2 wickets down. As Murtagh bowls to Burns, who edges through to the keeper, and he's gone now as well. Ireland on fire in this Test match. England reeling 36 for 3.
Wow, it's a great catch. Gary Wilson low to his left, just carrying Tim Murtagh, just a little bit of nibble up the slope. Rory Burns, no feet, nick through. Ireland on fire, 3rd wicket.
Root inside edges it. They've gone up again. Mark Adair is pleading with Ruchira Pellegrini. And he turns around immediately. I think they're going to come together here and perhaps even go for a review, as it is given not out. 6 seconds left on the clock. William Porterfield, half singles. He's now gone for it.
Did he hit it? That's the thing, I think.
To be umpire, to director, we have a review here for LBW. Original decision is not out. Can we start with the front foot, please?
TV umpire is Paul Wilson. Front foot is fine.
That's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on spin vision? Thank you.
This will tell us if there's any bat involved. Pitch is just outside the off stump. Impact in line, and there is no bat.
Doesn't look like there's any bat, and if there's no bat, it's looking very out to me.
Can we go through an ultra
Hits
edge,
him on
please,
the
when
back
it's available?
Knee. Right
There's
knee.
a gap there between bat and pad.
It hits him
so
on...
we can go through to ball trekking when available, please. There's no bat involved.
It hits him on the front pad and then the back pad.
He's going to be out.
Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line.
He's out.
Wickets is hitting. I'm going to have to get you to change your decision to out to let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
Well, having a look at that, it was absolutely plum. Mark Adair, what a day he is having. What a morning he is having here at the home of cricket in the bright sunshine for Ireland cricket. He's got out the England captain for 2, 42 for 4 now. England, as Joe Root will have to trudge off into the pavilion.
Here's Murtagh running away from us, and he's bowled him, clean bowled. Johnny Bairstow left the gate open. This is astonishing stuff. Tim Murtagh has taken his 3rd wicket of this Test match at Lord's, and Bairstow has gone for a 6-ball duck. Ireland are in dreamland. 42 for 5, England. And Murtagh now, he's taken 3 for 10, and this the last delivery in his 7th over. Murtagh in, and that's hit the pad. Big appeal is out. He's got another one. It's 42 for 6. Are they going to review? Yes, they are. Woke struck in the pad. Ireland convinced this is plum.
LBW review. original decision out. We start with the front foot, please.
Hit the front pad as he pushes forward. He reviewed it quite quickly, but I don't think he's hit it.
Let's have a look at the front foot.
No balls. It's fair delivery. Can we go on front on spin vision? Thank you.
Paul Wilson is the man in front of the video screen.
I think it might be high,
Just rock and roll that, please,
little
Mark.
bit high, hit him in the back.
However, he's got the benefit of the finger having been raised. So if we're in umpire
we
call
go through
territory,
to Ultra Edge when it's available, please.
he's got to go.
No sign of any bat on that.
No.
Just waiting for Ultra Edge here, Liam. Okay, roll it past, keep rolling. Okay. Just rock and roll again as it goes past the bat again, please, Mark.
Just having a look at Ultra Edge.
Thank you.
Don't think there's anything there.
Roll through, gap between bat. There's no bat involved. Go through the ball tracking when available, please.
Could be high.
Right.
It's the fact that the finger's been raised may be significant.
Impact in line.
Umpire's call.
He's gone.
You can stay with the original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
This is truly astonishing stuff.
Single out.
So England lose 2 wickets on 36, and now they've lost 3 wickets on 42. 42 for 6. This is blowing Cyan Mills 1969 out of the water, Victor.
That's the West Indies, isn't it?
That's the one.
Yes.
But here is Merton over the wicket, and that's the fly. It's a caught behind. Moeen Ali is gone, taken by the wicketkeeper. A tentative prod, and that's another wicket down. 43 for 7, and Moeen Ali has gone for a 7-ball duck.
Well, that's a lovely ball, but it's a tentative prod from Moeen Ali. He's on his length, and he's managing to get that ball seemingly to go up the hill. A perfect catch for Wilson. There was enough bounce. It took the bat quite high up.
It's a fifer for Merton.
5 for... Well, 5 for what, 10? 5 for 10. Amazing stuff. Amazing. At 75 miles an hour. That's all you need.
It's like a school's game, isn't it, at the minute, the way he's taking wickets?
Well, it is. He's hogging everything. I mean, they've got to let someone else have a go.
Rankin's round the wicket to Broad, and he's got an edge on that. It's brilliantly taken by Wilson. They're convinced he's got an edge on that. I think they might refer this because everybody went up and I'm just having a look at Wilson. They are referring this. So from around the wicket, the ball angling in to Broad. Again, slightly on the hop, and the ball, though it went a long way to the right of Gary Wilson, so it didn't deviate away from the left-hander. This is interesting. Everybody's heard something. Let's have a look. So
it's not a fair delivery. Can we go to front on spin vision? Thank you.
I think Stuart Broad just flicked his back thigh pad, but
right. Well, now we're getting to.
Okay, bats away from the body. Okay, can we just rock and roll that, please, Mark?
Well, he's poker face. He's not turned round.
It's hard to tell from there. Can we go to Ultra Edge when it's available, please?
I don't know. Is he looking?
Ultra Edge coming out. He's got an edge on it. He's out.
Spike next to the bat. Ball is next to
England are going to lose their 8th wicket. A terrific review from Ireland. Broad's got to go.
I have to get your change of decision.
Pushing out in front.
Spike on the bat.
Aleem Dar
Thank you.
overturns the decision, and England are 58 for 8. Extraordinary stuff. Rankin gets a wicket against his old team in his first over. My word, that's a terrific review. A brilliant catch from Wilson as well, Alistair.
Yeah, diving to his right, taking it one-handed. Probably a full stretch. It was definitely a full stretch dive, and very unusual. Normally hunting the outside edge, it'll come to your left as a keeper, but it was this tiniest nick, probably no deviation with the angle of Boyd Rankin. Stuart Broad, great poker face, although he did just have that little look, did he, as he nicked it, didn't he, to go, and then he stopped himself and looked forward and tried to tap the pitch down. But, good bowling change by Porterfield. 3, Stuart Broad for 3, caught Wilson, bowled Rankin.
Rankin starts a new over. It was caught! Brilliantly caught at forward short leg. There was a full ball on the pad. Sam Curran just whipped it away, and it was instinctively and terrifically taken low down at short leg. England lose their 9th wicket. Sam Curran has to go for 18. This is extraordinary stuff. Even when England are timing the ball and playing the right shot, somehow the ball is just going straight to fielders. Everything that could go right for Ireland has gone right. Everything that could go wrong for England has gone wrong. They're on the brink. They're 67 for 9.
Well, he's brilliant captaincy as well, putting the short leg in place. Big Boyd Rankin always gets a bit of bounce. It's a nice glance by Sam Curran and straight into the hands. 67 for 9.
Thompson completes the over and is driven mercilessly by a stone for 4. A full ball through extra cover, smashed it away. Stone on debut is looking, well, he's looking like Wally Hammond at the moment. He has 15 from 14 balls. Leach 1 off 2. England 81 for 9.
Stone moves on to 19. Adair is in. And he's bowled him! The innings is over. England are dismissed before lunch at Lord's for the very first time in a Test match. He's gone for 19. Another wicket for Adair. That's 3 for him. England are clattered and shattered and all out for 85. This is not a dream. It's an Irish delight.
Well, the stands are up. Pretty much everyone's up to their feet. There'll be many Irish supporters in the ground, but also the England supporters. They'll be very respectful that they've just seen a magnificent bowling display. Not a great batting display, but really good from Ireland. The length, the lines, the consistency, just good disciplines. Well, for England, we've seen this often, in Test match cricket. When the ball does anything, over the last few years, it has been difficult because you just feel that they will lose a couple and then all of a sudden, they come out trying to knock the bowlers off the length because they've lost a couple of early ones and then they end up losing more so. But magnificent ovation for the Irish team.
Tim Murtagh is leading the Irish team off with a ball in his hand. He could not have believed this. His name on the honours board at Lord's within an hour and a quarter of the start of this Test match. Surely the finest 3 hours and 9 minutes of Irish cricket history. You can talk about Sion Mills, you can talk about World Cups, Pakistan and St Patrick's Day, Bangalore 2011, but Ireland are doing it on the big stage and they're embarrassing England.
Out come England then with a lot to do, my word. 85 all out. 85 all out, having won the toss and batted first. So let's see how they progress. And Isa Guha is here along with Phil Tufnell.
Thanks very much.
Well, as England come out and got to do something a little bit special here, Ish.
I know. Well, yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Just over a week ago, England were lifting the World Cup trophy.
It's crazy.
Here in a test against Ireland, the first test match of the summer, they were bowled out for 85 tuffers.
I know.
Stuart Broad. Ireland called the reviews well. England 32 without loss. Ireland 32 without loss. And a swing and a straight into the hands of mid-wicket from William Porterfield. Mistimed that completely. And the Irish captain has rather given his wicket away. He's gone for 14, Ireland 32 for 1.
Here's Curran. But he's bowled him off the inside edge. Loose stroke from McCullum, looking to drive to mid-off, and Curran's taken his second wicket. One drag to mid-wicket, and that bowled driving off an inside edge. But you take him as they come. He came round the wicket, expansive drive, and they hit the top of the off stump. So England do get their second wicket at 45 for 2, and that'll raise some spirits. I sort of think they can get their way back into this. McCullum disappointed, I'd imagine. 19 from 54 balls, and that was a little bit loose.
Bowls now is edged and dropped. Root, I think he was wrong-footed, going to his right. He had to dive to his left. It was a catchable height. It goes through to the third man boundary. Johnny Bairstow's got a glove covering his mouth currently, but that was a real opportunity. It doesn't even get to it as we look at the replay, so that suggests he wasn't tight enough, Joe Root. And an opportunity goes begging. Stuart Broad, fury, as the score moves to 63 for 2 and Ireland trail by 22. Stuart Broad from the nursery again, edged and dropped. Is it Joe Root? Fetches the ball. I just wonder if it fell in front of him. Stuart Broad cannot believe what is happening. The over before the drinks break, one went in between Root and Bairstow. This was catchable.
Leach in and
bit of spinach.
Edge from Sterling, squeezes past first slip, goes down towards the boundary, but is retrieved a good 15-20 yards inside. Bit of turn was there?
Might have been. We said it was dry, didn't we? Said it was dry this morning, but.
The cheers, by the way, are because Ireland have now at 3:43 on day one are now level with England.
In another 20 years, you'll be sat here and you'll go, Yes, I think it was 3:43 when Ireland passed England.
Is this the moment that Balbirnie notches up his 50?
Go on.
He squirts it through on the onside, races through for the single. And Irish fans around Lords stand to applaud Andrew Balbirnie. 50 not out. Sterling 32, Ireland 123 for 2. Terrific knock so far.
Yes, well played, and he's enjoying that applause. What a beautiful feeling for the young fellow. I mean, he's raised his bat at Lord, standing ovation by the crowd as well, and he's just got out there and done what you're meant to do as a batsman. Get yourself in, knock it about, put the bad ball away. Well played, young man.
Broad again, on his way. Bowls, it hits him on the pad, has it gone straight through? There's a appeal flag before wicket and he's given out. Now, they're coming up to have a chat about this. He was lobbing forward, the batsman there, and Sterling might feel that he should review this. I think he's going to. I thought I heard a harder sound too, but I might just be completely wrong. But Alim Dar's given him out. They are going to review it.
Well, Stuart Broad's laughing as if to say it's absolutely plumb.
Yeah, well...
I wonder of the height. Outside, maybe off stump. Get himself outside the crease.
There were one or two things that might not be absolutely nailed on about it. About impact could be one, height could be another. We'll see.
Right, nip back up the slope.
He did nip.
Looks like an umpire's call
no
to me.
Ball. Can we go straight through the ball track and what's available, please?
He's missed it by a long way. It did cut back.
This could sum up England's day if it's going over the top.
Well, sum up Stuart Broad's.
Coming up now, Elaine. Pitch
and it goes. So it's
impact in line.
Umpire's call. He's shaved one on the leg stump.
I'll let you know when you're on screen.
And to be fair to Stuart Broad, he deserved a wicket. He's had both of these two giving chances. And there's a bit of muttering out there I can hear. But umpire's call is umpire's call. Alim Dar gave that out for it hitting the leg bail, really. And Sterling's disappointed. 36 from 43 balls. But as I say, Broad has given these two both a bit of trouble. He deserved to get a wicket. Here's Stone bowling. I bowled him! Middle stump up, rooted. And what a wonderful way to take your first Test wicket. No doubt about that. Balbirnie, playing rather across the line, has lost his middle stump. And it doesn't matter who it is or how you get it, you never forget your first Test wicket. But that was a beauty. That was a beauty. It just straightened a bit, and maybe Balbirnie was right to be aiming towards mid-wicket with that. But it did come back at him. And well, if you're a young fast bowler and you're playing at Lords in your first Test, and you're asked, how do you want to get your first wicket? You would say, I want to rip the middle stump out of the ground. That's what Ollie Stone has done. To bowl Balbirnie for 55. Ireland still lead by 53, but they're now 138 for 4.
Running towards us once more from the pavilion, coming in on an angle. He bowls. Wilson edges through to Joe Root, who takes the catch. That is 2 wickets. His first 2 wickets coming in the same over, and Ireland 138 for 5.
Well, that's a really good catch because it goes sharp to Joe Root at first slip. And this is the advantage of having someone with a bit of pace in your attack. And once they get on a roll, the new batsman coming in, it's very, very difficult. Just a hint of movement back up the slope. He turns Gary Wilson round, he almost plays it square on, just dangles his bat, probably expecting the ball to go straight on or down the slope. We've seen a few noughts today, there's another.
Yep, he's bowled bowls, and he's bowled! Stuart Thompson leaving outside the off stump, it cuts back into him, and that off stump is pegged back by Stuart Broad. England coming back into this game, a lead of 56 for Ireland. They are 141 for 6. Stuart Thompson has to go without scoring.
Yeah, that was just the straight ball. Stuart Broad has that ability to go away from the left-hander, but that one was the straight on, and there's definitely a wobble seen trying to bowl straight, and that's cannon into off stump. There's 2 types of leave, and unfortunately for Thompson here at Lords today, that was a bad lead.
Well, he plays a shot too many, does Market there. Had a swing at that bottom edge, and Sam Curran has got another wicket. He is the golden arm today for England, or certainly one of them, and that is not a shot that Market Air will look back on with too much goodwill on his Test debut. He has gone for 3.
He's got that knack today, hasn't he, Sam Curran? That was another shortest ball, a bit like Porterfield, and it wasn't the greatest ball Sam Curran has bowled. It was back of a length at best, slightly short, and has gone to pull it through mid-wicket and has just got a bottom edge. I think it's probably another indication of how slow this wicket is and how much it's lost that kind of zip from we had this morning. And he's dragged it on. I didn't see what stump it hit, but the bottom of either leg and middle stump. And the drinks break has worked in England's favour. Another maybe a little break in concentration. I can't say too much because he's only just got in, so he wasn't in any rhythm. But England are fighting back.
He's got 4 slips in. As the left-hander sets up to Broad, bowling around the wicket. He's bowled!
Oh, that's beautifully teed up.
Broad. I think it's an inside edge onto the leg stump. The bail is removed. It falls off. In fact, I think the actual stumps are not that disturbed. It's the bail that comes off. But just angling in with the right-arm bowling into that off stump. It is an inside edge as McBride makes a slow walk back to the pavilion, and that's definitely your wicket, Tuffers.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. McBride. A commentator's curse there. He'd been playing nicely, faced 36 balls and was holding England's process up, got 11, and then, just one of those ones that comes back in on the angle, wasn't it? Hit the inside edge and bobbled about from pad to pad and just flicked the leg bail. An annoying way to go.
174 for 8 then. We're into the 53rd over of this innings. Broad around the wicket once more, bowling from the pavilion end. Swatted away this time, past mid-wicket. And that sound means that it goes for 4 all across the turf. He really connected with that one, Tim Murtagh. The second boundary of the over, 186 for 8 now. And a lead of over 100. It's 101.
Yeah, just short of a length. Well, it wasn't even short of a length, just length, really. Backed away, big heave, middled it, rocketed through mid-wicket for 4. I think that's fair play. Fair play. If you see it, hit it.
Running towards us. Murtagh steps away again and pumps it again out to the mid-wicket boundary. You might as well have someone out there. As the cheers go round the ground, he's getting peppered here, Stuart Broad. Tim Murtagh playing exactly the same shot. He goes to 12, lead of 105, 190 for 8. Stone comes again. Short, pulled away. Is there a catch on offer? There is, taken by deep mid-wicket. Finally, say England. And Tim Murtagh's stay, while it was entertaining, it was brief. 9 deliveries and he goes for 16.
It's a cameo, isn't it? That is a proper cameo innings, caught by Rory Burns at deep mid-wicket. I'm not sure how many times Ollie Stone would have deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket and deep fine leg to a number 10 batter. But Tim Murtagh's good day continued, useful 16 runs, and England now getting into that little period of the openers are probably going to go and have to face 15 minutes of batting to go, but it's 195 for 9. Useful runs added by Tim Murtagh.
Rankin steps back, he's flicked that away, and he's flicked it away for 4. And Stuart Broad is in classic teapot mode. He's not too happy with that. And the Irish fans are delighted that their team has gone past 200, 203 for 9. And there's a man, short leg just behind Rankin. One slip in. Rankin's had a swing and a miss. And the stumps have been scattered. And Moeen Ali has got the wicket, and Ireland all out for 207, a lead of 122. Rankin goes for 7.
It's the first ball then of England's second innings. Murtagh moves in, bowls. Oh, he beats the bat. As Leach goes prodding forward, the poor old number 11 pushed out there to face the music. At the end of a ridiculous day, was 20 wickets have fallen. As Murtagh, who have a day that he'll never forget, turns to bowl the last ball of it, and is there now over the wicket and bowls to Leach, who comes forward and plays the last ball securely. And Murtagh's back tomorrow. Ireland are back tomorrow, with England 122 runs behind. An amazing day, a day in which you couldn't possibly predict what we've seen here. We've seen Ireland lose the toss, England choosing to bat first on a greenish pitch, but a red-hot day. Bundled out before lunch for 85. They lost 4 for 1 at one stage. Roy 5, Burns 6, Denley top scored with 23, Root 2, then all the ducks, Bairstow a duck, Moeen a duck, Woakes a duck. That was 42 for 6, 43 for 7. Curran 18, played some nice shots. Stuart Broad 3, inevitably reviewed a catch behind that he nicked the cover off. Stone 19, played some nice shots, 85 all out. And then Porterfield 200 for 14, Ireland 207 all out, the lead of 122. A nice half century from Bill Barney. I enjoyed watching Stone bowling there in the afternoon. He bowled with some pace and some fire. Stuart Broad nipped in with a couple of wickets as well. So they bowled Ireland out for 207.
Is in, and he's bowled him. The innings is over. England are dismissed before lunch at Lord's for the very first time in a Test match. He's gone for 19, another wicket for Adair. That's 3 for him. England are clattered and shattered and all out for 85. This is not a dream. It's an Irish delight.
It certainly was an Irish delight. Welcome along to day 2 here at the home of cricket, a Test match between England and Ireland. A momentous occasion for Irish cricket, playing just their 3rd Test match and against a very strong unit in England. 10 days ago, England were lifting the World Cup trophy right on this very spot. We're stood next to the pitch currently. And then yesterday, bowled out for 85, the highs and lows of sport. Alongside me, I've got Phil Tufnell and Niall O'Brien. We're going to have to pull Sir Alistair Cook away from Jimmy Anderson. They're engaged in conversation at the moment, just by the wicket. But Niall, a special day for Ireland.
Very special. One that will live long in the memory, but they need to back it up. That's the big thing about Test match cricket. This is new to Ireland, only their 3rd game. You got to back it up day in, day out. Yesterday was fantastic, but if it doesn't go as well today, yesterday will have gone to waste. So they need to back it up today. The Ireland boys look pretty chipper, it must be said. England less so, and I think we should be in for another fantastic day.
Yeah, a lead of 122. I must mention the weather. It's been spoken about as potentially being the hottest day ever for a cricket match ever in the UK. About 38 degrees we're expecting, Tuffers. And I noticed you brought your shorts with you.
Well, yes, that's right. And I was listening on the radio on the way. The people who are travelling on the underground, be very, very careful. It's very dangerous down there. So it is hot. 39 degrees or something. That will play a part in the pitch. It's going to suck the life out of it. Hopefully it will flatten out a little bit for England and they can get stuck in and get some runs.
Looking slightly less green than it did yesterday, and well, we know with the Lord's pitch it can turn as the days go on. Alistair, there was talk with Graham Thorpe last night in the presser. He said no excuses, England all out for 85. It was just one of those days. And there has been some talk from various different people saying, well, should the England players that were involved in the World Cup have been involved yesterday? Thorpe mentioning that obviously they haven't played a lot of red ball cricket for a good 7 or 8 weeks or so. What are your thoughts around that? Surely it's a great opportunity for them ahead of a men's Ashes.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the way what Graham Thorpe said was very true, that you cannot have any excuses when you get bowled out for 85 on a Test match morning at Lord's with the overhead conditions. It was sunny. It was going to nip around. We all knew that green tinge on the wicket of the grass, a bit of live grass, it was going to nip around a little bit. It was one of those days you had to earn the right to cash in later. So that first 2 hours you had to really dig in, give Ireland nothing, in one way see off Tim Murtagh and their opening bowlers and really dig in and say, right, we don't care about run scoring, we'll catch up later on in the day. And on a warm day, quick outfit at Lord's, you can score very quickly in the last session. That's what most Test matches happen. So England missed a chance there, and Ireland put the pressure on England, especially with Tim Murtagh bowled fantastically well. Should they be playing after a World Cup? It's a very hard question. Is it an excuse? It's not an excuse, it's just a fact. Those players who played in that World Cup had the most unbelievable high, which, people here who've played a lot of Test cricket, we don't know what it's like. I've never won a World Cup. Tuff has never won a World Cup. You don't understand what they went through with the stress, the tension, the amazing high. That Lord's here, watching that final, and the excitement of that game. Then to come down, there's going to be a come down. There's going to be a different thing. They're human beings. They're not just robots. And to play another Test match 10 days later is a very big ask. With the schedules, they had to play. They had to play because they need red ball practice. Some of them hadn't played red ball for 8 weeks, and they got a huge series against Australia. So unfortunately, that is the case. They had to play, a lot of them. Obviously, Joe wanted to play, Johnny wanted to play because they need the practice for a very big series. Is there going to be a little bit of a down from the World Cup? Of course there is.
Yeah, loads of excuses knocking about, and let's not take anything away from the way Ireland performed. England will be embarrassed about that. 85 bowled out by Ireland at Lords, having won the toss and having a bat. Make no mistake about that. It doesn't matter where the boys have been. There's 11 guys out there with an England shirt on. That will hurt. Simple as that.
Absolutely. Well, they've got a massive job to do today. Looking up, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's all blue skies. There's an incredible amount of heat this morning at Lords, and we can now get the forecast with Simon King.
Yeah, 10 o'clock in the morning, and temperatures are already above 30 degrees Celsius. Pretty incredible heat expected today. You've been talking about the record-breaking temperatures, so just a reaffirmation really of what that is. 38.5 degrees Celsius is the all-time record for the UK, and it's in London, to the west of London, that we're expecting temperatures to get up to 39 degrees. So for Lords, perhaps not reaching that 39, but up to 38 Celsius is possible this afternoon. Incredibly hot weather, smashing the July record as well. So people have to deal with that. It's going to be pretty uncomfortable, unbearable heat, I suspect, actually, for many. Now, staying dry today, but then tonight we're going to see some thunderstorms moving their way in. So that'll give the wicket a good soaking, actually, overnight tonight. And through tomorrow, a very different feeling day, actually. There'll be some storms, some heavy showers during the day on Friday, so risk of some interruptions during Friday, and maximum temperatures will be much lower, about 26 degrees Celsius tomorrow, so a significant cooling down expected.
Well, that's interesting. We're expecting some storms for tomorrow. Notice both Phil Tufnell and Alistair Cook have gone with a short option. Niall O'Brien has gone full suit. How hot are you?
And a brogue.
And a brogue, yeah. Brand new brogues too. My feet are a bit sweaty, I'm not going to lie. I thought I'd just dress up and just kind of raise the standard a little bit, but it is a bit hot. There's no storms today, no rain today. It's going to be a wonderful day. I'm just very excited to see what happens. I think looking forward to seeing Tim Murtagh night watchman in, which obviously raised a few eyebrows and something I actually don't agree with. I was pretty vocal about it last night. I don't think an opening batsman should have a night watchman.
Well, trying to protect Jason Roy. What are your thoughts on that, Sir Alistair Cook?
That is a middle-order player who's never sat there looking at the clock, watching those 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Will I bat tonight? Won't I bat tonight? I just have to throw it back to you, Nat. Have you ever had a night watchman, ever?
No.
So you always went out?
I did.
Okay, so he can say he is allowed to say that. However, I say I never had the option having a night watchman. I always went, but I think last night was, if there's ever a case for a night watchman, it was last night. Just with what happened yesterday, if one of the England's main batters who we need today to score big run got out last night and 21 wickets have fallen, it would have just been the icing on Ireland's cake, but it would have just been another nail in England's coffin, which they didn't need.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add to that, I have never been night watchman.
I can't understand why, Tuffers. No, definitely can't. Jason Roy then, big day for him, was out for 5. It seems very clear that England want to open the batting with him and Rory Burns going into the Ashes. But if he has a couple of low scores, how do you think they will play? Will they look to bring someone else in, or will they just give him an extended run?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to give him an extended run. I think with Jason Roy, there's all this talk about him coming into the side. Yesterday, he got a very, very good ball from Tim Murtagh, and I don't think it matters almost who was facing that ball. That pitched from slightly wider the crease. Tim Murtagh got the angle, pitched on off stump. He had to play, went down the slope, and he nicked the ball. That is a genuine opening batter's dismissal. What I think we cannot judge, and I think the modern world with social media and instant access to players is, we're already judging Jason Roy. We need to give this guy time. The one thing I've always spoken about the difference between county cricket and international cricket is, can people handle the step up? Can they handle the intensity? Can they handle the big occasion? With Jason Roy, we've seen over his career, and in particular last 6 weeks with the World Cup, he can do. So I have no doubts. He obviously has got a lot to process in his game and work out himself, but that guy's a serious Italian cricketer, and if he gets it half right, he can take England forward in games of cricket in a session which no other batter I don't think almost in this country can do. So he's a serious talent and he's a serious player. Yes, there's going to be days like yesterday we didn't score runs, but there's going to be also days where he'll be 80, 90 not out at lunch, and England are suddenly well ahead of the game already.
It's a great spot for Ireland to be in, though, bowling England out for 85 on day one. They know that England are under a bit of pressure. That top three as well, they have to perform. That's the top three they're looking to go with for the Ashes. So that'll be something definitely at the forefront of Ireland's mind.
Well, speaking of Graham Ford, they know they need to knock over a couple early and get Joe Root in early. Joe Root is obviously a world-class player. If Ireland can get him in, get him out early, easier said than done. They'll be in pole position. But I think for Rory Burns and Leach, they need to see off the new ball. They need to protect the England middle order, the likes of Root, Bairstow, even Wokes and Ali. Don't let those guys get in too early. If Joe Root gets protected by that new ball and then bats, he'll bat a long time. Joe Root very rarely misses out twice in a game. For England, I think Joe Root holds the key. He can get a big 100 here and almost knock Ireland out of this game. But Tim Murtagh knows if he can get at Joe Root early, a little bit of nibble either way, if they can get rid of Joe Root, it's easier said than done, but they'll be nearly in pole position.
Well, let's hear from the Irish hero of yesterday. After 12 years spent in the home dressing room here at Lord's, Tim Murtagh has his name on the honours board in the away dressing room after incredible figures of 5 for 13, the least expensive 5-wicket haul here at Lord's. He spoke to Eleanor Aldride.
Yeah, I guess growing up as a kid, I probably was dreaming of being on the honours board. Maybe not in that dressing room, but, I guess it makes it even more special. Yeah, it was, just a special kind of morning, and everything seemed to go our way. We caught a catch as well. The other bowlers backed myself up, and it was, fantastic.
Take us inside that dressing room here at Lord's, which, so you say, no surprise for you, because you know it well. And I know on social media yesterday you were taking some of the younger guys on tours around, but the nerves must have been massive, coming down those steps the first time and through the long room and out here onto the outfield.
Yeah, even the old gits like me at 37 still had a few nerves this morning, so... it was a special occasion for everyone. It's a dream come true for all the guys up there, no matter how old you are. So there were a few nerves, especially that first kind of few balls. But after that, I kind of felt like I'd settled into my rhythm as normal, and it was a nice kind of hour or two to bowl this morning.
Were you happy to be bowling first, even though your captain lost the toss?
Yeah, to be honest, I think we were looking at bowling first as well. I kind of seen wickets a bit like that this year, and if they're going to do anything, they're going to do it in the morning of the first day. So I guess that was how we felt our best way of winning the game was make some early inroads, and we didn't quite expect to make as many, I guess, in the first session, but it was a dream start. So
did you have to pinch yourself a little bit when you were walking off at lunch, 85 all out, and you with 5 for 13?
Yeah, it was pretty surreal. I kind of tried to soak it up as much as I could, and it's not hard because then our batsmen have got to go out there and bat, and I thought we got ourselves into a really good position, 130 for 2. I guess we're slightly disappointed to have been bowled out for 200, but if you'd have given us a lead of 100 in the first innings, would have snapped your hand off.
Yeah, and you gave it a bit of a lash with the bat as well. You hit 16 all in fours.
Yeah, I think the less said about my batting, the better, to be honest. But I'm there for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah. Well, listen, if you win by 16 runs, then you can say that was down to me.
I will do. Yeah, don't worry about that.
A super special day for Tim Murtagh, picking up a fifer in his maiden test match at Lord's. I mean, he's been here for a number of years with Middlesex, Niall, and what a moment would this have been for him. I guess in his mind, he would have never have expected to play a test match here.
Well, I think when he was growing up, he expected to play a test match here, but he was hoping it would be for England. But he's one of the best blokes in the Ireland dressing room, one of the most popular people, Tim Murtagh. He's a leader of men. He leads that bowling group. Some young lad. He opened the bowling with a lad, Mark Adair, yesterday, very early in his international career. Mark Adair bowled superbly, and that's down to Tim Murtagh's leadership as well at the other end. So if anyone deserves it, it's Tim Murtagh. A wonderful man, wonderful bowler, and in those conditions, one of the best around the county circuit. And he's been doing it for a long time for Middlesex, and it was no real surprise he did it yesterday for Ireland.
37 years of age. How long do you envisage him playing for?
Well, it's a tricky one, really, because in hindsight, this could be Tim Murtagh's last ever game for Ireland. He can't play for Middlesex next year as a local, so he has to make a decision come September whether he decides to play for Middlesex as a local player or else continue playing for Ireland, which will then mean he's an overseas player for county cricket. So this could be quite an emotional few days for Tim Murtagh, because it could potentially be his last ever game for Ireland. So he's got plenty of overs under the belt, just plays red ball cricket, doesn't play white ball cricket. I'm sure Middlesex will want to hang on to him for a couple more seasons.
He was outstanding with the ball, but so was Mark Adair opening up. He was getting that ball swinging away from the pavilion end, but also just tailing back into the right-hander as well. How impressed were you with him?
Well, he's had an interesting career, really. He was at Warwickshire for a couple of seasons, got released due to a lot of injuries, really, and went back to Ireland to kind of re-find himself, and he's done well playing domestic cricket back home, and he's the kind of bloke who likes the big occasion. He's shown that already in his ODI debut against England, smashed a few out of the park, bowls with decent pace and a bit of shape, and he's taken to international cricket like a duck to water, a little bit like Jason Roy that the lads were speaking about. He's got that kind of vigour and verve, and puts his chest out and enjoys the big occasion. He's probably not someone who's going to do well on a Saturday afternoon playing for his club team, but you give him a big crowd and a big stage, he puffs his chest out and he enjoys it, and that's what you need in international cricket. That's why I think Jason Roy will be a success at Test match level, because he loves the big occasion. He's done it in white ball cricket. I think Jason Roy will do it in Test cricket, and Mark Adair so far is acquitting himself well.
A couple of wickets for Boyd Rankin yesterday as well. But in general, how good is the support bowling, and are there guys coming through that can fulfil that Tim Murtagh role?
There's some good lads coming through the academy system. They're young, they're a bit wet behind the ears when it comes to this kind of level of cricket, but I'm a big believer if they're good enough, they're old enough, get lads in, give them the opportunity and see if they can handle the pressure. International cricket, it's about how you handle the big occasion, handle the pressure. They've still got a bit of experience, even if Tim Murtagh finishes up at the end of the year. There's still some good years left in Boyd Rankin, and they've got some good experience around, but it's very hard to replace Tim Murtagh for Ireland. Same way when James Anderson retires from England, you just don't have those lads very readily available, so there will be a hole left when Tim retires.
Just lastly, quick question before you go off to the commentary box. Thoughts on Ireland's batting yesterday? 20 wickets fell in the day. The last time 20 wickets fell on day one of a Test match here in England was at the Oval in 1912. It was a record day. It was incredible. But your thoughts on the way they batted it, and can they be better, especially when it comes to the last innings?
I thought they batted well. I thought the two openers, Porterfield and McCullum, played well. They saw the shine off the ball, which is crucial really, because Ireland have a lot of stroke makers in the middle order. Paul Sterling is a wonderful talent. Balbirnie's a nice stroke maker. You don't want those guys out there too early. So although Porterfield 14, McCullum 22, they didn't get a huge score. They stayed out there for an hour in the middle, took the shine off the ball. I thought Ireland played well. 130 for 2. They would have been looking for 300. OK, England bowled very well after tea. Still, start of the day, they would have taken that lead, so I think Ireland will be pretty happy.
Thanks for your time, Niall. We'll see you up there in just a moment. Probably the brightest part for England yesterday was the performance of Warwickshire fast bowler Ollie Stone, who took 3 wickets on his debut, including 2 in the same over.
It's been amazing. There was a lot of nerves this morning. They sort of disappeared until I walked out to bat. So no, it was nerve-wracking, but loved every minute.
Yeah, and to get out there, ball in hand. I mean, you presumably weren't expecting to be doing it quite so early.
No, it was a bit of a shock. But no, we said that when we came out, just to learn the way that Tim went about it and to run in and hit that top of off stump, and the pitch offered enough to get the results. So yeah, it was just try and keep it simple.
What was the mood like in that dressing room as the wickets kept falling and people kept coming back in there?
Oh, I guess it's natural to be a bit. There's a little bit of panic up there, but no, the boys were calm, having a laugh, and just trying to treat it like we were going about it normally.
Any sense? Do you think there was a World Cup hangover going on among the players that played in the World Cup?
I don't think so. I guess it's natural to, after winning such a big tournament, to then come into this. We said to try and treat it again like a World Cup final, and to try. I guess there is a few tired bodies, but we try not to look back on that and just keep looking what's ahead.
For you, this is obviously, it's a new chapter. What's happened in June and July is behind us. You're looking ahead to August, presumably, in the start of the Ashes series. What do you think your chances are?
Yeah, I think it's good. I guess if we just keep putting in good performances, running, keeping it simple and doing the basics well, then I don't think we'll go far wrong. Like you say, it's a big sort of 6-7 weeks coming up, and I think everyone's looking forward to it and just can't wait to get stuck in.
Yeah, a hot day out there in the field though, a hot couple of sessions. How was it?
Yeah, it was tough. I think I burnt my nose, which isn't ideal, but no, it was tough, and I guess the pitch flattened out with the heat on it. But no, it was tough, but it's great to be playing Test match cricket.
3 for 29 from his 12 overs. Ollie Stone bowled with lots of pace and aggression. Sir Alistair Cook, Phil Tufnell and Vic Marks has now joined us. What did you think of Ollie Stone yesterday?
Well, I thought he was the one big, almost solitary plus of the day from an England perspective. because he bowled at good pace and he got the ball to move a little bit in the air away from the right-handers, and he more or less landed it in the right place most of the time. So that was the biggest plus. Although statistically, Sam Curran was a magical day because, as far as I could tell, he didn't move the ball at all. And he ended up with 3 for 30 as well.
There's a competition for places for the fast bowlers for the Ashes. Has he put his name in the hat, do you think?
I think he has. I think certainly with the injury concerns to Paul Mark Wood and Jofra Archer, I think if he wasn't injured he'd be playing this game. So I think he's just adding to the selection, I wouldn't say a headache, but selection options that Joe Root's got. If they're turning up and say Edgbaston next week and it's another week like this and it's warm and it's there's no sign of much rain, Ollie Stone to me comes right in the reckoning, because you will need, you saw what extra pace did yesterday afternoon. I think after tea, it was a flat wicket yesterday actually. That was the best time to bat after the morning kind of moisture had gone out of the wicket, and he made something happen. And I think England are going to need that option, I think, at some stage during the Ashes. If it's cloudy and overcast, I think Chris Woakes plays for me. So I think they got the best thing about England now, they've got the option of being able to decide almost per game who they play. And I was impressed with Ollie Stone. I played him last week against Warwickshire, and he's just coming back from injury, second game. This is his third game back, and he's got good skills. We saw some balls shaping away and balls going back in. He's got the ability to do that, and I think he'll only get better as he does that. Most important thing is he keeps that pace up and keeps injury free.
We talked about Stuart Broad under pressure, but what about Chris Woakes? Because he didn't start that well with a new ball yesterday. A lot of wayward deliveries outside the off stump. Will he be in contention for that first Test match, do you think, or will they look for the quicker bowlers?
Well, at Edgbaston, he's got a very good record, hasn't he? Now, that is one fella that you could say looked a little bit weary from that World Cup experience. I mean, he didn't have the snap. Interesting, just talking about Ollie Stone. It very, very quickly you can tell who the captain is looking for to go to the wicket, isn't it? When it did flatten out a little bit, he went straight to Ollie Stone, didn't he? He didn't go to Chris Woakes, didn't go to anyone else. He was going, partnerships developing. Who do I go to break it? And that was Ollie Stone. I think he did very well. As regarding Chris Woakes, a fantastic all-round cricketer. I don't want him not in my side, but I don't know whether he gets in it. I'm not quite sure. I mean, all-round cricketer, superb, but he did look a bit weary here.
Yeah, well, there's also the spinners to talk about, Moeen Ali and Jack Leach. First of all, Vic, how long is Jack Leach going to hang around this morning?
Well, not very long, I don't expect. He did his job last night, didn't he? Actually, I'm not sure he's in great nick, actually. But he could do... The only danger of Jack Leach there, actually, for a long time, is if he doesn't score a run and kind of the innings stagnates completely or doesn't move. But, essentially, England would love him to stay for as long as possible and frustrate Murtagh. Tire Murtagh out and let the others have a bowl. Let Roy have a go against, the rest of them, Thompson.
Especially in this searing heat. It's about 35 degrees here on the field, and I must say you're being very brave, Vic, because you've gone suit. I mean, we saw Niall O'Brien with a suit. He's got suit trousers and a shirt, plus you're wearing a jacket.
A suit that doesn't match.
Yeah. Well, you see, I feel naked without a jacket, and my legs don't really justify shorts, even in this temperature. But yeah, thank you for that.
I think you and Phil have colour coordinated today. You've both gone with the kind of pinkish salmon tops and the beige.
Is that fawn?
Well, I don't know. I think that's more like beige, isn't it? It's like sandy beige.
So do you think it'll turn, Tuffers?
I think it will do. I think it will do. As you say, with this heat on it, I think today's probably going to be the best day for batting. And then, you can just feel, I mean, it's oppressive heat and it's sort of humid as well. It's just going to be sucking the life out of an already dry pitch. So it might end up all right for England in a funny sort of way. If they can just get a score today, get themselves 150 lead, you've got the right tools to then bowl Ireland out last dig.
I actually think this match has turned out brilliantly. Certainly from a neutral perspective, that if you're coming today, you've got all sorts of possibilities rather than the vaguely predicted England will win because they're playing against Ireland. And actually, just from an England perspective, although they won't be thinking this, if they can come through this and end up winning the game, which they could do if they bat well with their limited number of batsmen, then it will have served itself as a really good practice for the Ashes, which bigger challenges, different challenges. But it's created what is really a good sort of preparation for the Ashes, because they're suddenly under pressure. They're right behind the game. That's good. Although they may not be saying quite that in the England dressing room.
Vic summed that perfect. I was just about to say that if England had got 450, 500 and then cruised through the game, they wouldn't have been put under pressure at all. And due to their inability to bat in that first session, they are under serious pressure. And if Vic says if they get through this and people stand up, they will take a lot of confidence in a slightly perverse way to the Ashes, because they've come back from the game they shouldn't win to win it. And if people score 100 today, or people score runs today, it will count for a lot. And actually, before the game, someone will say, well, it's only Ireland. It was only Ireland. Actually, that argument's totally gone now.
Well, spectators are filtering into the ground today. There's plenty in the shade over in the Mound stand currently. We expect it to be a sellout as it was yesterday. There were some vacant seats in the afternoon yesterday, probably with people going onto the nursery ground and into the Harris Gardens just to try and get some respite from the sun. It is beaming down at the moment. It is seriously hot in the middle at the home of cricket, and England are trailing by 122. I just want to ask you the question about Adil Rashid, because we've talked a lot about Moeen Ali and Jack Leach. Will Adil Rashid be in contention for that first test match at Edgbaston?
I don't think so. I think England have said that these are our two best spinners for this game, like they've done with Jason Roy, Rory Burns and Joe Denley at the top of the order. I think if they're going to play two spinners in the Ashes, it will be Leach and Moeen Ali. I think that's quite obvious. I think Adil, did he play in that last series in Sri Lanka? He played a bit in Sri Lanka. He didn't play in the West Indies, did he? So I think they're quite clear now that that's the way they're going to go if they play two spinners.
And does Johnny Bairstow definitely take the gloves?
I think so. I think so for him. I'm one of those guys who actually quite happy him coming in at 7. I know a lot of people say it's a waste of his batting ability there, but to me, he's such a dangerous player coming in at 7. The Gilchrist, I know that's the common analogy, but he scores a lot of runs there at 6 and 7. Joss bats at 5 for me because he's playing as a specialist batter, so I don't think you have a specialist batter at 7. I think just for the structure of the team and for clarity, that's who and I think Johnny wants to keep. He likes keeping, give him that confidence, and he does a pretty good job at it.
It's an ideal scenario today. Rory Burns out in the middle. He'll be coming out very shortly as we see the Ireland team striding down the stairs and onto the field of play through the long room. He's going to be coming out, Rory Burns, with Jack Leach. And an ideal scenario from an England point of view. He gets runs, Jason Roy plays his natural game, and Joe Denley as well, who was looking good in the first innings before he was dismissed for 23.
Yeah, I know. Once again, the top 3 of England are under pressure, aren't they? They've got to get stuck in. They've got to get themselves some runs, and today's the ideal time to do it. Beautiful batting day here at Lord's. The pitch looks good. Go out there and fill your boots, boys.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much to Phil, Alistair and Vic. We can now hand upstairs to Michael Vaughan, who is with Jonathan Agnew.
Thank you, Isha, very much indeed. Very summery scene down there as our gang all walk off, apart from Victor still got his jacket on, which is a good effort. But welcome to Lord's, everybody who's here, and we're going to have a broiling day today, aren't we? And I can see in the grandstand there, people walking in, they've got their hats on, thank goodness. There are lots of water stations around Lord's, so feel free to potter about. I know there's a couple behind the grandstand, actually, so keep yourselves well hydrated. I'm sure the players will too, and we'll do our best up here. We've got our open window, it's lovely. The air conditioning's working in the media centre, thankfully. I mean, think of all that glass that there is at the front of this building. Without that, well, I don't know quite what the temperature would be up here. All the hot air also that gets spoken in this commentary box doesn't help either, does it, Andrew? Good morning to you. Did you have an exciting evening?
Good morning.
No.
Well, not really. No. Well, depends how you define exciting. Did a little bit of homework.
A little bit of homework and research, I'd fancy.
We can get to a bit of that later if you want.
Excellent. I look forward to that. Michael Vaughan's alongside me. He's been outside examining the pitch, which again just looks a completely different shade, almost to how it did yesterday afternoon. Actually, it looks very pale now, with the grass on there, but it does look very, very dry. And I'm rather with those who were saying yesterday, you wonder about this square here at Lord's, and all the water, all the life just seems to have been sucked out of it. It's just vanished.
Yeah, it's certainly different to what we've seen over the years. It's not saying that runs shouldn't be scored, because yesterday the batting from England was poor. Ireland played well at times, but again, I think they'd have fancied scoring more runs at the time that they were batting. But he's certainly a different square, and it's playing differently to what we've seen. I mean, I remember back in my time, it was an absolute road.
Yeah,
it really
absolutely.
was. It was flat and
beautiful, even covering of grass.
Yeah, and there was just a bit there, wasn't there? There was enough there, and if you were slightly off it mentally, which I reckon quite a few of the England players were, and you were off it technically, you're on your way back to the pavilion very quickly. Now, this is the ultimate test because England are chasing the game, but you feel in these conditions on a pitch that I can't see doing as much, they should be able to bat 98 overs to see out the day. They should. But I've done some research with Andrew. And over the course of the last 29 innings in Test match cricket, Aggers, England have passed 400 how many times?
In 29 innings?
29 Test match innings from the start of the tour in New Zealand last year. How many times would you say England have passed 400? For the talent that's in that dressing room.
Okay, you're testing me now. It wouldn't have happened in the West Indies. It didn't happen in Sri Lanka. Did it happen against India last summer? I'll say one.
Correct.
Oh, right.
It was once, yeah, and that was against India at the Oval, 423 for 7. I'm going to do more quizzing with you.
No, because that was a fluke.
Okay.
That was a complete
So
guess.
how many times have England been bowled out in under 60 overs in the last 29 innings?
I'm going to say 29 innings. Let's watch his first ball, shall we, first of all. Burns on strike. First ball of the second day, and Adair bowls it outside the off stump, but just straightened a little bit. And Burns plays no stroke as collected by Wilson, the keeper. So, for under, how many did you say?
So, bowled out inside 60 overs.
Inside 60 overs?
Yeah, in 29 innings, how many times?
I'm going to say 12.
12, well, 7. So near on 1 in 4, 25% of the time England get bowled out inside 60 overs in the last 29 innings.
It's not good, is it?
They've been bowled out for under 103 times. 58 in Auckland, 77 in Bridgetown and 85 yesterday. So we can...
Here's Adair, round the wicket, bowls, Burns gets the ball short down the leg side. Collected by the keeper.
We can say, and I think it's a fair excuse to say that the emotional drain of a group of players that won the World Cup 11 days ago now to come back and play again is very difficult. But let's be honest, the Test team have got a batting problem.
Yeah.
They have a batting problem where as soon as the ball does something, their techniques and their minds don't seem to be able to cope with it.
No, very good research, Michael. Well done. In comes Adair again. From the pavilion end, he bowls, and Burns turns that into the leg side. England still looking for their first run. They're still 122 runs behind Ireland.
That's what you get when you don't watch Love Island. You go back.
Oh, did you not watch it last night?
No, I didn't watch it last night.
There you go. Well,
I think it's kicked off again, though.
You've taken Andrew's advice.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. That's what we did, Andrew, all last night, didn't we? Looked up numbers.
Well, that's nice. Oh, well done. Well, they are. I mean, you know, these stats don't lie. Over a sort of a long historical period like that, 29 innings, and you do get a trend, don't you? Adair again stretches out, round the wicket he comes, and Burns gets behind that and plays a bit on. It's difficult. I mean, you just look at yesterday. What was it? Just a total aberration. And then I looked at the TV screen to our right here, and they were showing lots of analysis on there this morning, inevitably in the build-up. And you see some really horrible shots. I mean, really poor, technically, shots that the number of players got out to yesterday. I mean, one I'm afraid was Burns. I hadn't realised. So I saw the side on. Just what a really poor stroke that was for an opening batsman. Here's Adair, bowls to him. Oh, he played at that. I think it just took his bat away, but I think that was just after the ball had passed. He comes up and does a little bit of gardening. But, again, he didn't want to take anything away from the way Ireland bowled either. I mean, it was very accurate. Or nagging, really. Nagging away at no real pace around that off stump. Ball after ball after ball. Saw no runs on the board yet. Jack Leach playing a shot or two at the other end. He's the night watchman as Burns gets England's first run in this innings, flicking the ball off his hip down to long leg, running back hard for the second. And so England are away, but they are still 120 runs behind. And I had breakfast with Johnny Bairstow this morning, who's sitting quietly. I thought I'd just go and annoy him. And he put his hand up for that catch. He said, but you know, he said, it's really strange. He said, I actually feel stiff this morning. He hasn't kept wicket for so long. And he said, I'm not making excuses. That was my catch. I should have gone for it. He said, but I haven't kept wicket for ages, and I haven't had a slip standing beside me, even when I did that. He only kept wicket once in the World Cup, didn't he, in that innings at Southampton. But, he's just kind of feeling a way back and just,
Well, Johnny Bairstow's kind of a story of the Test team, really. If you look at Johnny's numbers, in 2016 he averaged 58. 2017 he averaged 34. 2018 he averaged 30. This year he averages 18. So over the course of the last 22 tests he scored 1,041 runs at 28. Now Bairstow's too good a player. You know how many times, Andrew, has he been bowled?
Well, that's another telling stat, isn't it?
14 of his last 30 innings.
So 50% of the time in his last 13 or just below, he's been bowled in Test cricket.
Now Leach is on strike, Murtagh moves in and bowls to him, and the night watchman, who's left-handed, plays that carefully into the offside. And what a chance he's got too, actually, for a number 10/11 to go out there and play in a Test match all day to bat. No one winging the ball around your ears, really. Well, Boyd Rankin will never go, but I mean, there's no real hostility about the attack. It's very accurate. But he's got a chance to get some runs here. 2 for no wicket. There's Murtagh. Hero of yesterday for Ireland. 5 for 13 he took. Runs in again, slightly crouched and bowls, and Leach and solidly, determinedly forward. Plays out to point.
Well, the England team shouldn't have to face it. They had some balls yesterday. It was like late nip from Tim Murtagh. Kind of just grabbed in the surface, and particularly the right-hander's got 1 or 2 that nip back up the slope. I don't think we'll see as much movement. You know, the challenge for England's Test match batsmen is, can they play a forward defence?
Yes.
You know, and it should be easier to do so today, because I can't see that there'll be as much movement.
I love the ball under your eyes. Keep the bat under your eye line too when you're playing. There's so much hard hands pushing through yesterday. Murtagh bowls and beats Leach, and he looked round there like a guilty, condemned man. Actually snatched his head back and looked at the keeper. But there wasn't an edge. You can't do some gardening, looking like the professional. The tapping there. That kept rather low, I thought. 2 for no wicket. It's a beautiful day. It's hot. Just a little bit of trace wispy cloud up there over the city of London. Otherwise, blue sky.
I just wonder if Gary Wilson will come up to the stumps. That ball just, ankle high?
Yeah, it was very low. The slips are very close. Murtagh runs in, bowls, and back goes Leach this time and plays the ball calmly up to mid-off. He's having a look, getting himself in, again pawing at the ground. The members, I think, are sheltering inside today. We have a few sitting out in the sunshine, but very hot in there. Jeff Miller he's in the committee room today. He was very excited. I saw him this morning. His jacket and tie on. Special guest. A few more members arriving there, taking their seats. I think the long room will be full at the moment as Murtagh runs in, bowls, and there's Leach again coming well forward. He's played at every ball in this over. Every ball.
And that's what Murtagh does. He's that kind of bowler that he is a difficult bowler to leave, because he's so slow and he's on and around that off stump. He just nibbles it just a little bit either way. You know, but it's so important that you don't lunge. So if you lunge and get on that front foot too soon, you get stuck and you can't move again to the direction of the ball and the line of the delivery. So you've just got to wait and then just transfer your weight with your head movement back towards where the ball's come from.
It's the last ball of the over, and Murtagh bowls it. Oh, he's away. Feeling for that rather, an edge. The ball flies past the third slip and gully and into the boundary at third man. So, well, he's off the mark. And punches gloves. Then again, he's doing some tapping, quite deliberate tapping there, both of them, around about that length. And whether it is ruffling the surface, or whether they're just tapping it away there to help it ruffle the surface, I'm not sure, but they were both there concentrating on quite a precise area.
Yeah, I don't think England will want the surface to be ruffled with a deficit of 116.
Not yet.
I just don't know if the slip will be in the game at that pace, unless there's a big booming drive. I'm sure it'll carry, but just if you play a defensive prod and it meets the outside, I can't see it carrying.
At a Test match in Auckland when England were bowled out for 58 last year, they set another unfortunate record because New Zealand were 175 for 3 at close. So it was the highest deficit England had conceded at the end of the first day, having batted first until yesterday.
Adair runs in, bowls outside the off stump, and Burns is up on his toes, pushing at a wideish ball. He could have left that the way out to point.
Yeah, and that's the kind of shot that I wouldn't be happy with seeing.
I wouldn't see that either.
Look, it's short, like if you play the full cut shot and you're hitting it, fine. But that was like a nothing prod.
Flirty.
It's a big day for Rory Burns. He needs a test score. He needs a nice number by his name going into the Ashes series. You won't want to be facing Cummins & Co next Thursday at Edgbaston with 2 low scores against the Irish.
Absolutely. Down goes the slips again. Adair's on his way, bowls a poor ball down the leg side, and Wilson can't take that cleanly. Ricochets away to be picked up. They take a bye, so it's 7 for no wicket.
More swing for Adair. And then we've seen Murtagh. We're right behind Murtagh's arm, and he's just, he's done nothing so far. He's bowled good lines, but Adair's just getting the ball to swing.
Now Leach take guard. Alim Dar on duty up at the pavilion end. Can't be offered that the umpires change ends on the first day of a match either. Can't happen very often, can it? 7 for no wicket. In comes Adair, and he bowls again down the leg side. And Leach can do nothing with it. He gives a speculative flick of the bat.
I think it looks a day already that the Irish will need a bit from Boyd Rankin. He bowled quite nicely yesterday, but I don't think we'll see the movement. So it's going to be one of those days that you hit length quite hard. I think we'll get the odd ball that keeps a little bit low. And Big Boyd's height.
Adair again. He runs for about 20 yards, I suppose. Comes round the wicket and bowls. Oh, beats him. That bounced a little bit. And Leach there was drawn into his stroke.
It's the 7th time altogether that umpires have changed ends on the end of the first day. So in the
right?
7th
ever?
7th ever, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
1951 in Adelaide, West Indies against, Australia against West Indies was the last time.
Well, it was a remarkable day, but England do have the chance to make amends. They've got a lot of work to do. Adair on the way, runs towards us, bowls. Oh, and again he beats Leach. Just lobbing forward, beating the outside edge of the bat. 7 for no wicket. And England to bat and bat and bat and establish a lead. That's the plan. And then, of course, bowl Ireland out tomorrow. That's what they'll be thinking.
Well, you've got to say that if England can't bat 90 odd overs against an Irish attack in these conditions, it's going to be quite difficult next week for them.
I think the last person leaves the building, turn the lights off, doesn't he? 7 for no wicket. In comes Adair round the wicket and bowls. That's pushed by Leach. Again, he's got it away behind square in the offside, pursued by the point fieldsman. And he comes back for 2. So Leach to 6 not out as the end of Adair's over. And England 9 for no wicket on this blistering day. Drinks being delivered by some of the Irish support staff I see below us here.
Ben Smith's one of the assistant coaches.
Of course he is, yes.
Leicestershire player.
Yes, absolutely.
What did you do last night? Were you out and about?
I socialised last night.
Socialised, were you?
Yes.
No research?
No. I thought I'd had enough facts and figures and stats for one day. One of those days, a bit mad.
Socialising where?
Just a little bar around the corner here, actually. It's a very pleasant evening. Yes. Which was good. Some of my friends in the written press. Very nice indeed. But they were all a bit scratching their head as well. What had gone on. It's interesting, isn't it, when you do throw all these ideas about of things and different perspectives and different viewpoints watching the same game, but different ideas as to what went on.
I still don't get the feeling that the Test team fundamentally know exactly the style of team that they want to be. You look at the one-day team over 4, you knew exactly the team that they were.
Now we've got Murtagh bowling, doing well forward there, Burns, and playing down to mid-off. But don't you think, Michael, it's in a way you can change the way you play one-day cricket much more easily than you can the way you play Test cricket, because any technical deficiency, any chance that you take in Test cricket is more likely to come back and bite you. And actually, fundamentally, the technique of a Test match, and batting particularly a Test match, can't really change that much. Then goes Murtagh, bowls, and that's flicked away by Burns. Thinks about a single. There's a brilliant piece of fielding there, a sort of ricochet, 2-man job, and they get through in the end. But just for a moment there, both batsmen were jumping around in the middle of the pitch, wondering whether to go or not. They're going to come and have a discussion now. It's a fairly obvious point, I suppose. These two never batted before together.
Well, the different eras teams play differently, and particularly this era, it is more of an aggressive game. But there are a fundamental basic of Test match cricket that for the first 30 overs on day one, you have to be able to know where your off stump is, and you have to be able to defend the ball to get into the contest. And too often over the last 2 or 3 years, England are not getting into the contest.
Here's Murtagh, and he bowls, and that goes straight past Leach again.
Because their techniques are being exposed and their mindset has been exposed. Now that's my point, is until they realise that and sit down and say, look, we know that on day one there's a bit of green, it's probably going to do a little bit.
Yeah.
So you've got to be prepared that even if it's for the first 2 hours 15 minutes yesterday, you only score 50, just prepared to do the hard yards. And then in the afternoon, the expansive aggressive game that we know we all can play, well, we can expand on that, but just do the basics for the first session.
Here's Murtagh, bowls again, and it comes well for the thick inside edge, going for a quick single there to square leg. The throw misses the stumps, I think. Oh no, it's hit the stumps and ricocheted away for overthrows. I've been used to looking for zinger bails, and of course they're not there to help us now. But Wilson picks the bails up. They're white, almost impossible to see when they hit the ground. But that was a throw from square leg that hit the stumps, and then the deflection was enough to beat the fielder there backing up, and so through it went for overthrows, which will help England's cause.
They're glorious, aren't they, as a batsman?
Yeah, buzzers.
But this is the kind of attack, Aggers, even yourself, you'd fancy having a bat out there. You've got Jack Leach, he's got a great opportunity.
I know, a fantastic opportunity.
He shouldn't really get intimidated by anything that's going to be thrown down at him.
No, absolutely right. 15 for no wicket. And now we've got Burns shuffling forward. He does play a bit on the move. Plays down to mid-on. 15 for no wicket. Leach has 11. And Burns 3. And again, he's just tapping away at that same area. I mean, Murtagh's obviously hit it a lot, because it really is right on the length that he's bowling. It's a lovely full length, and it's so you sit and you watch, you think, it's just straight to a gun barrel, but it's that probing area all the time. Off stump, off stump, off stump. Full length. Burns crouches, his head's twitching around, the bat's twitching as well, and now again on the walk. Plays back up to the bowler, and I can see, I know he's always trying to get forward, but it's not one solid, balanced movement. That back leg's coming through, which is turning him round. That stroke they got out to yesterday was precisely that. That back leg was well through by the time he played the shot.
Yeah, well, Rory Burns is going to have to be so mentally strong, because he's got the kind of game that he's going to get analysed so much, because there's so many moving parts, and when he gets out, it's going to look so ugly. Yesterday, you look at where his back comes from and his movement across the crease and then his head position. But he's clearly a run scorer, because he scored a lot of runs for Surrey.
Yeah.
But if he keeps watching the TV screen, there will be many pundits that will be doing lots of demos of the way that he plays.
Yes. I haven't got so much of a problem with the twitchy stuff when the bowler's running in. I'm not so worried about that. But it's just got to be, I think, it's got to be a more positive, balanced defensive stroke that he's forming his Test match game around. But I mean, he does do some strange things. But I don't think it matters, as long as the back is straight and you're making that one solid movement forward or back. That's when it really matters. 15 for no wicket. Leach on 11. Looks up to see Adair on his way from round the wicket, and pushes at that. Well, Word has been beaten a few times this morning with balls that really haven't done anything. But he's a tail ender. He's a number 10-11, so
he's got a big chest pad on.
Has he?
Oh yeah.
Oh. See, we weren't really allowed to wear those. You were considered a real sissy if you wore a chest pad.
Yeah, I couldn't understand why someone like Jack Leach, it's his bowling side, you wouldn't want to get one in the ribs. But also, I'd be tempted to take it off and try and get this kind of attack to bowl short.
There's Adair bowling outside the off stump, and Leach allows that to go by. We always used to take the mickey out of the Kent boys, who were always just a little bit portly, perhaps, when we played them in the 80s. Nice bunch. We always had good games against Kent, but Chris Cowdrey and Neil Taylor, and the sledge would go up, stick one into his chest pad. Oh, he isn't wearing one. Which we all thought was terribly funny. 15 for no wicket.
Funny era to play the game, was it?
Lots of fun we had. That was our sort of sledging, you see. Here's Adair bowling, and that's nicely played by Leach. Onto the front foot, back to the bowler it goes. But no, I mean, against all those West Indian fighters, I'd love to have had a chest pad against Sylvester Clarke. No.
What was your highest score against Sylvester Clarke?
Not very many.
No.
But and
Andrew typing away now.
No, you can't look out.
Come on, have a look, Andrew.
I'll tell you how I got. Well,
can you look up, Andrew? How many balls did Agnew face against Clarke? No, you can't.
Well,
can't
too many. They were horrible. I do remember giving himself a little bit of room. Comes Adair, bowls, bouncer, ducks underneath it, and because Sylvester's trying to hit you, number 11, so he used to drive you back miles away. And I do remember him following me at the Oval and firing down this horrible thing, and I sort of swung about it and somehow sort of middled it, and it went like a rocket. I thought, oh no, what have you done? And Pat Pocock took a fantastic, brilliant diving catch at extra cover.
I bet you celebrated, didn't you?
I said thank you. Oh yeah. Scuttled off and said, well caught, Percy, that's fantastic. I mean, the ramifications of that shot, if it had gone for 4, there's a nice ball again outside the off stump, which defeats Leach. I mean, if that would have been, Silvers would have gone wild. But no, dear old Pat. I think he got me out twice caught cover because I was some distance. Some distance away. We didn't find. I mean, Michael Holding, he used to drive me down the leg. So I remember at Chesterfield one time, Jack Birkinshaw was a square leg umpire, and he said, "I'm sorry, lads, I've got to move to point. I'm going to get trampled on out here." And so he went across and stood at point. Here's Adair, and hits the pad, and he wants a single there. Leach, but Burns sends him back. So it's the end of the over. 15 for no wicket, and so England now 107 behind. They haven't lost a wicket at least in those first 20 minutes. Michael Vaughan is going to add some thoughts here, and then Dan Norcross is going to take my seat.
Come on, Andrew, give us the stats.
Played 3 first-class games against Sylvester Clarke, Jonathan. Scores of 4, 1 and 8.
Not bad.
Clarke got you out the ones, caught Pocock, as you said, for 1 at the Oval in 1984, and in 1982 you were caught Lynch bowled Clarke for 4.
In the slips?
In the slips. Mid-off, okay.
That's not bad, an average of 4.33. That's quite good. I was expecting a little bit less than that, to be honest.
Well, you don't know if he scored those runs off Sylvester Clarke.
Can you not find that out, Andrew? No,
I'd imagine. I don't know how many runs he got off Clarke himself.
They didn't have ball by ball in those days, I'm afraid.
No. Tim Murtagh from the nursery end is going to continue. It's been a more gentle morning so far than yesterday's. 3 slips, gully, sort of point, mid-off, and Burns leaves this ball alone outside the off stump. Goes through low to the keeper.
I was just saying to Aggers that if I was Gary Wilson, because Rory Burns is moving out of his crease to try and nullify LBW because he's not threatened by the pace, I'd just be tempted to come up to the stumps to make sure that Burns is back in his crease. So if you just get a little bit of nibble and you can hit that front pad, there's more of a chance that you get the LBW. It's not carrying through. I mean, again, that one went through ankle height.
They've got a specific fielder for Burns as well, haven't they? Just in front of square on the offside square, not moving. I mean, he's not quite in the catching position as Murtagh's into Burns, who defends a ball that comes back into him. Into the onside, there's no run. So I think there's a suspicion with Burns that he gets out on the cut. But this character is only, what is he, about a yard in front of square? And he's not, how many pitch widths is that? 1, 2, 3.5 or so. There must be a plan. There's a plan going on for Murtagh, and Burns has got a plan for Murtagh as well.
Yeah, well, Murtagh's trying to force Rory Burns into driving down the ground, and he feels like he might get an outside edge to that.
Murtagh's in again. It's worked into the onside, but straight to the fielder. There's no runs. The throw comes in. 15 for none. The score remains.
Yeah, because he's so slow, if you get to drive the ball down the ground, it's just slightly short of a half volley. He's got that ability, Murtagh, just to get it to just bounce off a decent length, and you can see someone trying to drive it down the ground, just get a little bit of nibble up the slope and potentially goes to that short cover point on the catch. I was Rory Burns facing Murtagh, I'd just nullify the drive, just block on the front feet, slightly short, just try and work it into that onside. Short mid-wicket coming into place now. Who'd have thought it, day 2 of the test match, Tim Murtagh bowling for Ireland, 3 slips of gully, a short cover point, short mid-wicket. England trailing by 107.
It's weird, isn't it? It's all weird. Murtagh in. This has worked into the onside to that short mid-wicket. Full ball on the pads. There's no run. There's a sort of sense of anticipation around the entire ground because no one really knows what to expect. After yesterday, 85 all out, England never really got to find out what Ireland's second string bowlers were like, did they really?
No, when you get bowled out in 24 overs.
Yeah, you don't see a lot.
The old basic way of playing, get the bowlers into the second, third and fourth spell. Well, you can get into the second.
Did it? Murtagh in again, another full ball, this time outside the off stump, played into the cover region by Burns, quite solidly. Where do you stand on Burns's technique? I think some people find it a little unnerving that there are so many moving parts, but he is one of the leading scorers. He averages 42.6 in first-class cricket, which is, I would imagine, among the highest of active openers in county cricket.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot that goes on, but you know, he's clearly mentally very tough, because that average wouldn't be 42 if he wasn't, because he's got so many moving parts to his game.
Murtagh in again, and this time he cuts off the back foot, but into the ground, into that short point fielder. End of the over, a maiden over, 15 without loss. England. Leach has 11, the night watchman. Burns has 3.
He's a run scorer. I mean, you look at someone like Shivnarine Chanderpaul, you know, a lot of movement, but Shivnarine batted at number 5. You know, to open the batting with that technique, it will be a challenge at Test match level. But you know, if he's strong in his mind and he sticks to his game plan, you know, there's no reason why he shouldn't be successful. But he will have to be very strong in his mind, because I was saying to Aggers, he will have to look at the TV screens often, and there'll be so many pundits analysing his, because it is different. But difference works in cricket. You know, you look at many bowlers that have different bowling actions, it works for them. And you know, we shouldn't be so stereotypical to think, oh, you have to play in one way. You can play in all sorts of different ways to be successful at Test match level.
Adair's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's got Jack Leach to bowl at, 4 slips. He's in around the wicket, right arm. And this is driven by Leach into space. A little gentle push drive. Very contained shot. He's going to collect 2 for it. He's going along quite fluently. He's moved to 13. He's in danger of becoming England's highest averaging opener since Alistair Cook at this rate. I asked Andrew Sampson this yesterday, who is the highest averaging opener for England since Alistair Cook made his debut, and he told me Hasib Hamid. But one thing that I don't think we had checked was what Joe Root averaged when he opened, because I think Andrew was looking at the openers as such, as opposed to the people who have opened. Adair is in, and this ball jags into Leach, who wants a single as he squirts it out into the offside. No ball is signalled by umpire Alim Dar. Another no ball, of course, Adair would have had.
I'm just giving you a report on the Aussie game.
Oh yes,
Brad had an 11, and the Graham Hick 11. The Graham Hick 11 are 48 for 2. They require another 108 runs to win. Cameron Bancroft is 31 not out. Will we see Warner and Bancroft open the batting next Thursday?
I think it'll be Warner and Harris, because Warner and Harris have opened together in the whichever 11 it is. The Haddon 11. The Haddon 11. In again comes Adair. It's wide of the off stump, flashed at by Leach, who misses it, but goes through to the keeper. The squad apparently is going to be announced at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
So Harris scored 6 and 15. Bancroft got 17 and he's 31 not out. Been playing well for Durham.
Yeah.
Smith got 8 and 9.
He dragged on in the first innings. I don't know who was out in the second. Was it LBW, I think, wasn't he?
LBW Peter Siddle. Joe Burns was bowled first ball by Pat Cummins in the second innings.
Adair in once more, and that is again nibbled at by Leach as it goes through to the keeper. This is frustrating for Ireland. They're desperately like to get rid of Leach and get at England's batsman, but Leach is just hanging around awkwardly this morning. He has 13, 18 without loss. So I was assuming that the opening pairing that they went in with for that game would be the one that would go into the Ashes, but we can't be sure. Labuschagne, and it is pronounced Labuschagne if you are Labuschagne. He's decided that it's Labuschagne. He doesn't care for Andrew Sampson's pronunciation, which we'll come to shortly. And again comes Adair on the pads, worked into the onside field at square leg. There's no run.
Labuschanes are known as Labuschagne in South Africa.
And what a beautiful noise that was, Andrew.
Just get rid of all that phlegm.
How are your ears?
Yeah, well, they were better a moment ago. But he batted really well in the first innings as it was moving around. He got 41, I think.
He did. 41 off 81 deliveries. He's been playing well for Glamorgan.
as I think I mentioned yesterday, Jim Maxwell was with me on commentary on the first day, and whilst I was trying to goad him by saying, I've seen 17 Australian wickets go down today, I can't, you're not much cop with the bat, you boys, he said. He instantly countered with he couldn't see how England could get more than 90 or 100 against this bowling attack. They clearly had 8 bowlers who were far too good for England's batsmen. So I think that will run and run over the course of the next 6 weeks. We'll be on the small matter of this Test match first, as Adair is in over the wicket to the left-handed Leach, who defends into the onside. Again, there's no run. This is now getting bothersome for Ireland as the ball is getting a little bit softer, isn't it? Coming towards the end of the 8th over, but all the time that Leach is out there, Roy's not having to face a new ball, which will please England.
You suggesting Jack Leach to go in first next week? Just
he's done it before.
Get rid of the new ball.
do you know, I'm at that point almost. As Adair is in, and that's a full Yorker length delivery which squeezes into bat and pad and then rolls no more than about 6 inches behind the stumps. The end of the over, 3 from it, 2 off the bat and no ball, 18 without loss. Leach has 13, Burns has 3. I mean, if we're getting to a point now where England just haven't been able to find openers that can score runs, I mean, I think Jonathan Agger suggested Chris Wokes,
yes,
which I thought wasn't
did you mention that
idea.
yesterday, Aggers? Was it back on? No, not yet.
I don't mind that theory.
Why not?
I mean, why not?
It's got to that stage. Why not?
It sort of has. If your better players just do naturally reside between numbers 4 and 7, then maybe just stick them on the top.
Reverse the order.
Well, Bradman did that at Adelaide in 1936 on a sticky dog, and it worked for them then.
Yeah, why not?
Andrews poised. I'll come to him after this ball as Murtagh starts a new over from the nursery end, and Burns flicks this nicely into the onside square of the wickets. Full ball on his pad, running away towards the boundary. It will be cut off, but the batsman will come through for a relatively rare 3 on this baking hot day. 33 degrees already out there. Burns has doubled his score with that 3, moves to 6, 21 without loss. Andrew.
Yeah, back to the opening batsman, Joe Root.
Oh, yes.
In 11 innings as an opener, averaged 41.7 with that big 180.
Okay. Now then, this puts the cat amongst the pigeons. 41.7 in 11 innings.
Yeah.
And the next nearest to that was Hasib Hamid's 32, was it?
Yep, in 5 innings.
And everything else after that is sort of sub 30 pretty much, is it? It feels like that. As Murtagh is in to Leach with these 3 slips, he gets a short ball which hits in the air to where a short leg ought to be and isn't, and he gets away with it as Niall O'Brien joins me. Hello, Niall.
Good morning. How are you? How's everyone?
I'm boiling hot. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it.
I love this window being open. It's fantastic.
But you know, it sort of counteracts the air conditioning because there's this great furnace of hot air that comes pouring in through the window. It's much cooler at the back of the box than it is in front of the open window. Well, I like it. There's a nice gentle zephyr, but a hot zephyr. It's a bit like opening an oven. We did a game at Sydney a year and a half ago, and it was the hottest day in Sydney since 1938.
Sweltering.
47 degrees. And that was so bad that the air conditioning unit we had pumped out more heat than it stopped. I think we had a fan as well. Nothing was working. Murtagh into Leach, who plays and misses at a ball outside the off stump. There were brief moments of hope and expectation for the Irish slips, but it did not touch the bat. It goes through to the keeper, Andrew.
The walk halfway around the ground to get to lunch wasn't much fun in that match either. But
no, it wasn't.
Back to the county openers. So you're saying Rory Burns 42.6 first-class career average. That is the highest of a currently available opening batsman for England, because Alistair Cook averages 47.
Yep.
Next best first-class cricket is Nick Brown, 41.1
of Essex.
Of Essex.
Another left-hander, solid, doughty left-hander.
I was just thinking Nick Brown, because 2 years ago he got so many runs, I think 2 seasons ago, churning out double hundreds, and then he just fell away a little bit.
Yes, consistency has been an issue as well, hasn't it, for England qualified openers, as Murtagh is in again, and that's cut at, but goes straight to the fielder at point, and there's no run. 21 without loss.
Just having a look at this slip cordon. Wilson behind the stumps, Paul Sterling at first slip, Balbirnie at second is very close and very narrow, Adair third. I cannot see the ball going to first slip here off the left-hander from Murtagh.
You think it's either going to go to the keeper or the second slip?
Second slip are going to have to come across. I think Paul Stirling needs to come up closer and the slips can go a little bit wider. Looks very narrow.
It does, doesn't it, actually? You point that out. Murtagh's in. That's defended by Leach. Full ball on the off stump. Played up to mid-off. There's no run. Well, they're very, very intimate, aren't they?
I just can't... I just... Unless there's a big flash and it flies through to Paul Stirling, I just cannot see how a little push edge is going to carry to Paul slip, because Wilson's going to have to dive across, and Balbirnie, if it's low to the right, he'll have to dive. So I think they've got that coordinate slightly wrong for the left-hander from Murtagh. I'm not saying for both ends.
Leach has been mostly in a defensive mode today, as you would expect. Murtagh's into him again, and he defends again on the front foot. Up to mid-off, there's no run.
Would it be harsh of me to say that Leach...
21 without loss. Yeah.
Would it be harsh for me to say Leach, at the moment, looks a better batsman than Burns?
Well, it would be harsh, yes, but I think I know what you mean. His technique's looking rather solid, isn't it?
He looks very accomplished. 13.
Yeah.
Burns is scratching around for 6. He scratched around the first innings for 5, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
So, Leach is doing a good job. He might be auditioning. If he walks up at lunch after 38 no, he might just say to the captain, you know what, I'll solve your problems opening the batting skip.
Well, we've been sort of wondering about that, actually, because it is a perennial issue. I think one of the problems that has crept into cricket is that the virtues that are in a good opening batsman are not immediately attractive to spectator or selector alike, perhaps. So, taking Nick Brown as an example, there's something kind of solid, unflashy, unremarkable. No one goes to Chelmsford to think, settle down, watch a nice 43 not out by lunch from Nick Brown. But that's what you want an opening batsman to do, isn't it? On the first day of a match, if you win the toss, take the shine off the ball. And comes Adair again, and Burns flirts with a ball outside the off stump before deciding to leave it alone. It's a bit short and wide. There's no run. And I just wonder if, picking Jason Roy to open the batting, which is an attractive move, potentially. You can sort of see why. But really, don't England need to go back to the first principles? What do you want an opening batsman to do? Who's been the most successful opening batsman for England? It's Alistair Cook. Before that, Andrew Strauss. Trescothick.
Or left-handers.
Yeah, left-handers. Well, there's Jack Leach for you. Here's Adair into Burns, who plays away from his body the short ball, guides it to point. There's no run.
That shot there from Burns is going to get himself in a lot of trouble in the Ashes. It's that back of a length ball just going away from him ever so slightly, and it's just hands. It's all hands away from the body. You think Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, that's an extra 5-6 miles an hour. Extra bit of pace, that ball's going to fly to the slip, fly to the gully.
It is how you see him out in county cricket quite a lot, actually, playing exactly that shot and the cut. And again is Adair defending his Burns up to mid-on. There's no run. Often gets out there. He got out. Even variations of that shot. He was on the verge of 100 against Yorkshire at Scarborough last year, I think, during the heat wave. And he got out caught at deep point. So sometimes it's caught at gully, sometimes caught at third slip, sometimes deep point.
It's
gradations.
Yeah. Nick Brown. I think Nick Brown's a good cricketer. I think if he had a wonderful season. It's probably 3 seasons ago. Maybe the following season wasn't quite so good, but he's the kind of player I wouldn't mind having open the bat. I like Jason Roy, because if Jason Roy has a good 2 hours, he could be 70 not out at lunch.
Yes, indeed. As Adair is in around the wicket to Burns. Burns defends. Full ball back to the bowler. There's no run. England are very much digging in after the shock of being bowled out for 85 yesterday. You sense that there is a resolution in this pair not to allow such madness to be repeated on the following day, but they might be assisted slightly by the conditions. The pitch has got a little bit browner. It's not nibbling quite as much.
Still enough there.
Yeah.
There's enough there for the bowlers to keep persevering that good full line of length, a little bit of nibble either way. Adair back over the wicket now.
From the pavilion end into Burns. And Burns defends another full ball, but he's not quite going to beat mid-off. He nearly did. As a result, there's no run again. Andrew Sampson
Yeah, Nick Brown between 2014 and 2017 averaged comfortably in the 40s and even in the 50s by season. But last season only 24 and 33 this season.
He came into the team quite late, didn't he? I mean, he's not a young man, Nick Brown. As I recall, he came into first-class cricket. Did he come in, go out, come back in again? I think the story is something of that sort. As Adair is into Burns, and Burns beaten outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. The end of another testing over, and England are 21 without loss. Adair has bowled 5 overs, none for 7. Leach has 13, Burns has 6, and England are going along comfortably enough at the moment. But there's the odd false shot, and they're being tested outside the off stump.
Trailing by 101. How many Ireland are comfortable chasing? Deep down in the
Go on, then.
in the green heart of heart,
Yeah.
I would say anything over 175, 180, they'll be a bit worried.
Okay.
Anything under 180, I think they'll say, right, we need one guy to have a good day out, one guy to get 70 or 80, and we'll just bat around you. It won't be an easy chase. It might be nervy. I think if you start getting into the 180s, 200s on an up and down pitch with a little bit of nibble either way, it might be tricky.
And who knows, spin may come into it as well at some point, because the heat is stifling that pitch. If a pitch is going to get dry and cracky, then it's going to be over the course of these few days. Although I heard a terrible rumour while I was getting a coffee downstairs that there's a 40% chance of a thundery shower later. What's all this? Is this true?
It's not planned for.
No. Boyd Rankins into the attack, replacing Tim Murtagh from the nursery end. He's going to come round the wicket to Leach, and he greets him with a bouncer. Now we have an extraordinary and lovely field, which I'll attempt to describe. 2 slips, gully, a point, and that bit's fairly conventional. Then we've got the forward short leg, a leg gully, and almost in the same line, a fine leg really, as opposed to a long leg. So this suggests to me that Boyd Rankin is going to use his height to try to bounce out Jack Leach. I think they've got frustrated enough by this upstart at number 10 coming out and batting for so long. Rankin in, short, cut away, down to the boundary for 4. Too much width. Leach latched onto it. And he moves to 17, 25 without loss.
Good stroke. Telegraph from Rankin. Back of a length. Leach hangs back, hangs leg side. Puts it away with real ease. Lovely left-handed stroke that. Meat and drink, bread and butter. Easy as you like.
It's a terrific shot, but, you know, as you say, he's hanging to leg because he's got a forward short leg and he's got a leg gully. Yes, Andrew Sampson.
Terrific shot that also takes him to his highest test score, tossing the 16 he got in Christchurch last year.
How many matches has he played now?
This is his 5th test.
5th, okay.
Well, back in the days of Mr. Tufnell here beside me, even in my playing days, highest score you had to get a round of drinks. And London is an expensive place.
So if you got your highest score,
you had to buy a round of drinks, or your best bowling figures, your round of drinks.
So
17, he needs to go on and get a big one here, because you don't want to get 7 in. Next game you get 18. Your match fee's gone before you know it.
Now you see, this is why R.E. Tip Foster did exactly the right thing, didn't he? Because he scored 287 on debut, as I recall,
That's the way
against
to do
Australia at Sydney. Is it Sydney? It feels like Sydney. And once you get that 287, you're unlikely to have to do it again. That's quite neat. The worst thing to do, because who was the chap? I'm going to ask Andrew Sampson this. As Boyd Rankin's in again, and again a cut into the offside, but with no timing. But pick up a single, Will Leach, off that short ball, moves to 18, 26 without loss. It was quite recent when we were talking about somebody who kept on increasing his highest score. He kept on going up. Poor fella started with, he sort of got 2 and then 7, then 14 and 23. And who was it?
Well, the guy who holds the record for improving their best score most often in Test cricket is Virat Kohli. It's about 14 times now.
Oh, he's the Sergei.
But he can afford the drinks, can't he?
Yeah, he's okay.
He's the Sergei Bubka of cricket, because Sergei Bubka was forever doing that, wasn't he? He was forever increasing the pole vault record by 1 centimetre. And getting handsomely paid for it's a new world record. So Bubka goes, just try 1 more centimetre. Rankin into Burns, and he's edged that through the keeper and gone. first wicket of the day. It's hanging out there outside the off stump. He didn't need to play at it. He's pushed forward and he's got a thin edge, but you can hear it from up here. He's gone through to the keeper, Wilson. Rankin has broken through. England lose their first wicket, and it's not the night watchman, Leach. It's Rory Burns who departs for 6.
Well, you say he didn't need to play at it. He played at it because he doesn't know where his off stump is. His balance is wrong. His footwork is wrong. His technique is wrong at Test match level. He's pushing at a ball again on 6 stump. Feather through to Wilson. Good bowling from Rankin. Pitched it up. Drew the bat in. Burns' torrid time at Test cricket continues.
Right. Well, with that, more thoughts from you, Niall O'Brien, I think, because Isha Guha resplendent in shorts. So it's that kind of a day. Isha Guha's wearing shorts. Everyone's wearing shorts apart from you, me and Andrew Sampson. And then it will be Isha.
Well, big wicket on the verge of drinks. Boyd Rankin new into the attack. Invites Burns in, just pushes ever so slightly. A lovely edge, lovely nick. We could hear it up here. Nothing you like more as a keeper, just a little feather through. Gary Wilson does the rest, and that was the wicket Ireland needed.
Yeah, huge wicket. And Jack Leach has outlasted Rory Burns. I was just watching him from downstairs, and he gets into such an interesting position, doesn't he, with his head coming forwards, the left-hander, Rory Burns, the opener for England, and his bat is like wafting behind him, and you sort of wonder how he manages to get into the right position. But then you look at guys like Steve Smith and various different players around the world who have those interesting techniques, and they still manage to find bat to ball. Unfortunately on this occasion he doesn't. England 26 for 1. They're still trailing by 96, Niall.
Yeah, well, listen, I suppose Alex Stewart and Rory Burns is mentally very strong, and he must use all that mental strength now because he's under a lot of scrutiny. He's failed twice in this game in a very similar fashion, pushing at a full delivery that he didn't need to play at. 5th, 6th stump. He got, as an opening batsman, we've got some of the best around the commentary boxes on offer in Alistair Cook as well. You've got to know where your off stump is. Leave that channel, leave. And Rory Burns just cannot leave because he doesn't know where his off stump is. A little feather through, and Jason Roy is the new man. This is going to be exciting. I think Jason Roy will play his normal, aggressive way, which in turn will open up opportunities for Ireland, but it should give good entertainment to the strong crowd here again.
Jason Roy, who was out for 5 in the first innings. A lot of people will be looking at how he plays in this particular one with pressure on England. The advice given to him has been to just play his natural way and to look to be aggressive, as he so often is. I mean, we watched him against Mitchell Starc in the semi-final of the World Cup, and, you know, he gave himself a chance. It was a couple of overs. He was looking solid in defence before he started getting that ball away and imposing himself on the Australians. And I think that's what excites the England Test team at the moment, is the fact that he can impose himself against a side like Australia. But from his point of view, he'll definitely want to score runs. It's just a question of how he goes about doing it. He's got Boyd Rankin first up, tall, fast bowler, who's just giving the ball a bit of a shine on his right thigh from the nursery end. He looks down the wicket and assesses his prey. Jason Roy just giving himself a bit of time. Wearing a long-sleeved shirt on a very hot day.
Often does. One-day cricket, Jason Roy always wears a long-sleeved shirt. I think he needs to play his natural game. Jason Roy in Test cricket could be like Australia's David Warner. Attacking batsman, take the attack to the bowler, put his side on the front foot early.
Well, here he is facing his first ball in England's second innings. Rankin bowls down the leg side. So he's got 2 slips and a gully in play. It's a point. There's an extra cover, no mid-off, mid-on, short leg, and 2 men back on the leg side, deep square and fine leg. Bit of an anti-climax, that delivery.
On down leg. David Warner didn't play much first-class cricket. Andrew might be able to help me out before his Test debut, and he has had a pretty successful career to date.
Roy still in the crease. Struck on the pad, but maybe too high. As the appeal goes up from behind the stumps, he now just wanders down to his partner, Jack Leach, at the end of the over. It's 26 for 1, so quite a clear decision, that one, an easy decision. He gets an extra bit of bounce to Boyd Rankin. It sort of pitches on around middle and off, and Bit of movement up the slope, actually. Hitting him in front of leg stump, but probably a bit too high and maybe even going down leg as well. So 26 for 1 here are England. Andrew?
Yeah, David Warner obviously made his international debut for Australia before he played first-class cricket.
Oh, wow.
Played a T20 with them, and he'd only played 11 first-class games by his test debut, although he was averaging 60 with 300s and 350s in that time.
Okay, so he had a bit of pedigree. And Jason Roy has a good first-class record to date as well. Generally batting at number 4 or 5 for Surrey, but I think Jason Roy's got the credentials. I think international cricket, it's about how you handle the stage, and he's handled it very well in T20 and ODI cricket. So I've got no doubt that he'll find his way in international cricket.
He scored a century at number 3, didn't he, at the end of last season in the Championship for Surrey. As a warm breeze just filters through the commentary box here, Niall. I notice you're wearing your suit.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, we've got some aircon in here, so that keeps us very cool. I've gone with a much better option today, I have to say. After that build-up, I knew that I had to wear something that was definitely not going to be uncomfortable.
You never fail to impress with your wardrobe attire, I must say.
Jack Leach sets up. He's on 18. Adair bowling around the wicket. He drives past extra cover. It's rolling down the slope towards the pavilion, and it now goes into the boundary. A lovely shot from Leach. He's moved to 22 from 40 deliveries and proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side for Ireland.
He's played well. He's shaped up well. Balance is good. He gets his body weight into the ball. That was a lovely stroke. Long half volley from Adair. Put away fairly easily, but he's looked good, I must say. He looks like he's got a good temperament. Jack Leach presents a full face of the bat. When he's been given a bad ball, he's put it away.
Taps the bat down now ferociously before he sets up, bat high. Adair around the wicket again, forward in defence. The intent to push and try and go for a single, but he says no in the end. It's 3 slips in a gully for him. And Adair, lovely blue skies here at the home of cricket. MCC flag waving over to our left on top of the mound stand, and over to our right plenty of people have filtered in, lots of different colours that we're seeing in the grandstand of t-shirts and shorts. Adair past the umpire, he bowls. Leach drives again. This time don't think he's got the timing that he did when he hit the 4, as that will be pulled up inside the boundary. He'll come back for 3 though, as he moves to 25. England now 33 for 1 and trailing by 89.
Yeah, nice shot. William Porterfield for a decade was that backward point, now finding himself as the years tick on at mid-off. Not as sprightly as he once was. William Porterfield had a lot of issues with his knees. Mark Adair maybe 1 over too many here for the man from Belfast, but it's Jason Roy on strike. He had Jason Roy LBW yesterday morning, but for a no ball, so
yeah,
full on straight again might be the key. Maybe just nip it down the slope.
Jason Roy just wiping away from some dirt from the crease. He's now just doing a bit of gardening before he looks over to the leg side. There's a square leg in front of the umpire, fine leg and a mid-on the offside. 3 slips in a gully. There's a point and a mid-off as Adair comes running in. He bowls. Roy slaps him straight back past the bowler, and it's heading on out to the pavilion and will find the boundary. So Jason Roy off the mark with a 4. 37 for 1 now, England trailing by 85.
Yeah, good shot. Long half volley again, but Roy was straight on it. He wanted a piece of Murley Doors. A little bit of shape away, didn't quite get it out of the middle, but Jason Roy committed to the stroke. That's a feel-good factor. Down the ground. Poor old William Porterfield. He's chased 3 to the boundary this over in 38 degrees. He'll be blowing the old boy.
Yeah, it is very, very hot out there. Searing heat that these players are having to deal with. Change of the field then, 2 slips now, and that 3rd slip's going to gully, point round, and an extra fielder on the offside at extra cover.
Did you notice the ball struck through mid-off where Tim Murtaugh's patrolling, and Tim Murtaugh just watched it go past him as if the captain, I've got a ball all day for you here, Skip, so you might chase that one for me.
Put me down to fine leg. As Adair just has a word with the captain, is now setting off, running towards us. Roy, bat stump high, drives again, inside edge, goes past the bowler to mid-on, but a flashing drive there. It doesn't get the shape that he wants. He's just rehearsing the cover drive slightly squarer. And, well, it's what we expected.
Very
from
expansive,
Jason Roy, isn't it?
Very expansive on the up. And Gary Wilson, good friend of Jason Roy and long-time teammate at Surrey, just had a few little words.
What would he be saying to him right now, do you think?
What
would you be
more
saying?
More polite
as
than
a
what
kid?
I'd be saying, I tell you.
As Adair bowls, Roy drives, and that is a glorious, exquisite drive. It goes in between mid-off and extra cover. It finds the boundary, it rolls on into the boundary in front of the Warner stand. He picks up another 4, and Jason Roy is well on his way. He moves to 8.
Well, that's the shot of the day. Brilliant technique, timing, precision, absolutely beautiful. That's what Jason Roy brings to the table. We watched Rory Burns scratch around for the best part of an hour. Roy's out, he's firing already. Really, really wonderful to see.
It's very minimal movement looking at the replay, just back and across. And a smile on his face as well as he punches gloves with Jack Leach at the end of the over. So Jack Leach back on strike with his glasses on. Not many batsmen that wear glasses when they're batting. The left-hander. Leach is on 25. It's England are 41 for 1. So the night watchman has worked out as Niall O'Brien steps out, and in comes Alistair Cook. Boyd Rankin continues from the nursery end. Bowls full, driven by Leach to a vacant mid-on region, and it's trickling into the boundary. It is a valiant effort by William Porterfield, who dives to try and stop it, but unfortunately for him, it goes for 4. So England now move to 45 for 1, trailing by 77.
He looked like he was going to catch that up, didn't he, the whole way, and he just kept teasing and teasing him. He's had about 4 runs out of the last 5 balls, all down to the boundary. And Jack Leach just played really well, actually, didn't he? It's amazing what position you bat in kind of determines how you play.
Yeah.
He's kind of thinking he's an opener now, so he's playing like an opener. He comes in number 11, he bats like a number 11. He's played really, really well.
There's a short leg and a leg gully for Rankin bowling around the wicket. Leach drives through a vacant cover region, and this will also make its way to the boundary all along the floor. It now gets there in front of the crowd in the grandstand. Leach moves to 33 for 44 deliveries. He's seriously entertaining the English fans. 49 for 1 England now, trailing by 73.
Cracking shot. Through extra cover, Boyd Rankin around the wicket, bowls a full ball, and he plays a shot which any left-hander will be proud of here at Lord's, crashing through the offside as Tim Murtagh had to go and didn't even bother really running to go and get that. He strolled to go and get it. And he is now, I think, with the umpire, having a little word about the ball.
23 of the last 8 balls.
There you go. Incredible stuff, isn't it? You think about yesterday, 20 wickets that fell in the day. The last time that happened on a day one of a test match in England was 1912 at the Oval. Simply sensational. And now we see runs today.
I mean, it does look a good pitch to bat on, doesn't it, now? Like the shots which are being played. I think even, we'll go back to yesterday, the first 2 hours, I know that was all in England's innings, but the first hour and a half, it did nip around a little bit. And there was a shot by Ollie Stone to me, who, I don't think you mind me saying he's, again, not a top order player, but he played an on-drive. And I think if anyone can play an on-drive on a wicket, I mean, it's turned out to be a good wicket, and he dried very quickly. And so now the umpires are looking at that device, the hoop device, which if it doesn't go through, they get to change the ball. And that one quite clearly, well, I was going to say it doesn't go through, but now they're kind of put it in a different way, and it has gone through.
Yeah. So it's Alim Dar with the ball in his hands, just checking it through. And I think they're confident that they can continue with that ball. Boyd Rankin now with it in his hands. He's just licking his fingers and giving it a bit of a shine. There was a chat between the Brains Trust, William Porterfield, Tim Murtagh and Boyd Rankin all at once, because England have asserted themselves in this morning session. Rory Burns out a little bit earlier, but Jack Leach going nicely on 33, and Roy has come out with a bang. 2 boundaries already, 8 off 5 deliveries. So the left-handed Leach sets up once more. He's got an arm guard on, 2 slips and a gully. There's a short leg and a leg gully. Is the tall Rankin bowls around the wicket on the back foot and defending his Leach. The speed of 83 miles an hour. He's got a left wristband on. Just to wipe away any sweat, because it is a very hot day here at the home of cricket. It's about 38 degrees. And I was just trying to explain to Niall O'Brien, I went with an easier option today. Alistair, I made sure I got the shorts in, the little jumpsuit, as Rankin bowls to Leach, who's turning that off his hips out to the deep square boundary. There is no one out there. This will also travel for 4 because it goes down the slope. And Leach is having a great time out there. 37 to his name, 53 for 1 now. England's 50 comes up. They trail by 69.
Yeah, a great shot by Jack Leach. A back of a length ball, fairly straight, probably going over middle stump. And Jack Leach with the short leg and the leg gully in place, has just clipped it along the ground. No chance of a catch or anything, and that's just raced down the hill. There's no point chasing that. And there could be a lot of runs scored today, actually, with this heat as well. These guys in their third spell, it's going to take them out physically.
Rankin, arms pumping, bowls again, short of a length, goes through to the keeper as Leach just brings his bat in and leaves it on his toes.
I wouldn't be surprised if Murtagh comes back pretty quickly now, because I think the threat of Jason Roy getting going, that lead, England only trail by 69 now, and if Jason Roy gets going on this wicket today, he could cause some serious damage quickly and take this game out of Ireland's reach, as we keep saying, how the threat of that. And I wonder whether he might come from the pavilion end straight away.
Leach back and across to Rankin, pushes on the back foot to the offside. They come through for a quick single as Leach moves to 38, and that is the end of the over, a deficit of 68. 54 for 1 England. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, online and via the BBC Sounds app, but Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Bright sunshine out there, not a cloud in the sky. There's a couple of clouds, and the MCC flag hovering above the ground stand. Just a light breeze as we just feel the warmth coming through the commentary box once more. The Red Brick Pavilion in all its glory stands firm on the other side of the ground as the drinks come on to Jason Roy and Jack Leach. Jack Leach wearing a pink headband as he just places the helmet back on his head. A few more words from you, Alistair, and then it'll be Michael McMee.
Pink or red? I was going to go for a red headband. He wore one of those bandanas underneath his helmet. He hasn't got too much on the top of his head to stop the sweat, I suppose, pouring down his eyes. But maybe he just thinks, I'm opening the batting, I need to put all the accessories on as a opening batter might do in these conditions. But he's played really well for his 38.
Good morning, Alistair. Good morning, everyone. Bit of a different morning from this time 24 hours ago. It was all starting to happen.
Well, I was listening to you and Niall getting very excited in your commentary stint.
Surreal, unreal. It's going to be a different day today by the looks of things. Opening hour, England scored 54. They've lost Rory Burns, and Tim Murtagh is back at the pavilion end, and it's flicked away behind leg, fielded by the man at square leg at the second opportunity. And Leach at the moment is having to stay on 38 not out. Not a bad inning so far for a man who started this test match with an average of just over 9. Top score for England so far.
What's his? I mean, you might have spoken about it already. Is his highest first-class score? Is it? Have we? I definitely think he's got a 50. There's a picture of him at Taunton celebrating 100. So I think it's a second team 100 he's got. So
here's Murtagh in 2 slips and a gully, forced away on the onside. Lovely shot by Leach. It's a chase for the big man. They've got another 2 runs. Leach moves on to 40. 56 for 1.
I'm definitely think he's definitely got some 50s.
Got 2 first-class 50s, best of 66, averaging just under 11.
He will fancy his first ever Test match 50 this morning.
10 more to get. The only danger it is here is that because he's now starting to score, he can play every shot in the book. And actually, he's played really controlledly so far. He might just get, I think he's a bit better and go from 2nd gear to 5th gear straight away.
That's left alone by Leach, taken by Wilson. The ball outside the off stump. Stands away to our left, the Tavern stand, the Mount stand, in shadow. Those in the grandstand are basking for the most part in the front rows of the grandstand. Sun cream hats needed It's going to stay hot right through the evening here in London. Can't say it's weather I've been used to in Belfast over the last 20 years. And here comes Tim Murtagh, looking for his first wicket of the second innings. Just a late leave alone by Leach, and through to the keeper. And it's going to be a case Ireland are going to have to husband their resources. We are going to see a spin of Andy McBride and possibly Paul Stirling as well. Stuart Thompson's going to have a role to play, and possibly Kevin O'Brien as well.
I think also there's normally a night Washburn just hangs around and doesn't score, and actually sometimes that works in the opposition's favour. Like Ireland's favour, you could build a lot of dots and that lead doesn't come down. But Jack Leach has got 40 or 52 balls. He's managing to score as well.
Bat raised. Murtagh's in, flashing cut, and easily stopped by the man at point, who's James McCullum, who took a very tidy catch at short leg yesterday in the opening innings, and that saw the departure of Sam Curran of the bowling of Rankin. Curran had a little cameo towards the end of England's 85 all-out, which a quarter were contributed by the man we expect to come in next, Joe Denley. And at the moment, Jack Leach is thinking about staying in and getting as many bonus runs as he can. Night watchman, and it's another play and miss. Lovely by Murtagh, moving the ball down the hill. And to be fair to Leach, he's played and missed a fair few times this morning. He's got away with it. End of the over. And no wickets for 15. Tim Murtagh off his 6 so far. Leach is on 40, Roy's on 8. England 56 for 1. And the Irish lead is 66 at the moment.
That single off the last ball of Rankin's over, actually, I think scuppered a bit of Ireland's plans there, because they were desperate for Murtagh to bowl at Roy. That first, he's just coming in, only faced 5 balls. It might be on 8 runs, but Ireland's best bowler bowling at England's danger man, who can score very quickly. They want to get him early, and I think again that's another over into Tim Murtagh's legs. Another over who was slightly slower. The ball gets slightly softer. Now it's only a tiny little thing, but Jack Leach is not protecting Jason Roy. Of course he's not, but actually the longer he stays out there, the longer he keeps on going, it's going to make Johnny Bairstow's job, Joe Root's job down the order a lot easier. And I do think actually the last session, if England have got wickets in hand, I think Ireland are going to struggle England scoring. I think they're going to score quite quickly.
1 wicket so far to fall this morning. Rory Burns edging to wicketkeeper Gary Wilson off the bowling of Rankin for 6. And here is Rankin, all 6'7", 6'8" of him, from the pavilion end. 2 slips, gully point. Short extra cover. Mid off, mid on. Man on the mid wicket boundary and one on the fine leg boundary. Here is Rankin bowling over the wicket. Strangled appeal against Jason Roy. Nothing doing, says umpire Pele Guriga. Standing tall in his white sun hat. Good day for sun hats. Good day for hats of all kinds.
But you're going to have a hat on you. In those lower seats in the grandstand, bearing the full brunt of the sun today for that first bit now, must be incredibly hot down there.
Here's Rankin. Edged, not in control of that shot, Jason Roy at all. Third slip, might have gobbled that up. It's gone to the boundary. And Jason Roy has got away with that one. A minor victory for Boyd Rankin, but 4 runs to the total. England 60 for 1.
The ball before that, he actually played that really. He tried to play that really straight. The ball before, defensive shot, slight inside edge, half staff appeal. And actually yesterday he tried to work that to leg side. Remember that one he was LBW to, but was off a no ball. And I thought, well, that's better. He's like really lining up straight, like he did at Mitchell Stark in the semi-final, hitting, defending straight. And I don't, then he's taken a couple of steps to try and knock it to the easy single into square leg. I don't think he needs to do that. He just keep on showing, the full face of that. Keep coming towards us down at this end. He's back in the pavilion end. Keep hitting the ball back where it comes from.
A week away from the start of the Ashes. That's down the leg side and played off his pads by Roy. Gary Wilson throws off the wicket-keeping gloves and fields himself. They've come through for a single. Jack Leach is back on strike, but still, with Edgbaston a week away, those question marks are still hovering over the English top 3.
Yeah, I think whatever happened in this game, the question marks will always, at the moment, are going to hang around top 3 because of the inexperience in there. There's, a handful of caps amongst them, so it is almost, irrelevant if they all scored runs. Everyone will be saying, "Oh, it was only against Ireland. Let's see what they do against Australia. So there's always going to be that question mark. It's one innings or one game that won't change that. But I did say, like, actually before the day's play, actually that kind of argument about Ireland has now been taken away. As they score runs today under the pressure of being behind in a game they were expected to win at the beginning, actually it'll be, no one can say that to them. Actually it'll be a really good runs. And
well, I suppose that's one of the reasons for Ireland's continued existence. They want to stop people saying it's only Ireland. Rankin round the wicket. It's down the leg side off the pads of Jack Leach. Long discussion with his captain, William Porterfield, who's at mid-on.
Yeah, I don't mean that disrespectfully at all to Ireland, but in terms of, if all three of them have scored runs in this game, the questions are still going to be there.
Absolutely.
Leading into the first Test match against Australia. Unfortunately, the only way of ever stopping those questions will be a number of runs for a few games in a row.
It's a stats game indeed. Here's Rankin round the wicket to Leach. Back, he missed that, and well taken by Wilson. Leach went back, missed it completely, and Wilson had to take it low, an inch off the ground. Watching the replay. Cut him up completely. A couple of inches over the top of middle stump. And Jack Leach got away with that one.
It's nipped quite a long way down the slope, actually. A back of length ball, and Gary Wilson could take one-handed to his right, and obviously as with the angle of around the wicket, it keeps on going away from the keeper.
Rankin's in, and that's down the leg side and taken by Gary Wilson. End of the over, 22 runs conceded by Rankin for the one wicket. And Mitch from Walthamstow has questions for Andrew Sampson. Do you know Mitch from Walthamstow at all? He's not one of your gang, is he, Andrew?
No, I don't know him at all, Mitch.
I know I'm getting a long way ahead of myself, but what's the highest Test score by a night watchman? And B, has a night watchman ever top scored in a Test innings?
I might have a go at that one.
Yep.
I don't know the exact score, but I'm pretty sure Jason Gillespie got a double 100 against Bangladesh. Did he get exactly 200 before they declared?
He got 201.
201, of course.
He was very proud of the extra one because it was one more than Steve Waugh's highest Test score.
And he always signs, doesn't he, Jason Gillespie 201 at the bottom of it. So I should have known that. By an Englishman?
By an Englishman. Tudor, 99. Not out.
You're in the wrong seat, Alistair. You should be over there.
There you go, Mitch. I can go home now.
61 for one. Murtagh from the pavilion end. Defensive shot offered by Jason Roy pushes that up to mid-on.
You'll see I'll be very quiet when there's a stat I don't know. So which is about 95% of them. But that one I knew, so I piped up confidently.
I signed myself Michael McNamee 27 for the same reason. Damn good 27.
Against?
Might have been somebody on tour in the Cotswolds many years ago. we used to go tour to Lechlade.
Okay.
And play 4 games there, and I think I went on about 6 tours, and we had 1 game rained off. If you had a similar sort of length tours in Ireland, you'd maybe play 1 day out of 4. And a dancing run down the track by Jason Roy, not quite sure what he was doing, missed it completely. Attempted run out by Gary Wilson. He hit the stumps, but Roy was back in his crease. That was dramatic stuff.
I think Jason Roy here, for me, I know it's easier said than done with the emotion away from here, but really trust that he can play Tim Murtagh just by watching the ball, and he's going to target, he's going to play straight. We need him to play straight towards mid-on constantly here. Tim Murtagh's going to come try and run the ball into his pads down the slope here at the pavilion, and trust himself that he's good enough. Don't need to knock him off his line and length today, this first session. He will catch up so quickly with the run scored. Trust himself to be able to defend nicely for this 10-15 minutes at this spell of the game, where Murtagh's only going to have 2 or 3 overs here because he can't bowl forever in this heat.
It was almost a walking stroke as he came down the pitch. And it's a more confident drive towards the bowler that's half stopped by Murtagh himself. Roy's in 12, Leach is in 40.
Yeah, just keep trusting yourself, keep trusting his ability. Obviously, he knows he can play one-day cricket. The stats suggest that, and everyone around the world knows he can do it. And obviously here, where he's not uncertain about his game, but probably less uncertain about his method of how to go about it. And to me, I'll be telling him, if I was at the non-strikers end, really trusting himself here. Trust yourself that you're good enough to keep this guy out.
And here is Murtagh, 5 for 15 yesterday, beats him outside the off stump. Beautiful delivery.
Yeah, and there's going to be a ball which is just too good for you. That's just nipped up the slope. Fair play to Tim Murtagh, which is, with the red ball. But then, can you put that out in your mind? Can you just scratch your guard or do whatever you do now if Jack Leach comes down to offer some advice? But can you put that in mind and now just play, trust again, go back to that method, which I think is in there somewhere.
That's equivalent of you advising Andrew Sampson on his stats. Leach is offering Roy a word of advice. Here's Murtagh from the pavilion on the stumps, flicked up towards mid-on by Roy, where it's fielded by Andy McBride.
A crucial stage of the game here, isn't it? I think with Murtagh into his 7th over, 6th over today, because he bowled that one last night. Can England get through these little phases of Test cricket? That's what Test cricket, the beauty of Test cricket, those little phases which I don't think you get in one-day cricket. They seem insignificant, but they are crucial. England get through this little spell. Jason Roy gets through Tim Murtagh. Then England will be able to push it on and try and take that lead down, which is 61 down, less and less.
Roy wheeling as Murtagh's in. Is it in the air, but a lovely cover drive, and that's 4 runs for Jason Roy. Headed on the up, never going to be stopped. Found the gap, and that'll just settle those few nerves from the plays and misses. And Jason Roy has moved on to 16.
Yeah, a little bit uppish, but it was a good length ball from Murtagh. He doesn't really miss length, but you're seeing what Jason Roy can do there with the attacking intent he's got. But to me, he wasn't premeditating that shot. He wasn't trying to walk down the wicket to do anything special. He just saw the ball and he allowed his talent to get his use his talent to hit that for 4. Not many people could hit that back. It's almost the back of a length ball. Tim Murtagh obviously won't mind that. He's too much.
65 for 1. Jack Leach is on strike now. As Boyd Rankin will continue from the nursery end. Short leg is still there. 2 slips and a gully and a point as Rankin is in round the wicket. Lovely shot driven by Jack Leach. They're going to get 2. Might well come back for 3 if they want it. Well, no. Decent piece of fielding by Stuart Thompson, possibly the best outfielder that Ireland have. It's down to 2 and Leach moves on to the Douglas Adams score of 42. England 67.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of these cover drives from Jack Leach. I didn't know
He's a man whose confidence has increased over the last hour and a quarter in dramatic fashion.
Yeah, he didn't. It's like a drive, didn't get on the front foot, played it from the crease, hit through the line of the ball. A bit of a plinky shot in the end. I thought he timed it a bit better. Crudded his way for 2.
A little bit of a shuffle in front of his stumps by Leach, plays that defensively. It's fielded by the skipper.
Do you think we might see spin soon? The left-hander? The off-spinner against the left-hander?
There's a possibility. Thompson's another possibility. Kevin O'Brien doesn't tend to bowl as much as he used to. But in these conditions, there's only so many times you can keep going back to the well of the same figures. Rankin, that's a wild delivery down the leg side. Good diving stop by Gary Wilson.
Yeah, and we're saying that after only an hour and 15.
Tell me this, in 76, were there as many water breaks, England, West Indies? This is a modern affectation.
You changed. You jumped. I was talking about an after hour and 15. You suddenly jumped to me about drinks break.
I'm just thinking, I mean, you used to only drink water when you were thirsty.
I think it's quite hot out there, though. We are sitting in the air conditioning with the window up and window open as well, and it's very pleasant.
I just about remember 76 as a kid. Beating him, Rankin outside the off stump. Another play and missed by Leach. But it's not going to say that if he reaches his 50. Won't say how many times he's played and missed. I wonder what Niall O'Brien is thinking, a man who's vehemently opposed to night watchmen of all shapes and varieties. And here is Jack Leach heading towards his maiden Test half-century.
But he told me he never, ever had a night watchman.
Well, he can say that. You're not going to suddenly produce stats that reveal that he actually has. Whoa. Little cunning glance to Mr. Sampson on my left.
I was going to say, come on,
We'll get his thoughts after this delivery from Rankin, or perhaps the end of the over. Rankin is in round the wicket and well left by Leach.
I think I may have a little look at that.
It would be brilliant, wouldn't it? It would be brilliant if he had one night watchman somewhere, but he was adamant he never had a night watchman.
I'd say Niall O'Brien can't handle the truth. We shall find out. No quiz question, 2 taxing for Mr. S on my left. Last ball of Rankin's 4th over, 1 for 24 so far. Will Leach continue to keep things out? Another one drifting down the leg side. Too many down the leg side from Boyd Rankin. End of the over. Jack Leach 42, Jason Roy 16, and England are 67 for 1.
Yeah, I think actually Boyd Rankin has bowled pretty well actually from this end. I know he's got 4 overs for 24, so a little bit expensive, but he's challenged a good length. He's made Jack Leach play and miss quite a bit. Actually, a couple of balls have nipped up the slope. Actually, he's bashed away pretty well there. Actually, I think his figures probably don't think he deserves to have gone for 24. There's still more to go, and keep going back to a phase of Test cricket. This is this little phase which Jason Roy would love to get through.
Alistair, I'm going to see if you've left any pork pies in the box. The Irish lead is 55. Further thoughts from Alistair, and Jonathan Agnew will take over.
I certainly did leave some. I think I just gave what Aga said, help yourself, to some pork pies, and I took just 2.
You're a
Very
thief.
nice.
You're a thief. You stole my car parking space at Trent Bridge and my pies yesterday. 67 for 1. Sweltering day. But, England is making a better fist of things at the moment. But Ireland by no means out of it. The lead's still 55.
Well, I'm going to go as well. I think Tuffers is coming. I'm going for pork pie because you can't stop me now because you're on air.
As long as there is, that's not very kind. Here's Murtagh from the far end, and Roy again comes down the pitch at him and just to sort of shorten the length, if you like, and then works that into the leg side. Actually, it's a leg by, so thumping off the pad. 68 for 1. Tuffers is here. I have to be honest, I've just...
Afternoon.
Tuffers. I just lobbed a bit of a stink bomb into Channel 5.
Oh dear, what happened?
Well, Jeffrey's in there.
Oh, is he? Yeah. I've seen him.
I've potted and stayed at the door.
Yeah.
I said, just think, Jeffrey, the number of runs you'd have scored if you'd opened the batting like this.
Oh.
And I could see Mark Nicholas's face.
Yeah.
Sort of, thanks very much. And then there's that little pause, and then you can hear the place will combust.
As you were walking down the corridor.
Let's close the door, left and to it. Here's Murtagh, bowls, and that's pushed away by Leach. Off the back foot to point. And what an opportunity for a night watchman. This is really, I mean, a flat pitch.
Yeah.
No one winging it round your ears.
No.
And number 11 is get in there and just play sensibly. You've got all day to bat. Lovely chance for him, really.
And he's got some decent stats behind him, hasn't he, with the bat? Reason he can hold a bat.
Yeah.
250s, averages 11 in first class cricket.
Could you imagine getting up on the board?
Wow.
Oh.
What a chance. It's got
number 11.
Murtagh on his way, bowls to him, and Leach this time allows that to go by outside the off stump.
It also turns out that Jack Leach is just the second player to bat at number 11 and at number 1 on the same day in Test cricket.
No.
When opening the batting.
How long did it take you to find that?
A little bit, but the answer's the same as the answer we gave at the end of play last night, near the close of play. Harry Butt.
But not really. But
Harry Butt, the player who was out twice on his first day of Test cricket. Back to that test. Sir Timothy O'Brien's.
My word, it's Port Elizabeth again. Here's Leach forward, pushing away out to cover, and there's no run. That's 3 times that match has had mentions for different reasons.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
H. Butt.
Incredible.
Harry Butt, yeah.
What year was it again?
1896.
1896. This Test match in Port Elizabeth has now been mentioned before lunch on the second day of the Test match at Lord's 3 times for 3 different reasons. The captain went out and batted without a box.
The what?
Batted without a box. He was an Irishman.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I used to put on.
He had 10 children.
Well, so didn't matter so much, perhaps.
I don't know. In comes Murtagh, and that's flicked away across the pad down to long leg, and they'll take a single.
Perhaps he thought his time was up. Well, no, first thing in, then the helmet, then the chesty.
You had a chesty?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So it must have changed then between my playing career and yours, because we were definitely, if we wore a chest pad, we were considered wimps.
Yes, well, I decided to take that on the chin and say, well, OK then, I'm a wimp.
Yeah, well,
but I take you back to then Jamaica. When it was going through the top. And all the middle order batsmen going Tuffers.
Can't follow it. Here's Murtagh. As pushed by Roy. That's a cover who comes in quickly.
You got that chest. No. Oh, you're a wimp. Oh, bit of a wimp, are you?
I do remember Les Taylor here. We were playing your lot with Wayne Daniel running in rampantly from the pavilion end with cushions of going round and all sorts right down the shirt.
Gaffer tape strapping them on.
We've got a steward encroaching down there to our left. What he's picked up there in front of the man stand. He wandered on, he's picked something up, and now he's wandering off again, and we'll never know. We'll never know, but he's actually striding quite purposefully this way, as if whatever he has picked up is of some value or of some interest. Because that's the walk of a man who's on a bit of a mission. And he's picked up something else. Maybe he's a sort of a litter steward. They do have all sorts of different duties, don't they, these stewards? Who yesterday was saved wearing ties, and I assume today too. It's a very rare occurrence that at Lord's, apparently, where the stewards don't have to wear ties.
At least they can turn around and watch the cricket a bit now.
Well, they're sideways. Our friend is sitting down there, and he's back to his normal duties, which is sort of anti-streaking. After that, well, we had a moment of excitement in the World Cup, didn't we?
Did we?
Yes.
Which game was that?
Well, someone here.
Really?
The final, apparently. No, I didn't see it.
Oh.
Here's Rankin, and that's tucked away on the pad. Well, very poor shout for LBW. That would have pitched a long way outside the leg stump. 69 for 1. No, apparently it was all over before it started. Really, somewhere down just out of our sight.
Didn't even get off the blocks.
No, and unfortunately, you can always tell when you've done this job for a while. There is lots of different crowd noises.
Yes.
The crowd noise for a streaker is unique.
Yes, I've never seen one.
Oh, it's a lot of excitement, and it was a real groundswell of sudden sort of applause, laughter.
Yeah.
It's a unique noise.
Yeah.
In goes Rankin, bowls outside the off stump. Because we had the streaker at Chester Street who wouldn't go off.
Chester Street?
Yes.
Chilly?
Well, no, it was quite a nice day, and he was all right, but it looked like he had been taken away, but then he made another bid for freedom and came back.
Oh,
It was a sort of repeat offender.
Oh, wow.
But
so
no,
the Lord's hum,
one here.
The Lord's hum changed.
Well, no, it was over too quickly. So didn't really have some sort of scuffle down here on the boundary edge, but out of our view. 69 for 1. In goes Rankin and bowls outside the off stump. It's a bit of bounce there, and Leach allows that to go through to the keeper. He's come out and do a bit more guarding. He's got a lot of that today. It's a sign that batsmen aren't terribly confident about things. Let's look at that, real deliberate tapping down there. Roy has come all the way down the pitch as well, and he's also tapping it there.
What does that do?
Well, I don't know. I was never there long enough.
It was more of a nervous thing for me.
Did you used to do it?
Well, no, occasionally I'd go down there and just have a little tap around.
I never really got it. In goes Rankin again. He's there, he bowls short, and up goes Leach onto his toes.
I think it's perhaps to sort of like
loosen it?
Well, no, that's right. If anything, it's to knock the edges off for your bowlers.
Right, well, another steward's coming on. He's on the other side of the ground now.
Something's happening here.
And he's picked something up. And now he's returning to his seat, and he's come from the grandstand. Champagne corks is being
what a great
muttered
shout.
in my ear. It could be. He's settling down again. If you're releasing your corks in the grandstand, please do it backwards rather than over the field, I suggest. 69 for 1. In goes Rankin, and he bowls outside the off stump. And there's no run. 69 for 1. Leach on 43. Stop it, Tuffers. Anyway, well, it is a day for that, isn't it? I mean, crikey, if you're going to drink champagne at Lord's, you do it today. Because it quenches your thirst. $69 for 1. Leach on 43. And Rankin's got his shirt hanging out and is setting off now from the nursery end. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls to Leach. It's short. Steers that away to backward point. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. Phil Tufnell's got some thoughts.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not quite sure what they do with the tapping down. I mean, it's obviously the sort of little cracks or little spike marks, perhaps. You see the golfers do it, don't you? With the putter now. You know, once they've putted,
right,
and they sort of like just tap down a spike mark. That, you know, for the next chat, very very courteous. So perhaps it might be something like that. But
I thought it might be something deliberately. Just loosen it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because England will still obviously fancy getting a lead.
Yeah.
and trying to help the pitch just wear a bit more quickly, maybe. You know, 4-day game, and it is very dry.
Yeah, I remember when the old uncovered pitches at club cricket.
Murtagh is continuing from the pavilion end. Here he comes, a bowls to Roy, who covers up with a nice looking defensive stroke there to mid-on.
When they were a bit sort of damp and wet, you know what I mean? You used to get the back of the bat and sort of whack them down. Did you remember that?
Yeah, absolutely. Back of the bat.
All mud on the back of your bat just to try and flatten it out.
You don't see much of that in Test cricket, do you?
No, not anymore.
No, it just seems, they come and just gently do it.
Yeah.
And that's purely just...
It's a tick.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Like walking away after you faced a ball, or you go down there and have a chat with your mate, don't you?
Yeah. What we haven't seen Leach do yet, I think. Here's Murtagh bowling, and Roy drives. Well, he closed the face of the bat. It was stopped there by Murtagh's right boot. It was driven back at him. Really, that should have been going out towards mid-off, extra cover, that sort of thing. I've not seen Leach yet with the ultimate professional.
Right. Gloves.
In this situation, absolutely. Change your gloves. I mean, I know.
Damned.
Wouldn't you? What, superstitious?
No.
I did it once at Worcester.
Did you?
Yeah.
How many were you on?
Oh, double figures.
Oh, right. Yes. Was it hot? You were just sweating up there.
It was unprecedented heights.
Yeah.
In comes Murtagh, bowls, and Roy defends again and plays down to mid-on. The only thing was I didn't have another pair.
No, I was just going to say.
I think there was some confusion in the dressing room, and then they brought out somebody else's.
Which didn't fit, and then did you get any more afterwards?
It felt good though.
No, but how many did you get after you did it?
Oh, not many.
No, there you go. You see, tempt fate.
Yeah.
Have you changed the sight screen?
No.
No,
I've never done that. It's rather pointless. What year did I change my gloves at Worcester, Andrew? You must have that on your records. 69 for 1. Roy on 16.
Oh, very brave.
Yeah. And this is an inside edge from Roy again. That thrust of a drive that he plays, that comes flying off an inside edge down to deep square leg for a couple of runs. 69 for 1. So it's at New Road. 71 for 1, in fact. And no, I've not changed the back grip either. Have you done that, Tuffers?
No, never. No, I couldn't do it, actually.
No, I couldn't do it.
No, I always had to get one of the batters. Mike Gatting was fantastic at it.
Was he?
Yeah.
Did he have that sort of implement?
Yeah, the cone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but could do it in about, if it was on the Generation game, you know what I mean, he could do it in about 3 seconds flat.
Really?
Yeah.
There was definitely a knack to it.
Yeah.
Here's Murtagh, bowls, and that's a better shot from Roy. Face of the bat, pushed out to cover, and there's no run.
That must have been 82 when you got your 56.
That would be it.
Oh, come on.
Really? Did I get a first-class 50, Andrew?
Crikey, O'Reilly.
There we go.
You have absolutely teed that up a treat, haven't you? No.
Thank you, Andrew, for reminding me.
You're welcome.
I fell for that one.
71 for 1. Roy on 18.
56.
And here comes Murtagh. And Roy again skips down the pitch and drives that straight into the stumps.
Hold on. Right. Sorry, John. Who was this against?
It's a formidable attack.
Yes, let's have a listen to the attack.
I think Paul Pridgeon was coming in.
Let's have a listen to him. Well done.
John Inchmore.
You did get out to Norman Gifford.
Got out to Giff.
Oh, England.
How did he get me out?
Bowled.
Stumped. Bowled. Oh, Gifford.
Yeah, arm ball, I reckon.
It's disappointing. I'll tell you what it would have been. He'd have scurried in from behind the umpire. Which he used to do, didn't
With
he?
his pipe on.
Yes. Dear old Giff. I just love Giff.
Yeah.
One of the best hitters of catching and fielding practice ever.
Yeah, very good.
He just absolutely knew the range, and he knew each individual, how far he could run to test you, and it was fantastic.
So we got Gifford, international.
Yeah. Pridge.
Hold on.
1982 Worcester.
Radford? What might have been Radford?
Might have been before Radford.
There's a bloke called Hartley Lane.
John.
He was medium pace. I think I probably hooked him for a couple of falls.
What have you done? How have you done?
Hartley Lane.
Yeah.
Was he playing? Seriously?
Yeah, Hartley Lane, John Inchmore.
Yeah.
Paul Pridgeon, Norman Gifford.
That's not a bad attack.
Must have been injured, Hartley.
Well, did he bowl something overs?
He did, yes. 25.1.
He must have gone off. He must have gone off. He can't have bowled that way. Isn't it lovely? Memories, Tuffers. Memories. They're having a drink. That's why we're waffling here. And we're all confused with the times because, of course, lunch is now going to be 15 minutes later because it's a 4-day game. So, but you, see, I'll be kind. I'll lobby one back. Yeah. You got your half-century
here
against Worcestershire.
Yes, I did.
Same.
Yes, I did indeed.
Obviously not as good an attack as that.
Well, Richard Illingworth, international.
Oh, did he?
I think it might have been Sheriar.
Oh, yeah.
Did he play the odd game for England, Sheriar? Left arm?
That's the name of a horse. Shergar.
Tom Moody.
He's a batsman.
Well, no, he still played for Australia, though.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
an international.
Well, you can't claim Tom Moody as an international bowler.
Right, I'd like you to find his stats, actually. I bet he's done pretty well in one-day cricket, Tom, Big Tom.
Right.
And then a few others.
Must have been a bit of pace around.
No,
what year was that?
Ned Lampitt, Jed Lampitt.
Oh, Lampitt.
Yes.
Nice little medium pacer, bustling sort of little chap.
Yeah, no, people still. I saw one of my friends downstairs in the box, the journo box and everything, and he came up to me this morning and said, I was there.
I was there. You must get that all the time from people.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, it's a bit like, when JFK got... people sort of remember where they were.
Tuffer's got a half-century at Lord's.
Yes, that's
right. So you got yours here.
Yeah, I was there.
Did you raise your bat?
I did all four corners. All four corners. I didn't quite know how to do it.
No.
So I was on about 48 and I was sort of worried about it a little bit. I was like, what do I do? And I
agree. It's not something that... you didn't do the big leap and the kiss of the badge.
No, I just sort of stood in the middle of the wicket and then just sort of pointed at one corner. It looked all rather a bit awkward.
I'd love to have been here for that.
Yeah.
Love to. Was it a sort of a fighting knock, or was it a few shots?
I got there all in boundaries.
15 of them?
Yeah, 15 boundaries.
15 fours?
15 fours?
I don't think I ran a single, did I?
No, you wouldn't have. 67, you might have got a single.
Yeah, I probably had to, didn't I?
You could have got a 3 and 2 twos.
A 3, 2 twos, and the rest in fours.
You can't get 67 in fours, can you? No, sorry about that.
But you got most of them in fours.
Yeah, I got a 3.
You might have done, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I got loads. I got to my... I think I got to my 50 all in fours.
I'd love to know where you got your 3. I'd like to have seen that.
Well, do you want me to tell you? I'll tell you if you
overthrows.
No. By the end of it, Worcester had lost the plot.
Yeah, not surprised.
And they had, because I was smearing it over the offside, stepping away, clearing the front leg, it's called now. Yes, clearing the front leg and smashing it everywhere over the offside. So they decided then to put all 9 fielders, on the offside. Oh. And so I think Big Tom was bowling, and I plucked up courage, nipped inside the line and flicked it off my hip, and all 9 fielders had to run down there and field it.
Oh,
it was.
It's days like that as a dear old county member that you just dream of, isn't it?
The cheer that went up as I nipped inside the line and clipped it off my hip.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have gone for 4, so sort of like 3 or 4 of the Worcester boys had to trudge after it.
And how are you out?
I was declared on. Declared on me.
No.
Yes.
They probably couldn't watch anymore.
Well, it was just before lunch.
We've got Thompson on now from the nursery end, and the first ball is pitched up round about the off stump and pushed by Leach out to cover.
It was entertaining stuff.
Well, he must have been. Gatt must have been mortified watching that, wasn't he?
I think I was the top scorer in the team. How about that? Number 11 declared top scorer in the team. I bet I was. How about that?
You were. John Carr was not out in 66 at the other minute.
You overtook him. What number was Carr batting? 3?
5.
Here's Thompson. Bowls, and that's driven by Leach. Not timed, and fielded at cover. What a match.
Yeah.
So, what was Middlesex's total then when Gatt declared?
352 for 9 in reply to 369 all out.
Strange game. And you top scored at 67.
I don't know. Those were the days, mate, I tell you.
I know.
There was about 3,000 or 4,000 then.
Was it?
Glorious sunny day.
Right.
Yeah, Saturday, I think it was. I think it was a Saturday.
Amazing, isn't it?
Cheers.
71 for 1. Thompson on his way, bowls medium pace outside the off stump, and Leach lets it go by. Have you sort of analysed what happened to you that day? Why was it you went out there just for once in your entire life and batted like Don Bradman? How did it happen? Why did it happen?
I'm not quite sure. I think it's because I actually managed to get in
Played yourself in?
Well, no, played a couple of balls,
right,
and then sort of hit a couple, and then thought, well, it's coming soon anyway, and then hit a couple more, and then, 10, 12.
There's Thompson over the wicket, bowls, Leach drives firmly back at it, fielded by the bowler.
And then I said, well, I'm going to get one, I'm going to get out now, and then all of a sudden I sort of, the ball seemed to sort of slow down a bit, and it seemed to get a bit bigger. You know, and
amazing.
I thought, and then Bumpy Rhodes was wicket keeper. He said, Tuffers. He said, I think you might be in.
Really?
Yeah, because I'd never known what in was.
And did you realise what it felt like?
Yes, I did. Yeah, it became easier.
Actually in.
Yeah, I was in. Yeah, I was seeing it well.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, that's what it does happen.
What a wonderful day it must have been. Here's Thompson, bowls, and they fended it off a bit. It bounced rather on him there to Leach, and he fended it off. Incredible. You could write almost like a children's book, couldn't you? The day Tuffers was in. And you could actually write it. And
Because usually he's out.
It's nice little cartoons. The day Tuffers was in.
Yeah, Bumpy even remarked
and
on
in
it.
would be sort of in italics, wouldn't it? So the day Tuffers was in.
Yeah.
Amazing. It must have been incredible.
It's like the zone.
Yeah.
Been in that a couple of times with the bowled. Yeah.
Thompson bowls Fuller, and that swung a little bit. But Leach has driven him straight down the ground for 4 runs. That's an immaculate shot. Well played. He's going to 47.
Well played, Jack Leach.
On course for a Test half-century. It's a wonderful opportunity for him. And England are now 47 behind, 75 for 1. Funny old hours these, so it's not a 1 o'clock lunch, it's actually a 1:15 lunch. Tough as that was fun. Thank you, I enjoyed that. And Andrew too. Yeah, I know, amazing. The day Tuffers was in. Dan's coming in after some more thoughts from you, Tuffers.
Wonderful shot by Jack Leach. As you say, pushed up full. It did swing, but beautiful position. Good stride from Leach as well. Looked like a proper shot. You know, a very good shot. High elbow. Yes, bent front knee. Eyes over the delivery. And stars.
I can almost imagine you doing that in the Pate News. England in Adelaide. Haven't they done well?
Yeah, it was a
lunch.
Wonderful shot by Jack Leach, that was. Wonderful shot.
I'm going to pose a question. I don't know if you've asked this question yet. It's been too raucous in here.
Sorry.
Andrew Sampson might be able to get me the answer. I'm after the last time a bespectacled England opener got 50. Because I wonder if it's Jeffrey.
Oh. A steal.
Did he open?
Opener. No, he's 4.
Oh, it's 4, wasn't he? I think, yeah, so the last time a bespectacled England opener got 50, I don't want to...
Well, contact lenses must come into the provenance of it, doesn't it?
Yes, but I'm not allowing contact lenses, you see, because there's something quite magical about an opening bat with glasses, I think. Speaking as a man with glasses. Roy's on strike.
We've got a spinner.
And we have got a spinner. McBride is in. And the first ball is short and cut away out into the covers. It's going to not make it to the boundary, is it? Well, a brilliant diving stop, actually. It does prevent the boundary, and they're going to get through for just the 2. Roy to 20, England to 77 for 1. It was short, he gave himself room, and he got it in front of square, and the cover points had about 15-20 yards to make, and a really good diving one-handed stop as saved 2 runs.
Love that about Jason Roy. Off spinner, bowls his first delivery, hasn't seen what he's happened. Short wide, never cut the off spinner, could have spun back and bowled him. No, not to worry, I'll have a look later and think about it. Bang. Yeah.
Brought up the 50 partnership, that one, with off 63 balls with 9 fours.
They're going in a very good pelt, and to think that Roy is a junior partner in that, with 20. Yeah. Leach has 47. Down the wicket comes Roy, and he bangs this, hammers it out over deep mid-wicket for 6. Well, you're right, he's not bothering to have a look. No. The first ball is cut, the second ball is come charging down the wicket and flashed over mid-wicket. So, this could be rather jolly.
Yes.
83 for 1.
Might have to call for a different colour pair of clothes.
Oh, yes.
Because he's looking like he's just slotted into a bit of one-day mode here.
When he did this against Nathan Lyon in the World Cup, if I remember correctly, next ball is defended full and straight back to the bowler, no run. I think he hit Nathan Lyon's first ball for 6. Didn't bother looking there.
No. Well, it was that Australian team that I came up against.
With Brian in again. To the right-handed Roy, who cuts a straighter ball this time, but this time backward of square. It's running away towards the boundary. It won't make it there. 2 more to the total as it's cut off, thrown in off balance. 85 for 1.
They sort of packed their top 7, didn't they? With sort of Hayden Langer,
down to Gilchrist at 7.
Down to Gilchrist at 7, and they all just said, "We'll just go out there and everyone take it to the bowlers because okay, a couple aren't going to get off, but out of that 7, we reckon 3 or 4 will."
And then you're done, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like Brian in, forward in defence comes Roy to a full ball and off stump, no run.
And the bowlers will be so sort of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It does put you off, when people make their intentions clear,
Well, I suppose it would do, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, McBrien in, and it's just tucked off the hip to short square leg. There's no run. End of an over that yielded 10 runs. England 85 for 1, Roy 28, Leach 47.
Yeah, and then sort of like the captain always comes up to you and said, "I'm going to tell you," the captain always comes and said, "Oh, no, we like that." You know what I mean? Oh, we like it. We like down the wing. Yes, we'd like it getting hit for 6 because, you might get, well, what happens if it keeps hitting me for 6? Yes, but that means that you'll get him. Well, there might be some times when you don't get it.
Well, I see a kind of
Brian
clash
Lara
between
one of those when he scored 375. Oh, I like Brian coming down the wicket and hitting you for 4 over your head, Phil. That's good. No, it's not. 2.5 days later, it wasn't good.
A clash between glass half full and glass half empty.
Yeah.
I see going on here, and
it sharpens the mind as a bowler because you know that you got to be on the money, otherwise he's coming for you.
And to do it so soon. I mean, Roy will realise as well that McBrien will have nerves, won't he? What were his figures in the first innings?
Listen,
did he bowl them?
Jason Roy should not try to be the Test cricketing Jason Roy, I think.
Thompson starts a new over and that's nibbled at by Leach in the channel outside off stump. Played it very late. Went through to the keeper. 80 miles an hour.
Yeah. You are what you are, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
First ball, have a little look at everything, get yourself to 20 and then just play your way. Don't try and be another form of yourself, I think.
Well, he's looking very much like the one-day form of himself at the minute.
God, he played well in that World Cup.
He really did, didn't he?
Yeah. I didn't quite realise he was that good. No, but you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Thompson in, it's defended at the offside, there's no run.
And it was especially when he wasn't there.
That's when you noticed.
That's when I noticed. Yeah, that crikey, everything just looks a little bit,
Well, the whole batting order suddenly
just
felt
went
different.
Just went all a bit.
Yeah, it lacked that barbarous intent that it had with Roy there.
And another person who did that was Jofra Archer.
Yes.
Yeah. Did he sort of miss one or something? It was like, where's all the pace gone?
Well, actually, yesterday as well. Driven. The edge runs down to the boundary.
There it is.
Jack Leach, opening the batting for England, has gone to 50. The night watchman. He faced 1 over last night. He's been in now for 1 hour and 45 minutes. It was a thick edge, but it went along the ground. He's raising his bat to all corners of Lords. What a fabulous moment for him. 50 in Test cricket. And I mean this only slightly facetiously, one of the rare 50s by England openers in the last few years.
Oh, yes, it was made by number 11. He would have absolutely loved that.
I sense he might. I'm going to suggest something else shortly.
Short, wide, cut-out, missed.
Now that Alex Tudor got 99 not out as a night watchman, didn't he? Did you play in the game? Yes. Did you wonder why Graham Thorpe had decided just to win the game? Or you thought that was perfectly normal?
No, because sitting in the hutch, I think, was Mullally, Tufnell, Giddings. Just get it done.
Yes, fair enough.
Yes, fair enough. Yeah. Sorry, Chews, but we need to get over the line here because if we mess it up with you trying to get your 99, we might lose.
Thompson in again to Leach, who lets us go by outside the off stump. There's no run. Andrew Sampson.
Jack Leach, 50 of 82 balls, 8 fours, 110 minutes. Just his third in first-class cricket. And the England openers between them made 3 50s on the winter tours, or 3 scores over 50s.
On the winter tours.
On the winter tours.
And that was the 6 tests, roughly 12 innings. Yeah.
There's going to be a bit of ribbing.
There is, isn't there?
No, it was interesting to say that. But same with Ollie Stone yesterday.
Yep.
Ollie Stone looked.
Thompson in, down the leg side, flicked at, missed the keeper.
You know, when things just went a bit flat and a bit dull, you know, you could see Joe Root going, right, hold on, he's my boy.
Yes.
Come back and have a warm up, you know, and he got something to happen. So I think he did quite well, Ollie Stone there.
I think he did, but I mean, it was interesting, wasn't it? I think he got up to 80 to 90 miles an hour infrequently, and we've now got. How quickly these things happen, Tuffers.
We're
so used to steering pace.
In the Caribbean. In the 70s and 80s. Yeah.
I mean, even Wokes was cranking it up into the high 80s during the World Cup. So suddenly England, we went out to Australia 18 months ago. Great use of the word plethora. Yeah, when we were out there, and it was Craig Overton was going to be providing the great pace, and it was sort of 84-ish, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then Tom Curran came in at Melbourne, all about 78, and England were facing up to Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood, and now...
And we were all thinking of opening up fast bowling academies.
Yes, we were. Breeding them using Petri dishes, taking DNA. When Brian starts a new over, pushed into the offside, there's no run. Just creating farms, sticking them under UV lamps, making them grow quickly.
Yes, quickly. Encourage them. We need pace.
Yes, we need it now.
Yes.
But Brian in. Down the wicket comes Roy, clips it nicely to the right of Long On, who runs round to collect. Only one more the total, 90 for one.
It is just so marked. It's so, you know, you can just so see it though, can't you? You know, it's just sort of like everything else is just sort of ticking along. So, wow, hold on a minute. There's chances and things are going past bats, and you know.
It was Wood did that in the West Indies, wasn't it? When he came in testing the West Indies, and England had picked a side at Barbados which was completely inappropriate. They'd gone in with two spinners. Totally. The West Indies had picked four pace men, and England had gone with Sam Curran as the opening bowler and left out Broad and had two spinners. And
might have got that one.
What's going on here? And then Wood came into the side, and it from.
Yeah.
Thought, aha.
Where has this been all?
Aha. Fast bowlers, eh?
Yeah. There you go. And we got a load, mate.
Yes. Forward short leg and a slip in for the left-handed Leach as McBride bowls to him from the pavilion end. He comes forward in immaculate and perfect defence. There's no run. I do love it when the tail ender is really confident in. They do things with the bat. They flick with the wrist suddenly. They start to chew gum. They start to sidle like Viv Richards.
Yeah.
Here is McBride in. Down the wicket comes Leach and lofts him over mid-wicket. That's brilliant use of the feet. I can't see where the ball's gone, but it's gone over the boundaries for four. I'm reliably informed.
Well, I think also they sort of like go, oh well, I better get myself, you know, a tick, you know, because I'm batting, you know, I better get myself a trigger movement.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Start to do it properly.
Yes, and start, you know, I need my own style.
Well, it's veritable Frank Woolley going on out there at the moment.
Frank Woolley.
McBride into him and forward in defence. He's hit the four. He's just going to defend the next ball. No run. Andrew.
I'll make Jack Leach the 13th time that England night watchman has made a 50. But it's the first time for any country that a night watchman's made a 50, opening the batting.
Oh, defended off the front foot to forward short leg. No run. That's brilliant.
We got a newbie. We got a debut.
The first night watchman opening the batting to get a 50.
Ever.
There you go.
Andrew Sampson, you never disappoint.
What, forever, ever?
Forever, ever.
Ever.
I believe. That's what it looks like.
Excellent. We've got a forever, ever.
We've also got an email from Rob listening in Wembley. This could be a first too. It says, from the reports of the day Tuffers hit 67, he raised his bat twice.
Oh, did I?
Once after reaching his highest score of 38. And then for his 50.
Oh, well, I saw it. See, I told you.
Yeah.
Vic's just walked in and
He saw it.
Worcester, I saw it.
Everybody was there. The 35,000 seat capacity stadium that is New Road, Worcester.
On that, I'm going to let him come in and talk you all through it ball by ball. Yes.
Oh, let's have that. I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you, Tuffers. Thompson's preparing to start a new over from the nursery end. Two slips are in for Roy. There's a point who's saving one, but quite deep. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. There's probably somebody else out there, I can't see. Oh, big appeal for LBW. Bang in front, but going down, perhaps. Now then, I think there will be a discussion here. It was a full ball on the pads. I think it might have been snaking just down. The thing is, he's bowling from the nursery end, so there may be a temptation to hope that the slope has come to his assistance.
They've got to hurry up.
Well, DRS is down to, too late. Oh, he nearly made the tee side.
Well, you covered yourself pretty well there. I thought bang in front, going down, you said.
Well, it hit him bang in front of the stumps, but it was angled down.
Okay, although the slope would have helped him.
Well, that's the
bowler,
yeah,
that is.
That's what I was wondering. We've just seen the replay. What is Michael? Give us by your facial expression.
It might have been worth a review. I think you might have got at least an umpire's call, but we'll monitor that.
Yes. See the angle he's bowling from. Thompson in again. And that's driven all for thick inside edge by Roy. And a good diving stop at mid-wicket prevents a run. That was a loose shot.
Yeah. Almost took his top hand off the bat there.
He's desperately keen to impose himself here. Here
we go.
Replay. So it does hit him bang in front of leg stump.
And it is going down. So brilliant.
Well done.
Brilliant assessment, Daniel.
The Irish have been using their reviews or not extremely well.
Yeah.
I've had an email from Gemma in Chester. I asked this question about openers of Andrew Sampson a moment ago, and I was hoping Gemma might provide the answer, as Thompson is in, driven again, thick inside edge, runs up to mid-on this time, no run. When was the last time a bespectacled England player made a Test 50? Well,
it could be Jeffrey, couldn't it?
Well, I thought that the last opener could be Jeffrey.
Truscothick there bats in glasses, but I don't think he was playing for England.
No.
So Jeffrey's got a chance.
David Steele would have been wearing glasses after Jeffrey.
But not opening.
But Gemma's question was about any batter inspections. I'm not allowing shades. As Thompson is in on the pads again, works at the onside, no run. As the question has come in, it was pointed out that Joe Root scored 100 in shades, but that's not acceptable.
Did he?
Yeah, I'm not taking that. Jack Russell, sorry, in shades. Yes, looking really.
Well, A didn't open the batting.
No, well, let's find somebody with glasses first.
Well, I've given you Jeffrey.
Yes. But someone...
MJK Smith probably didn't open the batting and was probably before Jeffrey. Well, certainly didn't last as long as Jeffrey.
Thompson's in, driven nicely in the air, but past a diving extra cover. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. I wonder how close that was to the fielder. Initially, my view was that he cleared him comfortably, but there was a lot of oohs and ahs from this position. It's quite hard to tell, but 4 more to Roy. England moved to 98 for 1. Let's have a look at this one. The replay. Again, loose, but he's doing what Tuffers has asked him to do, is Jason Roy, which is be his normal self. And actually, that was quite close to extra cover. Think about saying Jeffrey. I mean, Jeffrey's. That is the dark ages. It's quite a long time ago that Jeffrey was wearing glasses. I'm thinking 60s. He gone to contact lenses by 70s, hadn't he? Thompson's in again down the leg side, and that's flicked away nicely, wristedly by Roy, down to long leg for a single. He moves to 34, 99 for 1.
Well, I think glasses are coming back, actually. There was a phase where a lot of players in the 60s obviously wore glasses because that was all you had. And then most people got contacts. But more recently, we've seen Marcus obviously that, and other players.
Santner.
Yeah.
Mitchell Santner.
Back with glasses. And indeed, Jack Leach. This innings of Jack Leach is almost making me look foolish.
Clive Lloyd.
Well, he certainly started with glasses, but whether he continued all the way through his career with glasses, he definitely began with glasses.
Zahir Abbas.
Yes. Again, he might have switched, though.
Might have switched, yeah.
Eddie Barlow.
Eddie Barlow, yes. None of these English, of course. I want answers, team, out there. No more of these questions. Bring me the answers. McBride is in from the pavilion end. Swept. The thick top edge. It's running away down to the boundary. It's plugged a little, but it'll skip on enough to make it into the boundary before. And England's 100 comes up. The deficit now just 19. Roy moves to 38. Leach has 55. This time yesterday, England were 9 down in their first innings. Today, They're 1 down in their second innings, and the deficit is but 19. So they've turned this match around.
Well, I mean, Leach is extraordinary, really. He's the only English batsman not to have been dismissed in this match.
Oh, well spotted.
I've been telling anyone he's not in good nick.
Roy defends a full ball out to the goers. There's no run. Being a Somerset man.
Which I shall quantify.
Right.
In the Championship cricket this year, he scored 42 runs in 12 innings at an average of 4.66.
Yeah, well, everyone knows Championship cricket's very tough. As McBride is in, and that's beautifully, deftly late cut by Roy. They'll only get a couple of runs for it. So it didn't time it to perfection. No, they're going to come back for a third. And they will make it. Good running from Leach, who's doing everything right this morning. He's batting well, he's running well, and he's picked up a 50 in Glasses, 106 for 1. He's back on strike. Andrew.
Well, I've had a look through all the England openers who've made 50 since Jeffrey.
Yeah.
And I can't find anyone else who would have batted in Glasses. So I think, yeah, Leach is the first since Jeffrey to open the batting and make 50 in Glasses for England.
That's superb. Make a note of that. Make a note, yes. In comes McBride, forward in defence. Comes Leach. There's no run. He hasn't yet looked like he's going to give it away. There was that one sort of flourishing, lofted shot through mid-wicket in the last over, which hinted at potential overconfidence, which can creep into a tail-ender's play. McBride is into Leach again, comes solidly forward in defence, plays back up the wicket. There's no run.
Well, he's always been a sort of orthodox, assiduous type of tail-ender. And he's actually done some good things with the bat for Somerset down the bottom.
Forward in defence he comes again, plays it square of the wicket on the onside. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 106 for 1 England. The deficit 16. Leach has 55. Roy has 41. England have only lost the 1 wicket today, that of Rory Burns. More thoughts from Rick Marks on the prodigious technique of Jack Leach, no doubt. And then it will be Michael McNamee.
Well, he has a good technique. He actually got hit last year in a match against Surrey on the head by a delivery from Morne Morkel, which concussed him, and he had to miss a match after that, as you do. And I think his confidence was, not only was his helmet dented, but I think his confidence was dented,
and possibly his pride as well.
Yeah, and since then he's struggled to get any runs, but he's come good in the big occasion in front of 20,000, and maybe not the extreme pace of a Morkel to test him. And he's done a fantastic job for England. 55. He's dominating the scoring at the moment, although Roy is catching him up.
Oh, a blast of heat just comes through the window there.
Amazing. We have to shut the window to stay cool.
106 for 1. Stuart Thompson from this nursery end in medium pace, right arm. Defensive shot offered by Jason Roy, who has raced to 41. And the man of the morning, Jack Leach, on 55. Doing his bit for bespectacled cricketers everywhere.
Well, yeah.
Right through the ages. Huge.
It must be steaming up, those glasses.
I get very bad headaches looking at the sun. I've got that sneezing thing as well, so thus the glasses. Thompson is in. Fuller delivery. Whipped off the pads by Jason Roy. They come through for a single. Fielded by the man coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, who is Kevin O'Brien. And Leach is back on strike in 55. He would love to reach lunch unbeaten on day 2. And Ireland, in this broiling heat, are being made to work. And this is what Test match cricket is all about. Days like yesterday may become once in a lifetime if you're very, very lucky. This is the grind that Ireland are trying to nick out this second wicket. Thompson's in. Down the leg side, diving take by Gary Wilson. 2 slips. Gully, 2 more on the offside. Short mid-wicket man just in front of square on the onside. Fine leg as well, and mid-on, mid-off. And Thompson is a swarthy figure. Dark hair, dark beard. And he's turning now past umpire Ilya Guriga. Shorter delivery. Played away on the onside for 1. Leach, they're coming back for 2. Jason Roy wanted 2. There was a fumble in the field. And in the end, Leach was able to send Roy back. Plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, he should have. There was 2 there actually, but
bit of a fumble by the skipper.
Yeah, Leach decided he wasn't going to run.
A situation like this, if you're a night watchman, it's a rare occasion that they're on 56 approaching lunch. Do you start to think, just want to get to lunch?
Yeah, well, you can do
10 minutes, 15 minutes. Rebuild
it's not a
after
bad
lunch.
target, yeah.
But it has certainly been England's morning. Ireland's lead is just 14 runs. Thompson is in on the pads of Roy. He just dabs that away to mid-wicket for a single.
I think the Irish will like to get inside for a while. I mean, we are cosseted up here.
You don't
the
really get
the
a
air
sense of the
conditioning's
heat.
working down below. We've got the window open here. It's quite cool in here, but then you get this odd blast of hot air coming through the window. I mean, this is
normally it's hot air emerging from the commentary box.
I mean, hot air. It's sort of converging here. Hot air is going out the window, and then it's hitting the real stuff coming in.
Fascinating for weather watchers everywhere. It's another full delivery from Thompson. Defensive shot offered by Jack Leach. He's put his market down for inclusion as an Ashes opener end of the
I don't think
over.
so.
And 3 for 22. McBride, Thompson's 4 for 16, 109 for 1. Leach is 56. Roy is catching him up. He's in 43.
He's having a drink, Leach, desperately swallowing there. But he won't be opening in the Ashes, Jack Leach. However, this will do him the world of good. They'll give him confidence when he comes back onto bowl. It's the first test in England. Got a bit of tap in the first innings. But to have made a contribution in the match, it makes you so much more relaxed.
I'm sure the glasses are steaming up. I mean,
yeah, well, I expect they must be a bit. But it is hot out there, and as I say, we don't quite appreciate it here. And the Irish, they'll like to get off and refresh. Interesting field, quite a deep set field now for McBride against Roy, which sort of makes sense because Roy was after him. There's a long on and a fairly square deep mid-wicket. The sweep is tempting behind square. There's no one on the boundary there.
Man on the cover boundary as well. He's down the track, driving that to long on for the single. Andy McBride playing in the second test match. One of 2 men from Donamana, County Tyrone, the captain as well, William Porterfield, tiny little village, great cricketing tradition.
A few years ago, you'd have thought, well, George Dockrell will be bowling his 20 overs in a test match if we get there.
Slightly waning at the minute, Dockrell.
And his arm dropping and star waning, is that right? More of a one-day bowler?
Well, he was left out of the ODI series as well recently. Forward push by Jack Leach. And as McBride comes round the wicket to him.
Well, Leach replaced Dockrell at Somerset, in fact. It's hard work being a county player it was and an Irish player at the same time.
McBride is in and Leach is down the track with a defensive show of the bat. Irish lead has been whittled away this morning in the early afternoon, down to 12. McBride is in, again Leach is down. Pitch is not offering an awful lot for Andy McBride at the moment. And a defensive shot offered and fielded by Sterling.
No spin visible.
Not at all. McBride is in once more. Leach just plays that away behind square in the offside. Just let it come to him. Come for 2. There will be 3. That's good running. Throw comes in from Stuart Thompson. And a good take by Wilson, but 3 more for Leach. And he's enjoying himself.
Well, he's adopting the modern policy that everyone attacks him, so he's going to attack the Irish offspring. He's come down the pitch, but ended up defending, then got one a bit shorter and tucked it away behind square on the offside. Runs away so fast on this outfield too.
Astonishing to think England were all out for 85 yesterday. Roy flicks it off his pads. They want 2, and there will be 2. A man chugging in from mid-wicket. That's more good running from England. And the runs are coming very fast just before lunch on day 2. Mark Adair, the man who had that despairing dive a couple of overs ago. And he had to race in the big fella from mid-wicket. 115 for 1. Leach on 59, Roy on 46. 7 is the lead.
Yeah, well, it's been a very good morning for England. I mean, they're back, well, at best.
This is what everybody would have expected yesterday.
Yeah. Well, this is what made yesterday. Yesterday set the game up so well, really. If you were a neutral.
Is there such a thing in a
England-Irish test match? Probably not.
Ask them to leave the ground.
But England are back. Well, certainly numerically they're at parity, just about. But it's quite a big change in the momentum.
And you could say all these runs that Jack Leach has scored, they're sort of bonus runs, unexpected runs. Ireland did not expect Jack Leach to still be here. A few moments away from lunch, and he's on strike now, facing Thompson on the stumps and pushed out defensively in the onside.
I mean, the worrying thing from an English perspective is that when you turned up for the first half hour, it was very difficult to tell which one was the number 1 and which one was the number 11. And Rory Burns again struggled and ended up defending a ball that was too wide to require defending. So he's obviously not on top of his game at the moment with the Ashes exactly a week away.
Exactly a week away, Edgbaston. Next Thursday. Thompson's in. That's a full delivery taken off his toes by Jack Leach behind square. For a single, fielded by Boyd Rankin. And again, the field switches round for the right-handed Roy. We were asking the question about the last bespectacled England player to make a Test 50 in glasses. Well, Amy, who's doing our text commentary, suggests Paul Allott, 1981.
Yeah,
Very good call.
That was on his debut, I think, too.
Allott in 81, Andrew. Oh, he's having a think.
He did get a 50.
Yeah. He's not an opening batsman,
He's
though.
not an opening. But Brian Rose mentioned as well. He batted at number 3 when he got his 50s.
A boundary. We'll see Jason Roy reaches maiden Test 50.
But was
plays
he
that one out defensively?
Was he wearing glasses though, you see? Because Brian sort of went from glasses to non-glasses. And I think actually...
Not between deliveries, Victor, no?
No, but between... That's between matches. I'm not sure he was wearing glasses when he got his Test 50s against the West Indies. I should ask him, which I told me the other day. Because he went to the West Indies and suddenly he looked at the scoreboard and he couldn't see what the score was and he came home.
Thompson into Roy. That's driven on the onside for 1. They'll come back for 2, I would have thought. There's some labouring Irish fielders now in this warm atmosphere. That's Tim Murtagh fielding, 76.1 miles per hour from Thompson, and Roy moves on to 48, 118 for 1.
Well, you're going to have to ask him now, aren't you, Vic?
Yeah.
And I suppose I'm going to have to start putting wearing glasses or not as a flag in my database as well.
Well, you don't have to, but I sense a certain reluctance there.
Yes, there's not just a certain reluctance.
A stonewall reluctance. Thompson. And that should be the 50 for Jason Roy, clubbed away. Lovely cut to the boundary. And Jason Roy has reached 50. Disappointed yesterday that many of the other English batsmen, but that is much more like it as an Ashes rehearsal. He's 52 not out.
Yeah, and he's gaining confidence. He's only faced 47 balls. A little bit iffy at the start, which you kind of half expect, but that last stroke with great authority.
7 4s and 1 6.
He's playing his natural way too. He's imposing himself. A few iffy shots to start with, but now the ball mostly meeting the middle of his bat.
If Thompson offers him any width, it's going to be dispatched. Last ball of the over, that's on the stumps. Driven to mid-on. End of the over, 122 for 1. The scores, overall scores, are level. Ireland's lead no longer exists. Roy 52 and Leach on 60.
There's 50, 47 balls, 7 4s and a 6, which is the fastest 50 on debut for England. Matt Pryor faced 55 balls when he got his 126 not out on debut. He faced 55 balls for his 50 against the West Indies in 2007.
Andrew, we're not even at luncheon day 2. Have there been more records and more notable events in this match than normal?
Probably. We're probably above average.
I never thought I would hear the year 1896 mentioned so often. Day one.
Well, he likes to mention 1896.
Yeah. The golden age.
Did Graham Pollock ever wear glasses at the end? Do I imagine that?
Graham Pollock did wear glasses when he was batting, yeah.
Not all the while, though, was it?
Certainly his early stages of career. In fact, he had one season where he changed to contact lenses and couldn't score a run. And went back to glasses after that.
Did he have the contact lenses in the right eye? That's the thing. You can't get a bit confusion.
Oh, that's not on my database either, I'm afraid.
Well,
Slack.
Not yet,
Slack.
I think we say. Not yet.
Victor, he's not really trying, is he? Mark Adair is back at the pavilion end. No wicket for 22 off a 6 over so far. 2 maidens for the big man from born in Hollywood, just outside Belfast, of course, hometown of one Rory McIlroy as well. He's got 3 slips, and he's bowling now to the man in the glasses, Jack Leach, who leaves that opening delivery well outside the off stump. And Ireland are just trying to get a little bit of magic, trying to find something. If they can nick one out before lunch, they would be dancing for joy. But England at the moment looking settled, and the man looking most settled is Jack Leach on 60. So they're approaching the century partnership as well, Leach and Roy, as the towering Adair is in. That's left outside off stump by Leach, that ball coming down the hill and taken by Gary Wilson, who took such a smart catch yesterday, low to the turf. But chances so far this morning, Rory Burns aside, have been few and far between for the Irish wicketkeeper.
It will become a test of fitness when as the day goes on.
Not least for the 30-something brigade on the Ireland team. Adair is in again. That's well outside off stump and left by Leach. Tim Murtagh 5 for 13 yesterday. No wicket so far today. All those wonderful puns in the papers and the websites. Victor, Midsummer Murtagh.
Yeah.
Dial M for Murtagh.
Yep.
All those headline writers delight. He's going to come around the wicket market there.
He might be plastered in his downstairs loo for the rest of his life, I hope.
They might be, or he might be.
Well, no, the headlines.
All right. Over celebrating. Adair around the wicket to Jack Leach. That's on the stumps. Bat raised high by Leach. Pushed back to the bowler. You have many mementos and souvenirs and framed.
No, not really.
Top marks, headlines, all those things. No.
Well, there weren't many of them, but no, don't think so. I've got a few.
In the downstairs
lavatory? Well, in a box. I've got a Sheffield Shield winners medal. Not many Poms have got that. Or Irishmen.
Adair is in. Thought about nibbling at that. Jack Leach thought better of it. And a round of applause from wicketkeeper Wilson for the bowler. And where is that now? Is it on display, or is it?
No. Got a few team photos.
Are you?
I wish I put names to them.
It's always the way, isn't there? There's always one or two. Who the heck is that? Oh, that's me. When I look differently. Leach on 60. Lunch just around the corner. Adair is in. That's angled in towards the stumps. Throw of the hands on the head from the bowler, but Leach knew where that was, left it alone. Round of applause for that. Adair over.
It's lunch.
And lunch is being taken. England 122 for 1. Jason Roy's on 52. Hats off to Jack Leach. Put your hats back on again. He's on 60. The scores are level at lunch on day 2. And the one man out this morning was Rory Burns, caught by wicketkeeper Wilson off the bowling of Rankin for 6. That was 26 for 1. So that's a second wicket partnership of 96. My O-level maths teacher can rest happy. Victor, thoroughly England's morning.
It is. I'm just trying to cheer the Irish up by saying, in fact, England are now 0 for 1. I.e., the scores in this match are level.
Well, unfortunately for the Irish, the man who's made 60 of them was batting 11 yesterday.
Yeah, yes. But an amazing little session for Leach in particular, as I've been telling you, has been in dreadful form for Somerset. He's been sent down to the bottom of the order there. He scored 42 runs all season at an average of 4. And here he is in a test match at Lords in front of 20,000 with England in crisis. Opening the batting last night. You think, well, he's done his job last night, really. Got through that over. And here he is, 60 not out. And he's batted extremely sensibly. He's left the ball well. He's tapped it away. There's not the pace there to worry him. He's had a few problems with the odd short ball. And he's done a terrific... He's a very characterful cricketer. He's done a great job.
We've two men who've made their maiden test half-centuries. I would have thought both of them at the back of their mind are thinking about possible 3 figures for themselves.
Well, they might be, but it's usually fatal to start thinking in those terms. I mean... Andrew won't have started working out who was the last English night watchman to get 100 yet, and I don't want him to.
In glasses?
In glasses.
No English night watchman's got 100. Alex Tudor's 99 not out is the highest.
Oh, really? So it's never been done?
For England, yeah.
And Eddie Hemmings was close behind him. I remember that one as well.
He was close behind him, but he was still one in between as well. Harold Larwood got 98 as a night watchman.
At Sydney.
Yeah.
Okay, well, but it's not a productive thought for Jack Leach at the moment. He's got to try and get to 70. But he's done a fantastic job for England when they were in the mire at the start. And 122 behind, well, they've knocked those off. The only downside for England is that, they're looking ahead to this Ashes series, and Rory Burns has failed again, and not has he failed, but he's looked out of sorts. He doesn't look like he's in form but out of luck. At the moment, he looks like he's out of luck and out of form as well, which is a slight worry. It's very hot out there. It's going to be tough now for Ireland. I mean, Murtagh, actually, he bowled hardly any different to yesterday, but his figures are very respectable, but there's nothing in the final column. But he was the best of the bowlers, as he often will be. But the pitch is getting a bit browner too. It's not quite helping so much. And the others have striven hard. I think Rankin looks dangerous now and again. I think he could have peppered Leach a bit more, actually. And the others have toiled away, but it's getting more difficult for bowlers out there. It's very hot, the pitch is flatter and a bit browner, and England, well, they've got to do a lot of serious batting still, but they've got a good base to work from now.
I think toiling could be the word of the afternoon here. The Irish bowling figures: Tim Murtagh, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 22. Mark Adair, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 22. Boyd Rankin with the 1 wicket fall so far today, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Stuart Thompson, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 23. And the spin of Andy McBride, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 28. We've yet to see the sort of part-time bowlers, Paul Stirling and Kevin O'Brien, but should the afternoon continue in this vein, we might yet see them. It is a very hot day, and England, they've got back on track here at lunch. And my thanks to Victor and Jason Roy. And Jack Leach will resume after lunch. And to take us through, I think we're going to hear from the man in the, orange shirt, Dan Norcross.
Who's going to do his sort of... It used to be Jonathan Ross impersonations, is that right? I thought you were doing a film. It's a film situation here, is that right? Or who was it? Barry Norman, then. Is that near enough?
From the cinematograph, old chap. yes. We're actually going to talk about a film.
I know, well, that's what I thought. So, well, I'll leave you to it.
Yes, it's not the wireless anymore. This is proper moving pictures we're going to chat about. Well, that's you doing the film 19 or whatever it is. It changes each year. Well, Vic's rather let the cat out of the bag there.
I don't think so. No one knows what we're talking about.
Well, he has. Anyway, never mind. England haven't exactly looked like a side on their way to number 1 in the Test rankings in this game so far, although maybe a little bit more like it this morning. The one-day side may be top of the world at the moment, but you have to go back to 2013, 6 years ago, to when England last topped the Test rankings. And the story of England's rise from the bottom of the table in 2009 to the number 1 side in 2013 is being told in a new film, The Edge, which premiered last week and has received rave reviews from, among others, Mark Kermode. It also tells a story of how that Test side dismantled after 2013 and the price that was paid to get to number 1. In a moment, we'll speak to the film's director, Barney Douglas, and to a star, Alistair Cook. who features throughout the film. But here's a flavour of the film as Andy Flower and others explain the target.
We got in a room with the whole squad. It was quite a dangerous sort of meeting to hold. Thankfully, it went well, and when I say well, it was distinctly uncomfortable.
I've got a problem with the way you practice, the amount you're drinking, some of the shots you play under pressure.
Some people were squirming in their seats, some people were looking at me as if they didn't like me very much.
For me, it was the moment Andy Flower announced himself as England coach.
Do you just want to hang around and be number 7 in the world? Or do you actually want to do something about it and set some pretty challenging goals?
We're going to start again, and we're going to start again like this. It's going to take 2 years. 6 times around the world. These are the matches we have to win. The target, to be the first England team to reach number 1 in the world.
I remember looking around the room and everyone's sort of, is he for real?
If you don't want to buy into this, if you don't want to give to the team for this amount of time, then walk out the room now.
We could do something that no one's done before. We wanted to be the best England team ever.
I want you guys to move in this direction, and I want you to come with me. You know what you've got to do.
Well, that was Andy Flower sounding extremely scary to me. The coach, Andrew Strauss, a captain, as well as players like Matt Pryor, James Anderson. We'll talk about that epoch-defining meeting shortly. But first, we've got Barney Douglas here. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. Great to be here, Dan.
Lovely to have you. Now, first of all, how did the film come about? Because obviously we've got all this footage that's happened. So you were there, but you kind of thought that you were making this film at the time.
No, I wish I had. I'd have tried to film a bit more. But no, I just kind of looked back and thought that was a great time in my life, the majority of it. And this was one of the greatest England teams that I'd ever seen. And I did have some of this unseen footage, and I knew the players pretty well. So I think the time is right to kind of look back and kind of reassess that era of English cricket.
So what was it? Sorry, how did you have this access? Explain to the listener, what your role was at this point.
Well, I worked, and I use the word work loosely. I worked for the England team.
You hung around.
doing kind of video production on tour, the very early days of the social media world. So the standards were probably not what they are now. So I kind of went on tour with the guys and did a lot of that kind of stuff. So I got to know them that way, and also managed to kind of come across some of this footage as well.
Like Graham Swan's video diary from 2010, 11, that sort of thing.
Swanee's video diary.
That was you're responsible for that.
Yes, yeah. And if you watch them now, I'm not sure how we got away with it.
No, yes. I wasn't sure you got away with it at the time, but you did, and that was and splendid. Now, before that meeting, English cricket had reached a kind of low point 2009. There'd been the tour of the West Indies. There'd been the fallout over Peter Moores and Kevin Peterson, England getting bundled out. You were around the team then, so you witnessed this change.
Yeah.
Was it really obvious what was happening?
I wouldn't say I was as inside to know that it was obvious that it was happening, but it was definitely clear that Flower and Strauss were bringing structure to the team. I mean, they were obviously talented. I'm sure Cookie would tell you in more detail, but perhaps they didn't have the guiding force that would turn them into one of the best sides in the world. And I definitely think perhaps without Flower that would never have been achieved, really.
He's a really important figure in the film, isn't he, for you? And I mean, that clip we heard from there gives a flavour of just how sort of scary he can sometimes seem. But when you meet him in person, he's a sort of gentle, softly spoken fellow, but yeah, you've managed to turn him into almost a Bond villain. I don't know how you've done that.
Well, I think what I really like about Flower in this film is actually he's actually like not just a one-dimensional character. He starts out with this kind of slightly fun kind of aura around him, but actually as the film develops, you really start to see more of the man and where he came from and his humour and also his regret and the depth of how he thinks about things as well. And I'm really pleased the way that it shows him in a much fuller light than perhaps he'd previously been portrayed in the media.
Now, you take it, though, to
the point at which the whole thing falls apart, don't you? So the narrative arc starts with failure, builds up to being the number one team in the world, and then not many films do this. You decide to go with a really unhappy ending. The whole thing crumbles around our eyes, but it's magnificently done. There's a sort of real sense of drama in that last 15, 20 minutes.
Well, I think that's the way you transcend the sport, really. You've got to show these people as they are, humans with emotions, with frailties, with regret, all that kind of thing. And I think that's really what makes it stand out from perhaps your normal sports film, and particularly normal cricket film. It's not really about the cricket, it's about the people and the journey they go on and the unity that they find, but also now looking back at different times in their life, they're thinking, okay, that was a really special journey, but it also cost me something as well. And I think probably a lot of people can relate to that.
And you've got Toby Jones narrating, so you've got this fabulous actor, and Felix White, who of Tailenders fame and the Maccabees, did the music. You approached them knowingly, did you? You knew they were both cricket mad, and
yeah, I mean, I'd known Felix a little while, and obviously he's a supremely talented musician, but also his passion for the game and his understanding for the kind of nuances of it and the humanity of it and the way it connects to everyday people was really important for the music. And he brought this kind of, I think, quite unique touch to it, where it's not all bombastic. There's actually some really beautiful kind of deft touches, starting with Monty's little Western kind of theme as he goes out to bat at Cardiff and going on from there. And he actually introduced me to Toby Jones, who I knew was a cricket fan, and Toby was really happy to get involved and actually came to a screening the other day and loved it, which was great for us.
We're going to talk in more depth about the different characters that are in, and you mentioned Monty. He acts as a rather sort of elegiac comic relief character. There's something sort of sad, poignant, but also hilariously funny. There's a scene in which he describes feeling really low after a game, after a day in the field, and having bowled badly or whatever, and he decides he's just going to order everything from room service, and this made him so happy.
Well, I think actually, conversely, it's on the surface it seems like this kind of jovial, in a way, moment, but actually for me it's like one of the really dark elements of it, is that Monty's kind of saying this with a smile, but actually you think, wow, he's really struggling with his identity in this team, but also, you know, the pressures at that level of trying to perform. And also the way he was perceived, because he is a funny character without doubt, and he's great in the film, but also he wanted to be respected as a Test cricketer, as he says, and that kind of balance is kind of what kind of runs through the middle of the film, actually, that kind of balance between wanting to be the best but also being yourself as well.
Well, you've done a number of amazing things with this film, not least of which is to turn Sir Alistair Cook into a movie star, which and it's brilliantly done. Alistair, you happy with your elevated status? Now, I saw you hanging around makeup at Sky, demanding to spend half an hour being done up properly.
It's hard to be a movie star when you're just an extra in the film, really. Yeah. Barney came to my house for what seemed like forever to do these interviews, and I got one line in it. So
I broke his lamp and set free his cows.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Well, let's hear the line, because here's a clip from you from the movie, including a few problems with some rogue cows.
Meg, come here. Meg, come here. It's an unbelievably challenging game. You are tested in every single way. I'm trying to think someone would really... Right, the cows are now... Did we not shut that gate properly? That's not good. Living on that edge all the time, you're going to miss it. Of course you are. Shh, go on. Go on. Meg, get out. I was ready to leave it behind. Shh, go on. The rest of my life, I very much doubt I'm going to have those highs and lows. And just knowing that there wasn't actually much more to give is quite a satisfying thing.
Alistair, you're the really positive person that comes out of this, because that clip happens very soon around the time that Jonathan Trott is talking about what he'll miss about cricket, and he gets really emotional about it and says, you know, what he'll miss most is not the training, it's not the game, it's actually physically batting with, and he names them, you, Andrew Strauss, KP and Ian Bell, and and he gets really emotional about it. He can barely say the words, whereas you, yeah, I feel quite satisfied now. I've got some cows, and I've got Barney Douglas drinking me out of house and home for 3 days. It sounds like you've found a good place at the end of all that.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the cows getting out, and I'm thinking they could go anywhere over Not just my farm, but the guys next door perfectly all the wheat and barley.
Did he do that deliberately then?
Well, I honestly reckon
I don't
he
think
did.
it was me. Was it me?
Well, it had to be you, because it wasn't me. Because you told me to walk in front
Responsibility, Cookie. You've got to take responsibility.
You told me to walk in front of that field, and I'll get that you'd get that amazing shot of me walking in the field with the sunset. I was like, all right, so I walked round, and then we just started that chatting again, which all the lines, which are great lines apparently, which you then said at the end of the day, which we'll never use, but you left the gate open, this will be funny, and then it'll be part of the film.
I think Cookie is in the film like he's batting. He doesn't play all the shots, but when he does, they matter. So I think that was my approach.
But go on the serious note, I think I was quite sceptical in the film when Barney first came to me saying we're doing this cricket film, because I was like, I just wasn't sure how it was going to work and how our stories were going to get told. And actually watching Jonathan Trott trying to say those words at the end, I mean, there wasn't a dry eye in that house, was there? And everyone was like, oh, because I hadn't seen it. Barney had sent the film for us to watch, but I refused to do it. I wanted to watch it at the premiere and in the big screen. And I could not believe that what I was actually seeing, Jonathan Trott there at the end. And it was really sad. But he then, there's another Q&A bit with Greg James then said, that evening said, would you do it again? And he said, in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, he would do it. And I think that is so true. You have all the trials and tribulations out there in the middle. You know, there are stresses, there are strains, but there are some just incredible memories that I've got from playing for England, and the opportunity to travel the world, to make friendships, to experience stuff which most people don't experience. Yes, there's some bad times, but that is just what professional sport and most jobs have, but in particular professional sport does to you. Like there's times where I couldn't score a run and I didn't know where my next run is coming from, and you're a long way away from home, and I'm not saying you're a long way from home, you haven't quite got that support, because it's just natural in a hotel room, just say in, I don't know, South Africa or India, you do feel quite isolated too. But that is just the nature of the beast. But I reckon this film is I think the brilliant bit of it is that a lot of it about mental the issues and surrounding cricket. And this really highlights it, doesn't it? It really highlights that in a positive and a negative way. That this game is a bit of an example of it. Playing a test match like 10 days after a World Cup win is a really tough thing for players to do, and players aren't robots.
Well, let's build up to the mental health side of it, because you managed to make all the different players feel like different characters in a film, and it's a film about cricket. But I can see why Mark Kermode liked it, because I think he could identify all the different people you have in it as specifically different characters. So I want to go back to this meeting, the meeting when Andy Flower said, right, we're going to get to number one. And then soon after that, I want you to tell me about the meeting, and I want you to tell me about the incredible boot camp. But let's start with this meeting. How much did you believe that this was feasible?
I think that the clarity of that meeting for me was actually the first time, and I'd played for England since 2006, it's the first time we had an end goal. Most of our goals were about winning that series, winning the next series ahead of us. This is the first time someone stood up in front of us, along with Nathan Lehman, with all the numbers and the stats there, saying, this is where we're going to get to. This is what we want to get to. And everyone kind of looked around, and it had been spoken about a little bit before. We had a couple of meetings before where I think Andy Flower and Andrew Strauss had started to drip feed us. So it wasn't just out of the blue. I think we'd started, and we all started talking about it, and then I think we all knew about the meeting to get us to number one. I think I can remember, not that my memory's any good, as we proved yesterday about trying to talk about Test match only 12 months ago here, but we went in there, so we kind of knew, but it was just so black and white. Like the bowlers are performing here, to be at number one you need to perform slightly better. The batters were performing quite a long way below world's best, you need to jump up, and you couldn't argue with it. You could not argue with the side, and actually everyone left that meeting going, that's what we're going to go and do, and how are we going to do it. Then Andy started, how are you going to do it, and a few individual meetings, what are you going to do to help us get to number one? And it just became this side, and the personalities in that side just grabbed to it, really grabbed to it. Whether the next generation kind of 2015-16 side weren't quite as intense, weren't quite so introverted, a few more extroverts there would have liked that end goal. But that side, everyone took and said, actually, I'm going to do that.
So was it sort of mapped out that we're going to play against these teams, this team, this team, this team, this team, and if we win all of those series, then the inevitable result will be that we'll be number one?
It started off that if we won every game, we'd get there in 13 months or something.
Right.
Obviously, not possible. And then it's like, well, that was, if realistically, can we win it in 2 years? If we won this many games, obviously a couple of defeats was allowed in the stats, we would get there in 2 years' time. And I think we got there in about 18 months, actually. So we kind of exceeded our own expectations.
So did that help to give you intensity within series that might not have felt quite so intense, because now they were part of a bigger goal?
Absolutely. But the clear thing for me leaving that meeting was, what do we have to do, individually? And to me, it's the batters. If the batters performed better, we would get there quicker. We would jump up quicker and quicker than, and the bowlers had to improve a little bit. But actually, if someone says to you, actually, you're the batter, and you're not doing your job quite as well, you suddenly say, actually, no, I've got to stump, I've got to front up here, I've got to deliver, and if I can deliver, we're going to get to that goal quicker than we thought. And I think just people just loved that, and that side loved it, and and we flew, but it was a brilliant time. It was an intense time because Andy Flower was on us, and in a right way, and he got the best out of people like myself, Ian Bell, Jonathan Trott, and without a doubt, he got the best out of us.
Before the 2010-11 series, I say you all went on a boot camp. I'm not sure you all did you? But there was this extremely vigorous boot camp. Were you there filming it?
No, I think I was there longer than you, Cookie.
Were you doing it, though? Or just
no, you were filming it, weren't you?
Put it this way, if it's going to be on film, then someone needs to be near them, so I had to keep up with everybody. I didn't have to carry the bricks.
It wasn't the running that was the problem. It was the incessant push-ups and the bricks.
Exactly.
And then the boxing. I mean, I remember Jimmy Anderson, this is out in Bavaria, and Jimmy Anderson broke a rib, didn't he, in a bout?
Apparently.
Apparently. Were you there, Alistair?
I wasn't, and this is actually one of, I don't regret many things. I actually regret not being on that camp. I know it sounds silly, and I know it sounds like I'm being brave, but it wasn't, because I missed out on something. I missed out on going to a place with your teammates, which I'd never been before. How would I have responded to that? The hardship they went through. And my older brother Adrian, got married, so I was allowed the time off. And actually, Jonathan Trott, I think he was, I think Abby was giving birth, so it was his first child. I think, again, my memory is not great, so he missed it. Actually, ironically, we were the two leading run scorers, so there's probably proof that it didn't make too much difference. But
you did make it back.
I made it back for a day. I made it for the last day. There's a clip in the film of me just doing these bricks really easily because I hadn't done 30,000 of them already. I think I only had to do 20, and then we went abseiling. So I actually had a fantastic time.
I didn't like the look of any of that. It looked absolutely terrifying. But it was what was again fascinating, which you do so well directing this film, is to take the different characters and their responses to them, because there are some that to this day still think this was nonsensical. As far as KP's concerned, he says, I didn't need to. This didn't help me get better at cricket. This was absolutely ludicrous. I'm not sure Graham Swan was too big a fan of it either, was he? But it's interesting that you find these character traits and it comes out in this experience, whereas others, like Bresnan absolutely adored it.
Well, I think that's the thing. I think they all are incredibly interesting characters individually. They've kind of been presented as a certain way as part of this machine, and that's definitely some truth to that. But I always knew that there was a lot of interesting facets to all of them, so I was really interested in that. And to go into Germany is a prime example, because I think as a collective, it definitely helped. So whilst as an individual you might go, this isn't for me, it's more about what you're putting into the environment and how you're building something together, and actually is it good for the majority of people in this environment. I guess that's what comes across.
I think the fact for the next 12 months, a lot of the conversations were about that, showed that it was really worthwhile. You're absolutely right. It might not be for the individual, but as a collective, it did wonders for not just the cliche team spirit, but actually knowing kind of, I think they shared some experience around fires, about, around campfires at night. Actually people actually really being honest with each other about stuff, and I think kind of took people by surprise. But when I turned up on day 3 of this camp
with a McDonald's,
I didn't actually ask. Sorry, Reg Dickinson, our security man, who had organised the trip, who wasn't doing it, but his car was just full of McDonald's. Where all the guys are obviously on army rations, and I told the lads that they weren't very happy. But actually, the two most broken men were Andrew Strauss and Andy Flower. Their faces had gone. And actually, I thought that was quite ironic, because actually they're the ones obviously who organised it. But they were the two who looked the most broken.
So Andy Flower had to go through the same...
and all the support staff as well. And the actually like Ravi Bopara who were doing it, you wouldn't have known. He looks exactly the same at the beginning, like when I turned up, as he turned up to Chancellor or turned up the Lord's Fate. He looked like he never even bothered him what he'd done.
But that's what's really interesting about the psychology of it. Like I look at Tim Bresnan, and apart from obviously an elbow injury, he's kind of relatively unscathed throughout that whole time. And I do think what you take into it is really interesting from your kind of psychological makeup. I think that's how the environment affects different people, because Bresnan's very level-headed, feet on the ground, never really went too up or too down, and just kind of went through it. And probably Alice is quite similar. But some other players obviously are quite emotional, quite driven, all those kind of things, and it would affect them more.
Well, we're going to come on to the mental health aspect now. One of the most serious aspects of the film is the effect the journey to number one took on the mental health of the side.
Yeah.
The relentless 1%ers that went into preparation, which in turn looks great on the outside, but unfortunately it bore the brunt of a complete emotional meltdown in that environment.
Playing for England is the ultimate, but while you're there, it becomes a bit like a drug. I remember thinking, there's something not quite right. I can't concentrate, or I'm quite easily distracted and losing focus on what I'm normally so good at. I remember to suddenly feel like I'm just being attacked. And it was really terrifying, and I didn't know what was going on. I was my own worst enemy in that. I then saw this as a challenge. You know, my mentality was, okay, we'll just work harder.
This is absolutely critical. It's critical to the last half hour of the film, but you get little bits come through even before that. So just to pick up, you're talking about how the guys at the camp felt like they'd bonded together and they could talk more. But actually, strangely also, one of the themes coming through is that cricket being such an individual game, Jonathan Trott's not really able to describe what it is that's gone wrong. Stephen Finn says exactly the same thing. Kevin Peterson says the same thing. Matt Pryor talks about the tear in his Achilles and not being able to tell any of his teammates. So, I mean, there's something horribly sort of lonely about these experiences, about players who are playing, as you say, on the edge, and where that takes them.
Well, I think obviously Cookie could kind of explain it from an internal perspective better, but certainly externally, in speaking to the guys, when things do start to turn and when things perhaps aren't as easy and you're not necessarily on the way up and your body's a bit sore and your family life has changed and you're a bit older and all those kind of things, then doubts start to creep in, I'm sure. And also the fact that you are competing against a number of other players in your own side, which is one of the kind of great things about top level team sport, is that you are together but you're also kind of looking after yourself, and what's the balance there? And I think that definitely obviously creeps through in the film, and I think just slowly starts to chip away at certain players, and obviously culminating with Trotty, who I think so brave and honest and courageous in the film, because he was a great player for England as well, and that's sometimes forgotten. An absolutely astounding player, and to then kind of actually lay bare what he was feeling at that time is, yeah, like you say, I think it transcends cricket. You don't really know where you are when you're watching.
You represent it brilliantly, him sort of sinking into water, and he's saying, I can't even, can't coordinate anymore, I can't even move my body properly anymore. And that's what made him frightened. It wasn't the speed of bowling, but there's an incredible bit, Alistair, in it when it's described that he put himself in front of a bowling machine, cranks it up to 95 miles per hour. Matt Pryor describes it in the film, and bombards himself with bouncers, ball after ball after ball, so that when he goes out to play against Mitchell Johnson, he thinks he'll be prepared. I mean, were you guys aware that this was happening?
Yeah, I was in the net next to him actually, and I don't have too many regrets about stuff, but I regret not stopping that, because I was actually captain of that tour, and I regret not saying, Trotty, what are you doing? Having the confidence in my ability to. But then on the other side, this is not making an excuse. It's just you're seeing a guy who's scored so many Test runs for England, been a brilliant player, experienced, a senior player, going, well, you've got to trust also his preparation. We were given, we could prepare how we'd like to prepare as well. It wasn't just you have to prepare like this. You were given, if you wanted to do this on certain days. There are certain days where you were told, we're having an intense session, or there's other days it's like the coach's day and the player's day. And I think that was the player's day, and he chose to do it. So you kind of then have to trust Jonathan Trott that he was He was doing what he thought was the right thing. And then now looking back on it, obviously Trotty seeing that as a competition to trying to beat his mental issues at the time is extraordinary. But that is what we're kind of like, we're bred into, aren't we? It's a challenge, we're going to beat it. Like the challenge to get number one, we're going to get to number one. And this film really does highlight that. And also we're talking about a slightly different era as well. That mental awareness now is so different to it was in 2010, 11, 12, 13. 6 years ago, it was very, very different. I think it's a great awareness of that people that people do go through tough times, even though we look like we're living the dream. We look like the guys out there playing, living the dream. But actually in the dressing room yesterday, when we were getting bowled out for 40 for 6, it would have been a horrible place as a side. And it's how you come through those kind of moments as players to do it. And
I think that is key, though, what you say in terms of the times have changed quite dramatically. I don't think Jonathan Trott or people going through similar issues at the time, 6-7 years ago, would have been quite as aware of what was happening to themselves. And even just by doing the process of this film, it's made me more aware. I'm just kind of thinking about my friends and myself and all that kind of thing. And I do think it helps in that regard. But I think it is also important to say that it's also one of the best jobs in the world. It's an incredible career, and I hope we get the balance right in the film, that you show great times, great memories, and human moments as well.
One of the things you do also show, though, is that in that 13-14 series, Australia had been regularly beaten by England. They'd been beaten in 2009, then 10-11, then 13. And then you go out and play in that series, and having won at home, it's only 6 months later, you show a couple of bits of action which don't necessarily portray the Australians in the best light. There's a quote from David Warner, there's a quote from Michael Clarke that we're all very aware of and can't repeat on air. It felt like the Australians were pretty feral in that series, and you've got some players who are quite fragile. So do you think that sort of compounded the problems at all?
I think we've got to be careful as well, because it's intense sport, and people want to see two sides going at as hard as they can. And for an Australian in 2013, watching Mitchell Johnson bowl brilliantly, he bowled absolutely fantastically. It was, theatre at its absolute best. It must have been amazing to watch. It wasn't great at the other end when you're trying to fend it off, but you want to see it. And unfortunately, when you are operating at that like elite level, the intense, it is going to be hard. And I don't think, there were some comments which went over the line, their imaginary line, but I like watching fiery Test cricket at certain times, and we can't take that out of it. And the bit which got me, about the whole of that bit, was actually Trotty walking off at Brisbane, which is, Barney does this brilliantly. I wouldn't say it too much to him after he let my cows out, but when Trotty walked off and he'd just been caught at deep backward square leg. And leading into that moment, you'd heard how Trotty had tears in his eyes, he had this massive headache, couldn't physically almost, get out to the crease. And the bravery it took Trotty to go out there was incredible. I remember getting my pads on and watching this guy with tears in his eyes trying to put his pads on, knowing what he's about to go through. It's actually the bravery he showed there to get out there. And he got out playing not the greatest shot, admit. And the commentators just said, dumb cricket, and you got Trotty, and you got Trotty in tears, and that is where the film really highlights something that you're watching here, unemotional there, but you don't quite know what's going on the other side, and that's what sport can do to you, and do to everyone. I think we've got to be really careful about that as people who are watching it. But
I wouldn't want a Test cricket to lose that. I think it's fantastic, and what I want to do is put people in the middle and go, wow, this sport at the top is so tough. But I also wanted to somehow make an audience feel how Trotty felt before the breakdown.
And we, as in that side, we had a great time. We won a lot of brilliant games of cricket. We had a fantastic time as a squad. There's bits which weren't great, which Barney highlights as brilliant, but in general it was an amazing time to play cricket. I was very lucky to play in that era.
That really comes across. In a way, all of what we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes is summed up by Andy Flower's regret, isn't it? He says his biggest regret was in seeing the player but not really the person. That was his regret. And in a way, the film redresses that balance. We see the people, not the players, and we see them in really close up. We get to understand them as characters and how different they are. There's a lovely line in there, I think, which player is it that says, is it Trott that says, touring with Graham Swan is a bit like having 2 Mars bars but having them every day.
And you don't want 2 miles.
Yeah, it was like
you don't want them every day. And it was a very nice, it was a warm, friendly comment about somebody that we have worked with as well. Every day on occasion. The film is supporting Heads Together. It's a mental health initiative spearheaded by the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. It's also raising money for the Ruth Strauss Foundation. So how can you get to see the film? Where is it on?
It's out now. It's doing great thanks to the cricket community who've really got behind it, and I can't thank everybody listening enough because that's made such a difference. It's out now, all the normal platforms for download, iTunes, Amazon, DVDs in various supermarkets around the country, and also there's still some cinema screens going on as well. And if you can catch it on a big screen, it's well worth it.
I felt a bit sorry for Barney because Aggers is trying to get his free DVD copy. It's like, have you got a copy for me? Can I get one? I was like, Aggers, you can get your wallet out of your pocket and go to the cinema and watch it.
He doesn't have to do that, surely. It's in the sort of range of films, a bit like Out of the Ashes and Fire in Babylon, but it's slightly different because it was happening as it was taking place, I suppose, and you came up with a narrative structure of it after all the events. So it's a wonderful thing. It's part diary, it's part insight, it's part awareness of mental health, it's awareness of top level sport. I highly recommend it. Barney, Douglas, all the very best of luck with it.
Thank you very much, guys.
I'm
Cheers,
sure
Cookie.
it's going to do tremendously well.
Shut
And now we're just left. You just left us with a diva now for the rest of the summer. I don't know how we're going to deal with him. The players are making their way out. There could be another diva making a name for himself by the end of today. Jack Leach. Who knows? Could he really get 100? He's unbeaten on 60 as they come out after lunch. No night watchman has ever done that. 99 is the highest score by Alex Tudor. Harold Larwood made 98 as a night watchman once, as I recall. Anyway, all this is for speculating over the afternoon session. Slightly less chipper Niall O'Brien is alongside me. This time yesterday, Ireland were going out to bat, having bowled England out for 85. Today, well, England have got a lead and they're only one wicket down. More from you, Niall, and then it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, well, England have been wonderful, must be said, on another glorious, sunny, hot afternoon here at HQ. They've been excellent today. They've come back from criticism yesterday, and fairly rightly deserved a bit of criticism yesterday, but they've bounced back, and that's what all good sides need to do. Aggers, lovely to see you.
Absolutely, you too. I really enjoyed that chat. That was really good. I look forward to seeing Barney's film when we get the chance to, but it was a really interesting time for English cricket, wasn't it? And so is this. And well, I'm afraid you're going to say the pressure's just switching back onto Ireland now. They know what they've got to do. The scores are level, as it were, and England are only 1 wicket down, so they've got the potential here to bat on. There's so much time still to go today because we extend the play, so lots and lots of overs left to get this lead up and then really put Ireland under pressure in their second innings. So that's the plan. You so often see teams fail in that third innings, but they're doing all right today, and they've come from behind. And Ireland need wickets. Well done, Jack Leach. I remember Alex Tudor's 99 so well at Edgbaston, and he should have got his 100 really. And I'm pretty sure it was Graham Thorpe at the other end, and he just bang, 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 and knocked the winning runs off. And he suddenly realised, oh, sorry, mate. He should have had his 100 that day.
Fine cricketer, Alex Tudor, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bowled fast. I remember watching him on TV at the Wacker, hitting Steve Waugh on the helmet, I think. May have even cut him.
Proper athlete, wasn't he, too, as well, tall. Yeah. He's coaching at a school, so I understand.
He is.
A1, isn't he now?
Kim Bolton
Kim
School.
Bolton, that's the one.
I played with him last week. I played a game with Tudes last week.
Did you?
Charity cricket day. Wonderful afternoon. Lovely man. Gentle giant.
Yeah, absolutely. 122 for 1. His dad worked at the Oval, I think. I'm talking nonsense. Was he a steward at the Oval, something like that? I think he was. 122 for 1. Here's the first ball of the afternoon session. Then Boyd Rankin will deliver it, and he's on his way and bowls, and Roy loses balance there, playing across that front pad and pushing out to mid-wicket. Now, how do we assess how Roy's played here? He's played some 1 or 2 absolutely beautiful, sumptuous cover drives, which is kind of his trademark shot, really. They've been outstanding. He's played 1 or 2 really odd shots where he's charged and done sort of strange things, but then, I think he feels he's got the freedom to do that. Here's Rankin bowling full, and that's that drive down to mid-off, but not very well timed. He plays his stroke again. And in between, we've seen a bit of all sorts, really. I mean, he's got 50. That'll do his confidence good.
I thought he's played well.
Yeah.
He had a few lucky escapes potentially, but I think he's been good. Played the way everyone expects him to play. He's taken a chance. He's been positive.
Yeah. 122 for 1. In goes Rankin. Bowls down the leg side, and Roy tries to swing it away, but misses. There are batsmen who really want to get off the mark with a 4. They want to make a statement. And I wonder if Roy is. We haven't seen him at this level much, but he got off the mark today with a 4 that wasn't our volley. It was a length, really. And he hit through it in a way that... there's some batsmen like to make it a bit of an announcement. I mean, Viv was one, actually. Viv Richards always like to get away with the boundary and say, I'm here, watch out. I wonder if that's the way Roy will try and assert himself. Rankin's on his way, and he bowls to him, and that's a defensive stroke with a nice straight bat played down to mid-on. But he's got a real change of game to make if he's going to succeed at Test level. He's got all those shots, but you know, Test cricket is not just about shots.
I think today his first 16 runs, I might be wrong, but all 4 4s, so that's kind of the way he goes about his business.
Yeah. Then goes Rankin, bowls to him, he flicks that away. That's a dismissive stroke through a straight mid-wicket. And he just brought that bottom hand in and flicked it away to the boundary, down to our right in front of the Compton stand. There's a touch of the gloves there. Jack Leach's got the idea of that now as well. He's a proper batsman out there now.
He's been brilliant, Leach.
Yeah,
I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, a little touch of the gloves. Well done, the night watchman. 126 for 1. He's got a way to beat Jason Gillespie's night watchman effort, of course.
Double 100, was it? Was that Dhaka? Chittagong? Was it Dhaka?
Bangladesh, yeah. That was really also night watchman filling his boots, wasn't it?
Higher Test score than Stephen Wall.
Yeah. 126 for 1. 100 partnership between Roy and Leach. And Leach has come down. He's thinking, I'll have to touch his gloves again now, but...
He's doing a lot of gardening, Leach, isn't he?
He's doing a lot of gardening. Roy on strike. And Rankin's on his way. Bowls to him. Oh, he felt for that. And again, he went at the ball. It moved a little bit off the seam. And again, the hard hands just pursued the ball there. He's lucky not to get an edge. Oh, he's giving each other a little hug. That's rather nice little man hug there for their 100 partnership. 126 for 1. I would like to see Roy just pushing and running a bit. I mean, that's sort of classic Test match opening batting. You know, just
rotating.
Look for the gap. Yeah, just push it about a bit. It seems to be almost sort of 4 or nothing. Just get into that sort of rhythm. Upsets the bowlers too. You look up, how's he got 25?
100 partnership, which is the first that Jack Leach has been involved in first-class cricket. 121 balls, 15 fours and a 6.
It's been good. Been very, very good.
I've been sent a lovely match report, by the way, of Phil Tufnell's half-century here, which he described with great glee before lunch. So thanks to Paddy Briggs for that, from listening probably at the other end in the pavilion there. But yep, I shall read it when Tuffers is on with me later.
Tuffer got a 50?
Yep. And he actually said that he was in.
He was in the zone.
Just in.
Oh, in?
Yeah. I mean, you batsmen know what that means. You're in.
Very rarely in.
Actually,
I was normally out.
Now we've got Adair from the pavilion end, and Leach is forward, pushes up to cover, and there's no run. A lot of late lunches being taken here, or maybe sort of extended lunches, really. The mound stand there falls victim to the lunchers, and there's just a lot of upturned grey seats there. People fanning themselves. I'm afraid it's your turn now down there. You're going to get that sun all day. So no respite, and the grandstand will start to lose that soon. There's Adair around the wicket, bowls, and that thumps into Leach's pad. He runs away for, I presume, a leg by there, down to backward square leg. Mr. Dar perches on his right leg and flexes his left, taps it a couple of times. One more goes up to the scoreboard. 127 for 1. The MCC pennant just flopping really on top of the mound stand. That's got no energy either. It's that sort of afternoon. It's just hanging there really, pretty limp. It's one of those days where you're out there fielding, you've got to keep yourselves going, haven't you?
That's not nice. It's not nice, especially with the lead and only one wicket down. You start thinking this could be a really long day.
It could be. a real scorcher out there. They're still there at 7 o'clock. 127 for 1. Now here's Adair bowling. That's driven uppishly by Roy, who again looks very suspiciously at the pitch after he played that shot. Now he's touching his toes, so his hamstring's all right. But looking again to play a little bit straighter, but that was chipped in the air.
I suppose the concern for William Porterfield will be the backup bowlers. Adair has been excellent. Murtagh obviously fantastic. Boyd Rankin's had a decent game. It's Thompson and McBride. If they're going to be out there all day, a lot of work for them to do.
It is. There's Adair bowling, and I see him on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. And as he nicked that, I wonder if he did. Adair there held his head in his hands after. I think he might have nicked that. But again, it's that straightish ball where Roy gets into trouble, and there's no sort of positive forward movement. He just rather plays around that front pad. And again, you're looking at a man playing different cricket to how he'd normally punch the ball down the ground, but now it's more of a defensive mode. Let's have a look. I think he probably did nick this. Ooh,
I'm not sure.
Actually. No, it hit on the back leg.
I'm not sure he got a feather on that.
No, I'm not sure that he did. I'll see that again. It would have been a very faint one if it was. Here's Adair again, and that's worked away by Roy, a prodding sort of a stroke into the leg side. Coming back for the second, the throw on the way from long leg comes in on the bounce for Wilson. And they take 2. Nice running, 129 for 1. It was leg side-ish, but let's have a look at the ultra edge. Yeah, that just picked up a noise there.
Good decision.
Yeah.
I think the bowler thought Adair hinted that maybe there was a flick of the edge. It's not a bad line for Jason Roy. They're just running the ball back into that middle of the leg stump.
It's that sort of nip back line. That's that footwork.
It's Crickstat's dream. The old statistician. They love one that nips back.
Yes. But I'm thinking left eye over Mitchell Starc. I think that sort of line could challenge Roy. Here's Adair. He bowls outside the off stumps, moving away, and Roy allows that to go by, and enjoying his time in the middle. It's 58 not out. Leach is 60. It says something that Jack Leach is he actually outpacing Jason Roy? I mean, this is not quite in terms of balls face since they've batted together. No, shrug of the head.
57 balls for Roy. Jack Leach is now up to 100. His photo face 70 in the partnership. He's scored 42 runs.
That would be something to talk about, wouldn't it? But, anyway, he's played really well. Leach, that was when Burns was out. They came together. Burns out for 6. Caught behind again. Off Boyd Rankin. Real obvious disappointment too when he was out. You could see it, couldn't you?
Poor dismissal.
It wasn't a good shot.
Feather just six stump. Nicking through, not knowing where his off stump. Leach, on the other hand, excellent. Left the ball well when he's been given the opportunity to put a bad ball away. He's done it with ease.
He's played really well. I mean, it's a perfect opportunity for a night watchman, isn't it? I mean, the pitch is playing well. So I said earlier, you haven't got really any fast bowlers pinging it around your nose. You can just get in and play, can't you? And we've got short legs in, so maybe he might have a fast bowler pinging it around his nose, because Boyd Rankin's very tall and is capable of getting it up. So it's under the armpit, really. That's where you want to get it into the tail ender. But he's well set now. There was one earlier on where he fended one off, but had there been a short leg, it was popped him.
That was off Tim Murtagh. So you'd excuse Jack Leach not expecting the bouncer from Tim Murtagh.
It was a good one, wasn't it? It was right into the slot there, up under the armpit. So, but there was no short leg there. 129 for 1, and so a bit of time being taken here to set the field. The helmet is being worn. There's a man at backward square leg as well, and I think Leach might get a few short ones here as that's down the leg side. And a cry of catch it. Not sure what it flicked. Something which sent it past the keeper, and it was off a bit of bat or glove or something like that. Who's your catch it?
That was me, sorry. Sorry, folks.
Don't worry,
got a bit excited.
I got excited the other day and said, don't throw it. But you're allowed to get involved in the game. But that was a little faint deflection, and Wilson couldn't get there. 133 for 1.
I wonder at what stage he starts thinking, 100.
I don't know. He's a very calm man, Jack. He's a delightful fellow. I spent an evening with him on a tour in the winter. Off goes Rankin. Bowls short. He fends that away. It was an evening with Gary Sobers, actually, with a sort of supporters group, you know. And this word somehow drifted out to the England camp that I was talking to the great man, you know, and Jack Leach popped up. Just just wants to come and listen to Gary Sobers,
Nice.
which is
That's the worst people you could listen to.
Oh, he was on. I tell you, he was on great form too, Gary. He really was excellent. 133 for 1. Leach on 64. Oh, now he pulls away. There's a bit of movement there. It wasn't quite a Bairstow job. But he's pointing there. He's becoming more and more like a batsman.
Yeah.
Even pulling away now when the bowler's running in. I mean, this is what. Yeah.
He'll be changing gloves next.
Well, has he got another pair? That's the question.
Well, I'll tell you a story. The lad was 12th man for Ireland this game, Craig Young. We were playing a game in Nairobi a long time ago. Got to about 20, called for a second pair of gloves. Scrambling around.
Yeah.
He only had one pair.
Had to borrow somebody's. Well, I don't know if Leach might. These days they carry a lot of kit around. He might have a second pair of gloves. Rankin on the way, bowls, and he gets very nicely behind that. Well, wasn't 77 miles an hour? That, come on, Boyd, you can bowl faster than that.
It's lunch, this big lunch you see at Lord's.
He's
It's just sitting there, you know.
He's got to rev himself up. If he's going to come in here with a short leg and try and intimidate the night watchman, he's got to do better than 77.
Yeah, it's medium, isn't it?
Well, it is really, for a big man like this. 133 for 1. 2 slips, gully's quite fine. There's the short leg, he's waiting there, but can Rankin... Perhaps that was a slow bouncer. Here it comes, bowls one. That was a bit more in that one. It was wide of the off stump. 81 miles an hour. He just flapped the bat at that. He was on the back foot, anticipating another short one.
Highest score, Michael Vaughan tells me behind me, for Leach is 66 in first class cricket. And I just think, if he gets past that, does he start daring to dream 100?
Well,
he
then,
must start thinking like that. And then does that affect how he goes about his business?
Absolutely. That's when it starts to creep in, doesn't it? And you start to get a little bit anxious. It's silly, really, because you should be playing better and better, shouldn't you? It's illogical.
That's cricket.
133 for 1, and Rankin's going round the wicket now to try and add to the hostility. Off he goes, bowls very short. There's a mistimed cut shot from Leach outside the off stump. Again, it's only 82 miles an hour at best, so I don't think this is going to worry Leach too much. I mean, he's a tall man, he does get some bounce, but how old's Boyd Rankin now? He has been around a fair old while, hasn't he? I mean, he was quick when he first came on the scene, genuinely quick.
It's 35.
There you go. So to be fair, he looks rather more youthful than that, actually. So here he comes again now. He played for England, of course, once. Now round the wicket he goes. Can he get this up into the slot? Well, it's short, but Leach very nicely gets back into his stumps and defends that absolutely perfectly. 133 for 1. Leach has 64. Roy has 58. So England lead by 11 in this second innings, having lost the wicket of Burns this morning. More drinks out there. Wilson, the keeper, must be horrible with all the gloves and pads and everything on a hot day like this. Hard work, I'd imagine. You'd know all about that. What's the hottest you've played in, kept wicket in? Where were you? You mentioned Nairobi there. Is that?
Yeah, so I reckon Eden Gardens was the hottest I played.
Okay.
2011 World Cup.
Yep.
Paul Sterling got 100 against Holland off about 60 balls and got out with about 25 overs to go, and he was still shaking at the end of the game. He was getting cramping all over the body, poor old Paulie.
There's no respite there, is there? In that vast ground.
Yeah, the Irish never fancied playing these hot conditions. 19 with a bit of breeze is perfect.
Oh, there you are. 133 for 1. Roy on 58. And the over rate actually is about a crawl now, but then that's not surprising. It is so hot. Haven't got to mid-afternoon yet, quite, have we? Whatever mid-afternoon actually is. Now, this is flicked away down to mid-on as Adair continues from the far end. When do you class mid-afternoon, Andrew, up there on the Highveld? When do you get your highest temperatures? 2:30ish, course to 3?
Yeah, 3ish around about.
3ish.
Yeah. Hottest day ever in the UK. 38.5 degrees was recorded on the 10th of August 2003, and I was at a test match in the UK on that day at Shenley.
The ladies?
Isha Guha was playing.
The women were playing.
England against South Africa. Yeah.
Was Isha playing?
Isha was playing.
Was she?
She's not here at the moment, but yeah.
133 for 1. And here's Adair again, bringing Roy forward, playing down to mid-on. So the men weren't playing that day?
Not that day, no, but in fact...
Who was touring? What year was it?
South Africa, 2003.
2003, South Africa.
Yeah, in fact, I watched 3 South Africa-England test matches in the space of 3 days because the under-19s were here as well. I went and watched them in Worcester. A.B. de Villiers, J.P. Duminy, a few guys like that.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Ah, right. What was that 2003 series? Remind me. Come on. It's all going into a blur.
I don't know. I've got to remember.
Graham Smith got a lot of runs for the men. Is that
was that series, was it? Was it the Nasser Hussain resignation?
2003, yeah,
yes,
that's right.
so Edgbaston, first test, he jacked it in.
Yeah.
Michael Vaughan took over.
Yeah.
Here.
That's right. I missed the first 2 tests. I arrived for the last 3. So Graham Smith averaged 18 while I was here. He got the 2 big double hundreds before I got here.
Yeah, but it was a second innings big one at Edgbaston, wasn't it?
223, is that right?
First one. 277.
Oh, sorry, Graham.
Yeah.
133 for 1. The ball was looked at there, but I think it's been cleared. And Adair comes in, bowls, and Royce runs that away, opening face of the bat down to third man. And they'll get a couple of runs here. Leach heading for the far end. And 2 runs taken, 133 for 1. Jack Leach has been out there now. This is the 34th over. How many balls did his previous highest score take then, I wonder? That'd be quite interesting. This could be the longest he's ever batted. 135 for 1. Adair walks slowly back and now long strides past the umpire, bowls right arm over the wicket, and Roy again gets in that. He gets tangled up that straight and straightening ball, and there it's a bit of a sort of a flick and a jerk. He tries to work the ball. I mean, you have to say, from a purist's perspective, just too square, isn't he? He should be looking to play straighter than that.
Walking down the wicket as well.
Yeah.
Taking a couple of paces down the pitch and trying to put the bowler off, but anytime he's walked then, he's actually seemed to have put himself off almost.
Yeah. And the Aussies will be watching that for sure, because they'll be bowling at this. I was going to say the Prime Minister's here, but force of habit. It's merely Theresa May MP. No sign of Boris. And he's still firing people, isn't he? 135 for 1. And then comes Adair, bowls. And he's hit like that again. Hit on the pad. Working away into that leg side. Adair really wanted that. That is an area that I have to say Roy's really got to work on. He's got to play straighter. And are they going to review this? They're having a little gathering. The time is ticking away. And they are not going to review it after that. But that is that classic slot again, isn't it? Where he's just really got to be careful. It's tailing in. And it did nip quite a long way, but he's just offering... There's no bat at it, is there? He's turned the face of the bat so much.
Going down leg.
Yeah.
Porterfield went to the keeper. Wilson, who's got a pretty good view of it. Wilson wasn't sure, and I think if the keeper's not sure, you're probably best off leaving it alone.
There's a man out there at deep square. Adair wheels round once more. 135 for 1 is the score. And a big leap, and he bowls. Now that's a nice looking shot. Just plays straight as that, bat and pad together, pushing back to the bowler. 135 for 1. He's such a good looking player. But that's the one, if you're watching the telly now, look at where the head's gone. The head around about off stump. The balance is lost. Weight's gone over there, and the bat therefore is coming through much too square.
Good bowling, mind you, good skill. Marker there has got a very good wrist position, so he can generally swing the ball away to the right-hander, but at the same time he's got a good innie. He looks a real prospect, a real find for Ireland.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is
only
nice.
new to the system, he's acquitted himself very well.
Yeah, he's got some stamina. He's kept going.
131 balls Jack Leach faced for his 66, which was his second longest innings.
Oh.
Because he faced 132 in his other 50, both of which have been at Manchester against Lancashire.
Nice.
It's 115 at the moment now. It's his third longest innings.
Not quite there then, okay. Well, he's looking around the field. Can Boyd Rankin get it up? There's a short leg there waiting. Get it up into that armpit. 135 for 1. On his way, the big fella now, and he's there and he bowls down the leg side, and there's another cry of catch at that. I think was pad this time. And it runs down to fine leg. And, yep, rather more dainty. Leg by signalled down at this end. 135 for 1. So, leg byes, not runs. Leach remains on 64. Now, Porterfield's coming over. What are you saying? Come on, Boyd, can you... You know, we've got a plan here.
Two very good friends, both from Derry. Boyd Rankin from Brady, a big farmer. Boydie,
is he?
Loves farming. Cattle farm up there in Breedy.
There's cattle, is he? Right.
He owns half of Derry. Boyd Rankin and his father. Oh my
Right,
God!
okay.
Wow.
Why is he running and bowling fast for a living then?
Because otherwise he'd have to be milking the cows,
Mucking
and
out the cow
mucking
sheds.
out the- exactly. So
No,
he's probably
it's
better
just-
off ploughing the turf at Lords.
Well, I suppose so. Now we've got a leg slip. Let's see if get it up into that armpit. Here he comes, Bowles. Well, it's short, but Leach again. I think he realises that you haven't got it. You're not going to frighten me. I'm quite happy getting into line.
They're searching now, Ireland, because just field changing every second ball. Jack Leach, to me, doesn't look like he takes the pull of the hook on. At the moment, it's 80 miles an hour, early 80s. It's not really threatening. If you had the hook or the pull, it'd be fairly easy to put it away.
Rankin round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, a swish from Leach, and an optimistic arm raised from the bowler, but no contact with the bat. So at the moment we've got an orthodox slip and a fine gully. There's now a leg slip, really very fine, and a forward short leg with the helmet on, and then a man just in front of square on the leg side, and Porterfield's waving his arm there at the man down at fine leg, who's just registered the fact that it's being waved at to please move a bit finer. So off he goes, maybe 20 yards to his left, so he'll end up absolutely in front of the pavilion down there. As Rankin runs away from us from the nursery end and bowls short down the leg side, and there was the chance. And the leg slip fielder dived there. Did he get a hand to it? He might have done. A little flick of the fingers and a short ball down the leg side. And it was a dare there at fine leg. He's getting a little consolation tap on the fingers. It went very fast because it was flicked away by Leach. Yeah, I think he just got a finger end on it. Well, that's why he's there.
Half chance, maybe even a quarter chance, you'd say. Good effort.
You wouldn't have seen much of that.
Tipped it around the post or over the bar. Boyd Rankin, head in hands, but he's not there for the flick. It's more just a little touch straight to the hands. That's only a quarter chance, really.
Yeah, Leach 68.
That's his highest first-class score, yep.
Well done him. He'll know. He's tapping away again now. Rankin kicks up his heels and he's there and he bowls to Leach, who stands up and defends that very easily. I think there have been others who've been taking that on and taking the hook shot on. But, well, he's a number 10, number 11, so we don't play those shots down there.
Were you a 10 or 11? Did you ever slip up to 9?
Well, I get occasional 9 there, but there was once. I might have been 8.
Did you ever stick your hand up for night watchman when you were playing for the Foxes?
No, but I always got the job because Peter Willey liked to bully me, and he knew I hated it. I was terrified. 141 for 1. Rankin runs away round the wicket and bowls a good ball. It just straightened a little bit from that angle and defeated Leach, who remains on 68. Roy on 60. No wickets in those first 20 minutes, 141 for 1. England now lead by 19. More from Niall, and then Isha is coming in here.
Yeah, so far so good today for England. Leach been excellent. Jason Roy, well, he's played exactly how we expected Jason Roy to play. Full of panache, some beautiful strokes. Aggressive against the spin of McBride, and now England leading by 19 and getting themselves in a really strong position. And before Isha gets settled in, I just wonder, has there ever been a test match when each innings has eclipsed the previous innings for the team to win on the fourth innings, if that makes sense, Andrew? I.e. 85, 207, England probably get maybe 300 here, and Ireland might need 301 or something. That kind of, can that happen?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I mean, maybe with somebody needing 122 and hitting 126, hitting a 6 of the last ball. But obviously, if the team batting second has got a big lead, and if they're batting fourth, they're not going to be chasing whatever the team batting third might get.
That's the Irish in me coming out there.
Very good. Very meticulous in your thinking about stats, in your analysis. 141 for 1 then, England, leading by 19. Jack Leach still out there on 68. Jason Roy not out on 60. He's got 2 slips in. And Mark Adair from the pavilion end. He's gone for 26 from his 9 overs. As he comes in now on an angle past the umpire, he bowls. Roy drives to mid-on, no run. just rehearses his shot. Just wanted to play that a lot squarer to try and thread it through mid-wicket and mid-on. He's got 2 men back in the deep on the leg side, deep square and a fine leg back, point, extra cover, and men positioned at mid-off and mid-on. As Jason Roy just has a quick scan of the field. There's a haze in the distance. Looking over the red brick pavilion, over to Maida Vale as Adair comes running in again. He bowls. Roy dabs to the offside, just backward a point, comes through for 1. Goes to 61. That lead now extends to 20 here at the home of cricket. We're here on day 2. And this game, well, yesterday moved very quickly along. 20 wickets in the day. The last time that happened in the day 1 of a test match here in England was back in 1912. So England, a much better performance, you would say. And Jack Leach, outstanding. 68 from 121 deliveries. He is now on strike. No night watchman has ever made 100 for England. Alex Tudor was the closest with 99.
Robbed.
3 slips in then for the left-hander as Adair comes around the wicket. Leach defends, back to the bowler. Did you have a good lunch?
I had a lovely lunch, yeah. Lovely dessert and everything. A nice cup of coffee to wash it down. Yeah, it was class. Never let down at Lord's, are you?
No, you never, ever.
Well, people listening at Edgbaston, I'll tell you what, they've got wonderful food up at Edgbaston as well during the World Cup.
Yeah, I reckon they're the best too in the country, aren't they? Well, we've got the menu here for day 2, what the players would have been eating. At the interval is Adair. Is past the umpire, bowls, Leach drives to mid-off, no run. Sweet potato, carrot and coconut soup. A grilled chicken, and steamed barramundi, lamb stir-fry and butternut squash and goat's cheese, Wellington. With a side of mashed potatoes, beans, pesto pasta salad and some prawns. We'll get to the desserts in just a second. As Adair turns at the top of his mark, coming towards us now. Leach back and across, drives, backward a point. He might fetch a boundary for this. It's racing away in front of the mound stand. Keeps the fielder interested, but it goes into the boundary. So Leach to 72 now, 146 for 1 England, lead of 24. What would you fancy on that menu?
Well, I wouldn't have the soup. Too hot for soup for me. I probably would have gone for the lamb stir-fry, although steamed barramundi would be quite nice. Very exotic.
You get
mashed potato. Any potatoes for me.
Of course.
And the dessert, well, I could have a bit of everything there apart from the fresh fruit salad. I would have steer clear of the fresh fruit salad.
Being true to your heritage with the potatoes is Leach leaves one outside the off stump from Adair through to the keeper. So 36 overs have been bowled. In England's second innings, 146 for 1, lead of 24. Roy on 61, Leach on 72. As Niall O'Brien will step out, in will come the Knight of the Realm. Alistair slotting in next to me here at Lord's. And we were just talking about lunch menus. What was the best lunch you ever had at Lord's?
I used to like Fridays, where it was just steak and chips. I think it was Fridays. Fridays or Saturdays. Getting my memory as we keep going back to, but I think I'm going to go Friday, steak and chips.
With a bit of peppercorn sauce?
Oh, yeah, if it was, I'd always have it on the side. I'm
Yeah.
a bit of a mayonnaise fan. I quite like dipping into a bit of mayonnaise, but I think the nutritionists always tried at Lord's to give them the memory, like the menu of the healthy stuff, and they just totally ignored it.
But it's hard when it's followed up by bread and butter pudding and custard and chocolate tart.
I think the bowlers, Stuart Broad today, Ollie Stone, were the guys that don't have to hopefully, well, I don't think they are going to do much today, they would have filled their boots.
As Rankin comes in from the nursery end, Roy turns it off his hips out to deep fine. It's kind of a whipping action as he plays that shot. He played one of those in the World Cup in the semi-final against Mitchell Stark, and he just whipped it off his legs and it flew for six out to fine leg. It was one of the best shots I saw in the tournament. But he moves to 62, 147 for 1 with a lead of 25.
Just going back to the lunches, obviously on that menu as well, where they don't tell you there they have like massive prawns, which obviously dip in at Thousand Island. Is it Thousand Island? Or is that what it's
Marie Rose, I think I just saw that.
They have massive prawns, and you just kind of eat them with a bit of bread to start with. That's a meal in itself. But yeah, you do really fill your boots.
If you knew you had to bat in the afternoon session, would you have tucked in?
Yeah, not that. No, you'd have. If
Something
say you're
lighter.
not, if you're not out after lunch, it's hard to get too much down here.
Leach on the back foot on his toes, pushing to the offside, no run.
Yeah, like eating, I would have probably stayed in the dressing room. It's actually a bit of a walk, and that sounds silly. It's a bit of a walk through the above the long room, across the corridor, up above the dressing rooms. The dining room's above the away team dressing room, so it's quite a bit of a walk. So I'd have probably just sat there and maybe had a banana. Just take your pads off and chill. But if I was already out, which was a common theme, I'd go up there and I'd make full use of the 40 minutes.
As Rankin comes in again around the wicket to the left-handed Leach is on the back foot, punching Timid off. Well, where did you used to sit in the dressing room?
So I used to sit, and as you walk in, the doors. It's quite hard to explain. And the doors, if you imagine, it's a bit of a rectangle. The bottom left-hand corner of the door is. I used to sit. You could walk in and turn right all the way to the end, and there's a fridge there. And I used to sit next to the fridge.
There's a sink as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it has changed. They changed the honours boards. They changed everything this year. So actually, my seat's still there, but I couldn't remember whether the sink was there. It's great being next to the fridge because you could help yourself to drink whenever you wanted. But obviously, everyone else would say, "Throw us a drink, throw us." So you end up being a bit of a waiter for everyone.
As Rankin sets off once more past the umpire. Leach edges and dropped. Gary Wilson diving to his right. It looked like he had control of it, and then as he fell to the floor, it kind of bobbled out of his hands. And Jack Leach remains not out on 72 with a lead of 25 England.
Yeah, it was a back of a length ball. It bounced a length from Leach, and he's been bowling, leg side of that. And actually, this was in the channel, and Jack Leach has just tried to kind of fend it and push it off, and that should have been taken. He had to dive a little bit. He almost over dived.
Yeah.
And he caught it on his wrist rather than hit him on his wrist rather than his hands, and that should have been taken.
Felt quite close to him, just hearing the groans all around the stadium as they watched the replay. Rankin then is in again. This time onto the leg side from Leach. Another rising delivery. He does get a lot of bounce because of his height, Rankin, but it falls safely to the leg side as he now is just readjusting his gloves, Jack Leach.
I think that's hit his bottom hand right on his actually probably spinning finger and just jammed it in there, but it's just looped out. There's 3 catches there it could have gone to, his short leg, that leg slip which has been in there, and then square leg and just looped where leg gully would have been, and that was back to that line we've been speaking about with in his body rather than the wider one which he just nicked.
Rankin, arms pumping, bowls short again. Leach on the back foot, defending this time to the offside. Way more in control of that. As we get to the end of the 37th over. Here in England's second innings, they're 147 for 1 with a lead of 25. Leach on 72, Roy on 62.
Yeah, just watching that replay. He went to go off that drop catch. He went to go one-handed, didn't he? Thinking it was going to go further away. And then realised he could get 2 hands to it, but as he was kind of thinking, I can get 2 hands to it, he just forgot to catch the ball. And you'll see the replay of that, and he should have called on that, and now that is the worst feeling in cricket. I don't care what anyone says, you get out for naught or you get out for 2, you sit down, you put your stuff in the dressing room, but on a long hot day, this is going to be 90 odd overs in the field, 35 degrees, and then knowing you've dropped that catch, and we all drop them. No one will be blaming him at all, but you feel so small for that bit.
What do you say to him? No, I bet no one just says anything.
Well, not really. I mean, it's the worst thing about being a keeper, though. You're in the game all the time. You are. You're talking about the mental side of the game. Like once there's another one, because he's always in there, and that's why I think keeping can be really hard. And how many overs left? 62 overs left. We're hoping he doesn't get too many more, old Jack Leach.
Mark Adair continues from the pavilion end. Roy drives back to the bowler, no run. He's got 2 slips in. That's those 2 men back on the leg side as well. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra and a point. Jason Roy, it's been a gruelling day for the Ireland bowlers because Jason Roy has looked a lot more at home in the middle in this innings. A couple of lovely drives through the covers that probably just got him going, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he got going, and then he tried to almost overthink Tim Murtagh, tried to try and premeditate. And since kind of he got through that little spell, he's just played every ball on his merits, looked to score. As we always know he's going to do that.
Scores quickly as well, 62 off 68. He carves one now, forward of points. A delivery that was bowled on a good length, but just a bit of width on offer from Adair. And Jason Roy capitalises off the front foot. It's another crashing drive. And England bring up their 150. They're 151 for 1. Jason Roy to 72.
Yeah, I think this ball is just reversing, isn't it? I think it's reversing a little bit both ways. And Adair's just tried to go away from Jason Roy. Obviously got struck on the pads a couple of overs ago, darting one in. But he just got too much width on there. And it wasn't that short, but Jason Roy's not going to miss out on any width on this wicket.
Roy on the back foot this time, looking to steal a single on the offside, but signals no, as he sees the fielders running towards him. He's actually on 66. Apologies. Jack Leach is on 72. Strike rate of 82 in the County Championship over the last 5 seasons. He is someone that can really make you pay. And one of the reasons why he has been brought into this side, because of the way he plays. Just that threatening nature at the top of the order.
Can't believe my name's not up there. Top 5.
Adair bowls. Roy just opens the face ever so slightly. It goes past second slip. They're on the chase now. Pointers after it. And it goes into the third man boundary. So another 4 to Jason Roy. He goes to 70 now. A lead of 33.
Yeah, the Ireland here, with the ball just reversing both ways, the problem with it is you can't set the field for both sides, if that makes sense. If you're going to swing out, you've got to set an offside field. You're going to swing in the majority of the time. You've got to set a leg side field. And he's doing a little bit of both at the moment, not quite getting his line right. He has to stay on the stumps to swing it either way if you can set the field, because he's giving Jason Roy scoring options. He's got a 5-4 legs offside field, but he's got obviously the catching mid wicket in, so he wants the ball straight, but any width is going to get punished by Jason Roy, and that's what he's just offering a little bit at the moment.
Point goes out to the boundary as Adair bowls short, and Jason Roy loses his shoe in the process as he tries to duck underneath one. He looked to signal intent by coming down, and he looked to initially try and take it on, but then just dropped his hands, and as he shuffles across, he loses his right shoe, which was quite incredible, to be honest.
Yeah, he came down to dance down the wicket to, I think, premeditate something, which I don't think he needs to do. He scores so quickly, and then as he danced down, his right shoe fell off. I don't quite know why. He's now got the pressure of trying to tie shoelaces with everyone watching. Do you reckon Jason Roy can tie shoelaces?
Well, you know better than me. But you know what you've just done with your comment about strike rates? I'm sure you've just prompted Andrew to find out what your strike rate actually is.
Well, it was a minimum of 2,000 runs, wasn't it? That's what I saw. That was the...
Yeah, minimum of 2,000 over the last 5 years. So for those wondering, and there will be quite a few, 51.7 is your championship strike rate in the last 5 seasons.
Happy with that?
More than happy. I thought it'd be in the 30s. So.
Jason Roy is just picking himself up off the floor.
I didn't think I had 2,000 championship runs in the last 5 years, so even more chuffed with that.
2,558, average of 53, which is more important anyway, isn't it?
Fantastic average. And you're sitting in a pretty comfortable spot at the moment, Essex. There's Adair comes in, another short ball that Roy tries to uppercut down to third man. He's now smashing the bat into his pad because he misses it through to the keeper. At the end of the over, it's 155 for 1, 38 overs gone, lead of 33. Roy on 70, Leach on 72.
Yeah, we've won a few games in a row. We had a block of, I think, 7 games, and we won 6 and drew 1. So I think we just snuck past Somerset last week. I think we got a 4-point or 5-point lead. So.
Top of the table.
Yeah, it is. It's setting up for a really nice finish, actually. Four more games to go. We've got there's obviously a lot of T20 cricket at the moment, so I'm not quite so busy. And then We have a random championship game in the middle of that against Kent, and then we've got more 2020 Blast, and then we've got the 3 fixtures then, which actually the last fixture is at Somerset. The last game is at Somerset. So.
I wonder if Marcus Druscothick will be playing that day. It'd be a nice send-off for him, having announced his retirement.
So are you saying you want Somerset to win the league?
I'm not, I'm just saying. It would be a nice send-off for him to maybe finish with a win. I'm not saying that, they might lift the trophy, but it would be a good game.
Who do you support?
I support Berkshire.
Oh, come on, you can't sit on the fence now. I don't know, how are they going on the Minor County League?
I'm not entirely sure. I know how the women are doing, but they're in the 2nd division, so...
Okay. And if you had to...
It was weird. I never really supported a championship side. I'd just keep an eye on what was happening.
Okay. You are really sitting on the fence.
I
here,
am
aren't
massively
you?
sitting
Come
on
on,
the
you
fence.
must have one. I never supported a Premiership football team, but I always had like soft spots for certain teams. I'm a Luton fan, Luton Town fan, and I say at the moment, but my father-in-law is a Luton Town fan, and living nearby to Luton, I've kind of jumped on the bandwagon the last few years. But we went from that's a really bad but Luton went from the conference to, I've gone to the championship the last few years, back-to-back promotions.
There you go.
Yeah, very, very exciting thing. I think I went once last year, so
you're not really a fan?
No, I follow the results, but yeah, I'm more going back to you. You must have a soft spot for one county side.
Well, I mean, growing up, I was probably closest to Middlesex, so
you're a Middlesex fan?
Yeah, I saw them a few years ago here against Yorkshire. Yeah, Toughest is pleased with that one. I didn't get to see Toughest play for Middlesex. But yeah, I guess probably I'd say Middlesex. T20 Blast commentary tonight on 5 Live Sports Extra. Yorkshire against Lancashire, Clash of the Roses from 7 p.m. Yorkshire playing host.
Who do you want to win that one?
Probably, that's a tough one actually, because I've done a fair amount of work with Yorkshire,
okay, so
but then I really like the Lancashire lads.
Okay. They're sitting on the fence yet again.
Yep. That's exactly how I get through all this. I'm sure there's plenty of fans out there going one way or the other. They've just taken a break for drinks out in the middle.
I know it's probably not for me to comment on here with the window open and air conditioning. It doesn't seem quite as hot as it was this morning. It has clouded over a little bit, isn't it? Is there a chance of a thunderstorm today? Or
Well, yeah. Simon King this morning mentioned that there might be some storms tonight and potentially even tomorrow. So the situation here at Lord's, 155 for 1 England. Rory Burns was out for 6. Caught Gary Wilson bowled by Boyd Rankin. Just got himself into a bad position, really, didn't he? Just looking to play one outside the off stump, and a lot of people will look at that and say perhaps a bit unnecessary, but at the moment though, Jack Leach out in the middle. He was a night watchman for England, trying to protect Jason Roy for that over last night. He is on 72 and Rory is on 70.
Yeah, just going back to the Burns dismissal, obviously on the TV or describing it, when you're playing at the 5th stump ball and defending it doesn't look great. You can never defend it as a when you're looking at it as a commentator. But what's going through Roy Burns' mind is obviously with Boyd Rankin bowling around the wicket from the nursery and the slope is into his stumps, and
it makes him play almost.
So it forces you to play, because the last thing you want to do is leave the ball and it nips down the slope and you get bowled, so you get dragged into playing. That's what's happened there. So it's good bowling from Boyd Rankin. It looks fairly innocuous, but as a batter, as a left-hander where he played there, you look into play. It's very hard to trust yourself to leave that ball, and that's what's happened. Obviously on the replay it doesn't look that great.
Rankin continues then from the nursery end. Leach carves backward a point. It was aerial for a while there, but it will go into the boundary in no time. So Leach absolutely loving this roll. He's gone to 76, 159 for 1 with a lead of 37.
Great shot from Jack Leach wide from Boyd Rankin. That short pitch bowling which they've gone at with the leg slip and the short leg. And again, he cut it over. He go either up or down, and he went up. It was a great shot by Jack Leach. And again, the more he bats as number 1 for England, the more he pokes at the pitch to look like a proper batter. Rankin's got a slip and a leg slip in, a gully and a point and a short leg as
He bowls now around the wicket. Leach on the back foot, jumping to play that, and punches it to mid-off. Back of a length delivery on around the off stump. Rankin 1 for 41 into his 10th over of this innings as Murtagh has the ball in his hand and just gives the ball a bit of a shine. There's a red stain on his cream trousers as he tosses it to Boyd Rankin, who tosses the ball from right to left hand. He now has it in his right as he pushes away. He bowls to Leach, who plays it in the air, but it falls just in front of Rankin. Again, just jumping up on his toes.
Yeah, just a back-of-length ball from Boyd Rankin, not as short. I think it just showed the slowness of the pitch there. Actually, Jack Leach has just got through his shot earlier, and he's looking to whip that through mid-wicket and just got a little leading edge. From here, it looked like it was about to loop up back to Boyd Rankin, but just dropped a long way short. I wonder how the nerves are for Jack Leach and whether he's starting to dream.
The tall frame of Rankin sets off again. He bowls. Leach looking to work that leg side. It goes through to the keeper. There's a muted appeal from short leg and a slight one from Rankin, given not out as he returns to the top of his mark.
They're surely not going to review half.
Well, I think there's an inquiry, polite inquiry from the captain to the keeper, Gary Wilson, and leg slip, but they've decided not to go for the review. William Porterfield is happy not to as he just stretches his hamstring. Rankin then, with the ball back in his hands, at the top of his mark, bowling from the nursery end. He runs away from us. Bowls. Leach on the back foot, pushing to the offside. He comes through for one. There's a good single taken. He goes to 77, a lead of 39, 161 for one England.
Just good batting now. They just take the single, back of a length, dropped it into extra cover. I think all of the Somerset boys will be watching this, won't they? Watching Jack Leach edging towards.
Well, it'll be the first time an English night watchman would have scored a century.
We don't want to give the I've been trying not to say it.
No, I'm sorry.
Commentators curse, but he is edging now, isn't he? You can just, I think you can start to think in his eyes, I reckon in his head.
He's at the non-striker's end as Jason Rory takes guard and looks to pull one down the leg side from Rankin, but misses it through to the keeper. Jason Rory as well. Playing in his maiden test match, just looking quite relaxed out there. The ball hanging on his thigh. Sorry, the bat on his thigh before he picks it up and now just sets himself once more. Two slips in for him as Rankin over the wicket. It's past the stumps, bowls down the leg side. Is it a strangle down the leg side through to the keeper? Gary Wilson has his arms in the air. There's an appeal from behind the stumps. Given not out by Paligaruge. And they don't go for the appeal on this occasion either. So end of the over. It is 161 for one. His time has now run out to try and go for the DRS. Jason Roy is on 70. Jack Leach on 77. A few words from you, Alistair, and then it will be Michael.
Yeah, just watching the replay there, just clipped his front pad as it went through the keeper. Boyd Rankin showed no interest at all. And this is when it's going to get tough and hard yards for the Irish boys here. Still got 60 overs left at 2:45. It's been oppressive heat. I think they'll be relieved the clouds are just coming over, but
it has got a little bit cloudy. You're quite right, Alistair, but these are the hard yards. I feel for Gary Wilson, really. Leach should have been taken by the Irish keeper when he was in 72. Partnership now of 135, Andrew? Are my mathematics correct? Yes, he nods. And yeah, it has got a little bit cloudier, not quite as blisteringly hot as it was previously. I was out in the camera balcony just below us here in the media centre, and I think I've got sunburnt legs now. But Murtagh is in now from the pavilion end. He's in, and that's a drive in the air, and it's over the top of mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs for Jack Leach. Murtagh is back. He's got 9 overs so far, 22 runs, no wickets, and Leach, as Alistair Cook was saying, edging ever closer to those 3 figures.
Well, yeah, it was an off drive, and he just got a bit early on it. He's just chipped in the air. He's chosen the tallest man in the Irish team to try and lob the ball over Big Boyd Rankin, but actually safely sailed over his head, and Jack Leach is looking like he knew what he was doing with that, just chipping the ball over the head as nonchalantly as you want.
2 slips in a gully as Murtagh is in, pressed forward by Leach, and there's no run. There's been a fair amount of hands on hips, crossed arms from Ireland. The body language, there's not a lot of chat or banter. It's a bit of a struggle for them at the minute, and it's an indication there's no real X factor in this Irish bowling attack. There's no surprise, no real pace, Alistair.
Well, it's the same in the commentary box with you and Niall, isn't it? You've just kind of calmed down finally. After
it does occasionally happen, yes.
After yesterday's exploits.
I don't think O'Brien ever runs out of steam or zip or banter. And Murtagh's in, and that moves away from Leach and taken by Wilson, and a round of applause from the keeper for the bowler.
Yeah, the Irish guys have got to be just that good old Geoffrey Boycott. Just add 2 on it. That's the only. That's what they've got to be thinking. If we can get 2 on it, England will effectively be 40 for 3. They lead now 40 runs ahead, 43 runs ahead. That's what's going to have to keep them going. They're looking for that one moment of brilliance from someone to inspire them, not just to get Jack Leach out, but to get them not back in the game. They're still very much in this game.
Everything went for them yesterday. Murtagh's in, and there's a lovely drive for 4, and Leach's confidence is growing. Beautifully timed on the offside, and I don't think 3 Boyd Rankins in tandem could have stopped that one racing to the boundary. And he's looking good.
Unbelievable shot of the day for me, crashing that through extra cover, left hand, just actually left out of extra cover, right hand in mid off. And once he beat the outfield there, he timed the nuts off that straight
right down the hill.
Yeah,
and he moves on to 85, 169 for 1, a lead of 47.
Getting sweaty palms.
Oh goodness, you don't sweat, do you? Murtagh's in, and he lays back and cuts that, and straight to the man. Well, hit his knee, I think, possibly hit him in the leg at square cover. No run. Is that not one of the well-known facts about you, Sir Alistair Cook? You do not sweat.
I sweat a lot
You're
less.
Like something out of V, the old science fiction series.
I sweat a lot less than everyone else. I'm nervous. I was nervous yesterday presenting Jason Roy's cap. I'm nervous for Jack Leach now. I thought it was meant to be more relaxing up here.
Have you ever rung the bell? Joyce said that was the most nervous he's ever been. Murtagh's in, last ball of the over. Defensive shot back down the pitch by Leach, who's looking terrific on 85. Roy is on 71, 69 for 1. And Murtagh off his 10 overs, no wicket for 30. Andrew, what are you're jotting away there? Anything of note at the moment? These pens and pencils I've thrown him.
Just writing down the scores and the bowling figures and all that sort of stuff. Jack Leach, of course, has caught up with England's first innings.
Of course he has. He scored as many as England did in the first innings. There's a row now over the rota. Alistair's making way. I think that the pork pies for the afternoon have been delivered. And he's up out of his seat. The man who set the fashion world alight yesterday with the shorts has been followed by a few people today, but not by Victor Marks, who's of course keeping the standards up here in the box. And it's got a little bit cooler out there, Vic, I think.
Well, a little bit.
All things are relative, yes.
I'm sure I've got legs for shorts in public.
You'll be starting on tattoos next, won't you?
Well, perhaps I'm hiding my tattoos. You never know.
I don't wish to know.
Well, I'm not. Actually.
I don't wish for documentary evidence of the fact one way or the other. You've probably got a huge dragon, have you, snaking across your back, and we've never seen it.
Possibly, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Just keep a little bit of mystery. Right, what can Ireland do here? They've changed things up again. Here's Stuart Thompson from the nursery end. One slip in a gully. It's down the leg side, flicked away by Jason Roy behind square. The man at fine leg will pick up. They've come back for a very quick 2. Not the quickest piece of Irish fielding you've ever seen. Sharp running from England. And 2 more for Roy. 72 he's on.
It's amazing. Roy is sort of approaching his first Test century, but he's been overshadowed by Jack Leach.
Oh, the little fellow in the glasses.
I can't work it. I mean, Leach did play the most glorious cover drive in that last over. You can tell he's watched a bit of Trescothick, you know.
Beautiful shot.
But it is staggering. Here he is, 85 of them.
Roy still on strike. Thompson is in. That's just a little bit of bounce from that delivery. Reared just a little bit more than Jason Roy expected through to the keeper. Stuart Thompson, who's nothing more than medium fast, medium paced.
I've got one for Andrew.
A question?
Well, it's still hypothetical, but I'm just no. I don't want to make the in the highly unlikely circumstance of Leach getting to 3 figures.
As Thompson is in. And he's bowled him. Jason Roy has been clean bowled by Stuart Thompson. It was an extravagant drive, missed the ball completely, middle stump, and reward for Ireland. Finally, the partnership has been broken, and Roy is out bowled for 72.
Well, there's the virtue of bowling straight. It was a full ball. It might have come up the hill fractionally. Roy thought, well, here we go. I'll marmalise this somewhere. He swung loosely and missed. And he was furious subsequently. He just gave the stumps a little tap as he headed off for the pavilion because he was eyeing 3 figures. He looks actually pretty disgruntled. The members are standing, but his head is bowed. And he knows that he's missed a golden opportunity to really launch his Test career. Nonetheless, he's got 70. But it was a loose shot. I think we're going to, if we see a lot of Roy in Test cricket, and lots of us hope that we do, we're going to have to be a bit patient and recognise we're going to get exasperated now and again. He's going to play some glorious shots, and sometimes those glorious shots aren't going to work. So it's progress. It's 72 from a tight situation, but nonetheless furious, and good reward for Thompson, who's toiled away,
plugged away,
prepared to keep the ball up there. Roy thought he spied 4 runs here somehow, and drove carelessly. The ball may have come up the hill a bit, and the stumps were disturbed. So after a long wait, far longer. Oh, it's not even Joe Root. I forgot that. No,
Oof.
Number 4 for England today.
With the other Joe.
Is the other Joe.
Joe Denley is in now. Partnership, Andrew, 145?
145 in 30 overs, yep.
72 he made.
Well, there's all sorts of questions I should ask Andrew now. I mean, is this the longest that Joe Root's had to wait to bat for England since, goodness knows when? My next question was the one I started but got disturbed, was just say, in the very unlikely event of Leach getting to 3 figures, who's the last English batsman, or English cricketer, to score a century and be dropped for the next Test match?
It's a good question.
Stunned silence.
It's a good question. Jason Gillespie, of course, was dropped after his double 100. It was his last Test match.
Yeah, that's why I said English.
English,
yeah. Possibly, yes. That's a very good from our producer, who's dug up something that most of us have forgotten about. Although
Jeffrey, of course, was dropped after his double 100 for scoring too slowly.
Yeah, that's right. But as recently as 1967, I think.
Was he wearing glasses, though? This is the question.
I think he probably was.
Thompson is in to the new batsman, who is Joe Denley, top scorer in the first innings with a massive 23. Seems a long time ago.
It's all about the glasses, isn't it?
We could go and ask him. He'll probably say, I don't remember that, did I?
Denley played that one on the offside. There was no run. There's been a little bit of helmet adjustment going on for the non-striker Jack Leach with umpire Pele Guriga. I think he's happy. The batsman's happy. The umpire's happy. And that was Thompson's first wicket of the match. 1 for 25. He's taken off his 5.4 overs. 2 slips, 3 more in the circle inside on the offside. That's outside the off stump, driven and well stopped by the man at short extra cover.
Jason Roy's details: 72 of 78 balls with 10 fours and a 6.
Simi Singh is on as a fielding substitute. I'm guessing is it Boyd Rankin is off? One of the bowlers, obviously, but Singh is on. And here comes Adair is off, the man taking a rest at the minute. Thompson is in, forward push by Denley, and there's no run. End of the over. Dave Moore emails. I know a Dave Moore. I wonder if it's the same Dave Moore. Quick one from Mr. Sampson. There's a real chance here of Leach outscoring the entire England team's first innings total. He's about to do that. Has a night watchman ever done this? Thank you, Dave.
Well, thank you very much, Dave.
Well, it's 171 for 2 and Leach is on 85.
It's another intriguing question we all want to know the answer to.
It's a very intriguing answer as well.
We know.
It's not simple.
He knows this one.
Yeah.
It's not simple. Nassim Al Ghani
Yes.
at Lord's in 1962 for Pakistan. Made 101 as possibly as a night watchman. He's been recorded as a night watchman. But I'm
Yeah.
not entirely convinced he was a night watchman. That was after Pakistan had made 100 in their first innings.
He wasn't wearing a monocle or anything, Andrew? No?
Well,
Any
they don't-
extravagant
So he was
eyewear?
quite a good batsman, wasn't he? He was quite a good batsman.
so he was. I mean,
he might have just been
he became
promoted.
a better batsman. So he batted at number 8 in the first innings, bowled 2 overs in the 101 overs in England's innings.
Here comes yesterday's hero, Tim Murtagh, from the pavilion end. 2 slipsies in, driven by Jack Leach. Straight to a fielder.
They went into number 6 and batted for 10 overs before the close of play. It was 23 not out.
Right.
So was he really a night watchman? I know he's been recorded in various record books.
Well,
as
where
things as
does
night
he,
watchman.
on your own,
So, I'm in
site, what is he registered as?
You're the court of final appeal,
Well,
Andrew.
I'm inclined to say he wasn't really a nice watchman. Which would make Jack Leach the first, yeah.
I mean, Nassim Al Ghani.
Jack would be happy with that. He's on strike now. He's on 85. And he deflects that to the man behind square on the offside. There's no run.
It wouldn't be decisive, but in order to try and help, if you looked at his career record and established that he averaged
16 as a
16, so that still is sort of night watchman territory.
So it's a tricky one. But 10 overs.
Yeah.
As a night watchman. Is the other issue?
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't think it'll be.
Did he answer the question though? Was
I've
that
no
very
idea.
cunning?
What was the question?
Where's
From
Dave?
Dave Murray. He's disappeared off the screen, Dave. Leach is still in 85, and he forces that down the track, and there's no run. Delivery on the stumps from Tim Murtagh, 70.5 miles per hour. Still waiting for his first wicket of England's second innings.
So while the Nassim Al Ghani interlude was fascinating, has it any bearing on the Dave Moore's question about a night watchman outscoring the entire first innings?
Well, yes,
it does. If he's
Nassim Ghani, if
okay.
you regard him as a night watchman, he would have been the only one until now.
Okay.
And as I say, he has been recorded in record books as a night watchman.
Okay.
Here is Leach waiting for that extra run to see him exceed England's total. Pushes that out in the offside, and no run there. Denley still to get off the mark.
I've seen the 2 predecessors. I've seen Alex Tudor, amazingly, was 99 not out in an England victory over New Zealand.
I remember it well. Listen to
with
TMS.
Thorpe at the other end, and 7 wickets in hand, and somehow, I don't know whether Graham Thorpe's ever regretted this, he just knocked off the winning runs with Alex Tudor on 98 and 99.
I remember it well. Murtagh's in, and well driven. Oh, and a misfield, and there is the run. Possibly runs. 2 runs for Jack Leach. Could well be 3, might be 4. Goes to the boundary. And Jack Leach has now outscored England's first innings total. Possibly the first ever man to do so. He's on 89.
Well, it's a thumping cover drive. He needed a misfield to get the runs. I mean, if you close your eyes quite tightly, but just let them glimmer out, you see the sort of influence of Trescothick and the old thumping cover drive there.
Boom. Yeah. Nice boom to that.
Not quite the same power.
He's 11 off a century. 175 for 2. Last ball of Murtagh's over. A watchful defensive shot offered by Leach. He is looking as firm as an English oak there. 89 not out. Denley yet to get off the mark. 175 for 2. England's lead is 53.
Yeah, well, it's the balance of the match has changed a bit today. There's no question. And it's just this game. It just continues to surprise us. We had that World Cup final the other day. We had amazing scenes yesterday, and now we've got. It's more of a quirk, but it's a peculiarity. It certainly is quite a big one, with the possibility of Jack Leach, top score 9 this year, average 4.66 this year, on 89 not out in a Test match at Lord's this year. I can't understand it.
I'll do one more and Dan will come in. Thompson from this end. Through to the keeper. I'm away to top up the suntan on my legs. And Dan Norcross. We'll see if Thompson can add to his 1 wicket so far.
As Dan moves in, I know we're not supposed to do this, but I want to send 21st birthday greetings to someone called Fraser Chave. And the reason I want to mention it is that, unbelievably, he is called Fraser Chave after the current Middlesex cricket director Angus Fraser. He was born
Wow. Thompson's in and just driven nicely into the covers by Denley for a single, 176 for 2.
Obviously, he was born 21 years ago when, it was just around the time, but not exactly clearly, because we're in July now, that Angus Fraser was causing havoc in Trinidad. It must have been before, just before he was born.
When he got 7 for,
There were 2 matches in Trinidad, and Angus Fraser got boatloads of wickets.
Yes.
Which obviously made a big impact on Mum and Dad, who decided, I mean, there can't be many people like this, that they would call their son Fraser. Anyway, happy birthday.
No, the mother's not called Annie, is she?
I think she is.
Somerset fan of some repute. Yes.
But I just happened to know.
Well done, you got that out.
I know. Poof. We won't sing.
No.
Nor would Angus.
Jack Leach faces up and leaves alone a ball outside the off stump, which goes through low to the keeper. Wilson, no run. Andrew.
You got 20 wickets in those 2 tests in Trinidad, including an 8 for 53. Into the first test.
I remember him telling us afterwards he got one with a slower ball. Someone got caught mid-off, and he never varied anything. So how did that happen? He said, I lost me run-up, and I couldn't bother to go back and start again, so it came out more slowly.
That sounds like him. Thompson in, down the leg side, wafted at and missed by Leach. Bit of a gift there. That's gone opened. I don't know, whatever you do with a gift.
Yeah, although they're often quite hard to catch up with those really bad balls, aren't they? Going down that leg side.
That's what I always tell people. Yeah. 2 slips, backward point, extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg for Jack Leach. Could he have imagined when he got up this morning that he would still be batting at 3:05 nearly? Thompson's into him, wide of the off stump, and he's not tempted, leaves it alone. But I mean, the nervous 90s for a man like Jack Leach.
Well, he's never been there. He doesn't know. He's no idea. He is in uncharted territory.
Very much so, I should think. It would be marvellous for him, wouldn't it? But at the same time, I wonder how he's going to handle this period now, as it dawns on him that there is the very real possibility of going up on the honours board for scoring 100 at Lord's in a test match, joining such luminaries as Ajit Agurkar, as a short ball is defended from the crease into the onside. No run. I believe, am I right in saying that Tendulkar's not on the honours board?
He's not there, no.
It's Lara?
No.
No, Lara, no. Wow. Yeah, he'll never tire of reminding people of that if he can get these last 11 runs.
I mean, the crazy thing is that he's batted like a batsman. And the worrying thing was that in the first half hour he looked probably more secure than Burns and more technically sound than Burns, who's not in a great place at the moment. He's always been a slightly quirky player, and at the moment the machinery is not working quite right, and that's will be a concern heading towards Edgbaston, because they really won't want to change the lineup, I don't think. But clearly Burns is not in very good nick at the moment, which is a bit worrying given the quality of the Aussie attack.
Well, and the lack of available and obvious alternatives as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a bit of an issue.
But there are obviously bonuses already now in this second innings. Roy's got some runs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how relevant Leach's runs will be to the Edgbaston Test match, but still.
Mercer in, and the first ball just jags back in to Denley, and he looks to work it on the onside, and it squirts up the offside. There's a short extra cover in. There's more attacking field for Denley than there is for Leach, but that's in part because Denley's relatively new to the crease, having arrived after the dismissal of Jason Roy. It's 2 slips, quite a deepish backward point, still saving one. And then 2 men in the covers, one quite short and straight, one a little bit deeper and obviously less straight. A mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg into the field for Murtagh. As he hurtles in from the pavilion end, and Denley reaches for a full ball. She pushes into the offside, it's fielded at short extra cover. I bring you news that Cameron Bancroft has pushed his case for an Ashes place, scoring 93 out of 156 for 5. Rather scratchy innings from all accounts, as a Graham Hick team beat a Brad Haddin team in the Australia trial match at the Ageas Bowl. Squad names, Australia have yet to announce their squad. They've got, half of Australia is actually here. There are 25 Australian eligible professionals playing in Australia A, as Murtagh's next ball is defended that wicket mid-on. There's no run, as well as numerous other Australians who will be playing for various county sides. So they're quite well sorted for players, but they haven't actually announced their official squad. We don't know if it'll be 16 or 17. We sort of can guess the composition of most of it, but certainly not all of it.
1 o'clock tomorrow, we'll know more. The pace attack, I mean, I've been reading somewhere that Pattinson is bowling so well. How can he not play?
Murtagh into Denley, who defends on the front foot, back to the bowler. There's no run. Well, I saw him the other day at the Ageas Bowl, and he bowled magnificently. As a fancy bit of footwork from Murtagh excites the crowd. Yeah, he looked terrific, but who does he get in ahead of? But Stark actually bowled the least well. But then he's going off the back of a long World Cup. And Stark and Cummins both played all 10 matches, so they might want a little bit of a break. Presumably, Victor, it's very rare, isn't it? The last Test series England had against Australia, as Murtagh comes in to Denley, who leaves this alone outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. All the wickets taken by bowlers were taken by 4 bowlers: Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood and Lyon.
Yeah,
there was amazing run out here and there, but that's pretty unusual, isn't it? You're unlikely to get through a 5 Test series, you'd have thought, with the same bowling attack.
Absolutely. I don't think it'll happen this time round. Bad news for England if it does, in a way.
Yeah, well, yes, definitely. Be interested to see. I mean, Mitchell Marsh picked up a load of wickets, but I think they'd probably rather have Marnus Labuschagne. So that'll be an intriguing selection. Murtagh into Denley, drives through extra cover. I mean through extra cover. The extra cover was there, dived over the top of it, and it runs up towards the boundary. They'll just collect 2 for it. At the end of England's 44th over of this innings, they're going along at over 4 and over. They're 178 for 2. Denley has 3, but the story of the day is Jack Leach, who has sucked the lifeblood out of Ireland today.
He has, and I'm caught up with you now. Do you think I should bring up the Guardian now?
Write
just
that
get the
one
headline in. I was going to point out that actually, in terms of his strike rate, it's like any other opener. He's probably chugging along at about 50.
Bit more than 56 or so.
Well, that's pretty positive. He just looked like a Test opener, but I'm not advocating that he does this against Stark, Cummins and co next week.
No, you wouldn't, would you? Thompson's into him and he defends rather late, a full ball on just outside off stump into the covers. There's no run.
He's been demoted at Somerset this year, I'm sure, to number 11. Such was his poor form.
But Somerset are riding high at the top of nearly the top of the
county
championship.
Until they had a little slip up.
Second in the county championship.
In the last match at Yorkshire.
I'm sure everything will be fine, Victor.
Well, I don't know. There's an epic possibility, if both teams keep going well, of Somerset and Essex playing in the last match at Taunton.
At Taunton? I wonder what wicket would be prepared there. I mean that as this ball's cut away to point. There's no run because Essex, of course, have got Simon Harmer, who's
indeed.
very successful spinner.
And there's been some quite short games at Chelmsford this year.
They have, yeah. Well, Harmer's done a lot of damage there.
Although I don't think they've had much stick for that there.
I'm happy to dish it out liberally to anybody that isn't Surrey, as you know.
Yeah, well, Surrey seem to have overcome their relegation problems anyway.
They do seem to have done, yes.
Which will be some solace to you.
It is great solace to me. I was getting rather jittery, actually. Thompson in to Leach, who defends another full ball into the covers, and they run. He's just slowed down a little bit. Andrew, you were poised with microphone.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon repeated the feat against India this season, although it was only 4 tests rather than 5, but it was the only...
That's amazing, isn't it? That's amazing.
That is amazing.
That must be some sort of record, I imagine.
Yeah, I think it was. I think I got quite excited at the time.
You seem to have calmed down, though, now. That's good.
I got more excited when somebody else took a wicket for Australia, actually.
Thompson's in, and this is played off the back foot by Leach into the covers. He's going to pick up at least one. They'll come back surely for a second. It takes Leach into the 90s, 91 now. So now we will find out what he's like in the nervous 90s. I'm still smarting from the idea of an excited Andrew Sampson. I mean, I've seen him animated a little, once or twice.
You don't know what's bubbling along inside, do you?
No idea. No idea.
Neither do I. So that's
Well, I never. It was assisted a little bit there, Leach, by another bit of ropey fielding. Ireland's fielding just got a little bit scruffy of late. Thompson is in, and this is a no ball, which is pushed into the offside field. It covered no run. I'm not going to blame them for it because it is like a furnace down there. Incredibly hot. I wouldn't fancy fielding it. Victor Marks is saying goodbye. And a picture of wondrousness, which is Phil Tufnell, staggers like a man who's walked through the Arabian desert and finally can settle down in front of an ice-cold lemonade.
Yes, it's like the Arabian desert down there, I tell you.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Thompson's in. This is again defended well by Leach. He's actually just in the groove at the moment.
He's just zoned in.
How many times were you in the zone with the bat?
Well, no, we were discussing this with John.
You had the 60,
yeah,
didn't
once
you?
or twice.
Once or twice. So it does happen.
Once or twice, yeah.
But in a test match at Lord's, to be on 91.
Well, I mean
how wonderful is that?
And I just couldn't. I couldn't think of anything better. You know, I really, really couldn't. Give up all your fifers.
Thompson completes the over. The short ball tucked off the hip into space. He's going to keep strike here, is Leach, and move to 92. England to 182 for 2.
Does it start creeping? Does it start creeping in now, though?
The reality, the genuine possibility. Because before it's all theoretical nonsense, isn't it?
Yes, and then all of a sudden you look up and you actually clock the scoreboard with Leach 92. That's me. Oh no! What am I going to do? Just keep going, mate. Keep going.
Angus Parker has another question for Andrew Sampson.
Yes.
About Jack Leach. The Leach still hasn't been dismissed in this match. Has a batsman ever been not out as number 11 in the first innings? And not out as number 1 in the second innings?
Come on. That's a beauty. Never.
I think it might, you know.
No, really?
I think it might, and I'll tell you for why.
How?
This is how. After this ball, as Murtagh is in to Leach. Who again dropped at second slip. Yeah, it was very catchable. It's a catchable height. It was away to the left. Second slip. He got both hands to it. It was a hard poke, but dear oh dear. He's got away with it as Leach. And it's been dropped a couple of times. It actually came to him too quickly. He just got the one hand to it. I thought he got both hands to it, but actually just the one hand. And Leach survives. I'll tell you how I think it might have happened. Picture the scene.
Yes.
Side scores a lot of runs.
Yes.
Number 11 is left not out on 2.
Yes.
So that's 590 odd.
Yeah.
Murtagh is in. Balls to Leach, who pushes into the offside. There's no run. Opponents are bowled out and then follow up and get a lead of sort of 2.
Yes.
And they send out the number 11.
Just to knock it off.
And they say, you knock it off. Because the opener doesn't want to go out.
That's happened before. I reckon you're right. That's a very, very, very good piece of deduction.
It might have. It might have.
Because I can remember me being sent out once or twice just to swing at one and polish it off because the boys
because the openers don't want to do it, do they? Because they're all hiding to nothing.
Well, yeah, they're in the cars on the M40.
Right. Murtagh into Leach, who's been dropped twice, once in this over. Ball's pushed up to mid-on, this full ball, and there's no run.
I reckon you're spot on there. There's got to be a couple like that.
Oh, can Andrew find out? I'm off in 5 minutes. There's no pressure. Well, I've got to go and collect someone from downstairs, so I could do with you. Come on, crack on.
Yeah, it's downstairs. Oh, yeah, it's all very. I nipped down there at lunchtime. It's all very, very hot.
Hot, yes.
Yes, and lots of sort of people everywhere.
There are a lot of people, aren't there, at this Lord's Test match? Yes.
Yeah, all milling around.
They do come, don't they? They do come and gather and mill.
Yeah.
Murtagh in, edged and gone. This time,
no,
he has gone. Taken a second slip. Murtagh picks up his man. Jack Leach is not going to get himself on the honours board for 100 at any rate. But the crowd rise as one to a terrific innings from Jack Leach. He came in last night as night watchman. He faced the one over that he had to at the end of a bad day for England. And with England in some peril today, a deficit of 122, he's got them a long way towards getting properly out of trouble. He'll be hugely disappointed, of course he will, but hopefully he will be able to remember the 92 he got.
rather than him getting out as he turns to the crowd and gives wave after wave of affectionate cheer. It's been a great knock. And, we will probably fixate on the 8 runs he didn't get Tuffers, but the 92 he did get.
Very good.
Something else.
Very, very good. And listen to that applause for him as he walks up the stairs. Joe Root, the skipper's giving him a high five as he's come down the stairs. And I feel for the lad. I feel for the lad. 8 more runs. Just imagine, it could have been Compton, Graveney, Gooch, Gower, Vaughan, Leach. On that honours board. Oh, no.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I feel a bit down.
I mean, on the plus side, he could probably say to himself, I mean, he only averaged 4 this season.
No,
so
there's no plus there.
He's literally 2 further innings away. No plus.
No,
No.
but I like it, as a what they called, a psychologist.
Yes.
As a sports psychologist, that would what you'd be saying to him.
Yeah.
But he'll be going, 8 more runs.
Especially
what a
because he'd
shame.
been dropped in exactly the same place.
Yeah,
by
that little
Adair.
poke out outside off stump. Anything on his legs and in his body, he tucks away lovely, doesn't he? It's just that outside off stump.
Well, that's the problem. Does he have the technique to be an opener?
Well, there you go. We've better go with everyone else. Stick him in. Let's have a go with old Leachy.
He looks a bit suspect outside off stump. Murtagh is in to the new batsman, Joe Root. Finally arrives at the crease, advances down the wicket and pushes the ball into the offside. No run. It's a positive start. Andrew Sampson.
92 he made of 162 balls with 16 fours, batting for 261 minutes. There have been 5 night watchmen dismissed in the 90s in Test cricket. All 5 of them are
English.
correct.
They
Well,
are
not dismissed, sorry. Night scores in the 90s. Alex Tudor was not out.
Larwood, Leach. Who are the other 2?
Who was the first one you said?
Tudor.
Oh,
Alex
yes, of
Tudor,
course.
99, not out. Larwood, Eddie Hemmings.
Eddie Hemmings.
95.
Murtagh into Root, who defends the front foot up to mid-off. There's no run.
And Jack Russell.
Jackie Russ.
You see, does he feel like a night what? He feels that.
Jackie Russ.
I don't know about that. I think it might be. Is it time for a change? I think it is time for a change.
You never got the answer to your question.
I never did get the answer to my question. Hopefully, Andrew
day.
Sampson will be able to enlighten me.
Whoever it was isn't going to be joined by Jack Leach.
They're not.
No. But I'll tell you later, don't worry.
Thank you. Thoughts from Phil Tufnell, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Oh, Jack Leach. 8 away from something that will live with you for the rest of your life. 100 at Lords.
Like your 50 at Lords.
Well,
Tuffers.
no, 50 pales insignificant.
That's live with you for the rest of your life.
Yes, I've been.
I know. I thought he gave a couple of chances. You ran out of luck, don't you, at the end? But well done him. He had a great opportunity. He played really well.
Yep.
And he can be proud of what he's done.
Yep.
Now we've got this first ball to Denley from Thompson. He's driven to mid-off, and there's no run. So Root and Denley together, and England leading by 60.
There would have been some good headlines, wouldn't there? From I wonder what the headlines would have been for Leach getting 100. In the old. Because it was always champs to chumps, wasn't it? Yesterday.
Oh yes, I saw that one on a couple of
that was
a couple of back pages.
Yeah, that
There's
was
Thompson
easy.
bowling on leg
Shot.
stump. It's a nice one to put away out towards deep square leg. Denley scores his 4th run, and England move to 183 for 3.
Something to do with sort of bleeds.
Would you?
The Guardian's already got their headline thanks to Dan offering to Vic. Leach sucks the life out of Ireland.
There you go. There you go. That's what I was thinking.
There was going to be one out there somewhere. I was sent. We were talking about that little book, weren't we? Little children's book.
Yes.
The day Tuffers was in.
Yeah.
Amazing day. It must have been an incredible day.
Yes,
and I've been sent, actually, just a nice little poem.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. It was, I must mention also, by the way, Joanne Dickinson, who said the chickens were very noisy this morning. We put the radio in the garden and put TMS on instant silence.
There you go.
Here's Thompson bowling down the leg side. Poor ball. No one can get hold of it. They're still enjoying it now. Aggers, you're a chicken whisperer. I've been called many things in my life, Joanne.
No.
But there we go. Well, I hope they're peaceful.
Yeah.
No.
Into the oven you go.
So this comes from... No, it's not like that. Anthony Russell.
Yes.
So I quickly knocked this together, sat at the Ageas Bowl watching the Aussies.
Okay.
I present the day Tuffers was in. 183 for 3. There goes Thompson, bowls, very full toss really. Flicked away out for a single by root to deep square leg.
Bedtime reading.
The day Tuffers was in. Yeah. When Tuffers played cricket, the crowd got a treat. And with ball in hand, he couldn't be beat. But with bat in hand, he'd be racked with doubt. And all of the time, Tuffers would get out. He'd stand at the crease, he'd chop and he'd slash. He'd be elbow double or caught in a flash. Put a ball in his hand and he was a king. But hitting the ball wasn't really his thing. Let's watch this ball. 184 for 3.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, lots more. Then goes Thompson. Bowls down the leg side of poor delivery, that. A bit tired, flicked away by root for another. Then one day, as England were in a tight spot, they needed 6 runs. And the 9th wicket dropped with nobody else left to stand and take strike. The skipper said, Tuffers, you're in. So get on your bike. Out strode Tuffers, bat in hand, to go to the middle and make the last stand. He had 1 over to do. What could he? But the fans all sighed. This'll be no good. The first ball crashed in and Tuffers he blocks. The ball went so fast he leapt out of his socks. The next ones all came quick as a flash and Tuffers kept blocking. Ball to bat with a crash. I think there's a bit more.
Oh, is there?
There is. 2 more verses.
Oh, is there? Wow.
185 for 3.
Knocked up?
Yeah, here's Thompson bowling, flipped away to bat, good point.
Yeah.
With 1 ball left, there could be no defences. Tuffers shut his eyes and swung for the fences. The ground here a crack, eyes on the ball fixed. It's over the boundary, and it's a 6.
Yes.
The crowd rushed the field and lifted him high. It was so much his mother starts to cry. We all have tales of seam or of spin, but that was the day that Tuffers was in.
Night-night, children.
It could be. Jack and Ori, couldn't it? Been lovely. Anthony, well done. If you just quickly knocked that together at the Ageas Bowl, it's brilliant.
Very good.
Any other...
That's a bit of talent there.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other suggestions, contributions to the day that Tuffers was in?
You never know. We could... Some little range of children's books there just to send them to sleep.
Absolutely. Here's Murtagh, and he's bowling on off stump, and Denley leans forward, plays towards mid-off.
That and a dummy dipped in brandy was my mum's trick.
Oh, was it? Yeah. You seem to have maintained the position pretty well, haven't you, Tuffers? Substitute a dummy for a bottle.
Yes. Always just to nod you off if you're playing up a little bit.
Yeah, good idea. 185 for 3. Denley's on 5. Route 1. We're seeing the end of Leachworth joining us for 92.
Yeah.
And Murtagh's on his way again. And he's there and he bowls, and that's fended away into the leg side. Denley picks up 1 more. He's got sort of a rogue left arm, Murtagh, when he runs in, isn't it? It sort of dangles out at an angle. He's a sort of a right-handed runner. Ball in his right hand. Because he's not quite sure what to do with his left.
Yeah.
His left arm. It sort of dangles there as he runs in.
I'm not quite sure why he's having to go at the pavilion end. I mean, he might bowl both ends for Middlesex, I'm not sure, but he just got in such a lovely rhythm, didn't he?
I had a thought last night, by the way.
No way.
Yeah, I did. And I'm going to run it past you. It was a sort of a late night thought when I was with my friends from the written press. Here comes Murtagh, and he bowls on the off stump, driven out towards short cover, 186 for 3. And it was this. 800 first-class wickets.
Yes.
All those years of pounding into bowl here.
Yeah.
Why has Murtagh never played for England?
Well, because he's
never been picked for England.
Well, no.
Why wasn't he?
Well, but is it something to do with because he's only bowls at sort of 72 miles an hour?
But he gets people out.
Well, yeah, no, I agree.
And he's got 800 people out.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
What
fashion?
Yeah. Up he comes again, that left arm flopping around and he's pushed away out to cover. But you think of all those test matches at home. You wouldn't take him on tour.
No.
But in all that time, there's never been a sort of an injury situation in which, we need someone to bowl into the wind with a new ball at Headingley.
Yeah.
Call him up.
Yeah.
I wonder why that hasn't happened. I mean, I'll give you a name, obviously, Jimmy Anderson, and with Stuart Broad. You'd have to have the new ball, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you're going to pick Murtagh to play for Tasmania, you'd have to have the new ball. But it just seems like, he's been around for such a long time, taken so many wickets, been so successful. These other cricketers get called up from other countries. Why? It just seemed odd that he hasn't been. Here he comes again over the wicket and bowls outside the off stump.
Would he have been like a sort of, I don't know, Bob Appleyard or something? Do you know those boys? Were they, or Alec Bedser?
Bob Appleyard.
Well, I think more a Neil Mallender like for like at Headingley type of.
Yes, he was a bit quicker.
Yes,
a bit quicker, I guess. Yeah.
Tom Cartwright.
Tom Cartwright.
That's what you think.
That's what I was.
Appleyard was probably a bit slower, more bit of spin.
He was a spin. Yes.
Oh, was he? Oh, okay,
yes.
sorry.
That's why I looked quizzically at you.
Oh, okay, jolly good. I've got me.
Derek Shackleton.
Is that what they sort of did?
Yeah.
English seamer.
Yeah. Here's the next one. It's played up towards mid-on, and they think about a single, but it's not there. Rankin is the fielder, and it's 186 for 3. But I mean, in those days, and it's maybe the first time this is said in this box this summer, and it won't be the last.
Go on.
Uncovered pitches.
Oh right, well, unplayable probably.
Well, they just dobbed it. There on an immaculate length, and he couldn't score a run.
No.
He couldn't get it off.
Well, here's probably the last of. Would he be sort of the last of that kind of breed?
I suppose so.
In a way, everyone's looking for 92 mile an hour Jofra Archers and Ollie
but you don't though, do you? Especially for the into the wind new ball bowler.
Yeah.
Which Stuart Broad has done magnificently, of course, all these years. But I don't know. There have been times where there have been injuries. It just struck me last night, and I thought I'm going to run that past Tuffers in the morning.
Has he got 800 wickets for Middlesex?
First
class.
Yeah.
And first class. Interestingly, he went past Wayne Daniel for wickets at Lords during the first innings.
I mean, that's...
And Wayne Daniel took these 293 wickets at Lords in 100 games. Berta's taken 297 now in 73 games at Lords.
Well, Daniel's a bit different.
No, well, yes. Well, you might have answered your own question there.
You think?
Yeah. Why didn't who would you rather face?
Oh, well, out of those two. Wayne and I never got on.
No, I remember a game here. You said it to me beforehand. I remember it very clear. I was only a youngster.
Yeah, it didn't go well. And what really annoyed me as he thundered another one past my nose was I actually went to his benefit do the evening before and I bought a raffle ticket and I made sure that he saw me doing it. Because I thought that'll mean he'll pitch it up tomorrow, and he didn't.
No.
So Wayne and I always had a bit of a problem. Pounding in from the pavilion in those sight screen.
Bought a raffle ticket.
Yes, at his benefit do.
Well, you didn't even get a strip. You just bought the one.
Well, I think they were quite expensive. I was only a pauper of a Leicestershire bowler.
It's usually a fiver a strip, isn't it?
Well, it might have been a fiver. Perhaps I did buy a fiver.
Well...
But I made sure he saw me go there, and I thought, there they are.
Thank you, Wayne.
Diamond, I think I call him. Next thing, the ball's whizzing past your nose at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I remember it well.
Oh, you couldn't see his face. His knees were right up there.
There was an amazing picture in the paper after that there was stumps splattered everywhere.
Yes.
And no one in the picture.
No, it was Gordon Parsons.
Was it? Yes.
Went missing.
Where's the batsman?
He was down here somewhere. Martin Johnson, our old friend who used to work for Leicester Mercury in those days before doing the Independent, Telegraph and so on. He was in the old press box up there in the Warner stand, watching through his binoculars. And same thing, he was watching Gordon, and then suddenly all he saw was his stumps sort of exploding. No sign of the batsman.
No.
Oh, it was horrific.
Yeah, I played it.
We've got TMS T20 commentary this evening.
Who's on?
At 7 o'clock. It's the Roses match at Headingley.
Oh, lovely.
That'll be a lively night.
Yeah. Full house.
Lovely evening, yeah.
Beautiful evening.
So that's coming up after this. No, I just thought, there's been opportunities. There must have been over the time. But is his name's ever even been mentioned?
No, not really.
All the team previews that I've done in that time.
Yeah.
And
he's old school, isn't he? He's old school.
He's old school.
He's old school.
But old school still works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Little 5 for 13 at Lords.
Yes, nothing wrong with the ability to bowl a good landing length.
No.
What are you doing tonight? A lovely evening, as you mentioned.
I shall stroll back past these extraordinarily posh houses that I pass to my digs.
Yeah.
Amazing, all around the sort of St John's Wood area.
Beautiful.
I think you call them gaffs down here, don't you? Nice gaffs.
Nice gaffs.
Yeah.
Nice drums.
Yeah. And they're huge.
Yeah.
So I'll stroll through there to the leafy suburb.
Stop on the way.
And have a quiet... Well, I might stop on the way.
Yeah.
By myself, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. All my friends here are all London-based, aren't you? So I don't really see... I think Cook's around, the new boy's around, but I think he's out tonight. Yeah, he's let me down.
Is he doing something flash?
Probably. knight's dinner or something. You'll take your
Did they
sword
do
with
that?
you. Yeah.
All sit around a round table.
Yeah. Talk about
all
swords and
all eating Chinese.
yeah. About their armour. 186 for 3. In goes Thompson. Bowls. That swings gently towards Denley. He plays up to mid-on.
Big lazy Susan in the middle.
Talk about things that knights talk about. Jousting.
Yes. Yes, coats of arms.
That sort of thing.
Yes.
With his droning on.
Little manservant at the back.
Yeah, absolutely. These knights. They have swords, don't they? Do they have a sword?
Well, you get hit on the head with one, don't you?
Yeah. It's Thompson bowling, flicked away down to the long leg.
By old, excuse me, by the Queen.
Yes.
Yes. Is it both shoulders? Is it both shoulders? Both shoulders. Does he tap with the sword? Yes. Then goes over the head.
Yeah.
2 shoulders. Yeah.
Rise.
Yeah.
Sir Alistair.
Not a slip. Don't want to get that one wrong, do
No,
you?
not really.
No. A rise. Oh, sorry. Just misjudged the outside off stump.
She wouldn't do that.
No, of course she wouldn't.
187 for 3. Thompson over the wicket, moves in, bowls. Oh, that's a good ball.
That's a beauty.
It's gone straight through Root. Who's wondering why it did. Actually, he's just holding the pose there, and he just looks a bit surprised. 187 for 3.
Step off inside.
He's giving me a look. You can imagine all these knights and swordsmen gathered around the table, can't he, having an evening.
Yes, big sort of like pewter jugs of ale.
Exactly.
Yeah, hurrah, hurrah.
Anyways, he's let me down.
Oh, right.
And there's no one else left because Andrew's tucked up with his stats.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't possibly get him out.
No, can't prize him away.
There's Thompson over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. And there's no strike. I'm staying in the same place as the players, actually.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they like the journos there, but I tend to sort of give you a bit of a see you coming and then
do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello, but okay.
See a face poking out from behind a pillar. You know, has he gone yet?
Oh, you could always come round mine if you want.
Well, that's kind of it.
Yeah.
You've got your barbecue tour, haven't you?
Well, I might be no Saturday.
Saturday.
Oh,
right.
I think there might be a bit of rain tomorrow. You know.
I don't want that. Thompson bowls.
Jones.
Forward comes Root. That's a better looking shot, playing out to extra cover. And there's no run. Oh, well, it's not. The last time we had one of those, somebody drove into your house, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yes, reversed into my bay window.
I know.
Yeah, bye. Oh, you've gone the wrong way.
Straight into the house.
Straight into the house. Had to get it all done.
Yeah.
I know.
How was all that resolved then in the end? It was all
well, it was
rebuilt.
Yeah, it just had to be rebuilt. Yeah. Went through to the second skin.
Dear me. Thompson down the leg side, and no ball as well.
I was a bit annoyed because I was actually on the black. Because there was a little bit of
table in there.
Yeah, we got a table in there, and I was on the black, and then all of a sudden the old cars come straight through. Yeah.
Yeah, give you a bit of a fright, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I remember that.
Wow.
Bizarre. Yeah. There you go.
I'm not sure quite how you sort of talk your way out of that one if you were the person responsible.
Oh, no, just put it in the wrong gear, you know.
Yeah, I know, but...
He was very apologetic.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he was. Thompson bowls and looking for that gap at extra cover, but he can't find it.
As he got out of his front car door in my pool room with sort of dust all on his head. Sorry, Phil.
Swinging outside us or a Laurel and Hardy film.
It was indeed.
Oh, well, so they won't have any repeats of that.
Oh, well, you'll find something to do, won't you?
Yeah.
I'm feeling
it's a
for
bit
it.
quiet around there. It's sort of not much going on.
Where is it, St John's Wood?
A bit further up.
Yeah, into more Swiss Cottage.
Swiss Cottage way. I don't know at all. I don't know it. Anyway, I'll find something.
Yeah.
I know what Michael also got. I've got to watch Love Island. Is it on tonight? Is Love Island on tonight? He sure know.
He sure know. He should be nice on it.
You should get one of those rather modern signs there where you run your fingers across your throat in a sort of backwards and forwards sort of a way.
I must admit I haven't watched too much of it this year.
Haven't you?
No.
It's about the one thing that you've not been on. You've been on all the others, haven't you?
No, I think I might upset someone if I go on that one.
Wow.
No.
Has the agent not asked if you've done Strictly,
Well,
you've been in the jungle?
Yeah, I'm not quite what I used to be, El Torso.
Well, you can work on it.
Yeah.
Now, this is a dare bowling. It's a runaway down to backward point. And there's no run. He did the jump. I mean, that's half the qualification for Love Island. If you can do that, you can do anything. That is bravery, going down that slope.
It was. Yep.
And he got knocked out in the first round.
Thank heavens. Terrified. Give me Curtly Ambrose any time.
Quite a few got injured, didn't they?
Huh?
Beth Twiddle.
Beth Twiddle broke her neck.
I know.
Or back or something. Dangerous.
Here's the next one, and that's pushed away down to a little gully, really. It's fielded there, and there is no run. 188 for 3. The lead is 66. It's a nice day here at Lords. It's warm. There's a lot of hot air coming through this window at the moment. You can feel it.
Of course, you can go back and just put the cricket commentary on. Yorkies Donkeys.
That's what I shall do. As long as the room's got. I'm not sure it's got that channel or not. I listen to it on the radio. Henry Moran.
Wireless.
He'll be. Henry's there, isn't he? Yeah, Henry's ahead, ain't he? 188 for 3. And this is on the off stump, pushed away out towards mid wicket. The last time I saw Henry, surrounded by the women. He was down at Taunton. What? Having a lovely time. All our commentary team down there and Henry Moran.
Yeah.
Having a great time.
Didn't do so well, the girls, did they?
Wasn't much of a game.
No.
Well, okay, they lost a bit of time to weather, didn't they? But I'll tell you what, I also thought of this the other day, Tuffers, and I'll run this past you.
Go on.
The World Test Championship, we're going to get serious again now.
Yes.
World Test Championship, they're going to play a final, a test match between the top two, okay? Here's Adair, and he bowls outside the off stump.
Like that.
Okay.
Like that.
You like the idea,
yeah.
But one team doesn't have to win. And like with the women at Taunton, the Aussie women didn't have to win the game because they were already... All they had to do was just draw the game.
Right.
And they won the Ashes.
Okay.
So in this final test, one team is going to finish top of the table. So presumably it means that they win if it's a draw.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
No.
No.
And they still haven't worked it out, and it starts this summer.
Oh.
So how are they going to have a final? Here's Adair bowling.
Where?
Played firmly back.
One team doesn't have to win it and can win it.
Well, what are they going to do?
I don't know.
Because
it's a very good point, John.
Thank you, Philip.
I want to see an outcome. I want to see a winner. Someone has to win.
It seems on the face of it, cursory glance, a really good idea. Yeah,
Yes.
Test Championship, Test. Of course, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
You try and work out how they're going to play the final.
Yeah.
There could be a really grim game of cricket.
Could be.
Yeah, could be absolutely.
Could bat for 4 days.
Yeah, it could be anything. There's a good ball. It bounced a little bit. Dandy allowed it to go by, and it's 188 for 3. The lead is 66. Tough as you've been on fire today. You really have. I've really enjoyed your company. I'm going to unleash Isha on you. So some thoughts from you.
Yes, that's a very good point, because I suppose they could win the toss, bat for 4 days and all walk off. That's no good. Thoughts from Isha Gua. You're very good at all this kind of stuff, Isha, all this sort of admin. Yeah, well, well, no, you know what I mean.
Well,
how to think about things.
I just thought that, you know, a 3 test match series to decide the winner would make a lot of sense.
Yes, but and if they win 2, they'll bother playing the last one.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
There you go.
There you go. I knew you'd have an answer. Straight off.
I'm not sure about being unleashed on you, though.
No.
Oh, dear. Well, the situation here, 188 for 3 England, leading by 66 after 50 overs in this second England innings. Joe Root and Joe Denley out in the middle at the moment. And Andy McBride is on from the nursery end. Oh, was it something I said, Tuffers? As Alistair Cook comes in for Phil Tufnell. We're into the afternoon session here of day 2. And Joe Root is on strike. Joe Denley at the non-striker's end. He's got a slip in McBride as he bowls now. Joe Root forward in defence. Well, they're having a rather lovely conversation there, Tuffers and Aggers.
I feel like we shouldn't have interrupted, should we?
I know.
Aggers about Love Island, and I bet he's a secret watcher, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely is. As McBride bowls again to Root, who's pushing that past the bowler and out to wide mid-on. Comes through for 1.
You watch it?
Never watched it in my life.
Truthfully?
Truthfully, I had to ask the producer what the scenario is, if it's just singles that go in. How do they judge the winner? How do they judge the winner? Do you know?
You should watch it then.
Well, as Brian bowls short to Denley, who tucks that away over to the leg side. Fine leg runs around to his left, short fine to pick it up and throw it in. Comes through for 1 as Denley moves to 8, lead of 68 now. Joe Root is on 2, 190 for 3.
It's almost a good job an off-spinner's bowling here, isn't it? Because the over's so quick, you can't actually talk about Love Island, which is probably a good thing.
Root forward, whips it to mid-on, no run. Have you watched it? You didn't answer the question.
I started to watch this series the first time.
Oh no, the Essex boys have tried to get you into it.
That is the reason.
Look, Brian, spin again to Root on the back foot, punching to wide mid-off. Comes through for 1, goes to 3, lead of 69 now.
Obviously been slightly one of the older generation in that change room. So I didn't realise this year, and I've been around every single game.
Final ball of the over. McBrien bowls Denley, works it to mid-wicket, no run.
That, if I didn't know what was going on in Love Island, I wouldn't actually be able to add anything to the conversation. We've got people like Dan Lawrence, who's 21, Aaron Beard, who's 21, Sam Cook, that age, and that in the change room, that's all they seem to be talking about for the first kind of couple of days when it's first started, which seems like months ago. So I thought, well, I better watch it at 9 o'clock.
Just to get up to speed.
Well, get up to speed so I could actually just sit there like a...
Surely they can give you a little highlights reel of what's going on.
Well, that's what I now rely on. But if they're talking about people, you don't know who they're talking about, you can't add anything.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So actually at 9 o'clock, I watched the first week and a half with Alice. We watched a bit of it.
And what does Alice think of it all?
Well, I think she enjoys when you're looking after 3 children and 3,000 sheep. I think that hour of just kind of, we don't have to think about anything, I think she really enjoys. So when I did actually watch it the first bid, but I've not watched it for 2 weeks or 3 weeks now.
Adair bowling from the pavilion end. Root dabs to backward a point, comes through for 1, goes to 4, lead now of 70 for England, 192 for 3. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I felt that when I was playing cricket and being on tour, and the girls, especially when we used to train up at Loughborough at the weekends in the winter, and all the girls on a Saturday night would gather around the lounge and want to watch X Factor, and I had absolutely no interest, but I felt, obviously trying to be a team player, I had to join in as Denley leaves outside the off stump.
And then you got addicted?
And then I didn't get addicted. Well, you just get caught up in all the emotions of the drama, don't you?
So you did get addicted?
Well,
then?
kind of. It was a Saturday night, a regular occurrence. And so the ball gets tossed back to Adair at the top of his mark, coming in off an angle, chasing his shadow. As he bowls now to Denley, who's forward in defence. Good let delivery on a round off stump. I think he's batting at a few inches out of his crease there, Joe Denley, as he just marks his guard once more.
So if you're not an X Factor fan, you're not a Love Island fan, I assume you're not going to be a Big Brother fan. What actually do you watch on TV?
I watched the very first season of Big Brother.
I think the whole world did, didn't it? That was brilliant. Craig who won it. Was Craig?
Yes, it was Craig.
Nasty
Good
Nick.
memory.
Yeah, I can't remember cricket, but I can remember the first series of Big Brother.
Adair bowls again outside the off stump. Joe Denley with a very convincing leave.
I'll tell you what I can remember about that was the fact that a well-known newspaper flew an aeroplane with a thing saying "Nasty Nick out" or "Cheating Nick" or something behind. That's how much it gripped the nation. Because he was he trying to influence the nominations or something like that, and the scandal that was causing.
As Adair bowls again to Denley, who inside edges it out to fine leg, looking to play a drive, and comes back for 2. As a throw is sent in to Gary Wilson behind the stumps. Denley to 10, lead of 72. So, as captain of England, what were the general discussions in the dressing room, aside from cricket, of course? What did you feel like you had to be in the know of?
Jeez, that's a good question. I think
football was a big topic, obviously.
Football, with mowing and being a massive Liverpool fan, and that football league they used to, the champion. Not sorry, you don't do this ball.
Denley drives to mid-off, no run.
The Fantasy League, obviously the one that Stuart Broad won the best player of the whole week of the whole country, which I think he said is his great achievement. So that football was a really big one for in general the team dressing room. Certainly the amount of football was played in the warm-up. I'll tell you the one thing about being in the dressing room, like I found in general right now, is certainly in the Essex dressing room, there's a lot younger players. It does keep you young. It does. It like the conversations which I would never have. You tend up having with a 19, 20-year-old, they're putting this kind of music on which I've never heard of. And then you ask all these questions. I'm sure they look at me as some kind of granddad who sits in the corner. But, it keeps you up to date with stuff. And actually that's what is good. And my grey hair is just starting to sneak through, actually. I still feel quite young in that change.
Yeah, a bit of salt and pepper now. As McBrien continues from the nursery end. Past the stumps, bowling to Joe Root on the back foot, defending a lead of 72 for England, 194 for 3, Root on 4 and Denley on 10. The thing about blokes is you don't necessarily need to hide that. You can just go all out with the grey hair as McBrien bowls again to Root, who's on the back foot, whipping that to leg side. Hesitation, there's a throw at the stumps to Joe Denley's end, and he's out! Denley was halfway down the track looking for the single. Joe Root smashes his bat into the floor, because that is a terrible way to get out. It was an easy throw from mid-wicket to the stumps. McBrien took the bails and Denley was about a metre out. Just looking at the replay, Joe Root was coming. He was coming. He played it to the leg side. Mid-wicket, all it was a couple of steps to his right. Joe Denley was committed. He was halfway down the track before he got sent back. It was an easy throw really to the stumps and to take the bails. So England now 194 for 4 with a lead of 72. Joe Denley is run out by Kevin O'Brien for 10.
Yeah, it was a back of length ball from the off spinner. He hadn't got a short leg, so they got the extra. It was almost a bit of a one-day feel with the mid wicket up, and he just hit it there. And I think Rooty probably just thought instantly that's a single, and he set off, and then realised it wasn't, and Joe Denley was left in no man's land. It was smart fielding by Ireland. They had to complete the play, as you would say in baseball, and Kevin O'Brien was a good throw, and the off spinner took it off really well. O'Brien took it off really well. O'Brien threw it in. I'm getting very confused now, but he threw it in, and talking about the games of cricket just turning again with Jack Leach going in and batting so well on 92, and the lead was just continuing to grow, only one down with that partnership with Jason Roy. Suddenly 3 wickets in this session. It's just changed again. That's the beauty of Test cricket. Two new people in, obviously very experienced cricketers in Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow. The lead's only 72, and Ireland, we're pleased how they've hung in there, hung in there, not let the scoring rate get too quick. I thought this morning it was going to accelerate out of their control, but they've hung in there now. A little bit of a mistake by England with that run out, and this is Ireland's chance now. They can grab a couple of wickets just before, one more wicket before tea, and they'll have had a great session.
Well, they won't believe their luck, Ireland, as Johnny Bairstow strides to the middle. Best of 167 against Sri Lanka, of course, here at Lord's. He's at the non-strikers end as Joe Root sets up once more. 194 for 4 England as McBrien is past the umpire, bowling to Root, gets it on the full, plays it to a diving short mid-wicket to his left. Paul Sterling in the action there, gets the ball in and has to just apologise to Joe Root and the keeper because it was quite a wayward throw, but he's still on strike. Root on 4. Forward press, back in his crease, work it to the leg side. Good length delivery by the off spinner on around the off stump.
Suddenly a spark in Ireland now. They look quite dead with that partnership. It wasn't going particularly quick, but they look so in control, Denley and Root. One mistake, unfortunately, by Joe Root here. Suddenly the pressure's on him as well now.
Brian bowls, Root sweeps to fine leg. No is the call from Johnny Bairstow at the non-striker's end. And one more ball left of this over with a lead of 72 then England. We're on day 2, the afternoon session here at Lord's as Root just pulls out. McBrien almost into his delivery stride. Gentle hum in the air for the crowd. Clouds up and above. as Root is on the back foot defending that final ball of the over. So 53 overs gone of this second innings for England, 194 for 4, a lead of 72. Root on 4, Bairstow yet to get off the mark, yet to face a ball. And the two ways Joe Root, I suppose, can rectify this situation is by going on to score 100 and extending that lead, but also making sure that Joe Denley does bat at 3 in the first Test match of the Ashes.
Yeah, it wasn't a great bit of running from Joe Root. Unfortunately, these things can happen. A good take from McBride there, actually. I know it looks easy to do, like you should take it, but actually to complete the play-off from O'Brien there, to take the bails off, I mean, you've still got to catch it, you've still got to take it off under a bit of pressure, knowing how important that wicket was. So Ireland was sharp then, and Johnny Bairstow now, he's on them, as you say, on a pair. Got naught in the first innings, and probably the bowler that Ireland will want to be and the deer bringing the ball back down the slope. Johnny Bairstow has that tendency to push at the ball. He'll be feeling nervous, wanting to get off the mark, and that ball, he'll definitely target the stumps in one of these first couple of balls.
He's got 2 slips in. There's a man back at deep square and fine leg as Adair comes in on the angle, bowling from the pavilion and lets it go through to the keeper. Ball that bowled on a good length outside the off stump. There's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and point. Bright sunshine this morning. There was talk of 38 degrees in terms of temperature. There was not a cloud in the sky. Now there's a complete blanket of cloud hovering above us. The MCC flags blowing over to our right in the grandstand and over to our left. There's Bairstow defends one on the front foot to mid-on, no run.
And the pressure now just switches a little bit to Joe Root, doesn't it? As amazing as the cricket does, and I always hated it. If you've got a good partnership, suddenly, you know, when a wicket falls and you're the in batsman, you know what the cliches say about, you know, you can't let 2 wickets fall. You know, you're the in batsman, take responsibility. That added pressure out of nowhere is on him. No one else really feels it except you, so he will know that, no matter how experienced he is.
Adair comes in again. Bairstow leaves outside the off stump, close to the top of off, as it goes through to Gary Wilson once again.
Just challenging that channel from there. Will that ball just nip down the slope? You can see Johnny Bairstow has been bowled a lot recently from that line. I think he hasn't bowled that in swinger yet. We know we've seen it in this game so far from Adair that he can bowl that one. He will bowl it. He will bowl it in one of these 3 balls if he's still on strike.
Well, that is a great delivery outside the off stump. Johnny Bairstow has a little flirted it as it goes through to the keeper, but doesn't get any sort of bat. Just waiting for this in-swinging ball from Mark Adair. He bowled beautifully yesterday morning with Tim Murtagh bowling from the nursery end, as he so often does for Middlesex. Adair coming from the pavilion end. He was getting the odd ball to just swing away, but the odd one to just shape back into the right-hander. As he is at the top of his mark once again, he shuffles forwards. Past the umpire now, bowling to Bairstow, who, again, it beats the bat through to the keeper, looking to play that on his front foot and almost fended away before it goes through. So challenging set here from Mark Adair.
Been a good over so far, really good over. Just that's actually he's trying to get that to go in. It hasn't gone, but he's bowling in that channel. Keep talking about the slope, bring it into stump. Johnny Bairstow feels like he's got to play.
Another slip comes in. Adair bowls. Bairstow trapped on the pad. It's given! Aleem Dar has no hesitation, but Joe Root at the non-striker's end is signalled for him to go for the review. Johnny Bairstow straight away says, let's have a look at it.
Now, if he hasn't hit it from here, it looks close, again, 150 yards away. But he went straight away, so I wonder if he did hit.
That's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on spin vision, thank you?
So we're having a look at whether it's legitimate. It is a legitimate delivery. He is behind the line. So shaping in delivery.
Just rock and roll it for me, please, Will.
Trying to see if there's any bat involved on the replay. Paul Wilson,
okay,
third umpire.
Can you go through to Ultra Edge when it's available, please?
Ultra Edge will tell us if there's any bat. There is no bat. He struck on the front pad.
Past the bat. Seems like there's a gap there between bat and ball. Roll it through to the pad. Okay, there's no bat involved. We go through to ball tracking when it's available, please.
He's hit on the knee roll of the front pad, Johnny Bairstow. It looks pretty good.
Coming out now, Aleem. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. wickets umpire's
given.
call. You can stay with your original decision.
It's umpire's call,
Let you know
so
the runs through.
stay with the original decision, which was given out by Alim Dar, and Johnny Bairstow will have to trudge off the field. He's got his bat underneath his left arm now, and Ireland will be elated with the position they're in now after a gruelling first session. 194 for 5, and Johnny Bairstow goes for a pair with a lead of 72.
Yeah, it's, unfortunately for Johnny Bairstow, it's a nightmare scenario as a batter, unfortunately, walking off there at Lords. But England, after cruising so well with Jack Leach and Jason Roy, just those wickets, and they've just fallen in a cluster again to put the pressure on England. In walks Moeen Ali, who's also on them, I think. He also got naught in the first innings, and they need a partnership again. It has the game of Test cricket changing within half an hour, really. It was looking so different half an hour ago. And credit to Ireland for hanging in there. They've got the bang, bang, bang. You call for it in the field, like if there's a partnership going, come on, get a bang, bang here, we can change the game. You kind of half believe it when on a flat wicket when not much is happening. You half believe it that he won. But Ireland have done it, and credit to them now. How long have they got until tea? How long's tea? Tea's at
13 minutes away.
Wow, so they'll be thinking for one more wicket now before tea.
Well, in that first innings, Joe Root went for 2, Johnny Bairstow 0, Moeen Ali 0, Chris Woakes 0. So the guys coming in, well, Moeen Ali first of all went for 0, and Woakes as well. He will have his pads on. Andrew?
Well, it's 5 ducks between the number 6 and 7 batsmen in this Test match so far, which is the first time that's happened in a Test match.
So it's a record.
Both the Irish 6 and 7's got ducks as well.
There you go. That is quite something when you think about how many tests have been played in the history of the game. Incredible. And that's exactly what you were talking about, Alistair. Mark Adair looking to just shape that ball into Johnny Bairstow, target his pads. It's exactly what happened in the first innings, where he was shaping it down the slope. And Johnny Bairstow, well, huge disappointment for him as Joe Root sets up Rankin from the nursery end.
Oh,
outside edge from Root, looking to turn that to the leg side. It finds its way to extra cover. No run. So change of bowler. They've gone from the spinner to the tall fast bowler.
Yeah, we're seeing the setup here in that last over. You commented on saying it was a really good over, challenging over from Adair to Johnny Bairstow. Right in that channel, a couple of plays and misses on that 5th stump, and then that last ball's just got that nip back, just a nip back down the slope, the perfect ball to Johnny Bairstow.
Rankin sets off again. He bowls. Root cuts to backward of point. There's a deep point out there on the chase. He won't be able to catch it. It goes for 4. The sound of Root reverberates all around the ground as he moves to 8, 198 for 5 with a lead of 76.
A great shot from Joe Root. When he's in, this must infuriate a captain, because he scores from that ball so many runs. It's what you can score, the channel ball, not hitting the stumps, but a good ball through 4th, 5th stump, going through waist height. You consider a dot ball to most bats. He's got that ability to score runs, so it's very hard to tie him down in any form of cricket, but certainly in Test cricket with attacking fields.
Rankin bowls. Root tucks that away down to fine leg off the front foot. He's sprinting hard for the 1 and says no to the second as the throw is sent in. So Root to 9, 199 for 5, a lead of 77 for England, with about 10 more minutes of play left in this session. Moeen Ali will face his first ball. He's just marking his guard currently. It looks like middle stump as he looks down the pitch to Palagarugate.
You can sense the crowd just got on edge now, can't you? It's just changed. The mood has changed so quickly from a nice relaxing day of watching England bat to suddenly on edge. The whispers have just got that. I don't know what it is about this place, but the whispers, you can the different tone of whispers when England are a little bit in trouble, and Ireland will be sensing you can grab one more. 200 for 6 would be a fantastic day's work so far.
Ed Smith and James Taylor positioned in the box over in the grandstand, just looking on with a bit more intent as Boyd Rankin has the ball back in his hands. He's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Moeen Ali. He's got 2 slips in a gully, point a wideish mid-off who's in quite close, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side. Rankin bowls to Ali, who's defending on the front foot, and says no to a single.
It's a great spot for you. Where are they? You know, your blockers are. Have you just guessed they're watching?
Well, I know that they're here, and I've seen them on the television, so I'm just assuming they're in the ECB hospitality box,
I thought you
which
just
is
spotted
over
them.
in the grandstand.
Sorry, John,
my
I
eyes
didn't mean
aren't
to
that
do
good.
that. I didn't mean to. I thought you just spotted them out there. I was like, where are they? I'm gonna keep looking. Can't see them. They're definitely there. They have that side, aren't they? Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot. But sorry, Ish, I didn't mean that at all. If I did, I'd say that. No. They probably are watching.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
That's the beauty of radio.
Okay, I'm learning. Sorry.
Yeah. Jimi Hendrix is in the outfield. You see him? As Rankin is around the wicket to Moeen Ali on the back foot defending. He sets off for the one, but is sent back straight away by the England captain. He does want another run out.
There's Mo wanting to get off the pair.
Yeah.
And Joe Root not wanting to run for the risk of another run out just before tea.
He's just coming down the track now, Joe Root, just to offer a few words to Moeen Ali. What will he be saying there, do you think? Take it easy, Mo.
I don't know actually what he said there.
Rankin circles at the top of his mark. Bit of a shimmy before he sets off, bowling around the wicket. Ali managed to turn this over to the leg side, and he is off the mark. So he is off his pair, gets to 1 with a lead now of 78, and England bring up their 200. They're 200 for 5 in their second innings. A few more words from you, Alistair, about the situation of the game here at Lord's, and then it will be Michael.
I might just start making up people who are watching each other. That could be my guess. I'm going to start looking at people, just guessing who might be here. I'll play the Isha's game, just guess who's at the crowd and just keep going there.
I think Isha should have continued. She was on that for Ireland. I've rediscovered my bounce, Alistair.
You have. You strolled in here, shoulders back.
Joie de vivre.
Sitting on the edge of your seat.
Je ne sais quoi.
You were slumped a little bit earlier.
I had a cup of tea with Mr. O'Brien about 40 minutes ago, and we were a little bit down in the dumps. And then suddenly, after Leach was dropped, he was immediately taken by Mark Adair. Then that sharp run out to get rid of Joe Denley. And now Bairstow's back to pair. And it's looking like match on again. 78 is the lead. England 200 for 5. This is Mark Adair, who's been bowling brilliantly round the wicket. And that's carved away for 4 runs, just as I say. I'm full of optimism. Moeen Ali carves that at a 45-degree angle for 4 runs.
Yeah, probably went a little bit more behind square than he would have liked, down to third man. I think he was aiming for, probably extra cover area, but actually Adair, just first time I've seen Adair bowl, he's skillful, isn't he? She's a really skillful bowler. I know this is going to sound, he knows what he's doing. I know that's not a patronising thing. You could see him working over Johnny Bairstow in that over, knew exactly what he had and had it on, had the control to do it. I would like to see a gully actually in. I know the ball's just gone there. I would like to see a gully instead of third slip.
3 slips in for Adair. Forward push by Moeen to the man at short extra cover. 204 for 5. Ali's Moeen's on 5 and Joe Root's on 9. Andrew's lifted his microphone.
Well, in the first 2 innings of this game, wickets 3 to 7 added a total of 24 runs. England lost those wickets for 7 and Ireland for 17. The second lowest in the history of Test cricket between wickets 3 and 7.
All sorts of oddities about this match. Here's the towering Mark Adair in, and a back foot defensive shot by Moeen. And it's fielded by I think that's Stuart Thompson there. That's got a little bit cloudy. I've got my dark glasses on, but it's definitely not as bright. It's cloudier. It's cooler. That probably only means it's 33 degrees as opposed to 37. But we're approaching tea here, Andrew.
England managed to go from 182 for 3 to 194 for 5, so that's just 12 runs for those wickets so far.
How they would love one more before tea. Adair is in. Moeen leaves that just outside the off stump. Taken by Gary Wilson, who probably feels a little bit better. He did his drop of Leach did cost the team 20 odd runs, but he can put that at the back of his mind and concentrate. You got to, you know yourself, Alistair. You drop one behind the stumps. You can't beat yourself up about it because there could be another one the next ball, and your mind needs to be on it. You can't get self-indulgent as a wicketkeeper. Adair is in. That's on the pads of Moeen, who flicks it behind square for a single. 82 miles an hour. It's fielded by Andy McBride.
Yeah, that's easier said than done, isn't it? With
I know.
The other 10 people looking at you. They don't mean to do it, but you're thinking, God, I would have loved that to be taken.
And it's all hard luck, Mickey, and you know what they're thinking.
I know.
You idiot.
Yeah.
You've got those gloves on. 205 for 5 at the end of the over.
There's one more ball to come, isn't there?
Oh,
Just one
sorry.
more, you've
I'm
got
getting
ahead
ahead
of
of
yourself.
myself. I'm revelling in nostalgia for the wicket-keeping glove years. This is Joe Root on strike. He's on 9. And forward defensive shot. Adair shapes to throw at the stumps. Joe Root gets back in his crease. That is the end of Mark Adair's 15th over. He's taken 1 for 47. It's 205 for 5.
Bowled quite a long spell, actually. How many overs has he bowled there? Because he seems to be going for a while, and he's bowled really, really well.
Well, this spell's just 4 overs. 15 altogether then.
Sorry, that's totally a mistake from me then. I thought he'd bowled longer.
You need to do one of these memory courses, Alistair.
I do.
You know the things you
I
see in
do.
the Reader's Digest. Improve your memory.
I thought he would go longer.
You forget to fill the form in, though, don't you? Joe Root's on 9, Moeen Ali's on 6.
And I've been really impressed with Adair, actually.
He's a find for Ireland. He's only 23.
Is he? Was he in
Warwickshire's?
Warwickshire's
He was. Injury problems. He's come back to Ireland. He was a late sort of call-up for the ODI, the start of the summer. Didn't take a wicket, but performed admirably with the bat. So he can certainly swing the willow. So he offers you something further down the batting order as well. And this is big Boyd Rankin, but not for the first time in this match. The batsman says, hold on, there's a bit of movement. There's a bit of movement problems maybe in the stands behind the bowler's arm. And Moeen says, we'll have another go at this. Backed away from that, and Boyd Rankin is back to his mark.
Could be trying to make it the last over before tea.
Just play the clock down a little bit. 2 slips and a gully for Rankin. Round the wicket and pushed out on the offside by Moeen.
How many do you think Ireland will be trying to keep this lead down to? From the Irish camp, if you were in the Irish camp, what would you be happy chasing? And don't say 84, but
180?
180, you'd be happy?
170, 180. Anything more than that?
I think if they get...
Oh, Tuffers.
it's a good... That'd be a brilliant chase to get 180.
All right, 110.
Moeen
on the back foot, going for a quick single. They'll get there easily. A little twist and a turn by Andy McBride. A quick dash and one more for Moeen. And one more for England. Moeen on 7.
Yeah, I was trying to think...
One of nature's pessimists, Alistair. I'm sure you're surprised at that.
Oh, I thought you were very... If they're thinking 180, you're backing your lads, aren't you? You're backing them to knock these off. And obviously, England will be thinking now, another 100 runs of a 180. I think they would probably take 180. If they're setting from here now, because you suddenly lose Joe Root now, the pressure's really on.
Yeah. I may have to rethink my mathematics. Never been a strong suit.
Well, with Jack Leach at the top of the order, Chris Woakes next, Sam Curran, who's scored a lot of runs for Surrey this year, and then you got the Stuart Broad and Ollie Stone to come.
And here comes Rankin over the wicket to Joe Root. Flicks it off his pads behind square. They've come back for the second. They should make it quite easily. Fielded there on the fine leg boundary by Mark Adair. Are you going to go down the Tufnell route now that your test match days are over, Alistair? Any sort of going to do the dancing show or what? We see in the jungle? You should get Tuffer's agent. I suppose he just says yes to everything. That's down the leg side and dabbed away by Joe Root. They've got one, haven't come back for the second.
We actually share the same agent. So.
Oh, do you?
I've always said I wouldn't do Strictly Come Dancing.
Right.
At all, because I can't dance, and if I do dance, it's because I've...
Yeah, but that's half the crack, isn't it? The ones who can't dance.
Well, I don't know, but I have a slight problem.
Look what it did for Rampers.
Ramps can move, they can't hear you. You've seen me dance. But my young daughter is Elsie. This is the first year I've been around for Strictly Come Dancing. Most of the time you're on tour. And it's a real... Saturday night is the feature that she's quite happy to go in the bath, which is unusual. Early bath, already has a tea in front of the telly and gets her scorebook out. and write scores as well, what she thinks of it. So I think I might be a bit under pressure from her.
Moeen's on strike. It's lifted on him. He played a back defensive shot. They played the ball down enough that it wasn't going to go to the man there at short leg. Just a moment of insecurity from Moeen.
Good captaincy by Porterfield here. Gone on the attack, the short leg man out for Moeen, who likes to take it on. He obviously won't take it on here. He's tried to stand on play, just got big, hit his gloves, and could have gone anywhere, but it's just dropped at his feet, really, well, hitting his gloves, then his chest, rather going to short leg.
I'm assuming that's James McCullum under the helmet at short leg. Here comes Boyd Rankin round the wicket to Moeen again. Just avoids McCullum again into the body of Moeen. Played down. He got away with that one. I thought McCullum believed he was in for the catch there. He's taken his helmet off because that is team. Moeen survives on 7. Joe Root is on 12. England 209 for 5. That's a lead of 87 over Ireland. And I think Ireland might have wanted to play on another couple of overs. The impetus and the momentum was with them, Alistair Cook.
It was. They fought back really well in that last hour of that session. They've hung in that tough session, actually another long session with 98 overs in the day, and with the heat and already been out there for 3.5 hours, this is when I could have expected that, not the wheels to fall off, but England to find run scoring easier. But actually it's gone the other way. It's been harder to score, whether the ball's got soft and on this slow wicket, that run scoring has become hard. I thought Porterfield's captained pretty well, actually. He's set the right field. They bowled attacking lines with quite defensive fields. Haven't had more than many 2 slips, so there's lots of ring fields, a lot of balls hitting the fielders from England. And it's, as we go into when we come back from tea, it's one of those crucial sessions, isn't it?
We have got a test match.
We have.
Super stuff. Well, the first way it down was Rory Burns. Seems like a long time ago now. He was caught by Wilson off the bowling of Rankin for 6. That was 26 for 1. Then the big partnership between the night watchman, Jack Leach, who was dropped by Wilson when he was in 72 off the bowling of Rankin, but eventually Jason Roy was bowled by Stuart Thompson for 72. Leach was then dropped by Adair at second slip, but immediately caught a couple of balls after that by Adair, second slip off the bowling of Murtagh for 92. So huge disappointment amongst the England fans that Jack Leach didn't reach his maiden test century as a night watchman. That was 182 for 3. Joe Denley was well run out. A combination of Kevin O'Brien getting the ball back to Andy McBride. Denley was out for 10, 194 for 4. Then Mark Adair bowled a super over to Johnny Bairstow that resulted in Bairstow eventually being out LBW. It was reviewed, it was an umpire's call, so Bairstow bags a pair against Ireland. That was 194 for 4. And England go in to tea currently on 209 for 5, with Root on 12 and Moeen on 7. And the bowling figures for the Irish bowlers, who've laboured all day in some extremely warm, muggy conditions. Tim Murtagh, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 37. Mark Adair has been very impressive today. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 41. Boyd Rankin, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 53. Stuart Thompson, 1 wicket for him, the wicket of Jason Roy. Thompson, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35. And the spin of Andy McBride, 6 overs, 1 maiden, not for 31. We will pause now for the tea, and to take you through that, Jonathan.
Yes, thank you, Michael. I just looked at 37 degrees it's showing for Lords here, and they really have stuck to their guns well, have Ireland. It's an extended day as well. There's a longer session this morning, and of course it goes on until 7 o'clock tonight. There's still lots of play left, but they really have stuck to it, and just every now and then we get a blast of this hot air that comes straight through the window, and what it must be like to be playing out there. Very, very difficult. And well done everyone too for who's sitting out here. The sun's actually gone at the moment. We've got some cloud around, so maybe that will ease things down just a little bit. But anyway, go and get some water and come back for the afternoon session for about 15 minutes time. Now, there's a bit of news to bring you initially. Actually, no, first of all, I'm going to say thank you for this cake. Let's get the important things done. Sarah Preston, thank you very much indeed for a lovely cake. I grew up in Clontarf in Dublin watching plenty of cricket. Today's my first test match. I'm here with my friend Astrid, with whom I attended last year's One Day International. The cake is lemon and it's all edible except the flags. Brackets, I hope. Thank you, Sarah Preston, very much indeed. Hope you're enjoying the day, and we shall certainly enjoy that cake. Now, the news. Not nearly as important as the cake, but of course it is really, because Jofra Archer's playing for Sussex Sharks tomorrow in the Blast. We weren't expecting this with his side strain. He's been back to Barbados since England won the World Cup, but he's going to play for Sussex. The Sussex Sharks tomorrow against Surrey. And so he's been in Barbados recuperating. He came through a fitness test this morning with the respective England and the Sussex medical teams. He had that problem with his left side. He bowled pain-free in the nets to his Sussex and England teammate Chris Jordan. So that's good news. I'm pretty sure we can therefore say if he gets through this match, I know it's only T20, he's only going to bowl 4 overs and all of that, but he's got through a fitness test. There's still a week to go until the first test match next week. I reckon if he comes through this match tonight unscathed, well, he'll be up for selection, Michael Vaughan. And I wonder how much of a risk that is, because this side issue has been it's been around much of the World Cup with Archer, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because, I mean, you know more as a bowler. If your side's bad, it's bad.
Well, if it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah, and we heard it on 3 or 4 occasions throughout the World Cup that he was struggling.
Yeah.
Whether it's an intercostal or something wrong with his rib, we don't know. But great to see him back. I saw him dancing at the carnival in Barbados.
Yes.
He was in fine form and rhythm.
He looked pretty
what do
loose
they call
there.
it? Is it jamming? Is it jamming, Phil? What do they
I
call it?
thought it was grinding, wasn't it?
Twerking. I think I saw him do a bit of twerking in Barbados. But great for England that he's back. Whether he plays next week, we'll have to wait and see. But his twerking looked in fine form.
Right. Would you pick him?
Yes. Yeah, if he's fit and ready to go. I think that the problem that the selectors and the medical team will have is how they're going to be sure that he can bowl 18 to 20 overs a day.
Correct.
For the course of 5 days. So I would think at this stage next week might be a test match too soon, but because there's a little breather after the first test, I would think we may see him here for the second test.
Yeah, but what's interesting, because it does ramp up that pressure on these places, isn't it? Because we'd kind of consigned Archer away for a couple of tests when we're talking about Stuart Broad, for instance.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the bowling. It's the batting that I have concerns about.
Yes.
I think both bowling units, whoever bowls for Australia, whoever bowls for England, they're going to be very, very strong in the conditions that I think we'll find at Edgbaston with the Duke balls that we're going to be bowling with. I think we're going to find 2 fine bowling units. I think both teams would be a little bit more concerned about the batting.
Here to that. England lead by 87 over Ireland. They've only got 5 wickets left, and as we know, they're a batsman light in this match. So that's the situation at tea. Meanwhile, Cameron Bancroft has pushed his case for an Ashes place. He scored 93 out of a winning total of 156 for 5. They've been playing this game, Graham Hick's team, against Bran Haddon, of course, down at the Ageas Bowl, and Graham Hick's team won that. A trial game, really, a test trial. It's been played to help finalise their Ashes squad. That's going to be announced at lunchtime tomorrow, so we're talking about that during the lunch break here at Lord's. Well, the ABC Radio's Jim Maxwell and Jeff Lemon have been watching the players battling it out for selection in Southampton.
Yes, we're down in Southampton at the Hotel cum Cricket Ground, where the Australians have been playing the Australians over the last couple of days. The Graham Hick 12 versus the Brad Haddon 12. It does sound a bit spaghetti western, but it has been a shootout because they haven't made a lot of runs. It's been 2.5 days of cricket. We've seen 35 wickets fall, and eventually the one of the teams get their way to a very slight run chase. But Jim Maxwell's been with me watching along for the last couple of days, and you can't say that it's been short on action, at least.
And probably the most interesting thing that's happened in the aftermath is that they've decided to continue playing with a centre wicket practice, and Usman Khawaja is out in the middle, running up and down. So he looks as though he's ready for the test match. I'm not sure about all of the rest that we saw on parade because batting was hazardous. The surface was pretty unreliable for that. But the bowlers did themselves proud on a surface that had some variable bounce. And the batting, I'm still shaking my head. I mean, this is a lottery to try and work out, other than Smith and Warner, and probably Bancroft after making 93, as to who will be in the top 6.
There wasn't much to learn out of the first innings. Marnus Labuschagne made 41 and then nobody else really made a run. And the second string bowlers picked up all the wickets. Michael Neser, Jackson Bird, Chris Tremaine were amongst the wickets there. And then as the Graham Hick side came out to bat, they didn't do much with the bat either, but at least there was some interest for the Australian selectors in that Pat Cummins picked up a 5 and Peter Siddle picked up 4. So you could say that at least the Australian bowlers have had a good week. Mitchell Marsh picked up 5 in the third innings as well.
You get the impression, apart from the top order batting, that they'd probably like to have Mitchell Marsh and Marnus Labuschagne in the squad, because it gives them a few options. On the one hand, Marsh, who's bowled very well here and looks an improved bowler, certainly on the back of what we saw and what I heard from Ryan Harris last night, who's been coaching the A team. But the question is, what about his batting? Well, he made a few more runs than anyone else in this game, as it turned out. And then on the other side is Labuschagne, who played the last Test Australia appeared in. Looks like a player who's developing. Made quite a few runs for Glamorgan, although it's the second division, and he bowls a bit of leg spin. So maybe there's spots for both of those players around the batting, which is hard to get your handle on, because for a start, there are a lot of left-handers. And which are the best ones? Does Patterson, does Head, do they deserve a chance? I think they might be on the periphery, and Matthew Wade might jump over them.
Well, they all had a chance in this game to impress and to lay something down, at least to say that they should be picked. And Travis Head made a big 100 in the tour game against the Lions, so I would have thought his spot is pretty safe, but the likes of Curtis Patterson and so on didn't fire a shot in this game. There were really only 2 scores of note in the third and fourth innings, and they're both to do with opening batsmen, which is interesting because that combination is one of the things that's still up in the air. David Warner will certainly play in the Test. He made 58 in the third innings and looked pretty good. He battled out for a long time out there. He was out there for about 3 hours and faced 94 deliveries in putting that half century together. And then Cameron Bancroft nearly got himself to 100. He was 93 not out in the fourth innings and got them home in that run chase. So he would have been probably third on the list of potential partners for Warner behind Joe Burns and Marcus Harris, but he might just have elevated himself a bit in the pecking order there because he looked the best of the batsmen over the last couple of days.
Yes, he certainly did. And it makes you wonder if they're picking Bancroft alongside Warner, do they pick one of Burns or Harris or not in order to get their middle order right? So there are a few question marks around what the composition of that top order is going to be and who's going to be vying for spots. And I think we'll still be as intrigued as the selectors probably are at the moment, if they've put their heads down to work all this out, as to what is the best squad. And the same probably goes for the list of bowlers, or that's a bit more obvious this time than the batting order.
Jim, do you think this match actually is going to have any bearing, or do you think the selectors would have gone in pretty much knowing who their 16 or 17 would be? They won't tell us until midday tomorrow, but you'd have to think that this match was largely window dressing, given that they're back out in the middle having a sort of, hit and giggle kind of centre wicket session in the tracksuits and all of the rest.
I think the fact that the Ashes squad was unknown when this match started at least cosmetically gave it the opportunity of being meaningful. And it had, according to the umpires we've spoken to, a fair bit of edge about it out in the middle in the way the game was played. There was some intensity to it all. So I think that has helped make what would have been a fairly futile exercise for Australia have some value, but when it's over so quickly and the batsmen really haven't had the chance on a surface that, as I say, was unreliable, it makes you wonder whether it was worth doing it or just having some practice in the nets or even playing a second 11 county side to warm up. I suppose the answer to all of that comes next week if all of a sudden a few of these fellas hit their straps, but more and more Australia's fortunes with the bat seem to be relying very much on the boys coming back, Warner and Smith and maybe Bancroft.
Well, the last thing to mention is that there is one thing that's come out of it, which is that James Pattinson bowled very fast, looked very fierce and looked very good at the crease. Picked up a couple of wickets, but more importantly looked in rhythm and is fit, which he's often not. So that could be a huge boost for Australia.
Well, you would have to say on the evidence of what we've seen here, Pattinson, Siddle and Cummins are ahead of Hazelwood and Stark. Stark was probably the most disappointing of that group, as often can be the case with Mitchell Stark. He's a bit of an enigma, and he always seems to have some soreness of some sort. But he only took 1 wicket in this practice game, for what that's worth. We know that he can be a great strike bowler, but the other side of him, he goes around the park, particularly on these fast grounds. He goes for a lot of fours. So trying to contain and control makes you think that Siddle's got to be in there somewhere, and Pattinson and Cummins, with Hazelwood short of a gallop, might be the other ones.
Jim, we'll keep an interested eye on the rest of practice today, and we'll find out what the Australian Ashes squad is tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks you too, Jim Maxwell and Jeff Lemon. Look forward to catching up with them at Edgbaston next week. The first day of the Ashes is a week today. Interesting listening to those two chuntering away, isn't it, Michael? Because they kind of got the same problems that England have, really. I was interested in that comment about Mitchell Stark as well there, the fact that he's struggling and that they don't think he's going to be around for that first Test match. But particularly, if you look at both sides, they seem to have the same issues in the same places, really.
Yeah, I got a feeling from working in Australia in the winter that Australia had done quite a lot of research, particularly at the first venue at Edgbaston, and Stark's record there, we saw him in the semi-final, he got a bit of a pace in. His record at Edgbaston's not great, and I think they've worked out that at Edgbaston you need real line and length consistency. There'll be a bit of movement there. The likes of Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad have had great successes over the years. Out and out pace has not had a massive amount of effect, and when you've got Pattinson and Cummins bowling at 90 who are outstanding, I think they will throw in someone like Peter Siddle. We've seen Murtagh this week, who's around that pace and just nibbles it either way. I think they'll want control from one end at least.
Yes.
And then you've got Nathan Lyon. The Australian batting is very similar. You know, they're not too sure. Cameron Bancroft's very interesting. I know Justin Langer's a big fan of him. You know, his character, he really likes what he brings to a team. Clearly, he had his moment in Cape Town a couple of years ago, but you look at what he's done for Durham. He's averaged 45 in the Championship, 726 runs. He's got 90 odd now out against Cummins, Stark and co. I believe,
not a great pitch too,
I believe Stark hit him on the head and showed character bounce back.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I don't know if he'll walk out with David Warner, because they like Marcus Harris. They do like the young left-hander. It wouldn't surprise me if Bancroft bats at 6. So you'll have Khawaja at 3, Smith at 4, Travis Head will certainly play at 5, and Bancroft may bat at 6. The area of concern is Tim Payne. Tim Payne is a wonderful guy, a great person, but I'm not too sure whether he really should be in the side. You've got someone like Matthew Wade, who's been scoring runs for fun down in Hobart. He's got runs on this tour, and that is going to be a contentious area for Australia, that they're going to have a captain playing. You know, he got a first-class centre, I think, in his first game, and he hasn't got one since. And that's going to be an area of concern for Australia, that the captain, who is a good leader, is a good captain, but does he really justify his place in the side?
Yeah. Well, we shall find out more tomorrow. It's interesting, isn't it, that they've chosen to have this sort of a game down there. It's almost like how England used to do it, 12 against 12, and all the stick the Aussies used to give us.
It sounds like the pitch was very
on the edge of the square.
So that's why. I mean, if you're getting 93 not out against, outstanding bowling. You know, Cummins is right at the top of the tree in my eyes, and if you're scoring that amount of runs when no one else really, Warner got a 50, no one else has really got past 20.
They asked for a green one, apparently.
Right, so they wanted a pitch that was moving around to get used to the likes of Anderson and Broad and co. Well, if you're getting 93 not out, facing the new ball and batting your team to victory, I would suggest that you'll be playing the week after.
Right, catch you later, Michael. Guy Peters, the day watchman. I like this as the players are coming out here. Send out the watchman was the captain's cry as the sun sank low in the blue Lord's sky. Out stepped a man with his helmet and bat. He popped on his glasses and muttered, "Drat." Out on the wicket his heart was pounding as the lethal Murtagh came in bounding. He saw off the 6 and made it 7 as he glanced up above and thanked the heavens. The next day, as the sun was beating down, the man in the glasses started to frown. He'd have to bat in daylight today, no longer night watchman, but leading the way. A few balls later and disaster had struck. The opener Burns hadn't had much luck. Forgetting that he's normally batting last, he thought, oh, to hell with it, I'll just have a blast. And that's what he did as he hit it for 4. After some overs, he checked out his score. Crumbs, a 50. How'd he got here? His high score of 66 was drawing near. He kept on batting and playing with ease and showed the others batting's a breeze. Soon he'd surpassed his previous best, even scoring more than all of the rest. As the runs crept in and he neared his ton, the whole of Lord's began to thrum. Suddenly catastrophe, he edges to slip. But the man doesn't manage to get a grip. 2 balls later, and it clips off his bat straight to the slip. There's no missing that. What an innings. What a performance for 92. Everyone's gutted, especially the TMS crew. Whilst his score won't be seen on the honours boards, it'll be told for centuries among people at Lord's. The night watchman in day had batted a peach. The man in the glasses was the mighty Jack Leach. Good effort. I like that. Thank you very much indeed.
If I cut and paste that and put it in the Guardian,
I think it'll take a few words up. But Guy Peters, he's your man. They are, Victor. You're very pleased. You've proudly put your Somerset hat back on again.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll be no doubt taking some sort of credit for having brought on Leach's batting over the last few years.
No.
209 for 5. Murtagh's on his way. And he bowls on the off stump and Root is forward. Back to the sensible stuff here because England are only 87 ahead. And they've only got 5 wickets left. And as we know, it's there are batsmen light, so there's a really important partnership this with Root and Moeen playing themselves in again. It's cloudy skies now. I wonder if the ball might just be encouraged to do a little bit more. It's getting old. It's nearly 60 overs old now, but still lots of time left. And go through to 7 o'clock when there's 42 overs left, for goodness sake. In comes Murtagh, and he bowls, and Root flicks that away towards the leg side. It trickles away to mid-on. So if you think about it, Victor, we're almost sort of halfway through a normal day of Test cricket.
Well,
there's a long way to go.
Where are we now? 4:30, and we can go to 7.
2.5 hours.
They might have to turn the lights on. They'll think about it.
Yes, they might have to.
They're elevated. They've been elevated most of the match, actually.
Yeah.
But Jack Leach, yes, he's not out in the first innings. the only Englishman to achieve that, and top scorer in the second.
Murtagh runs in now and he bowls outside the off stump. And Root has a look at it. I wonder how he settled things with Denley during the tea break. It was a horrible piece of running. It really was. Absolutely. I think the modern word is rissoled him.
Was it?
I mean, poor Denley.
Except that it absolutely guarantees his place in the Edgbaston Test.
I think it does. It does.
There's no way he'll be leaving Denley out.
No. But it was a brutal change of mind.
Yeah.
Denley had no chance. What's going on? Wilson's having a conversation about something. Is he waving towards the dressing room? Oh, there's a helmet. He's going to stand up.
He's going to stand up. Well, he has been. A lot of the England players have been standing out of their crease.
And Root's been taking a pace or two.
Yeah.
So the keeper is going to stand up to the stumps and he's going to have his helmet on. Quite right too. I've seen some horrible injuries of keepers getting hit either by balls or even Bale, of course, in Mark Boucher's case.
Well, I watched that and it was horrible. Well, I mean, he bowled someone and the Bale just flipped off. Off spinner bowled it, and that was more or less the end of his first-class career.
Yeah. So keeper standing up. There's 2 slips. They won't see much of it perhaps from there. He's right behind Gary Wilson, who's squatting now. Murtagh's on his way, and Root therefore has to be back in his crease. Goes forward now, plays down to mid-on. So Murtagh now. I love these sort of cat and mouse things. The other alternative would be to have had a short leg, because that would have had the same effect. And actually, old bowler, I would have gone for that option.
So you want to make sure the nicks are caught, is that it?
Yeah, all sorts of different reasons, because actually it's a catching position. That if you're trying to get on the front foot to him anyway, it can go inside edge, pad, thigh pad, catch. Here's Murtagh, bowls, and as taken by Wilson as Root plays no shot. Clearly the keeper's got a better chance of catching it if he's standing back. And on the very rare occasions that a wicketkeeper dared to stand up to me, I find it affected by length because the picture's different, and it just felt different with the keeper standing there.
So if they did it without your permission, as it were, you probably bowled a couple of bounces, I imagine.
Beamer.
Oh, but Beamer, right. That would not have gone down well with old Tolly, I don't think.
Here's Murtagh moving in, bowling to Root, who just really nicely runs that away down to third man, off the back foot, and it was perfectly placed. There's no one down there. And so 4 runs it is, and a rare short ball from Murtagh, actually. 213 for 5. England lead by 91. And Root and Moeen Ali share a conversation there. But that's what I've done, because it has the same impact. If you have a short leg there, the batsman can't bat out of his crease.
Do you think so?
No, can't. Because if it just pops up there and you're thrown out.
If you run out there. Well, the one I remember actually was slightly different, but in a test match, Phil Edmonds was bowling against New Zealand, and he had such a strong arm. He just bowled these 2 vicious bouncers, legitimate bouncers off 2 paces, but he had a go at Richard Hadley, and behind the stumps was Bob Taylor, who just caught them magnificently, just took them and threw them back again. But he didn't mind at all.
No, it's always felt it's been a little bit insulting. 213 for 5. Moeen's on strike. And Boyd Rankin is running in and bowling, a big, tall, medium fast bowler these days. And he has got a short leg there.
Well, he almost popped one there, did Moeen, just before tea.
Yeah.
He's not that quick now, Rankin, but he does get bounced because he's tall and he's high in his action.
Yeah. Well, he's an old boy. He's 35, and he's around about the 80-mile-an-hour mark most of the time. But he's because of that height, he's got big shoulders on him. He can get the ball up. 213 for 5. Moeen on 7. Slips are ready as Rankin's there now and bowls, and that's flicked away around the corner by Moeen down to long leg, and he'll take one more. So the lead goes to 92. Nice animated murmur around Lord's. Good crowd again. They've done well selling the game here. It's a very hot, oppressive afternoon now. The MCC pennant on the mound stand just can hardly summon the energy to move. It's just flopping ever so gently. A bit more vigour about the one on the grandstand. The Irish flag flying down there in the shamrock of the visitors' dressing room. Root dips at the knees, and Rankin's on his way. Oh, bowled a terrible ball down the leg side. He knows it too. He looks skywards there. He might have a little kick at the footholes. Kick at the footholes. They're usually to blame. And it's a poor delivery. 214 for 5.
But the game, it was sort of drifting. Everyone was thinking, oh, well, we're back to normality has been restored. England are starting to dominate. I wonder how many they'll get, but they'll get enough. And then suddenly, that run out actually triggered it. The game's on again.
It certainly is. Rankin bowls on the leg stump. It thumps into the pad. The ball runs away out towards backward square leg. Root immediately shouts, no, they're not coming. It can affect your confidence a bit when you're involved in a run out. Men out today so far then. The first was Burns for 6, caught behind. Then partnership of 171 between Leach and Roy. Leach was out for 92, Roy for 72. Denley run out for 10, and Johnny Bairstow's bagged him. And I presume for the first time in his test career, was it the pair? Norton Nort, LBW, he fell. And goes Rankin again, and it's just sort of gently paddled around the corner by Moeen. It wasn't a vigorous hook shot, just steered it away, making sure that didn't give a catch out to the man on there in the deep. 215, 216 is back for 5. And field changes round again for the right-handed Root, with a short leg for him.
I mean, poor Johnny Bairstow, he just looked completely out of the game. But the 4 or 5 deliveries before he was LBW, he couldn't get that on board. It's a weird game, isn't it?
It is. Rankin runs in, bowls, and again neatly tucked away by Root to deep square leg. It's 217 for 5. So England lead by 95. A rather weary-looking Rankin takes his cap from the umpire. It's stiflingly hot out there. Another helmet's being brought out now.
Perhaps they're going to have a bat pad after all.
That's what's going on. Let's have a look.
Well, one is for the keeper.
Yes, there are 3 helmets now by the look of it. And yet only one being worn at the moment. And in fact, yes, the
dispensing with one.
Yeah, the delivery man is taking it away again. So they've got 2 helmets. One being taken off the field. Nice yellowish mustard colour umbrella up on either side of the pavilion. That strikes me as being a new feature, and I think it's for those sort of backup squad members. I think they sit under that.
Yeah.
It's sort of a parasol, if you like. It looks by the colour of it. It's come from the Harris Gardens, of a quite well-known champagne brand colour. Here's Murtagh bowling on the off stump with the keeper standing up. Root gently, very calmly plays him out to extra cover. And it's 217 for 5. Root twiddling his bat. He's got a big job to do here. The lead is 95. And not much batting to come. And he has a big job to do, and he's run out Denley. Again, squatting a little, bending at the knees. A few taps with the bat on the ground as Murtagh runs up and bowls to him. And again, that's easily worked away down to backward square leg. Big session this for Ireland, because they are absolutely very much in the game at the moment. But it's been a long, hot day, and they've got to keep some control. And what they don't want is for Root, who just bats busily anyway, and Moeen to just get away here.
No, when they had that flurry of wickets, it was partly because they had imposed a lot of pressure. Root, he's had a weird time at Lord's recently. He had that horrible innings in the World Cup final, and he was bogged down, and that's why he was run out, because he'd been bogged down for quite a long time, and he was looking for a single that wasn't there, and then he changed his mind.
Murtagh's on his way, bowls, and Moeen very languidly comes forward and plays the ball into the leg side. No run, lead 96. But if you had 100 onto that,
still got. I mean, if England will, the minimum they require from here is another 100. And if you're Ireland and you've only got, and you're at Lord's in your first Test match on English soil, and you've got 200 to win the game, well, there's worse situations to be in, isn't there?
Well, that's true. Murtagh bowls, and Moeen again is forward, but there's also the pressure of actually having to do it, isn't there?
Well,
so
there is, except for, it's glory or, predictable failure. And you only, if you're chasing 200, you only need 2 players to play relatively substantial innings. It doesn't have to be hundreds, obviously. They can get, a couple of players get 60, then you're probably there.
Yeah.
Not quite sure who they'll be, but from the first innings, Balbirnie and Sterling looking pretty good, Nick.
218 for 5, and Murtagh bowls, and Moeen waits for that. Got quite high on the bat there, so it bounced a little bit more. 72 miles an hour. I'm tempted to say it was a slower ball, but sometimes you're not too sure with Murtagh. But I think he just hold that back a bit, which is why it just popped, and Moeen was a bit early on it. 218 for 5. It's quite sort of threatening clouds, sort of stormy type clouds coming over. No, they're not quite in your league, Andrew Sampson.
Not Joburg style.
Up there on the Highveld.
City with the most lightning strikes in the world, yeah.
Yeah, terrifying those storms are, aren't they? Murtagh bowls. Oh, Moeen again, their bat and pad very tight together. And just to push the ball away out to point. He's getting his head down, Moeen here, it seems. He's on 9. And the lead then is 96, 218 for 5. And they punch gloves. 60 overs gone, so it's 20 to a new ball. I'm not sure how thrilled the Irish bowlers would be about that possibility or prospect, but it might be useful if they've got a couple of wickets to get. Yeah, but there's still a bit of work to be done before then, and it's a very hot day. So they've put some work in already. What spin have we seen? Only 6 overs.
His first 4 were very expensive, actually, but his second 2 were rather good, and that's when they put the pressure on.
Yeah. Here's Rankin starting a new over, quite straight, and it plays just to the onside of the pitch. And the giant Rankin follows through, picks it up, and tosses the ball away for someone else to polish. Some movement down there. And the mound stand, people coming back. It's an ice cream day today, isn't it?
You've got to eat it quite quickly, otherwise it melts.
Yeah. Rankin over the wicket, bowls. Nicely played by Lucas. Coming forward. It's picked up at mid-wicket. Yeah. Have you found an outlet here? Is there one?
Well, I'm not that desperate.
You're not?
Well, we're spoilt up here, aren't we? You know, air conditioning, and there's no shortage of calories down below, I've noticed.
I've said thank yous for some cakes that we've had again.
Well, indeed, up here as well. Yeah.
218 for 5. Root on 18. Weights now stock still. As, this next one from Rankin is, well, he works it there into the leg side. It was a short of a length round about middle stump, so it's flicked away out to square leg. 219 for 5. We've had a visit from Danny Rubin, the ECB's media man. Always a cheerful face. He's a cheerful face. I can't see what Alistair Cook's saying to him, but he looks as if he's tapping up to play next week, is he? No? Just checking on his availability by the look of it.
What sort of nick are you in, I think he said.
I think it's something like that.
Yeah.
And you can't attack a knight of the realm like that, Danny, I'm sorry. 219 for 5. I don't know. These young lads, Victor. Anyway, nice to see Danny up here. Passed the news of Jofra Archer on earlier, which you've probably seen.
Jofra Archer is still alive.
He is.
He's pain-free.
And he's pain-free and he's playing tomorrow.
For Sussex. So does that mean he's going to head into Edgbaston?
Well, if he comes through it, one imagines he's probably going to be all right, doesn't it? So, Rankin bowls. Oh, and he's fall behind. Mowing's out. A tentative stroke outside the off stump. There's a little bit of bounce there. And Mowing has gone. The lead is 97. And England have only 4 wickets left. I don't think Mowing would be particularly thrilled with this shot. It was short of a length. Did bounce. Joyful. Wilson there throws the ball into the air. And Mowing's on his way.
Well, it's a surprising bounce. I mean, it shouldn't be that surprising against Rankin, but that did zip through. However, Mowing won't enjoy that dismissal because you don't want to be playing it then, unless you want to hit runs off him. He couldn't get out of the way. He was sort of dragged towards it. It came through round about chest high.
Yeah, it did climb.
And it came through quickly, and he fended. When he'd been better off just letting it go. It's easy to say from here.
Yeah.
And the keeper took it also around chest high, which indicates that that ball did seem to zip off the pitch. And so, the sort of dismissal Rankin looks for with his extra bounce. So Mowing can't come to the rescue. He did avoid a pair. There's 3 of them in a row that got a pair. Bairstow's already got one. Mowing got to 9 and was in watchful mode.
There comes Wokes. He's also on a pair.
Indeed.
Are you declaring a crisis yet, Victor, or are you still dampening that down?
Crisis, what, for this match or the summer?
Not for the match. No, not the entire summer. But for this match. Are England in a crisis situation?
Well, not far off. I think if they lose one more, they are. They haven't got enough yet.
No. 97 is the lead. Out comes Chris Wokes then.
I mean, it's great for the punters. This match could have been a mismatch with England overpowering. It's not a novice Ireland side because they've got so many old men in it.
Yes.
But it's not. It's game on now. I mean, at the moment, Ireland have got to be favourites to win this game. Whether they are with the bookies, I don't know. But you'd think they are in any normal game of cricket. The lead is 96. They have 3 wickets left, England. On a pitch that is not a batting paradise, but it's not impossible.
No. One of the photographers that we know and love was very pleased. He got Ireland at 40 to 1.
To win this.
That. Yeah, and then I think he sold his bet. I don't quite know how you do that. But
I don't know how you do that. But someone else said that.
He sold it.
He's got it 41. He will already have made a packet because he's sort of. But we don't understand that.
No, I don't know. But anyway, that was what England, what Ireland's odds
before
were.
The game.
Yeah, before the game
started. Amazing, really. Amazing.
So it's 219 for 6. Joe Root up at the non-striker's end, fiddles with his gloves. He'll be anxious. He's got Wokes down there now, about to face his first ball. He is on a pair, and Rankin runs in and he bowls a bouncer to him down the leg side, a very harmless one. And Wokes simply moves into line, allows it to go over his shoulder.
I mean, what also one will note is that they're bound to be about 3 Aussie analysts. And they will have noted that dismissal. Yes. And bear in mind that Australia have got 3/4 bowlers about 10 miles an hour quicker than Rankin, but similar height.
Yep.
And that will be noted once again.
Rankin bowls, and Wokes gets solidly behind this, plays towards mid-on. It's the end of the over. Well done, Boyd Rankin, breaking through there. 2:19 for 6. England lead by only 97. Lots of cricket left today, I should tell you. Vic Marks is going to be joined by Dan Norcross.
Well, I think we can safely say that Boyd Rankin is enjoying this match rather more than he did his first Test match, which was in Melbourne for England. Okay, Sydney. Yes, it was in Sydney for England. And it wasn't a great success, and he wasn't fully fit, and it didn't go well.
I'm just saying,
this one is going much, much better. It's not. He played one other for Ireland, but he's got 4 wickets in the match now, and that was a classic Rankin dismissal, you'd say.
Murtagh with the keeper up to the stump. Starts a new over against a thick edge that runs just in front of first slip. Paul Sterling and runs down to the boundary for 4. Not sure if that carried as the bowling's from the pavilion end coming towards us. We'll get to replay shortly. I doubt it, but it's a streaky boundary for Joe Root, and England need him to get some runs here. It's a good-sized edge. Oh, well,
almost not quite. It just almost yorked him, actually. So if he dived heroically forward, he might have got there, but he'll say it didn't carry. I think it's quite hard for him to pick the ball up with a wicketkeeper standing up too.
It is hard. It is hard, isn't it? This is the problem with a wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper stands up to keep the batsman honest and in his crease, but in so doing, it means those edges become a bit perilous. And first and second slip are very close together. They're very fine, actually, as Murtagh is in to Root, who works the ball on the side, goes back into his crease, clips it away for a couple of runs square of the wicket. There's a terrific field for Murtagh. So you've got these 2 very fine slips, and then there's a short extra cover. There's a cover point, and then there's a man meandering around who will at some point stop, and I'll be able to tell you where he's positioned because he's moving around.
Which one are we talking about?
The one who's at cover.
Okay.
Not at the short extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and really the widest of long legs, almost a deep backward square leg. As Murtagh comes in to Root again. And Root again clips the ball square of the wicket, but this time a little bit finer, and as a result will only get the single for it and move to 26. England 226, the lead 104. They find themselves in a perilous situation. They have Wokes at the crease on a pair. Bairstow has already bagged a pair. I happened to be passing by the Channel 5 box when Bairstow got out. And there's the interesting sight of 2 Yorkshiremen who are occasionally of this parish also, Michael Vaughan and Geoffrey Boycott. Geoffrey had come off quite a long run in expressing his dismay at the wicket. Michael, I don't know, we'll have to ask him when he comes in. He might be preparing a Philippic or a Fusillade against Bairstow, because it worked the last time. It bagged a brace of tons, didn't it, in the World Cup? Murtagh's in, and Wokes is forward in defence. Wilson's gone back now, and the ball's just played back to the bowler. There's no run, so it's a more conventional looking field for the most part. Got a gully in, backward point, and the short extra, and the mid-off.
I don't think you use the fusillade ploy
too often. Well, you say that. I mean, is it too often? It's worked once. I think on the eve of the Ashes, it might be worth it, mightn't it? Murtagh in, and Wokes again, defends solidly forward, and places very nicely up to mid-off. On the ground, there's no run.
Well, I mean, he has looked completely out of sorts in this match. Bairstow. And you've got to feel a bit of sympathy for him. He's barely hit a ball of the 12 he faced. He'll play at Esbjerg, no question. And he's also, you sort of feel he could come good at any moment. Actually, I think there'll be more concern with Burns, who you don't really know is up to it, and is not in good nick.
Murtagh in again, and Wokes works a ball from around his pad to short mid-wicket for no run. That completes the over. England 226 for 6, Root 26, Wokes yet to score, the lead 104.
I mean, I think they'll play Burns, having got this far.
No, they'll have to find another.
But they will do it uneasily in the sense that he's an unproven player who is demonstrably not at the top of his game. And yet he's going to go and bat at the top of the order against Cummins, Stark and whoever else, Hazelwood or Patterson, 3 out of that 4.
Yeah.
Which is a
fearsome prospect.
Yeah. But,
at Edgbaston as well.
Worked out what we expect at Edgbaston. We expect drama and noise at Edgbaston.
Well, you certainly get that. Rankin, with 2 wickets to his name, runs away from us from the nursery end, but was a full ball, which Root is late in coming forward to, pushes up to mid-off. And there's no run. Root on 26.
There's a certain urgency about Root now, I think, in that he recognises that England are in the mire, and he doesn't want this innings to stagnate, so he's busying himself quite a lot. He's scurrying for runs, he's trying to flick the ball into the gap. He doesn't want to stagnate at the crease, which he's...
Rankin into him wide outside the off stump. It was a drivable length, but he leaves it alone as it would go through to the keeper. It's got rather cloudy. Are we expecting...
It's possible, I think.
Really? Shall I check a forecast? I don't like...
Why not?
I don't like to.
I think there is... I looked earlier on, and I think there is the possibility of some rain, but...
Well, Rankin in to the upright Root, who works this ball from around his pad down to deep backward square leg. A full ball on leg stump. I'm going, obviously, since we're on TMS, 5 Live Sports Extra.
And lots of other platforms, I'm sure.
And lots of other platforms, yes.
So what are you going with the BBC weather forecast?
I'm going with the BBC weather forecasts. I'm staying on message. But, well, there was a 63% chance of rain and 35 degrees at 5 o'clock, which is coming up.
In 2 minutes' time?
Yes, but then it subsides to a lovely sunny evening. Tomorrow, on the other hand, there's stuff tomorrow. In comes Rankin, short, beautifully played off the back foot by Wokes through the covers for 4. That's a lovely shot. Stayed still and then picked the gap off the back foot with a straight bat out to the boundary. Now tomorrow, the temperature drops considerably, and light drizzle is a possibility from 10 until 1, according to the BBC's
but
website.
Only a third is 4% chance.
A third of a chance. Okay. 1 in 3, and then he gets up to about 26 and stays fine until 8 o'clock, when genuine, actual, lots of dollopy rain does come hurtling through London at night. Rankin in again to Wokes, who plays this again with an angled bat, this time past second slip, down to the boundary for 4. That was almost a Root-esque shot in a way. It was in that gap down to third man. It's an untenanted third man boundary. A brace of boundaries takes England to 235 for 6. The lead rockets to 113 in what may be a low-scoring match. Well, it is a low-scoring match. These could be vital runs.
Well, it's almost the definition of a good game, isn't it? When you suddenly have 2 boundaries and you think the balance of the match has changed quite significantly in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's always a good sign when you feel that. Because the small margins just change. 2 boundaries, he's off his pair, looking quite confident suddenly.
Rankin in again. And this is defended from the crease by Wokes up to mid-on. There's no run, back into his crease. End of the over, 235 for 6. 63 overs have been bowled in this innings. The lead is 113. Root has 27. Wokes has 8. From 8, Andrew Sampson.
Danny Morrison. Is the answer to your question from earlier.
Okay, well, that's the answer, but I've no idea what the question was.
Does Dan remember his question?
Did I ask this question?
You did, yes.
Someone who's done a career-best brilliant piece of batting who's never been picked again.
No, glasses? No.
Number 11.
Number 11, who was not out in the first innings and then opened the batting in the second innings and was not out. Oh, I love this. Explain.
Christchurch 1990 against India. Danny Morrison made 1 not out, batting at number 11 in the first innings. India followed on. New Zealand needed 2 to win.
Oh, perfect. Tim Murtagh is in, started a new over from the pavilion end, is on-driven to mid-on by Root. There's no run.
So they sent Martin Snedden and Danny Morrison in to knock them off.
I thought it would be something like that, and indeed it was.
And I feel there's a relevance here. in that I saw Danny Morrison bat for 3 hours against England to save the Test match against all the odds.
Yes.
Amazing escape.
Yes.
Never played again for New Zealand, or certainly was dropped. He was dropped after that match. He was dropped.
Murtagh in again to Root, and Root just covers up in defence to a full ball, pushes the short extra cover. There's no run.
I was obviously getting a bit tabloid. Never played. I saw the eyebrows go up there. So but he was certainly dropped for the next match, having batted heroically against Tufnell and others for about 3 hours.
I remember it well. I was listening to it at university in bed, getting very, very frustrated.
Some very odd field settings, actually, cleaning back.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Jack Leach will rescue England from ignominy in this match.
Murtagh in to Root, who just goes in across his stumps and works a short ball up to deep backward square leg. They're coming back for a second. He's run that very well. The throw comes in at the non-striker's end. Number of the counting is 237 for 6, Root 29.
Unless Root plays really well, he will be England's top scorer in this innings.
Yes.
And he will be dropped for the next match.
Yes.
I'm just thinking of parallels and relevances and so forth.
Well, I'm delighted that you've mentioned Jack Leach, because Polly Rhodes, a woman you know well, from Somerset, scorer there, and scorer of international matches and all sorts, a very fine lady, has been in touch about Jack Leach. As Murtagh is in again to Root, who defends. Full ball up to mid-on. There's no run. She says, I've seen Leach get a ton for Somerset 2s against Nottinghamshire 2s about 4 or 5 years ago, she says. Don't worry, she gets more specific, as scorers tend to, as she goes on. Same match as he got a 10 for. Also, the first match he wore his glasses.
Oh, yeah, we're back to the
P.S.
spectacles.
It was a friendly match. And then she qualifies this. Date, 13th July 2015. It wasn't a 10 for, it was a 5 for. The match is in Cricket Archive. There you have it. Murtagh in to Root, who lets the ball go by outside the off stump into the gloves of Wilson, who's standing up. There's no run. Andrew.
You'll be pleased to know you were right. He didn't play another test for New Zealand.
Oh, well, what were those eyebrows doing then?
Well,
I don't recall. I thought I'd better check.
You can't trust the Sansom eyebrows, can you?
Well, I don't think he has an idea of just how powerful they are. I mean, Roger Moore used to have the most powerful eyebrows in world entertainment. But I think you'll find
Dennis
that Samson.
Healy?
Well, yes. Now, Dennis, I know a very amusing story about Dennis Healy. In comes Murtagh and he's clipped away out to deep backward square leg for a single. They think of a second, it isn't there. 238 for 6, I beg your pardon. The lead, 116, Root 30, Wokes 8. Dennis Healy apparently knew exactly when the camera was on him and when it wasn't, when he was being interviewed by David Dimbleby. And he would make a habit of, when he knew the camera was not on him, of making deliberately provocative faces to try to put off young Mr. Dimbleby. Yes. I don't know how effective it was, because David's a very splendid broadcaster. I'm sure wouldn't be rattled by such tactics, but yeah.
Well, if you got eyebrows, you might as well use them.
And what great eyebrows they were. But I still think not quite as demonic almost as Andrew Samson's.
On that,
you leaving us?
At that extraordinarily relevant moment, I think I'll go.
Au revoir, Vic. McBride coming back into the attack, this time from the nursery end. I think he bowled from the pavilion end before, didn't he, Andrew? 6 overs done for 31 in his first spell.
His first spell was 4 overs from that end. He bowled 2 overs from this end when Denley was run out.
Aye, of course. And he's in now. His first ball is defended solidly by Root. Back up the wicket. There is no run. Niall O'Brien has rejoined us. What a topsy-turvy day. What a topsy-turvy test match. It's just been entertainment galore, hasn't it?
Has indeed.
McBride in again. And Root again comes forward in defence, works it up to mid-on. There's no run. He looks like he's very much got his game head on here, Root. He knows his team are in all sorts of trouble.
Well, all sorts of trouble, and some of it was caused by himself, running poor old Joe Denley out.
Yes, well, can happen. In again comes McBride. Down the wicket he comes and hits the ball back at the bowler on the bounce, who then collects and throws vigorously back. Nowhere near the stumps, actually closer to Root. And a good stop by Gary Wilson prevents any overthrows.
Well, knowing Andrew McBride, As well as I do,
Yeah.
he may well have been intending for the batsman.
He's a feisty character, is he? Next delivery is a bit shorter, and Root goes into his crease, works into the onside. Wokes thought a single was there, but it's a packed onside field, saving one, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's a feisty character, Andrew McBride. Great bloke. Real competitive spirit. Captains his side back home, the Northwest Warriors.
He's in again. Full toss is clipped away and half stopped at short mid-wicket, but they'll get through for a single. 239 for 6, Root to 31. They sort of have to be, don't they? I mean, an off-spinner almost has to be aggressive because it's sort of the least macho type of bowling you can come up with, isn't it?
I reckon left arm orthodox is less macho than a right arm orthodox. I don't know.
Well, it's a bit madder, isn't it? I mean, it has quirkiness.
Yeah, that's true.
Left armers tend to be a little unhinged. As McBride is tough as in the box. He's defended back up the wicket. There's no run. No, I got away with that. But things tend to happen with the left armers. End of the over, 239 for 6, the lead 117. I'm thinking of Philippe Henri Edmonds, for example, who would suddenly unleash a bouncer out of nowhere. And Keith Medlicott, who got the yips.
Medders.
Yeah, you'd have played against him.
Coach. He was coach of Surrey when I started my county career. Medders, yeah.
Yes, there's always tails with left arm spinners, you tend to find.
Yeah, I would concur with that. Bit of good afternoon's cricket.
Isn't
England looked like they were just getting in front, and all of a sudden a bit of a run out, then a baggage, as they say in the game. Bairstow went for a baggage, and Moeen Ali, well, looks all at sea. The Worcestershire left-hander looks like he's thinking short ball, short ball, short ball. Can't get out top edging a hook, as he's done so many times, and in the end feathers through to Gary Wilson. So the game was turned on the head. I think it might have been 4 wickets for 23 runs or thereabouts, and game on again.
Well, it really is. I was saying earlier, I walked into your Channel 5 box earlier.
You did.
And I saw you looking very much like the cat who got the cream, surrounded by varying different shades of angry Englishmen.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey said, send the leprechaun home.
That's not very welcoming, is it?
Yeah.
I'd say. But yes, he was a bit vexed, I've got to say. Adair back into the attack. He dropped a catch and took a catch today off Jack Leach. And the same over. It's been that kind of a day. 2 slips in. And his first ball is defended by Root to short cover. And there's no run.
He's been impressive Adair. Obviously Tim Murtagh got all the plaudits yesterday, but I think Mark Adair's been sensational. His skill level's been absolutely superb. His wrist position is brilliant. He can bowl in swingers and away swingers at will. He's a good batsman. He's a slip fielder. He's good in the field. He looks like a real find for Ireland.
He's in again from the pavilion and down the wicket comes edged and gone. Good catch from Wilson, diving to his right, two-handed. Root's got to go. He was playing that on the walk. He came down the wicket to Adair. He wanted to effectively drive him through the offside, make the ball a half volley. Instead, he's ended up nicking one that's just gone away from him, and a really sharp catch from the Irish keeper means that England are in terrible trouble at 239 for 7. The lead just 117.
Well, think Colin de Grandhomme, people. Think World Cup final. Joe Root walking down the wicket, as loose a shot as you can see from the England captain. An awful shot. And a great catch by Gary Wilson, diving away to his right in front of Paul Stirling. Root's gone for 31. The lead is 117. And if you're an Ireland opening batsman, get your head around getting your pads on this evening.
Well, one of the things that comes to me immediately is that ball was taken well in front of first slip. And I'm just reminded yesterday of the time the ball was edged between Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root. And I'm just thinking here about just how on it the Irish are. They're wanting the ball, they're expecting the ball, and when it comes to them, Gary Wilson there leapt across in front of first slip to take the catch. Yesterday, England were a bit flat-footed, and it's really been the difference between the two teams for me. England 239 for 7, as I say, the lead just 117. More thoughts from Niall O'Brien while we wait for a new batsman. Why don't we bring in Isha Guha?
Well, this is wonderful. This is Test cricket at its best. Theatre, wonderful crowd, clouds rolling in. It must be said, the last half an hour to hour there's been a few clouds, it's helped the ball swing. Ireland have capitalised, they've hung in there. Middle of the afternoon, England were well on top, but Ireland hung in there. Porterfield's been excellent, he's rotated his bowlers. Boyd Rankin's bowled a good fiery spell. And now it's time to get these last 3 English wickets out and get batting and chase down a bit of history.
Sam Curran strides to the middle alongside Chris Wokes, best of 78, which came against India last year. Just having a look at that replay, Joe Root on the walk. He was looking to play a cover drive, slightly less of a waft than it was in the World Cup final, but it brings Ireland into the game. Gary Wilson, previously having dropped a catch earlier on in the day, he takes this absolute beauty, and it was a tougher catch as well, having to fling himself to the right in front of first slip. And pure jubilation for the Irish, because they can smell blood. They lead by 117, England 239 for 7, just 3 more wickets for Ireland. And then all they need to do is chase the runs down. Sam Curran just rehearsing a couple of drives. He bends over and stretches his back out. And he's now just setting up in front of the stumps. Adair from the pavilion end, coming in on an angle, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips in a gully. He drives. He threads it through the infield. It goes past cover, out to the boundary. Mid-off is on the charge. He's not able to pull it in. He might have got a finger on it, but it goes into the advertising sponge. Sam Curran with his first ball. He picks up a 4. That lead goes to 121.
Well, it's a nice stroke by Sam Curran. Always on the attack. It's awful fielding by Simi Singh. The sub-fielder's on. It's a good shot by Sam Curran. Good stride, good front elbow. Mark Adair won't mind it too much. Curran on the attack. He will play strokes. He will give a half a chance. But Simi Singh, when every run is so crucial, he made the ground. Knocks it onto the advertising sponge, I think is that it's known. And it's a much-needed boundary for Sam Curran in England.
Curran still in his crease. Adair bowls. Curran leaves outside the off stump. As he now heads on out to square leg and scans the leg side field. He looks out to the grandstand. And completely different complexion of the game now as it was this morning. It was and the atmospheric conditions. We looked up, there was not a cloud in the sky. There's now plenty of clouds. In fact, they're covering the whole sky. Lots of white and creams in terms of colours as Adair comes towards us again. He's past the umpire, bowling to Curran, who again leaves outside the off stump. A good let delivery which just goes down the slope through to Gary Wilson. And there's a bit more of a haze in the atmosphere. Bit of swing on offer. So we're into the 66th over of this innings. And Ireland, well, we had a word, didn't we? Just after the lunch session, you said, well, I'm not sure about Ireland now. A gruelling first session. England were looking good in the middle. They were going along nicely with Jack Leach and Jason Roy as Adair comes in again. Curran edges, falls in front of second slip. Diving to his right. And we talked about it. Are those slips a bit too deep? 66 overs gone in the second innings for England. 243 for 7, a lead of 141.
Well, dropping short of Andrew Balbirnie. I think the slips have been too deep all match for Ireland. I know the catch that went through to Wilson flew through head high, but generally a lot of nicks have fallen short or else carried very low. I think of only maybe a half an hour ago, Joe Root nicked one. It almost went through Paul Stirling on the half volley at first slip. It's all to play for. It really is gripping cricket. It's seesawing one way or the other. And when we spoke just after lunch, England were in a great position. The sun was shining, Leach was playing well, Jason Roy looked great. A loose shot from Roy, must be said. Over aggressive. Leach did a great job. And then there was that run out.
Yeah.
Can't help but feel
Costly
that run out just cost Denley's wicket and maybe just destabilised Joe Root. That was a very loose dismissal by the England captain, something you're not used to seeing in Test match cricket.
Johnny Bairstow with a pair. Moeen Ali out to another short ball. That was obviously the plan. They brought Boyd Rankin in as soon as he came to the middle. As McBride will bowl from the nursery end. He's gone for 32 from his 7 overs. He's got a slip in play. And he comes through now, the off spinner, to Wokes, who turns that away to mid-wicket. There's a short mid-wicket as well. Mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, backward point. Fine leg is quite wide and short, and backward of square. As McBride has the ball in his hands once more. He skips through, bowls. Wokes drives. That's parried on by the bowler to mid-on, no run.
Well, Chris Wokes, century on this ground.
Yep.
He likes playing here. Wonderful cricketer. Absolutely superstar. Often goes unnoticed, Chris Wokes, but never lets you down. They need him here today.
Wokes on 8. Forward press, back in his crease, defends. The bowling of McBride.
It's a good little spell, this from McBride. He's just giving his seam bowlers a little bit of respite. And if he can get through 6 or 7 or 8 overs fairly unscathed, give the seamers a bit of a break. New ball due not too far away as well.
Comes through once more into his action, bowls McBride. Chris Wokes on the back foot. He cuts out to the deep cover boundary. It beats extra cover, who's on the chase. Mark Adair can't get there. It rolls into the boundary in front of the mound stand. Wokes moves to 12, a lead of 125 now. England 247 for 7.
Well, that's a good shot by Chris Wokes. Front foot press and then slightly short, rocks back, stays leg side, and once you get it through the field there, down the hill, you're not going to catch it. Poor old Mark Adair's bowling his absolute socks off, and then he's got to chase one to the cover boundary.
It was a favourite shot of mine from Ricky Ponting to the spinners. He would always make that forward press and then sort of launch back with that front foot to then carve through the covers. Always enjoyed watching him play that shot as McBride bowls slightly straighter this time, works on the front foot, this time clipping out to deep backward square for a single. He goes to 13, lead of 126 now in the 67th over of England's second innings.
He had a few shots, Ricky Ponting. He had a few decent ones up in his locker, didn't he?
Yeah.
That pull shot.
Front foot ball.
Oh, how good a player the pull shot was he? He must have got about 5,000 runs on that pull shot.
Yeah, glorious player to watch. Of course, the men's Ashes begins on the 1st of August, the first of 5 test matches, which TMS will all be covering. Cannot wait for that to begin. Of course, in the warm-up game, their batsmen haven't been doing too well. Andrew will be able to fill us in on that at some stage as Sam Curran just marks his guard. Looks like middle and off to the off-spinner who's bowling around the wicket, McBride. He's got a slip in play. That slope going from right to left as McBride bowls into the pitch. Curran on the back foot and just working that to mid-wicket, no run. At the end of the 67th over, it's 248 for 7, a lead of 126 for England. Wokes on 13, Sam Curran on 4. So situation here, Ireland obviously want 3 wickets as quickly as possible. At what point will England start to think, OK, we've just got ourselves back into this game again?
Well,
200?
180, 200, I think England are going to be very worried. That balcony there is worried right now. They know they've underperformed now for the best part of 2 days. Outplayed by Ireland in only the 3rd test match. You know, there was a bit of a worry about Ireland. Are they going to be hot? How do they back up such a euphoric day yesterday? Well, they've been excellent. They've kept their heads fairly level. I think William Porterfield deserves a lot of credit because he's rotated his bowlers. The fielders have hung in there. Their attitude has been fantastic. England need to conjure up another 60 or 70 runs in the next, you would think, 20 to 30 overs.
Chris Wokes on strike, 3 slips to Adair, who's bowling. He defends, back to the bowler. It's a point extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg back. 4 wickets.
Ex-teammates, these two, of course. Mark Adair, Warwickshire, and Chris Wokes. They'll know each other inside out.
And as you said before, Mark Adair has bowled beautifully in this test match. Enjoying very much bowling from the pavilion end with that shape away, but then the other one that just jags back, it poses some problems for the batsman. Just questioning whether to play or not. Wokes sets up again. He's forward in defence to Adair, bowling a good length on and around the off stump.
I'm just trying to think what the England selectors have learnt from their batsmen from this game.
Well, I'll be happy with Jason Roy.
Yeah, happy with Jason Roy. Looked very good. Played the way we expected him to play. Aggressive, some beautiful shots, a loose dismissal. That's probably how Jason Roy's career may go in Test match cricket. Entertaining.
As Adair comes in on an angle, he bowls. Wokes defends, back to the bowler. Good length on and around middle and off.
Jura will be out and Rory Burns, you think? There must be some county cricketers out there thinking, if I can get some big scores, even if it's in the blast, a couple of eye-catching inningses, who knows? There might be an Ashes spot up for grabs.
Well, Dom Sibley at the moment is leading the runs in the championship, having made that move.
He's done very well the last year or two.
From Surrey to Warwickshire as Adair bowls to Woakes, who leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, Dumpstably, 2 years ago, I think, maybe even 3 years ago, he looked very leg side. He looked to hit a lot of balls through leg side. I spoke to Paul Farbase during the World Cup when we were covering some games up at Edgbaston, and I asked him exactly, is he still playing through the leg side? He said no, he's straightened up a lot, hitting a lot more balls through mid-on, mid-off. So that's something obviously that the Warwickshire coaches and the batsman himself identified and have improved upon.
Adair hustles in, he bowls, Woakes drives, edged and taken at second slip. Another one falls for Ireland, another one for Adair. He bowls that brilliant length, inviting the batsman into the drive. Woakes goes for 13. England in serious trouble here, 248 for 8 with a lead of 126.
Well, Balbirnie, the catcher, he's got a safe pair of mitts at second slip. Another away swing delivery. Woakes sucked in, healthy edge, and this time the Nick carries. And all of a sudden, Ireland believing in themselves. The crowd are on the edge of their seats. 2 more wickets, and Ireland will be batting this evening. Woakes gone for 13.
Yes, this game is moving very, very quickly indeed. 20 wickets that fell yesterday, and 8 wickets that have fallen today. Ireland absolutely will believe. They gather together by the pitch at the moment, just taking on some refreshments. It's been a very hot and grueling day. It was a tough first session. They only picked up the 1 wicket, the one of Rory Burns. Leach and Roy batting beautifully at a run rate of over 3.5. In that second session, it was 4 wickets that they picked up. They came back into the game extremely well. England might have just let them in as well with that run out of Joe Denley. Johnny Bairstow with a pair, Moeen Ali going as well, fending at one outside the off stump to Boyd Rankin. And in this session, well, they've been all over it once more. They've battled hard out there in this heat, and they have the rewards for it now. They just need 2 more wickets with a lead of 126. England. Plenty of fans in the crowd as well. Lots of green shirts that I can spot. Green caps as well. Yeah,
the Blarney Army.
The shamrock blowing with the flag in the air above the away dressing room, and the English flag above the home dressing room. And you just wonder what's going through the minds of Trevor Bayliss and Paul Collingwood, positioned on that home balcony. It was such a different scene at the end of the World Cup final just 10 days ago. Stuart Broad joins Sam Curran. Plenty of experience behind him, but as it has been well documented, when Stuart Broad comes to the crease, generally he's receiving short stuff.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Andrew McBride will continue for too much longer. I'm sure Boyd Rankin will be told to get loose. Get loose, big fella from Brady. Bowl a couple of short ones at Stuart Broad, see if you can get him fending. He's not going to die wondering. These 2 lefties will probably throw bat to ball, so it could be entertaining cricket. It might not last long, but this partnership could be entertaining. Tim Murty, you'll think, will be getting loose. He'll have to follow Adair, who has actually been absolutely brilliant. Graham Ford called them, both them, the Irish, both them yesterday morning. Comes on, he swings it, he catches everything, he smacks it out of the park. What a bowler. What a debut.
He's going to be absolutely visualising that ball going through either onto the stumps or an edge through to the slips. He's got 3 of them in. Stuart Broad on strike, left-hander. He's got his arm guard on. There's a man deep at a wideish fine leg, but I'm sure it's going to be full as he bowls a good length onto the pads of Stuart Broad. He works it to the leg side, sets off for a single, but is sent back by Sam Curran, no run. As the throw comes in from mid-wicket, running around to his left. A lead of 126. England 248 for 8.
Big Boyd Rankin. Cap is off. The big man from Brady. This is a good call by the skipper, William Porterfield. Go for the jugular. You've got England on the ropes. One final knockout blow. Ireland have been absolutely sensational. Can't underestimate their skill level. We all knew they'd be up for it and hungry, but did we know they could continue the skill level day in, day out? They've been brilliant. Their discipline has been fantastic with the ball, and they're getting their rewards. This is wonderful Test match cricket for a team in only their third Test match. Well beaten in Dehradun back in March against Afghanistan, and a good game against Pakistan last May in Dublin. But this is unbelievable scenes. The crowd have enjoyed it. It's hunger. Isha, I just think they're hungrier. They're hungrier than England, it looks like for me.
Boyd Rankin into the attack, 2 for 66 from his 15 overs. A reminder that following commentary here, we will bring you T20 Blast commentary, the Roses match from Headingley, Henry Moran with Lydia Greenway and Stephen Mullaney. That is tonight after the Test match. So Sam Curran on 4, he just quickly scans the field. There's 2 slips in a gully, 2 men back on the leg side, and a short leg for Boyd Rankin bowling around the wicket. Short, pulls that away, does Sam Curran. It trickles on into the boundary at fine leg, very fine in fact, because it gets a fine inside edge on it. And he goes to 8, that lead extends to 130, Andrew.
Team in their 3rd Test match against the team in their 1011th Test match.
It's an incredible story, isn't it? Such a magnificent day it was for Ireland cricket yesterday to play at Lord's. Firstly, the story of Tim Murtagh at the age of 37, 12 years at Middlesex. He finally gets an opportunity to play in a Test match at his home ground, you would say, as Rankin bowls back of a length delivery, which Curran just guides to point. Picks up a 5 phase on the away dressing room honours board. And then Ireland come out to bat. There's a nice partnership at the top. Balbirnie with a 50 before they eventually get blown away. You're then thinking, OK, if England could get a bit of a lead today, then they're right back in this. They were in a good position at the lunch break, but Ireland have fought their way right back into this Test match as Boyd Rankin bowls to Curran, who guides again to point.
Well, Sam Curran's a very talented cricketer. He just needs a bit of support here from Stuart Broad. He needs Stuart Broad to be brave. Just hang in there for half an hour. Don't give it away. These two are good enough batsmen to put bat to ball, be nice and aggressive.
Previous biggest gap in number of Test matches between 2 teams playing in a match is 883.
As Rankin bowls, Sam Curran pulls, it's dropped. A wideish mid-on, diving to his left. It's William Porterfield. He parries it over the bar. And he scrambles to fetch it and throw it back in. Sam Curran just rehearsing that shot once more. They pick up 2. Curran moves to 10, 254 for 8 with a lead of 132.
When England played their 978th Test match while Bangladesh were playing their 95th in Dhaka in 2016. Bangladesh won that one.
Well, there you go. That was a wonderful effort actually by William Porterfield. I think he saved 2 as opposed to putting a catch down. The veteran, the captain. Normally you used to see him at backward point. His age is creeping up on him. He's just sliding into less busy periods of the outfield. That was a great effort.
A shimmy from Rankin before he sets off running away from us. He bowls to Sam Curran on his toes, just playing that to the leg side, no run. A good length delivery, his natural length, which is back of a length from Rankin. But a testing phase here for England. Good variety in the attack, you would say, with Tim Murtagh, Mark Adair and Rankin, the tall fast bowler. As he stands at the top of his mark, Curran looks down the pitch. A couple of bat taps before it's high in the air. He pulls a short ball out to deep backward square. It's into the gap. Fine leg diving to his right as he manages to pick it up and throw it in one motion. Sam Curran comes back for 2 in the process as that lead goes to 134. Curran on 12 at the end of the over. It's 256 for 8. Broad yet to get off the mark. Mark Adair will continue. He hands his hat over to Alim Dar as he strolls to the top of his mark. The captain passes him the ball. He's having a word with Tim Murtagh as well now.
Yeah, I like that. Tim Murtagh, the leader of the attack, the senior statesman, played here so often, has been in this position in first-class cricket so often. You would think Tim Murtagh probably just saying to Mark Adair, right, just keep doing it simple, don't overthink it.
Adair comes in on an angle. Broad pushes that to point, wide of the off stump. And The sun just poking through the clouds over to our right behind the Warner stand with a bat-like canopy and a sheen of glass. The reflection of the mound stand as Adair turns at the top of his mark, runs towards us. He bowls. Broad on the back foot, punches in front of Point, who moves to his left to collect it. No run.
He's got a chance to get himself on the honours board here, Mark Adair. 3 for. If he can just nip a couple out, get himself up there with his mate Timmy Murtagh, that'll be wonderful for Ireland. Still a lot of work to be done, you think? 2 clean strikers of the ball. Ollie Stoner's no mug either with the bat, so he can put bat to ball as well.
He hustles in. Adair bowls to Broad, strikes him on the pads, but it pitches outside the leg stump. Looking to work that away to the leg side. Stuart Broad, slightly fuller delivery.
You're doing well to get Stuart Broad, LBW, I think. I think if it hits Stuart Broad in the pads, it's going to be missing leg stump.
Well, he's decided to come around the wicket, which might be a good move, actually. Niall. Here he comes now, chasing his shadow. He's past Alim Dar. He bowls to Broad, who drives to the bowler, no run. Flashes of green on the soles of his shoes. Mark Adair, as he picks the ball up, just gives it a bit of a shine. Andrew Balbirnie at second slip, just wiping some sweat off the front of his forehead. The white rag tucked into the back of his trousers. Paul Stirling at first slip, with his brimmed hat on, where he spends a lot of his days for Middlesex. As Adair bowls full to Broad, who keeps it out. He guides it to extra cover, no run.
New ball due fairly shortly. It's a bit of cat and mouse here for the captain. Can't keep bowling Mark Adair, can't bowl him into the ground. He might need Boyd Rankin to do a job this end and maybe bring Stuart Thompson on from the pavilion end for a couple of overs. Doesn't want to bowl Tim Murtagh, I don't think, before that second new ball.
Feel that warmth coming through the commentary box once again, Niall, as Adair is around the wicket once more to Broad, who's driving aerially up and over Point. There's a couple of bounces before it trickles on into the boundary. So slightly fuller in length from Adair, and Broad capitalises. That score goes to 260 for 8 with a lead of 138. A few more words from you, Niall, and then it will be Michael.
Well, it's the right tactic by Stuart Broad. No point hanging around and giving your wicket away. You might as well cash in, get as many as quickly as you can. You're a clean striker of the ball, Stuart Broad. Commit to it. The field is in, so if you get it over the infield, you're going to get full value. And every run is absolutely crucial, as I'm joined by a fellow Irishman.
Niall, my leg's twitching. That's always a sign that things are getting exciting. I'll try and not twitch too much.
Settle down, settle down.
Calm yourself. Let's not forget England were 171 for 1 at one stage, so it's been a heck of a fight back by Ireland. 260 for 8 now. Curran is 12. Stuart Broad is 4. And Niall O'Brien is departing. To be joined by Michael Vaughan. Michael, how are you? It's the 2 Michaels again.
Yeah, you'll be happy.
Job's not done yet.
No, it's
lead of 138.
There's a bit of work to be done. I have to say, I mean, from England being at 170 for 1, with Jack Leach and Jason Roy just playing it with ease. The batting since then has been...
It seemed to be the run out was a key moment.
Yeah, that was a key moment, but some of the shots, let's be honest, have been... I don't even want to say it. Good bowling, good tactics. The captain's been spot on with everything that he's done, William Porterfield.
This is Boyd Rankin. Big swipe and a crack away by Curran to the boundary in the offside. Gave himself room, made a wonderful connection. And I think we can see what Curran's tactics are. Cracking 4, he's on to 16, 264 for 8.
He's done it before for England last year against India on a couple of occasions. Very similar, that he came out there with the game looking like being lost for England, and all of a sudden he starts to start striking the boundaries.
There's a slip, leg slip. Gully, man on the boundary square on the offside, as Rankin is in, round the wicket, and he swings that one. Is down behind square on the onside. Wayward from Rankin. Another cracking shot by Curran. That man on the boundary wasn't getting anywhere near it. Successive boundaries for Sam Curran.
Well, they're just checking whether it's gone all the way for 6. It might have hit the foam roller, the new modern boundary. I think it is.
It is.
It's a 6. Gone
6.
flat straight into the roller. What a shot that is. He just manoeuvred himself to the offside. He knew it was going to be bowled into the surface quite hard by Boyd Rankin. He just kind of went with it. It was almost like the ramp pull shot.
There's a short leg, a man on the mid-wicket boundary. William Porterfield at mid-on is talking to his bowler. And the man at mid-wicket is moving.
There you go, 6 signal. The thing for England today, I mean, yesterday it did do quite a lot. There was seam movement and lots of nip. It hasn't done a great deal today.
And so Porterfield is changing his field. The man is going back on the boundary behind square on the onside. McCollum's going to the offside close in, sort of inside the circle, that sort of roaming roll. The man on the square cover boundary. And Gully is dropping further back. Little discussion between Broad and Curran. 10 runs off his off the opening 2 deliveries of this Rankin over. Rankin's 17th over, 2 for 84 so far. England leading by 148.
Now the field's being spread. 3 fielders on the onside boundary. There's a 3rd man going down. There's a cover point on the boundary. There's 1 slip. There's a 6 slip quite deep. There's a mid-off. There's a mid-on going quite wide.
In terms of the English support, this might be the most entertaining little cameo of the day if Curran can keep hitting it. Rankin plays, flicks it off his pads. They come through for the single. Curran wants the second. He's not going to get it. The man comes off the boundary there. Stuart Thompson to field.
Yeah, and I think Stuart Broad's just got to hang in there. Sam Curran is such a dangerous player. If Broad gets one in his arc, of course he's got to try and strike it, but I think it's important that Stuart reads this from an England perspective and just hangs in. Tries to give the strike as much as he can to Sam Curran.
What do you think in terms of a second innings target is within Ireland's abilities, Michael?
Oh, I think anything under 200 is certainly gettable. It won't be easy. From the position England were in at 170 odd for 1, I think Ireland have done incredibly well. They've bowled with great skill. Mark Adair's been the pick for me. He's just bowled consistently. He's got the ball just moving enough. There's been some poor strokes. There's been some poor thinking.
A 23-year-old on his debut here 3 months ago, you wouldn't have put tuppence on him being here. Rankin is in. Played defensively by Broad.
But England are the kind of batting lineup when there's just a little bit of movement that you just know if you dangle the carrot, you just keep dangling it full of a length outside off stump, a couple of slips in place, now and again you put a 3rd in, and you just know that the hands will be thrown at the ball.
Another 20, 30, 40 runs might just take this game away from Ireland. Rankin is in. Round the wicket to Broad. Shorter delivery. Broad standing up on his toes, plays that down. There's no run. Wispy cloud. It seems a little bit cooler.
I have to say, I've seen a few dances down in that mound stand down to our left. The Irish have been in fine rhythm.
How is Mrs. Vaughan?
She's been trying to ring again.
You mysteriously run out of battery, have you?
Yeah, no response.
Oh dear. He gets a new phone there. Rankin is in. That's onto the pads of Broad, who deflects that away. They should get 2 here between the 2 fielders. And they come back for an easy second. Broad's on to 6. England 273 for 8. Curran is 22. The lead is over 150 now. 151. And we've had 71 overs bowled by Ireland. The lead 151. And Ireland need 2 more wickets. And then the Irish openers can think about
I tell you, all I ever do is I come into this TMX box and Alistair Cook's he's sat at the back, he's just signing sheet after sheet.
I told him what he needed.
He's been doing it all day.
He needed what the late Alex Higgins had. Alex Higgins had a stamper. He didn't sign his autographs. If Alex was on a stamping evening, he would just stamp it, like the old post office stamps. I'm sorry, I'm stamping tonight. That's what he needs.
Well, it's a good sign.
Learn from the master.
Yeah, but it's a good sign because I reckon he's expecting to sell about. I don't know how many signed.
RSI, I think, is going to be a problem for Sir Alistair.
And what field are we going to get here? Mark Aday's got square leg on the boundary, fine leg quite wide on the boundary, cover point, third man back on the boundary. Still 2 slips, I like that. Still got to think about getting Sam Curran out. Don't just go full out onto the defensive.
Terrific performance this afternoon, this morning from Mark Adair. 3 for 55, 2 more to get in the honours board. He bowls, big swing and a hit by Curran. It's a long chase. It's not going to be reached. And I think it's going to be another boundary and another 4 runs for Sam Curran. He's exploding, 26 from 15. This is a one-day-esque innings.
Yeah, it's also a reminder that this pitch is playing well. You know, if you can play these kind of strokes that we've seen Curran play over the course of the last 10 minutes, it just tells you that the pitch is playing nicely.
Cracked that one through mid-off. Lovely connection in the air. Couple of bounces. 4-2-77 for 8. Curran's 26. Broad is 6. The lead 155. Every so often a waft of warm air comes into the commentary box. The window's open here, and we're watching as Adair is in on the stumps. And a back foot defensive shot by Curran. And he goes for a little downer. Chat between Paul Stirling and Gary Wilson. First slip and wicketkeeper respectively. Wonderful catch by Wilson, diving in front of Stirling to dismiss Joe Root. And when the keeper does that, he's got to catch it.
Quite messy notes, haven't you?
Yeah. Used to be so neat. This is one of my son's unused exercise books. He's working his way towards being a scholar. 277 for 8. Big swing by Curran. That's high in the air. Diving catch. No, it's dropped. It's been put down. It was a wonderful effort by the man chasing back towards long off. And I think that's another couple of runs for Curran on to 28. It was the skipper again. My goodness me. He's been doing some work in the outfield. William Porterfield chasing back. No. His fingertips were a couple of feet away from the ball.
It was one of those, come here.
I don't think even in his absolute prime that Porterfield might have got that. Is he in too far there at the long off? Give himself a better chance by going back, but Curran still in strike. He's 28, 279 for 8. Little dab by Curran through the gully for a single. The lead is 158. Curran 29, Broad 6, 280 for 8. And just that lead creeping up. England fans loving the attitude of Sam Curran. The ball is there to be hit. He'll hit it fairly hard. But it's Broad on strike now. 2 slips in a gully. Adair round the wicket. Onto the toes of Broad. He plays it away beautifully. Down fine leg direction. 4 runs for Stuart Broad. He's getting in on the fun too. He's into double figures. 10 off 11. 284 for 8. And this is turning into a very irritating partnership if you're an Irish fan at this first ever test match at Lord's.
Yeah, it's a nice one to get for Stuart Broad. Around the wicket, angled into that leg stump, going for the LBW, just gets it too straight. Easy glance down the leg side.
Here comes a straight delivery and on the stumps and driven up to mid-off by Broad. End of the over. Adair, 80 mile an hour delivery, 3 for 66 off his 19 overs. Broad's on 10, Curran 29, 284 for 8. The lead up to 162 for England.
Yeah, I just wonder if Ireland are going to turn to the off spinner. Just change the pace. It's been all seam so far for Sam Curran. He's got into a rhythm of striking the ball. It looks like they may be just turning to the off spinner.
That's what it looks like. Yes, Andy McBride. Discussion between bowler, wicket-keeper and captain. So 284 represents a partnership of what, 36, Andrew?
36 of just 25 balls.
Very useful indeed in this situation.
Well, there's so much danger in the batting lineup of England, so much depth. That's why it's such a disappointment from many of that watched the Test match team over the course of the last few years. They've got so much talent, so much depth, yet they consistently keep getting bowled out. And 170 for one, you're thinking 400 minimum. They've got past 400 once.
7 days' time, who knows what the situation will be in Birmingham.
400 once, Michael, inside 29 innings. For a team that's got so much talent, you can't tell me that the pitches have all been bad. There's been some difficult ones, but to only pass 400 once, this is the 30th innings. Can't believe they're going to get 400 here either against an Irish attack that's got no pace. There's been a bit of skill, but a batting unit that's got so much ability in that England dressing room, they should be able to get 400 against this kind of attack in the conditions that they face today.
And it is Andy McBride. No wicket for 37 off his 8 overs so far. Off spinner. Prodded forward by Curran, no run. And in the build up the Ashes, regardless of the result of this match, all the debate will be over the England 1, 2 and 3. McBride is in. A little bit of turn. A back foot defensive shot offered by Sam Curran. Do you foresee any changes?
I can't see that happening over the course of the next few days.
McBride is in. Down the wicket goes Curran. It's high, but it's a big 6. Well into the stand. Through long off, and that's a big shot by Sam Curran. 35 off 21 deliveries. And he might just be taking this game away from Ireland. 290 for 8.
Well, he's such a dangerous player, and he's just got that mentality that when the pressure's on, he's delivered, and he's done it on a few occasions for England. That's a big blow.
Slower delivery from McBride, and a defensive shot offered.
You can't be saying that the England team are taking it away from England. They've got a lead of 168. Come on, Mike, you've got to have a bit more confidence than that.
You don't want to know me too well, Michael. I've watched Ireland a fair amount in the last decade as well.
If I'd have said to you at the start of the Test match, come on, batting last, you're going to have to chase 180 to 200.
I'd have disbelieved you. There was no run off that delivery from McBride. Played out in the onside. That was a massive shot by Curran. I thought he's just forced that away off the back foot. It's a long on. And McBride skips through his overs, doesn't he? 291 for 8 England. Curran 36, Broad on 10. And McBride's 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 44.
Yeah,
the lead is 169.
Yeah, the one thing that's troubled Sam Curran, unfortunately for Ireland, they haven't got that kind of pace bowler. Someone that can bowl 90 miles an hour and bowl a few bounces. That has troubled him in the past. But he's such a dangerous player because he's clever as well, and he keeps his composure. For such a young man, he's remarkable really in terms of how he deals with these kind of situations. He did it at Edgbaston last year, he did it at the Ageas Bowl against India. And he's just got that, I don't know what it is, but he's got that mojo of that when the pressure's on, he just seems to get taller, he seems to love it, seems to really kind of thrive in these kind of situations.
Yeah, we need to clone a few Boyd Rankins or the Irish equivalent, or find a few passport holders. There's certainly being work to develop younger players. There's going to be the change, and Stuart Thompson's coming on at the pavilion end.
Well, it looks to me like they're going to go short because they've put 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Cow corner, square leg. Looks like he's directly on square on the boundary, and a wide fine leg. Third man's wide and a cover point square on the boundary, so they're going to go short to Sam Curran.
Medium pace whipping action got the important wicket of Jason Roy earlier today, and he's bowling to Curran, who plays that on the offside no run. Big occasion for Irish cricket. Lots of people have travelled from Dublin, from Cork, from Derry, London, Derry, from Belfast. Many of them attending their first ever test match, their first ever game of cricket, possibly. Irish are occasion junkies. It'd be even better if they could tell the grandchildren about the day Ireland won in a test match at Lord's. Another delivery from Thompson, fielded off his own bowling. Curran came down the wicket, didn't make a clean connection, played it into the ground. And remains on 36. So the last wicket was a 248, so the pair are approaching a very quick half-century partnership for the 9th wicket. Another discussion between bowler and captain. One slip in. 2 men on the offside boundary. Another big hit swing across the line by Curran. Doesn't quite go. I think he was hoping to go to the mid-wicket boundary. He's just come back for 1. And he moves on to 37, 292 for 8. Broads on strike now. The lead is 170.
Yeah, he's such a clean strike of a ball. I mean, he's obviously a young player that's been brought up with the T20 game. He had a couple of good successes for his team in the IPL. Struck it nicely for the Kings.
I think if he'd connected with that one, it would have gone into the grandstand.
Yeah, going to that new restaurant.
Have you been?
No, I haven't yet. No, I've not tried it out. I can imagine the food will be excellent. I get many bad meals here at Lord's.
I have to say, they look after you royally. Might be 20 stone within a couple of years. Another big swing of the bat. That's one from Broad. And it goes out through square cover. It's behind square in the offside. Nicked a single. Broad's on to 11, very much playing the supporting role in this partnership to Sam Curran. And again, the field moves out now. Men moving back onto the boundary with Curran on strike. Thompson's 2 deliveries left of his 11th over.
Now the partnership's 45 now from 35 balls. Lead is 171.
Curran waiting. That's a bouncer by Thompson. A dot ball taken by Gary Wilson. And he'd be quite happy to see another dot and finish off this over with a small victory against Curran. Last man out was Chris Woakes, smartly taken by Andrew Balbirnie at second slip off the bowling of Adair. Adair's taken 3 today and 6 for the match overall. And Stuart Thompson, who's played in every test match so far for the Irish men's team. And he's up to Curran. That's a short one. It's gone high. It's gone high. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary. Will take it. Straight down his throat. Thompson has the arms in the air in celebration, and Curran goes for 37. England 2, 93 for 9.
Yeah, good captaincy again from Will Porterfield. He turned to Thompson to bowl some short stuff. 3 fielders on the boundary on the onside, and it works a treat. Tried to blast it into the grandstand. Comes off the top of the bat. A cameo from Sam Curran. The arms are lost from Stuart Thompson. The lead's now 171.
It was indeed young James McCullum who took that catch. Curran goes 37 off 29. The lead is 171. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra online and via the BBC Sports app. But Radio 4 long wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. So that is it from me for the moment. Ireland need 1 more wicket. England 2, 93 for 9, a lead of 171. Further thoughts from Michael Vaughan, and it'll be Jonathan Agnew to see you through to possibly Ireland batting again.
Yeah, well, you'll feel that they will be batting tonight at some stage. What will they be chasing? What a test match we have here. The dancing in the stands down to our left, Daggers. Look at that chap. He's been dancing for about an hour.
He's got the full of Irish works on, including a waistcoat. I don't know how he's survived the day. I really don't. But anyway, he's very nicely dressed up for the occasion. And yes, we are in for a cracking last. Well,
where's your money?
Another 10 runs.
Another 10. 180 is enough, is it?
I think 180.
Well, it's.
Well, if they get 180, well played.
Yeah. we've got a great test match.
Yeah,
on our hands.
293 for 9. The last pair together with Ollie Stone and Stuart Broad, who might also play a few shots now.
Well, I think he'll try and sweep it. You look at the fielder on the onside boundaries in front of square. He loves to sweep the ball, Stuart Broad.
So we've got McBride, the off spinner, going round the wicket. There's that little sweep shot, and there's runs here for Broad, just dinking it away around the corner, very fine, down towards the boundary there. Slippy, slidey save by the fielder, and they take 2. They might have had 3, but I think Broad decided here he's going to be the senior partner and keep the strike. So there's a couple more. 295 for 9.
So are you staying in that hotel right next to the ground?
No.
I think you're safe, because I think a lot of the Irish are in there. Yeah, it's going to be lively in there tonight.
Can be quite noisy down there. Nice innings from Curran. He is a fighter, isn't he? He produces these little cameo knocks. 295 for 9. Brian bowls. And there's another sweep from Broad. Appeal for leg before wicket. The umpire's saying no. And now there's going to be a consultation by the look of it about whether they review that. It looked leg side to me from here.
Well, they have reviewed it.
They are reviewing it. They're going to try and wrap it up. 295 for 9 has been given not out.
TV umpire to director, we have a review here for LBW. Original decision not out. Can we start with a front foot, please?
I haven't really seen a ball spin yet today, and I don't think this one did either.
Are we a fair delivery? Can we go on a front on spin vision? Thank you.
Let's have a better look at where this was going.
Okay, can't see if there's any bat involved there. Can we go to ultra edge when it's available, please?
A little bit.
Is there any glove?
I think it's gloved it, hasn't it?
Did he touch the glove?
I think it's
just waiting for ultra edge here.
I think he has.
Just roll it through. Roll it through.
This is a poor review.
Okay, just keep it on that. Yeah, just roll it through. Yeah, okay. We've got ball and glove. We'll go back to the on-field umpire.
And it's just little things like that Ireland are going to have to try and soak up, because that was a poor review.
Yeah, and also, I don't think they've done the homework on Stuart Broad of how many balls he sweeps.
Yeah,
I think the deep square leg needs to go a little bit finer. He's right on square. There's a big vacant space. I see 45 now is going to go back on the boundary, so they can put 2 fielders on the boundary on the onside, and there's a long on, long off down on the boundary, cover point on the boundary. So they're getting rid of the slip. This is a one-day field.
It is now. Welcome back to our long wave listeners who've been at the shipping forecast. It's 295 for 9. England lead by 173, and Broad has sliced that away into the offside. He's got away with it. Some rather nasty spin on that ball. That's the fielder then picks up coming up. Well, actually, it was exactly where Jason Roy was the other day when he hurled the ball in to win the World Cup. But this time, just tossed in to Wilson, and 1 run is taken. That might have just held a little bit in the pitch. Just spun a little, looking at Broad's shot and his face. 296 for 9. The lead 174. Again, a lot of time being taken here to move fields and all of that sort of thing and settle down. It's been a long, hot day out there for Ireland.
Surely the Irish need to put a short leg in for Ollie Stone.
I would have thought so. Long on's coming up. There's 3 balls left in the over, and it's McBride, the off spinner, going over the wicket. He bowls, and Stone just defends it, blocks it away into the leg side. No pressure on him here.
Well, you have fielders inside, one at silly point, one at short leg.
I would think so. Get them in.
Under the nose of Ollie Stone.
Yeah. 296 for 9. 2 balls to go in the over. McBride again goes skipping in, bowls. Stone well forward, plays back to the bowler again. Again, it's just little signs of things that when it comes to the crunch.
Yeah, I'm surprised though, because William Portfield's had a really good day.
Yep. Well, this last ball's just pushed away to a short mid wicket, and it's the end of that over. So it's Broadly back on strike again. It's 296 for 9. The lead's 174. There is a new ball available in 5 overs time.
Tuffus is nearly falling off his chair.
Did he? It's not in one of those stakes again, is he, like he was the other day?
Not quite. He looks a bit raggy, but... Oh, he's nearly fallen down a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole in the commentary box.
It's a very big hole. There's wires coming out of it.
Yeah. It's his face.
Don't go down there, Tuffus. I'll never see you again.
Shoe came off as well.
296 for 9. Cloudy over to our left-hand side.
Any rats down there, Tuffus?
But bright, or brightish to the west anyway. But we might need the floodlights before the day is out. There's 24 overs to go. There's an hour of play left. And the over starts with a wild swipe from Broad. It's almost back into the World Cup mode again there. Massive slog as Thompson bowled outside the off stump, and Broad tried to smear it into the grandstand. But he might as well. The last pair together, they just get another 10, 20 runs here. And now a deep mid-wicket's going out. So 3 on the leg side boundary at long leg, at deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. There's also a deep point as Thompson turns in the distance and comes in bustling once more. Bowls is a medium fast, a bouncer there, and Broad tried to uppercut it over the slips, but missed. 296 for 9. He's on 14. Alistair Cook's on. I think it's the first time today, Alistair.
It is, Aggers. You've been avoiding me, haven't you?
Not at all. I wasn't very happy with yesterday when he stole my pies. But I can forgive you. I've got a short memory for these sort of things, as you've probably gathered by now.
That cannot be further from the truth.
Anyway, we've got a game on here, haven't we?
We have, and England, I said 180, they'd be happy with 180.
Here's Thompson bowling to Broad. Oh, he's gone past the outside edge. He's stepped away there. He's looking to go at every ball at the moment, which I think is probably fair enough. The last pair together, you might as well.
Well, it's not going to be a draw, is it?
No.
Unless it rains all the next 2 days. I mean, when I say happy for 180 with a 180 lead, at the beginning of the game, I wouldn't have taken a 180 lead. But when England were 5 down, I thought if they could get another 100 runs, I think that they would have taken it, and anything more is a bonus. Credit to Ireland, they have fought so hard today.
It's been a red hot day, isn't it? 296 for 9. Thompson sets off past Mr. Dar. Here he comes and bowls to Broad. It's on the off stump. And he just pushes it out to cover. One thing that England might also have in their favour here is the conditions, which is cloudy, very humid, hot, sultry, gentle breeze. I mean, you fancy a new ball might just, with fresh bowlers, might just do a bit in this last hour of play.
Especially when you know you've only got to bowl, say, for 45 minutes. Yeah. That's a real big mental, it's a plus. That you can give it all out for your 6 or 7 overs.
Thompson from the pavilion end, bowls down the leg side. Broad can't do anything with that. Is collected by Wilson, who's had a good match behind the stumps. 296 for 9. Crowd have enjoyed it. Most are hanging on to see what happens here, see what England can do in this last session. If they do bowl this evening, which you feel likely they will do. There's still an hour to go. But once again, we won't get all the full allocation of overs in, but I think you excuse Ireland today for the ferocious heat. And they have kept going, and their seam bowlers, they really have done a good job.
You're getting soft in your old age.
No,
you went on at me all the time about over 8s when I played.
Well, that's true. Now this is clubbed away for 6 by Broad. Into the grandstand. Another bouncer from Thompson, who really isn't the pace. I know he got Curran out, but he rather mistimed his, but that sailed over the fielder and into the grandstand, and the ball tossed back by a supporter as the 300 comes up, and also the lead of 180. 302 for 9.
Now, I think Sam Curran just tried to hit his too hard. He actually, rather than for a little guy, he hits the ball a long way, and I just think he saw it. He knew it was going to be short. He predicted right, and his eyes kind of lit up and just tried to hit it as hard as he could rather than time. Actually, Stuart Broad there, it's like an effortlessly just hit it for 6. He didn't really try, and he went 10 rows back.
Well, at his best, Broad bats like Gary Sobers. I've always said it. He's a beautiful driver. I think the blow on the nose, unfortunately, set him back a bit. But he's got wonderful timing, really good eye, and he's graceful too when he gets driving. But he's hit that one very hard. It's gone good 10 rows back.
That was like a golfer when he hits one straight down the middle of the fairway. Doesn't even bother looking where it goes. Just picks his tee up. Look, heads. He knows he's done it. Head down straight away.
Well, the spinner's off. And
Adair's back.
Adair is back, and he's had a good day today as well. So hats off to them. They have plugged away, and in these very hot conditions. So let's see if he can. It's an old ball now. He won't get really any idea at all about any movement, but he's capable of swinging the ball. He's bowling to Stone, and in he goes and bowls, and it's full on the leg stump. And Stone digs the ball out. It trickles away to be fielded to the right. The ground staff are getting ready down below us here, ready to fire up the heavy roller.
I wonder if they might be a bit quicker today.
Well, yes, they might. There was a wonderful exit by the roller yesterday, ponderously but rather majestically chugging off. And it was the last thing to leave the field, and everyone was waiting. 302 for 9. In goes Adair. Bowls to Stone. Nice forward defensive stroke, played down to mid-on. It's not often the heavy roller gets an ovation, but it did yesterday.
Have you found anyone to go for dinner with tonight, Aggers?
No, I haven't. I've been let down by all my friends, including you.
Are we friends though? I haven't decided yet.
Of course. I think we are. Certainly on friendly enough terms to go out for dinner. 302 for 9. Then goes Adair. Bowls short and it goes straight through Stone there. Trying a sort of a number 11's hook shot, frankly. In no position at all for that. And the ball was thrown into the keeper's gloves. No, but most people, I mean, Tuffers, he sort of issued me a sort of an invitation, but he lives a long way away.
You're saying he's not worth the drive?
Well, not really. It's a bit hot, isn't it? No, I'm going to have a little stroll back to my digs. 302 for 9. And goes Adair. Bowls outside the off stump. Nicely left by Stone. Andy the chauffeur has emailed us, not to say he'll drive it to Phil Tufnells, but saying it's pouring down at Heathrow, which is surprising because it actually looks quite clear over there. And it's definitely threatening, and we can see an aeroplane over to our left, over to the east, and it's just sort of drifting in and out of cloud over there. 302 for 9. Stone not yet off the mark, and Adair's on his way. Bowls to, he's played that very nicely again, off stump, playing up to mid-off. He's certainly no mug with the bat. Stone 302 for 9. Old Father Time's pointing away to the left now. So he's back to the cricket. It looks beyond him as if there might be a heavy shower over there, doesn't there? That sort of grey mass of stuff sort of hanging from a cloud. It looks as if that could well be rain.
Can't work out whether that's coming or going.
Well, I think it might go around the back. Here's Adair bowling. It cuts back a little. Back goes Stone. A little more oomph in that defensive stroke. And we've talked a lot about night watchman today, and I think Stone is showing he's got some credentials for that in the future. Andy Clark says, anyone got the feeling this is heading for a tie? Well, thanks, Andy. Well, it could. We couldn't have another one, could we? Yep, it might do. Oh, there's the lightning. Oh, there's the lightning, and the crowd saw it. At least those in the grandstand saw it. Tuffers has seen it. He's up. That was quite a fierce fork. Again, not in Andy Sampson's category. But the umpires have spotted it as well. Now,
surely not.
Mr. Palagaruga should be used to this. He's from Sri Lanka. That was just an English fork, as it were, and it is coming from that grey stuff I was describing. Mr. Dar doesn't look very happy, and they're staring over there, and there's no real point in staring there, really, fellas, because he might not get another one, and so it's some way away. I mean, that's well over the city.
Oh, now what's the rule?
It's a mile a second. Mr. Dar is saying, I don't like this very much.
No, you can't, come on.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. Not yet.
No.
Mr. Dar doesn't like it. The umpires are conferring. He's looking at his watch.
We're going off for potential rain.
We're going for possible thunder and lightning strikes. We've only seen one lightning, and it was in the distance, and there was some time before the rumble of thunder. I mean, a good 10, 15 seconds. All grumbling I hear in the background. I mean, this is not Brisbane. They're going to carry on.
Got to stay on. Got to
carry on. So the crowd are pleased about that. Presumably, if they're not on at 6:30, Andrew, that's it for the day.
That's correct, yes.
Thought so. But it's now only 10 past. And it's bright behind the pavilion. It's just this stuff over to the left that doesn't look quite so good. Thompson's having a look at it, and now he's coming in. 302 for 9. He's coming in from the pavilion end and bowls to Stuart Broad, who's on the back foot, pushing that defensively out to cover, and there's no run. I mean, lightning strikes clearly are serious, and the umpires do have a duty to make sure that the players are safe.
Was that another one?
Well, I didn't see it if there was one, but there was a groan from the crowd. Well, they're not too bothered about the floodlights. I was wondering about this, whether they attract lightning or not, but they're firing them up. So the lights are going on. Thompson, past umpire Dar, moves in, bowls and Broad, just clears that right leg, and gets a very good full ball there on his toes. just jabbed away out to point.
What are you saying by turning them on, they attract the lightning?
Well, do you think they might do? Lots of electricity in there, isn't there? I don't know what attracts lightning. Do you think so?
Well, I don't think turning them on make a difference.
I don't know.
How high they are. I'd imagine will make a difference.
I don't know.
Because they've actually been up all game, haven't they?
They have been up, yeah.
And I thought Lords are one of those where when they turn them on, they go up if they need to. Whether they have to stay up all game or something, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Is the electric theory absolute nonsense? I'm looking at Dan Norcross. He knows lots of things. He's quite clever. In comes Thompson, bowls, and Brawlers flogged that into the leg side. Thought I heard a shout of yes behind me there, and they're going to take a single to deep square leg. I don't know.
I definitely don't think turning them on makes a difference. But then Phil Mustard once said they had the lights on. I think we might have been in South Africa, and lots of rain, one of proper Andrew's storms, and they left the lights on, and he said, they turned them on to help dry the wicket.
Well, the dear old Colonel, he did have some alternative theories about lots of things, didn't he? How is he? I haven't seen him for a while.
I haven't seen him for a while, actually.
He was a very good man, a great sense of humour.
Great man, actually.
Yeah.
Really.
Pigeon sets off, and he's flapping off to the left. Oh, lightning. And Thompson's on the way. And he bowls outside the off stump. Stone plays no stroke. Alan Dar, I'm afraid, wasn't looking at that. Neither of them were, but they'd have heard the crowd. And Mr. Dar's stroking his ample beard, and now having a conversation with William Porterfield about things.
I reckon Porterfield's probably asking as well, if they get a wicket now, he'll have to bat again for that 35
I don't
minutes.
think you don't want to bat. I think if I were Ireland, I'd be happy.
No.
I'd be happy to get off now.
I think they would. I think they'd love the wicket, wouldn't they? Then the rain can, and not have to do it again in the morning.
I think the rain might go past. Mr. Dar's had enough. He's heard some thunder, and he's away. And again, it's a long. If you go by the 1 second per mile rule, that's a long time.
Yeah.
That is not thunder. That's the cover. Don't worry. That's just that throaty roar from below us. So the cover's going on at 303 for 9. The players are going off. And Mr. Dar there he didn't like the sound of it. It wasn't much the sight of it. It was the sound that I think did for Mr. Dar. And as soon as there was that rumble of thunder in the distance, he was off on his toes. And the players are drifting off. So I don't think Ireland will be upset about that at all. Funnily enough, it might be a slight missed opportunity for England maybe to have had the chance to bowl in this sort of light and with the floodlights on and with the very humid atmosphere. Well, I don't think they'll get that now because there's only 15 minutes to go until the cut-off. And there's an absolute sandstorm. Oh, there's more lightning behind the pavilion, but I think it's gone. I think
I'm with you.
Away.
I think it has passed.
Yeah, it's moved. There's a helicopter. There's a helicopter there, right in that sort of grey mass, and you can see it very clearly. And I don't think you'd be piloting a helicopter into an electrical storm. So Rob Bailey's arrived, and we've got Mr. Dar and Mr. Palligaruga still out there, and I think they've summoned the groundsman, but to be fair to him, he won't know much of what's going on because he's new. Dear old Mick Hunt, he'd have come out, he'd have had his shorts on, and he'd have filled in some details about local conditions. He was here for a lifetime, but anyway.
I'm not sure Alan Dar was that keen to be out there. He turned and went quickly, and now he's stopped in the middle. I'm sure he wants to get off.
I thought he's away now. Look at that. He's almost breaking into a trot.
That is quick for Alan Dar, that is.
It is. Right, there's moments like this when I'm really disappointed to have to sort of go by the rotor, but it's TMS tradition that, of course, the rotor is in place, and therefore, no, we're going to wait till 15:15, don't we? Wait till 30:30. That's fine, and we'll see what happens. But it doesn't feel to me as if we're going to get back on because the sheets are coming out. I don't think we're going to get any rain. In fact, I don't think we're going to get anything.
No,
there's an announcement. I don't know what that is, but anyway, we do know that the situation is that if they are not playing at 30:30, that is it for the day. So they're bringing all sorts of sheets out. You see, these things have to be taken off, and so with every sheet that arrives, you add on another couple of minutes. And England are 181 runs ahead as things stand at the moment. And again, fascinating days. cricket. It really is. Looking back at what we've seen today, Jack Leach, 92. As night watchman, he gave a couple of chances, but hey, fair play to him. He really did play well. And he and Roy put on 171 together for the second wicket after Rory Burns played a shot that he won't really want to look back at again and was caught behind for 6. So Leach 92, Roy 72. He fell to a loose drive. Denley, hatchet job really, run out. Ruthless piece of change of mind from Joe Root. I mean, he totally committed his partner to the run, and then just suddenly stopped and scuttled back into his ground and left Denley stranded. Really, it was pretty brutal. Denley out for 10. Bairstow bagged a pair. Edward W to Adair for 0. Moeen Ali was caught behind for 9. A ball that just bounced a little bit, but reminded us that there was an issue there with Moeen and the bouncing ball. Root eventually out for 31. He was caught behind of Adair as well, who also claimed Wokes for 13. And then Curran hit Thompson out the deep square leg and was caught for 37. So bowling wise, let's have a look. Adair again has done a really tremendous job plugging away in this really intense heat. Murtagh 1 for 52 from 18 overs. Adair 20 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 66. Rankin 17 overs, 2 for 86. Thompson 12 overs, 2 for 44. Now we've only had 10 overs of spin. McBride 10 overs, no wicket for 47. So the floodlights are on. We can see that aeroplane now really quite clearly, where the grey stuff was. That's gone. That's gone down to the south. I think if you're down by the River Thames, or even perhaps a bit further south than that, maybe down at the Oval, for whatever reason, you might be getting damp. But I don't think we're going to get any rain here. And I'm not entirely sure why all these covers are going on, if that's the case. And I think if I were Joe Root, I might just be jumping up and down a bit and going to the umpire's room. Do captains do that, or do you send a runner in there?
I don't think we're allowed to, actually.
Aren't you?
No. So we do send a runner. I think Phil Neal's allowed to go in that one.
Right.
I don't know whether Trevor Bailey's allowed to go in that, the head coach. I think it's just the manager to avoid that of an angry captain or an angry coach with emotions running high going in. I mean, one thing we can't tell is what's behind us there, because obviously everything has. Yeah. Whether there is another storm, because they should be out there actually. There hasn't been a lightning strike or a thunder strike for 5-6 minutes now.
There's no reason why they shouldn't be playing, I don't think. And Rob Bailey is coming out again, our old friend from Northamptonshire predominantly, a bit of Derbyshire of course, but he's the 4th umpire. Always nice to see him. He's always good company. More covers are coming out. I mean, maybe there's something horrible coming up behind, but I mean, no one's worried below us here. They're sort of wandering off, some of them. I think they've decided that they might beat the traffic home or get underground or something. I'm looking down at a chap there who's got a white shirt on, looking behind us. I don't know if he's listening to us or not. He is. Yes, you're waving. Is there something horrible coming up behind? No, there isn't. Thank you. Well, there you go. That's how you communicate this. So thank you very much indeed. Enjoy your day. And yes, his friends saying, "Why aren't they playing?" I don't know why they're not playing.
Amazing. Not a mobile in sight there, was it? It's just old school
earpiece, I think that was.
Yeah, obviously he was listening. But I'm talking. Yes. You communicating there, not having to use a mobile, like that, looking at a radar. No,
it's all proper stuff in here, Alistair. No, you talk.
Alistair, it is the radio.
That's our one listener. You've got to look after.
I know that, but I was impressed.
Well, what we're going to do, let's have a chat through what we have seen today. Michael, you've probably heard chipping in there, so he's around. And
who's that?
I might have seen a little flash there of lightning. Actually, the stewards are coming out in case anybody wants to run on or anything. And actually, there's a groundsman here who's running very quickly. They have these very sort of heavy weights here at Lord's, which weigh down the covers, and they look rather like, if I'm honest with you. Rather like the shopping bags when my wife comes back. They're sort of very heavy and they dangle and they look as if they could be full of very expensive shopping, but they're not. I've seen them full of sand or something, and they weigh down the covers. The left-hand one's now being rolled up, but I don't think for long. And there was a sort of a mutter of thunder there. Again, it wasn't anything awful. So the lead 181, Michael Vaughan, nice to have you along with us as well. Who's favourite to win the game tomorrow then?
I still think England. The Irish should be so proud with the way they've played 2 days of Test match cricket, because they've played with great discipline, skill.
they put England under pressure yesterday. The ball did quite a lot, bowled them out for 85, hung in there with the bat. Probably, looking back, they'll have felt that they probably should have got 250. England won 70 for 1 this afternoon. Jack Leach, Jason Roy just strolling the game, and England have got to be honest. The way that they've batted from that position has been poor. They've played some poor strokes. The ball's done a little bit, but today's conditions for batting, there's no complaints. Yesterday it was a little bit of grip. There was seam movement from Tim Murtagh in particular. Today they've just made mistakes, and that's the vulnerability of the Test match batting lineup. That whatever position they get themselves, and it was such a strong one, you always feel that if they lose 1 or 2, there could be a collapse around the corner, and it's generally a collapse where you can't tell me today it was a collapse because the bowling was of such a high quality. The collapse was because of poor thinking and poor techniques at time, and just playing the wrong shot to the wrong ball at the wrong time. And that is a concern. When you look back now, it's 30 innings that England have only passed 400 once. And Alistair's been in the dressing room recently. You can't tell me that England dressing room, with all that talent, with that amount of batting in depth, all of them can hold a bat. Jack Leach has got you'd just thought that would have been saying at the end of day 2 that Jack Leach has saved England's batting with a 92.
It is extraordinary.
And it is a concern, and too many times we kind of paper over it. That they have to start to understand that they're making too many mistakes too consistently. It's now becoming consistently inconsistent with what they are delivering in Test match cricket, and somewhere the team have to go, right, come on, it's enough. There's too much talent in there. Look at the amount of talent and the way that they play. You see Sam Curran just comes out and just strikes it to the boundary. That disappoints me more than yesterday, actually. 85, a little bit of the emotional hangover from the World Cup, but once you've had that and you come back the second day and you're batting on a wicket that's not doing a great deal, to be 303, it's pouring it down, by the way. 303 for 9 against the Irish attack on a decent deck. I'm disappointed with that.
It is raining, so I think we can safely assume that'll be close of play for the day. Not sure where it's come from, but anyway, it is raining, the covers are going on, and so the game will resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, weather permitting, but it will all be covered up and so on. Is that fair criticism, Alistair? I mean, if you have just come from that dressing room, I mean, what sort of conversation goes on in an England dressing room when again there is a batting problem? I mean, is it dissected and analysed and?
Well, it's definitely spoken about. I think that is definitely true. Like, we haven't the guys over the next what's happened over these last 24 hours to think that everyone in the crowd or everyone listening at home thinking, no one talks about it or tries to work it out. That's an amazing stat. I didn't realise that there's however many innings not to get 400, and it is a concern. It's a massive concern that in Test match cricket that the batters aren't producing the goods enough. I think some of the wickets, we have to take a little bit out. The wickets have been more bowler friendly over the last couple of years to make sure that they're result wickets. England bowl very well when the ball's moving, and not quite have struggled, as we've seen overseas, to take 20 wickets on flat wickets. I think it actually is starting to change a bit now with the extra pace of the options of Jofra Archer, Ollie Stone, Mark Wood as a pace option alongside people like Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, and all that, the guys bashing areas all that time. So I think that will change actually over a period of time. I reckon England might go back to playing on flatter wickets actually over the next couple of years, but that has moved a lot. It has moved a lot.
I think it's interesting. Andrew, can we bring you in and just we spoke about it at the start of the day about 400. How many times have they passed 300? In the last 30 innings, because I'm looking at this Ashes series. England are 303 for 9 on a pitch that's done a little bit against an Irish attack that's got nothing above 83 miles an hour. There's been a spinner that's not spun a ball. Now, in a week's time, they're going to be up against Pattinson, Cummins, potentially Stark, Siddle, Hazelwood. We may see an Ashes series. Look, the Aussie batting lineup's no better. They're very vulnerable. We could see an Ashes series with potentially probably one of the lowest ones in terms of scoring. But it'll be exciting. I do think that it's going to be very exciting. And like this Test match, I think we're in for a great Test match. Great for cricket that we're getting a contest, but when I just look at that England dressing room,
it's frustrating.
Yes, and it's been our frustration, Agus, for a while. If you look at an England batting lineup, you think, there's not a lot there, but there's so much talent. And there's so, and it's sometimes it's technical, But the majority of the times when we watch England play Test match cricket and you see them get dismissed cheaply and you see collapses, it's generally the mental side of the game, and that concerns me, that they're making mental errors rather than, it's not always the technical side.
Back in the day, Alistair, the attitude, I think, and your attitude definitely was, if it's doing a bit, you get in there and you fight and you graft and you eke out every run. Would it be fair to say, and I'm going to say shoot it down if it's not, that these days perhaps it's more, well, there's one there with your name on it, so get out there and let's get in while we can and play a few shots and get something on the board.
Well, there's absolutely the attitude of runs are more important than time spent. How many runs you score, rather than if a 40 is better off 30 odd balls than a 20 or 70 balls. That's definitely a change in mentality.
Except in that 70 balls, the pitch might be quietening down a bit.
It might be. I think,
and the bowlers are getting tired.
I just want to know on that stat how many times England have outscored the opposition as well and won those games.
That's relevant,
I mean, because we can't just say, well, England have been getting bowled out for under 400, but the opposition haven't been getting 700. So we've got to. We've got to make.
Yeah, but I look at it.
See the mark.
I look at it. I forget I'm just looking at England, and I'm looking at that 1 to 11. I see it regular that the batting goes pretty much to number 9 or 10.
Yeah, but you can't say, well, we're not getting 400. But if none of the opposition have got 400 in the same games, then that's not a fair comparison. I think so we've got to almost take the runs out of it. That is a concern, I think, is the fact that the confidence in the batting. Now, we watched today, and you're absolutely right on today's wicket. On that wicket, from what I've seen from here, you shouldn't have lost 9 wickets on that, and on a good Test match. The fact that Jack Leach, and I love the nut to bits that he got 92 when he's averaging 4 in county championship cricket this year, shows that it was a very good wicket to bat on, and
he just did the simple basics.
England
shouldn't be 300 for 9.
Is it just confidence that England in a year, they've been bowled out for 58 in Auckland. They've been bowled out for 77 in Bridgetown, and they bowled out by Ireland yesterday for 85. Of course the wicket's going to do something, but it looks to me like when the wicket does something, it's almost like, it's doing something, so we just better get on with it, rather than think, just dig in.
That was my point, really.
Just dig in for a sec, dig in for 25 overs. You just never know. It may be that you still get bowled out, but I just think the England Test match team tend to always go for this option of throwing their hands at the ball.
Well, yesterday was the prime example of you win the toss and bat with a green tinge, get through that first 2 hours.
Yes.
Whatever it takes, you as a batter, and just try and get through it. Runs was not important yesterday morning. It was setting the game up to you will score quickly after lunch. The pitch changed after lunch without a shadow of a doubt. The colour from here after 2 hours totally changed, and that was the prime example. You win the toss bat, we know it's going to be hard. Get through it and fight like anything to get through that first 2 hours. As you're saying, eat the balls up and then you'll score runs, but obviously it didn't happen, and Michael's got an absolute point. There has been too many lower scores, like they're getting bowled out for 50, 70, 80, 10 wickets a session. How many times has that happened over the last 3 years or 2 years when it never happened for 90?
Seven innings in 29 that England have been bowled out in under 60 overs. The benchmark of Test teams, you generally say, let's try about 120 overs. And to be bowled out for under 60, 7 out of 29. Again, you look at the opposing team, but I'm just looking at it from an England perspective with the amount of ability that's in that dressing room, and I just don't think... You look at the one-day team of what they've maximised over 4 years out of their ability and the way that they've played, and they sat down and said, look, this is the way we're going to play one-day cricket. These are the players we're going to pick. I'm slightly concerned that the Test team... They may have done that, Cook, you can tell us, but it just looks to me like this Test team... The team that you were in from 2010 to 14 when you won everything, we knew the way that you were going to play. We knew that you were going to, and you got criticised at times for being a bit boring, but we knew that you were going to play the style of cricket that was going to wear the opposition down, and you felt as a team, the longer you stayed in the game, the opposition wouldn't be able to cope with the discipline of the England side. My side back in 2 to 6, we played a bit aggressive, but the likes of Strauss and Trescothick played the way the game dictated. We did it, but you tried to see it through. This Test team, for a while, I'm not convinced that they know exactly the style of cricket team they're trying to be. Are they trying to be this ultra-aggressive team, or are they trying to be this consistent, disciplined team? It looks to me like there's a little bit of a mixed bag that we're not quite sure which kind of team England are trying to be in Test match
Isn't
cricket.
the issue also that most of England's batting is actually sort of 5, 6, 7 type players?
Yeah.
So they're shot players, and apart from Alistair up there at the top of the order, there was... how many partners do you get through? I can't remember in the end. And number 3 with Root obviously wanted to bat at 4. I mean, there just don't seem to be the players around who do play like that.
And absolutely, and also that's a case of the county cricket changing as well. Go back to when Warwickshire won the league however many years ago. They didn't lose a game. They won 4 out of or 5. I can't remember the stats. It's all about not losing games of cricket played on flat wickets, and if you got 5 wins, you'd win the league. Now I think Surrey won with 10 wins last year out of 14, so less games and winning 10. There's far more result wickets played on, and therefore the new ball is doing more. That is without a shadow of a doubt. And obviously I sat through that. I've kind of played at 2003 when I first started, when the pitches were flatter, and it does do more now. And that is, you can't question that.
Yes.
But again, then you've got the influence of T20. There's no doubt about it. The players now are expected to try and master 3 different disciplines, where when we started, it was mastering definitely one, which was first-class cricket or test cricket, the 4-day game. That was the main focus. And one-day cricket was kind of a bit of a byproduct.
But what I don't... So, over 4 years, Owen Morgan's been great at saying to the players, attack, attack, attack. And if you attack and you get out, you've just got to get better at playing that attacking stroke. So if you get caught on the boundary, that was the right option. You've got to get better at hitting it into the stand. Simple. Reverse sweep, if you get out playing it, improve your reverse sweep so you can play it better. It's not the wrong option, it's the right option. You've just got to play the aggressive shots better. And I just wonder if the test team have got to accept that what they did in one-day cricket in terms of being aggressive, they've got to go the other way and say, look, you've got to be able to defend balls.
Yes. I don't think they're definitely not saying you've got to attack every ball or anything like that. That is not going on. They are trying to play the situation. In one-day cricket, it's very structured, isn't it? The 50 overs, pretty much every aim. And we just go back to last night with Jason Roy, that there was a chance that he was going to have to face 20 minutes of a new ball, with nothing to gain and everything to lose. Yeah. And you have to adjust your game. But that doesn't happen in one-day cricket, really. The 50 overs pretty much are the same 50 overs. So it's very clear you play attacking cricket and you stick to it. And that's what in Test cricket, that's why it's called a test, because you've got to adapt to all kinds of conditions and all kinds of way. Trevor Bayliss was getting annoyed that always England trying to play 2 attacking. There's not a message from him to play attacking. You've got to score at 6 and over. Couldn't be further from the truth. He wants batters to go in with a clear mind and to be positive in terms of everything they do, so you can leave well positively, you can defend positively, you can look for the single. That's good test match batting.
Yes.
So I think it's just a case at the precise moment in time, with kind of different eras and the way kind of everything leading up to the moment, that we've got a lot of lower order attacking batters who are our best batters in the country. We haven't got those top order players who are used to grinding out a score, and it might change in 3 years' time. There might be 4 or 5 of them come along, and suddenly we've got loads of them again, and it will look very different. And it's like saying about pace bowling. With England for a few years, we didn't have much pace bowling. We had lots of 80 to 85 mile of hours who could bang out length, and that was brilliant for English conditions. Go abroad, and we struggled. And then suddenly, for nowhere, we've got Mark Wood, Jofra Archer, and Ollie Stone, and suddenly you've got 3 you can play, and if all fit, obviously. So it's and that's just happened. That's what kind of it goes around in little cycles. So I suppose in one sense it's impressive how stuff like Australia managed to dominate for 10 years, or West Indies managed to dominate for 15 years. That just shows how incredible that era was for them. So
play has been abandoned, and so that's that for today. A bit of waste of time sparking up the lights, wasn't it? Because they weren't used at all, but they are shining brightly down over Lords. It's been a very strange day weather-wise, meteorologically. Beautiful blue skies and red hot for much of the day. And then for the second half, it's just been cloudy and brooding, and just this hot air coming in through this window. But we've got our fingers crossed for the forecast tomorrow. It doesn't look terrible by any means. There's talks of storms, I know, but certainly Heathrow is suggesting there might be some showers passing through. But this game will be done tomorrow. Niall O'Brien's looking down there. You're looking quite as cheerful as you were half an hour ago. That Sam Curran little intervention there, is that? What's that done to the odds for you?
Well, I said this morning 180. I think they're leading by about 180 or 181.
181.
So it's right in the balance. I think Ireland will be absolutely chuffed to bits.
Yeah.
And I think they've been brilliant today. It could have been very easy for Ireland to pitch up today, and you expect the same thing to happen again. think the captain was brilliant today. Porterfield deserves a lot of credit. Rotated his bowlers, kept the boys up in the field when the partnerships were forming. Leach played so well. Leach and Roy.
Let's just join Dan Norcross. He's with who are you with, Dan?
I'm with Mark Adair. He picked up 3 wickets today, including the crucial one of Joe Root. Mark, you must be delighted with the way the day's panned out. Perhaps it could have gone a little better, but at the end of it, very much in the game with sights set on winning tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we'll have a bit of a chat at the end of the day and really have a debrief. It was a good day as a result, but I think credit to the lads and credit to the bowlers for just keep running in and keep bashing hard.
Conditions must have been incredibly difficult to keep coming in and bowling, and it was about 34 degrees out there. How did everyone's fitness hold up?
Yeah, good. Some of the lads were off in Sri Lanka this winter, so running in Hambantota when it's 36 degrees, and this is sort of made me feel like I was back there.
Now tomorrow, England leading by 180. You'd have talked about a target you feel comfortable facing. What did you say before the start of today's play?
There was no conversations about that. Conversations this morning were about us bowling England out and trying to take 10 wickets. We've taken the first 10, so 20 wickets and you win a test match, and that's sort of how it works.
You must be really delighted with the way you got Johnny Bairstow's wicket and Joe Root. There's clearly a plan going on there. You studied these batsmen beforehand. The plan worked, didn't it?
Yeah, look, we had a look at their batters. I think that if a ball on fourth stump nips back and hits the top of the stumps, I think it's a pretty hard ball to face no matter who you are. These lads are good cricketers and they're sort of played a lot of cricket, especially of late, so it was nice to get them, but I don't think we're going to think too much into it.
If you could assess the pitch from yesterday to today, any major changes that you noted?
Yeah, flattened out all right. I think it was quite nice to bat on by the looks of things. A little bit slower, if anything, but apart from that, it was fine.
Mark, thanks ever so much. Back to you, Jonathan. We're going to have Jack Leach shortly.
Excellent, thank you. I look forward to that very much indeed. Lots of people telling me it's not a 1 second per mile, it's 5 seconds per mile with the Thunder equation. So we'll tuck that away for future reference. Thanks to a lot of people who have pointed that out. They really were. They were fantastic. They plugged away today. I mean, that is hot. There was very little there for them to enjoy. I mean, really commendable effort. Ball after ball after ball in that channel. And time and again they came back.
They did indeed. I think Mark there was a bit starstruck talking to Dan Norcross there, wasn't he? He was a bit shy, the man from Belfast. But he bowled very well with good skill. Not express pace, 82, 83 miles an hour. Presents a good seam and gets a little bit of swing either way. I think all the Ireland bowlers plugged away. William Porterfield was, as I mentioned before, exceptional. Rotated his bowlers, kept the morale up in the field. A couple of catches went down. It could have been easy for the Ireland heads to drop in 35, 36 degree heat. England had Ireland on the ropes.
They did. That run out. I mean, didn't that run out change things?
I think it did. I think it did. Joe Root never really recovered after it. He must have felt awful.
Yeah.
Running out Joe Denley, a bloke who's trying to forge his own career.
Awful. Yeah.
And then Joe Root.
And he really did him too. He's quite a ruthless
it was a
change of mind there, wasn't it?
It was a stitch-up, wasn't it?
It
really was.
Yeah.
It was like a Nasser Hussain run out.
It was. A boycott. Yeah, it was. It was just one of those. I don't know. I mean, you must feel pretty rotten, do you? If that happens. I mean, misunderstanding's one thing, but that was kind of good luck, mate. And
it's just one of those mistakes, and it just shows how easy mistakes can happen. There's a
tired mind. I mean, did we say that about Root? I mean, he's been through a lot these last 2 months. I mean, is that just a sign of just?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, he is tired. There's no doubt about it. I don't care what anyone says. He will be tired from the World Cup, and that was probably just a mistake he wants again. I mean, I actually ran out Nick Brown at the beginning of the season. We're chasing 100 for knots, and I just tucked one off my hip, and he thought it was a run. I shouted no a bit late, and I never moved my crease, didn't look up, and he turned like the Titanic, and he was run out by quite a long way. And you just stand there, and it's like dropping a catch. Yes. It's exactly the same feeling as dropping a catch. Your stomach sits.
Down to Dan again.
Thanks, Jonathan. I've got England's hero of the day. Man who made it to 92. We think the first bespectacled opener for England to make a 50 since Geoffrey Boycott, Jack Leach. What was that like for you today?
Very surreal. In front of a Lord's crowd, sort of batting, I guess, and scoring some runs. So, it was nice to be out there and sort of do a job for the team. I was trying to eat up some balls and build pressure and... not build pressure, to sort of... take pressure off the batters coming in, and it seemed to go on longer than I thought it would, and everyone else thought it would.
Have you ever scored 100 before?
I've scored 100 for the Somerset second team, and that is literally the only 100 I've ever scored. So, 8 short today, but it wasn't to be. But I still would have taken that at the start of the day.
I was going to say, it must be a source of regret in one sense, but 92 at Lord's, Jack. I mean, that was quite something, and you looked in complete control throughout. Presumably you weren't, but you looked it.
I felt good at the crease. I think I really tried to sort of just take one ball at a time and never look too much forward. I just tried to watch the ball really hard, take one ball at a time, and see where that got me, and it got me to quite a good place.
England have struggled to find openers for the last 13 years, really, since Alistair Cook, that could cement themselves in the team. Have you got an eye on a different career, perhaps, in cricket?
No, I don't think I'm the answer to that. But I've done it a couple of times now for England, and obviously the first time didn't go so well, so I wanted to put that right, and managed to do that.
Look, that lead has nudged over 180 in large part because of your 92 and that great partnership with Jason Roy.
Yeah.
You saw how the pitch was playing at close quarters. Do you think you got enough?
I think we've definitely got to believe that. I think we've definitely given ourselves a chance, and we're going to have to bowl really well to win the game. But we believe that we can definitely win the game. The wicket's still doing bits, and so we've got to make the most of that tomorrow.
Your primary function in the team is as a spinner. Did you note if there's going to be any assistance for you and Moeen Ali tomorrow, perhaps?
I think there's a little bit there. I wouldn't say it's anything dramatic, but there's enough there, and I think if we've got players trying to maybe take a few risks against us, and we can sort of put pressure on them, then I think we'll come into the game definitely.
Well, all the best of luck, Jack. It was a fabulous innings. It's great to watch. I'll let you go, and you can't celebrate yet because you've still got a test match to win, but
absolutely.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks to Jack Leach. That very fleeting shower has gone, and again, you look down there and they could be playing, but anyway, that's not the case, and the players finished for the day here with England 181 to the good. Pressure, that's going to be what it's all about tomorrow, isn't it? Jack Leach, I mean, the spinners maybe trying to tie ends up, and Stuart Broad imagining him bowling maiden after maiden, or at least aiming to, and really trying to. It's going to challenge Ireland's batsmen.
It will. I'm just trying to figure out who'll feel more under pressure. Ireland with the opportunity to beat England, or England with the opportunity to lose to Ireland?
Really
Maybe
good,
Cookie,
really
as an
good
ex-captain, could give a bit more insight into that.
That's a really good question.
I think that it depends on that first half an hour, because Stuart Broad will be key here. He has won games of cricket at this ground where, look at New Zealand a few years ago when we bowled them out very cheaply, where I think they needed 240 to win, and on a good wicket, and suddenly it was all over by lunch. There were like 30 for 4, and he got on one of those rolls, and Ireland will do well in that first period to get through Stuart Broad's spell, because his knees will be pumping, and when his knees are pumping, when there's a game on the line, Stuart Broad is your man.
Yep.
And I think that will be so crucial how Ireland get through that with Porterfield, experienced batter, been around a long time. He will be crucial. If he gets going, but kind of repels that attack, then it kind of changes. I mean, I was surprised that wicket didn't turn today. I thought it was going to turn more. I know he's not a big turn of the ball, but whether that covering of grass or the change colour is stopping it turning.
Yeah. We shall find out. Thank you, Cookie. Thanks, Niall. Thanks to everyone else who's been involved today. Lovely early evening here at St John's Wood. Now, it has been a hot day, though, and well done, Ireland. They've really set up a game here, and England lead by 181. They still have a wicket left, so Stuart Broad might have something to say with the bat beforehand. But even so, it's going to be a really terrific day's Test cricket tomorrow, I am sure. And there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. I wonder who it's going to be. You can watch the highlights now via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and the app, of course, and the TMS podcast will be available shortly. Coming next on 5 Live Sports Extra, it's a TMS T20 with commentary on the Roses match from Headingley. And there'll be much more reaction to today's play on 5 Live with Eleanor Oldroyd from 7 on 5 Live. We're back on air at 10 o'clock tomorrow for our highlights half hour on Sports Extra and 10:30 on Radio 4 Longway. Fingers crossed for dry weather, and have fun if you're coming to Lord's tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, and thanks to you all for listening. Good night from here.
Good evening, welcome to TMS T20. Roses are red, sometimes they're white. Who's going to win the big one tonight? It's the big fixture in the TMS T20. It's the one I've been looking forward to, and it took me all of 10 minutes to come up with that on the train up from London to Yorkshire this evening. A sold-out crowd here in front of the beaming floodlights. It's been a gorgeous day across the country. It's still baking hot out there, and it is a big fixture. TMS T20 bringing you all the biggest matches across this year's T20 Blast, and it doesn't get much bigger in the Northern Group than Lancashire coming to visit Yorkshire. It's going to be a sellout. It's going to be a brilliant night's worth of cricket. We've seen some monster totals already in the competition involving these sides. The pitch looks a good one, and we're expecting plenty of runs to be scored. The toss took place around about 15 minutes or so ago. It was won by Lancashire. They elected to have a bat first. We'll go through the teams in just a moment, but let me tell you the tail of the table as things stand. Well, Lancashire currently second in the Northern Group. They played to 1-1 and then the 1-0 result. Yorkshire, they're in fourth place. They played 3 matches, 1-1, lost 1, and 1-0 result in there as well. Alongside me, former England international Lydia Greenway and current Notts club captain Steve Mullaney. And Steve, first of all, with the sun shining, a sold-out Headingley, it doesn't get much better than this in terms of domestic cricket.
No, it's my first time to a Roses match in T20, so I'm really looking forward to it. I'm glad we're in the air conditioning up here in the commentary box, because it's sweltering out there, nearly up to 40 degrees at some point this afternoon.
Lids, there's a real buzz, isn't there? We just stood on the boundary edge for a few minutes, players warming up and the toss taking place, the ground staff getting things ready, and it really felt buzzy, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. And again, even coming in through the gates this afternoon, there was queues of people outside that hadn't opened the gates yet. People just so eager to get in and get their seats. So I'm really, really excited.
Well, let's talk a little bit through the season so far, with Yorkshire Vikings having lost to Derbyshire, then the washout match in their opening 2 games. They picked up their first win of the campaign in quite emphatic fashion, it has to be said, beating Leicestershire at Grace Road. 255 for 2 they scored in a win that was eventually by 54 runs. Lovely warm-up ahead of this fixture. They've got Nicholas Pooran in their squad, overseas star, West Indian. What a performance he had during the World Cup, also in the IPL before. Really dangerous batsman in the middle order, and he plays as wicket-keeper in place of Johnny Tattersall, who loses his place. I'll go through the full teams in just a moment, but Lancashire Lightning, meanwhile, sitting on 3 points from their opening couple of matches. First game against Leicestershire washed out, and then a massive victory over Durham, 72 runs the margin of it. At the top of the order, Steve Croft and Glenn Maxwell offering the firepower, while they've got the leg break bowling of Matt Parkinson offering a real threat with the ball. They're boosted by the return to fitness of Liam Livingston, who only a couple of weeks ago it looked like he would be out for quite some time. There was that injury he picked up, that intercostal muscle injury, that rib problem, and coach Glenn Chappell said before the tournament that we can't hide that it's a big blow before the T20. Well, what a big result it is for Lancashire that he's back and in the side. So the 2 teams, I'll go through them for you. The changes to keep an eye out for. See Yorkshire making the change of Tim Bresnan out, and a debut in first team cricket for young spinner Jack Shutt from Barnsley. They line up as follows. At the top of the order, it's that powerful opening pair of Adam Lyth and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, David Willey, Harry Brook, Gary Balance, Nicholas Pooran, and then Thompson, Best, Pillans, Olivier and Schutt makes up the rest of the lineup. Meanwhile, Lancashire, well, they see two changes. Toby Lester and Danny Lamb go out. In comes Saqib Mahmood and Liam Livingston. They line up with Alex Davis and Steve Croft at the top of the order, then Glenn Maxwell, Liam Livingston, Keaton Jennings, who of course could quite easily have been playing in England Test colours this week had things gone a slightly different way. Dane Villas, then Bohannon, James Faulkner, Mahmood, Gleeson and Parkinson makes up the Lancashire Lightning side. Steve, looking at the two teams, packed full of top quality players, international players, who do you think's got the edge in this one?
I think Lancashire start as favourites. I think they just look jam-packed full of match winners. My only concern with Lancashire at the minute would be that Livingston and Saqib Mahmood are coming back from injury. An intercostal is quite a big injury. I think Liam played in the second team yesterday and came through that all right. He's obviously made himself available for selection, but I don't know. Again, they had a good win last week. Is Liam Livingston going to go back up to the top of the order, or are they going to stick with Croft and Davies? So they've got a few decisions to make, but that would be my only worry. But on paper, I think Lancashire looks stronger.
Go along with that, Lids?
Yeah, I do. I think Lancashire, they've had a lot of success over the years in this format of the game. I think they've made finals day something like 7 times, which is pretty ridiculous. And Yorkshire, I think they're always a team who, on paper, when you look at it, you would assume that they will be successful. But I don't think, I might be speaking out of turn, you know more about this team than I do, but I just don't think that they've performed as well as they could do when you look down at the list of names within their lineup. But playing at home, it's always on your side, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that Western Terrace over to our right hand side, it's packed with supporters already, all the time filling up even more, and you sense they could have some part to play in this game. Well, Yorkshire, they've never won the T20 Blast competition, finals day just twice. It seems remarkable for a county of the size and the history that they haven't done better in this competition.
Yeah, when they turn up against you, just again jam-packed full of match winners. In this, the bowling attack looks slightly thin to me. I think Olivier Pillans both fast but have leaked runs so far in the competition. Dom Bess is relatively inexperienced in this format of the game. A young lad on debut and Thompson as well. So, relatively inexperienced attack in this form of the game. But we will see what happens. I think Steve Patterson's a big miss from him, although he's not express pace. And everybody knows what he does, but he just does it so well, and I think he's a big miss for Yorkshire.
Jack Schutt is a name that all of us, when the team sheets came out, we looked at each other with that slightly quizzical moment of, you know who that is, don't you? And then none of us did. Jack Schutt, he's having done a little bit of research in the last 20 minutes or so, from Barnsley, 22 years old, off-spinner, right-hand bat, and somebody that has been sort of on the edges of Yorkshire selection, played a lot of second 11 cricket, and now comes into the side to make his first appearance. And if you're going to make an appearance and a debut, Lydia, where better than in front of a packed Headingley for a Roses match?
If you're going to do it properly. Yeah, what a great opportunity for him, and I think that's because Josh Poison, the leggy, I think he got hit on the head during a training session, so he's missing the game tonight, and just a brilliant opportunity. I think, the Blast is all about getting it as near to international cricket as possible. The next England white ball cricket is in October against New Zealand, so I think every single game that we're covering, there's people who are wanting to put their hands up and make an impression on the English selectors, and nice way to start for the youngster.
And Lydia's right, there's almost, you feel, Steve, because of what's happened in the last 10 days or so with the World Cup win, everybody's now looking at that and thinking, wow, what it is to play for your country, what a chance it is, and they will be thinking, wow, this could have a good blast, and who knows, there's a World T20 next year, and that could be me lifting a trophy for England.
Of course, yeah, and rightly so. I think you shouldn't be playing the game if you wasn't getting excited by things like that. It's a great opportunity for Schutt on debut. Again, somebody's misfortune. Unfortunately, Josh Poison got hit on the head, but he's thankfully okay. It's somebody else's opportunity, and he's got a chance in front of the cameras, in front of a massive crowd sellout here at Headingley to show everybody what he's about.
Well, on Josh Poyston, the news that we got this morning that came out was that he is out for the campaign, struck in training by a ball, suffering a fractured skull. There was internal bleeding, bruising on the brain. It's a reminder, isn't it, that this is a treacherous game. We were speaking off air earlier on about the injury that Luke Fletcher picked up that ruled him out of the campaign a couple of years ago in that game at Edgbaston. And with the ball flying around as it is, occasionally things like that just do remind you that for all of the sixes and whatever else, you've got to be careful.
Yeah, you do. And it's funny because I've had a few games out now from playing any sort of cricket, and when you're out there in the middle and players are warming up, you sometimes don't have that sharp awareness that players naturally have. So even someone like Josh Poyston to get pinned there, it just goes to show. He's a nice guy as well, actually. I did my level 3 with him a few months ago, and he's a really nice guy, knows a lot about the game, quite a deep thinker about the game as well. So hopefully he'll make a swift recovery.
Well, absolutely. And thoughts very much with him as he continues that recovery. And I suppose as well, Steve, it's encouraging that when things like that happen, the decision is right. Just step away from the game for a little while, because we have to be extra careful.
Yeah, I think the protocols, all the players know about the protocol now, and it's the right one after the unfortunate incident with Phil Hughes a few years ago. We actually had a net session, and Chris Reed was dog sticking to one of the batters, and he got hit off the net. So a lot of our coaches were in helmets doing training. So it's 100% the right protocol, and we wish Josh all the best on his recovery, obviously.
Well, play is not a million miles away. We've got the enormous flamethrowers, what I think have been cranked up a few degrees this year, as if we needed it
just to
today.
make it warmer.
Yeah, thanks. Which they've been testing ahead of play, and we're really high up. We're on the 5th floor here at Headingley, and the top of the flames is almost reaching as high as we are. It's going to be noisy, it's going to be raucous, and it's one of those fixtures, as we mentioned, you just look forward to. You look in the calendar, when's it going to be? It's a sellout. It's going to be absolutely packed here at Headingley. That new Emerald stand in the distance is getting fuller and fuller by the minute. And you look at the head-to-head meetings of these sides. I know we mentioned Yorkshire haven't had much success in this competition, just those 2 appearances at finals day, but actually the head-to-head is pretty even. 12 wins for the Vikings, Lancashire Lightning winning 13, 2 tied matches. I'm not sure I can take another tied game after 10 days ago. I'm really not. And last time that these sides met is Lancashire beat the Yorkshire Vikings in the last campaign. But head-to-head, it just shows you that while Yorkshire haven't necessarily always had the rub of the green in this competition, derby fixtures like this, anything can happen. It's who rises to it.
Yeah, it does. And I think that they had a really close game, Royal London 50-over game earlier in the season, just one run in it. I think it was Lancs who came out on top there, but it just goes to show when you've got a local derby, even though one team is often stronger in the competition as a whole, I think sometimes, as with it being a derby, teams seem to up their game.
What's this like as a venue to play white ball cricket at, Steve, as an opponent when you're standing on that boundary edge?
Yeah, it can be pretty intimidating, especially if you're in front of that Western Terrace, which I've found myself a couple of times. So now when we play, being a bit more experienced, I run to the straight boundaries or this side where all the nice people are. Very intimidating, tough place to come and win because they know the ground so well. And I think we're in for a really, really good game. I think it's a bit like when Manchester United play Manchester City. It doesn't matter what. Like, even when City were at the bottom of the Premier League, it all goes out the window for them in that game, and I think this is very similar.
As a Lancastrian, what does it mean, that rivalry?
Yeah, it's huge, and I'm not a massive fan of Yorkshire people.
Just put that out there now. Right, so everything that we hear in tonight's commentary has the caveat of I'm not a big fan.
What I will say is, at the same time, I'm a former Lancashire player, so I don't like them very much either. So I've got a lot of friends in the Lancashire dressing room, and I hope they all do well, but I'd actually take a tie. I don't really bother who wins.
Lids, you're going to have to be on the Yorkshire side, then.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. No worries.
I'm not on the Lancashire side. Don't mistake me with that.
Well, the players are following the umpires out to the middle. We are pretty much ready to go. The light blue and dark blue sleeves of Yorkshire, and then the all red of the Lancashire Lightning. And there go those flamethrowers. I've never seen anything like it. There's a huge haze of smoke drifting across the ground. The fireworks have gone out as well. It is unbelievable. out there. And here go the openers. Is that Liam Livingstone striding to the middle? I think it is. So Liam Livingstone back into the side and back at the top of the order. Lydia, we'll hear plenty more from you later on as the evening goes on. Steve, you're going to stay alongside me for the opening stages of the game. And so Livingstone straight in the side, straight to the top of the order. Is that a good move, do you think?
Well, he's obviously a class player. He's done well in the winter in the PSL and got his opportunity in the IPL, did really well. It doesn't surprise me, but Stephen Croft can probably find himself a bit unlucky. He got 65 not out last week in a win for Lancashire. But if you're going to get left out, then at least get left out for someone who's one of the best players in this format in the country, which Liam Livingstone certainly is.
David Willey is going to open the bowling, I think, from the pavilion end in front of us. He's got the long, tubey grips down his arms. How will he be feeling at the moment? All things considered, he put out that brilliant tweet, didn't he, at the start of the World Cup, where he said, I'm hugely disappointed not to be in the World Cup squad, but I've got my young kids and I'm pretty much winning at life, so I'm pretty happy. But how will he have felt? How, as a cricketer, as a person watching that World Cup final and everything that went with it?
Yeah, I think he would always want England to win. Obviously, only he will know and know the truth, but I imagine he would have obviously been gutted not to get into that World Cup squad, as you would do. But at the end of the day, it's professional sport. England obviously picked the right team because they went on and won the tournament.
And you can't really argue with that. That's pretty much all that matters, isn't it? There's, I would say, around about maybe a quarter of the seats yet to be filled, but it is a sellout, and we expect those seats to be taken in due course. We're almost ready to get going as a blast of Queen just fires out across the PA. I think that was perhaps slightly premature. We'll hear plenty of music across the evening, and T20 blast nights tend to be like this: noisy, raucous, colourful. And here we go. Here comes David Willey then. Left arm over the wicket, number 72 on his back, and he's trotting in to bowl to Alex Davis, who's defending. He wants a single. It's not going to be there because there's a sea of fielders clad in blue sprinting in the offside to pick up the ball and prevent that early run. And we're up and running in the Roses match with blue skies overhead. We saw the forecast suggest there could be some thunderstorms earlier on, which was a little bit worrying, but it doesn't look like there's any danger. I've had a little look at the radar, and not any suggestion there's anything imminent, but it's one of those days, isn't it, where it's been so hot you almost feel something has to give.
Yeah, well, I love the radars because you look at three and they've got three different forecasts. It's the only job that you can get wrong and still have a job, probably. Get it wrong completely.
Willey comes in, bowls, and he's got him in a bit of a tangle. What does the umpire say? No, the appeal for LBW is turned down. It was a ugly old stroke from Davis, who got in a mess, tried to work it into the leg side. It struck the pad, but the umpire not interested.
Yeah, it looked like there's a bit of swing here for David Willey. He's just putting a mid-wicket in. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the captain, I think this is only his second game as captain, or third game as captain with that rained out one. Moving the slip out because of the swing, putting a mid-wicket in. Adam Lyth looking to obviously get Davis LB bowled, and if not, hit into one of his fielders on this leg side. So 5-4, 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg side now for David Willey.
Willey comes trundling in once more, this slow, easy approach into bowl to Davis, who will get a run this time. He may pick up 4 because he's played it reasonably fine. There's a chase on for the fielder, who does really well, and the Western Terrace rises in acknowledgement of a good piece of fielding at deep backward square leg. And they are up and running, Lancashire, but it's not the boundary that we thought it might be. Davis is on 2, and Willey trudges back to his mark. It's umpire Jeff Evans at this end, who wasn't interested in that LBW appeal. The other umpire, Neil Mallender, standing at square leg, who I think is known as Ghost, isn't it?
Ghost, yeah. I don't know why, I just call him Ghost. But yeah, I thought that was, it looked like 4 off the bat, but I thought that was pretty poor running. I thought that was 3 for all money.
Well, it's Davis on strike once more, right-handed. He waits and is just nudging the ball into the offside and chucking the gloves away as Pooran, who tries to get there quickly enough to effect a run out if a run is taken. It's not. Over to our left, there is a sea of knees. We've got a great view of the stand in front of us, and just in front there are not a pair of trousers to be seen. It is a hot old day. We're all in the shorts. There's a very awkward fashion moment when you walked in the commentary box today, Steve. Very awkward, wasn't it?
It was. You made a big deal out of it.
I made it very awkward. Here comes David Willey, who's coming in to bowl to Davis, who's defending into the offside. This time they do try and take the single. The throw comes in at the non-striker's end. He misses, so there's no danger. And a single is taken, 3 without loss. We have identical flip-flops on.
Yeah, thongs they call them in Australia.
They do. I thought if I went with that this early, I know it's hot, but it's not that hot.
Oh, okay.
And, well, you know, there's a bit of a who wore it better with...
Well, I didn't really think much of it. There's only like 5 colours, so there's a good chance that you can have the same as somebody else. Lydia's not got her thongs on. She's got her trainers on.
She's gone for the trainers. It's a hot day.
It is a hot day.
I wasn't overly pleased when the train announcement said on my way up, we're sorry, the air conditioning's broken. Willie comes into bowl to Livingston. His first ball back in the side, and he's defending a very full ball into the offside. It's been a decent start. The first over goes, and Yorkshire will be satisfied to see just 3 runs to the Lancashire score thus far. 3 without loss, and as you mentioned, it's what he does though, David Willey, isn't it? He gets that white ball swinging when few others can in these early overs.
Yeah, he's obviously very good with the new ball. He's proven that in England colours as well as Yorkshire and Northamptonshire colours before that. Yeah, and he looked like he got a bit of swing there. Davis, you know, he does take his time. He likes to have a look at a few, but don't be mistaken, he uses the crease really well, goes across his crease to open up the leg side and the other way to open up the offside. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see, because normally Livingston goes hard. We'll see how that side is in this power play.
Dom Bess is going to bowl from the football ground end, of course, on loan from Somerset. A couple of years ago. Last year, you're right. Last year he was playing Test cricket for England at the start of the summer. Acquitted himself pretty well.
He's a beauty. What a lad.
Is
Him
he?
and Davo are really good mates. They roomed together on the Lions trip in the winter. So he won't want to be getting out to him in a Roses clash, that is for sure. He got me out twice actually in the championship game this year, which he texts me about quite a lot.
He's coming in now around the wicket. Bit of off spin, and this is a full toss. It's driven through the offside for 4. Well, that's not a great start from Dom Bess as it's clattered away to the deep cover boundary, and the Western Terriers just watches on as the ball approaches them. It's 7 without loss.
Yeah, poor start from Dom Bess, looking to get that flat trajectory into probably middle and leg to Alex Davis, but over pitching and lovely shot. Just what you want as a batsman in the power play with a field up. Full toss, 7 for none.
He's already taken 3 wickets in the competition this year, Bess, and he's coming in now to bowl to Davis, who sees a ball on leg stump that's tucked wide of the fielder at long on. They'll get a couple of runs. They're pushing perhaps for the 3rd. It's not there as the throw comes in. So 9 without loss, with 6 taken off the first couple of balls of the over. Bess, who's had a slightly peculiar season in some respects, because 10 days ago, as he comes in once more to bowl to Davis, who's seeing another shot worked up to long on. This time it goes straight to the fielder, and it'll be picked up by Lyth, who chucks in right-handed, and a single is taken. So 10 without loss is the score. 2 weeks ago, not just over, he was playing here at Yorkshire. Nothing remarkable about that, but he was playing for Somerset.
Yeah, in the championship he was. And then I think he stayed down and was straight on loan for the T20. What I'd like to see here with Dom, I'd like to see, so he's got 5 on the offside. Now he's bowling around the wicket. I'd like to see him mid-wicket in from the offside. If he gets hit through the offside, it's a poor ball, but his best ball's getting hit for at least 1, probably 2.
He bowls into Livingston, and again it's an easy single into the leg side, and there's quite a lot of space out there to pick up those singles and keep that scoreboard rotating. It's 11 without loss. We've got 2 balls left of the second over, and Livingston has his first run. As you say, anything through the offside is going to be a bad ball.
Well, why I say that as well is you're making him hit from the angle against the spin. It's a tough shot to hit on the offside.
Davis is trying to nudge it down to 3rd man, gets nothing on it, goes through to Pooran, and that's a good delivery, and that gets the field up a little bit, the crowd enthused.
So like that, but it's a very, very easy shot for these 2 batsmen to just hit into the leg side for a minimum of 1, probably going to get 2 quite a lot.
Bess comes into bowl to Davis, who's sweeping, and it goes straight to the hands of the fielder, who has to pull away almost in fear as the ball skids and pops and bounces towards the man backwards square leg. One of those horrible ones that just could easily leap up and smack you right in the face. 11 without loss is a score after 2 overs, and this has been a decent start. Yorkshire not seen Lancashire get away and get those boundaries that can see a side gather that momentum early on.
Yeah, and I think Dom Bess there only going for 8 after the first ball, going for 4 was a great comeback for him. David Willey continuing. I think Livingston, you know, he likes to go straight. He'll only give himself a couple of balls and then he'll try and go get down the pitch, use his feet and probably try and hit it back over David Willey's head, but he hits a long ball, so you know, I'd be prepared for Livingston to go quite hard here.
Well, he's waiting, right-hander, as David Willey turns from the edge of the circle and comes shuffling in once more, in past the umpire, and this is on the leg stump, and up on his toes is Livingston for an easy single square on the leg side. 12 without loss, and it'll bring Davis onto strike. What a year Davis had last year, outstanding. Some talk of him in terms of England colours. How good is he? How good could he be?
Yeah, he's a very good player. He's not keeping, I don't think. I think Dane Vellis is keeping still. He's only short in stature, but he hits a long ball. Very, very determined, hard-working cricketer. Lovely lad. And he will make the best of what he's got, definitely.
Davis is waiting. No slip in place now as this is worked off the bat into the offside. The throw comes in, hits. There could be trouble for Livingston. Yorkshire think they've got their man. They're going to run through because the ball is now headed out towards long leg. The stump's ignited. And there's plenty of enthusiasm out there from those in the blue of the Yorkshire Vikings. We're craning our head round to look at the big screen. The throw came in. And I think he's home. Has he got his bat down? That's the question, because he's airborne. It's an odd sort of dive. I think he's probably home. And in fact, the swiftness with which they've gone to the sponsor screen before revealing the decision suggests they're confident as well. It was almost a celebration of a fielder that's just so excited that he's managed to hit the stumps.
Yeah,
and it is
great bit of feeling though, Gary Bells, but obviously a well-judged run from Livingston and Davis, looking anything that they drop in this circle looking for a single, and then obviously they'll look to attack the boundary.
Willie turns at the end of his mark, and he comes in now with Davis on 12, and he's pushing the ball again into the offside. It goes exactly the same sort of region. Pooran juggles with it. He runs around from behind the stumps and doesn't collect cleanly, so they will pick up the single easily enough. It's 15 without loss. And Willie's yet to concede a boundary. We've only seen the one in the innings so far, which is a little bit of a surprise, because this is a ground where you typically see good scores. The pitch looks a good one, but sometimes you just have to give credit to the bowlers.
Yeah, bowling nice tight lines, good length, making the batsmen take a risk if they want to hit a boundary. But 2.5 overs now without losing a wicket, you would expect Lancashire, with the firepower that they've got, to open their arms in the last 3.5 overs of this power play.
Livingston on strike on 2, and here's he going to go this time. He goes into the air. This could be a chance of a catch. Fielder's running in. It's going to drop in no man's land. It was close. Harry Brook running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary was the nearest to it. He did try and target that boundary on the leg side. He gets a single. It's 16 without loss. It was hit high in the air, and there was 3 men interested, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, picked the right club, didn't he?
It was... You can't accuse him of not going for it.
Yeah, you kind of, at the minute, it just feels like something's going to give either way, doesn't it? A wicket or a big shot from Lancashire.
In comes David Willey once more, as Davis is hitting the ball beautifully into the leg side. It's going to be 4. The man at deep mid-wicket, well away from it. The man inside the circle at mid-on, no chance, bisects the 2 and would have lofted clear of that man at mid-on inside the circle as well. Beautiful stroke from Davis. He's on to 17, 20 without loss. That's a proper hit.
Yeah, lovely shots. Nice, solid base from Alex Davis. Solid base with his feet, and freeing his arms up to hit over that wide mid-wicket region. Lovely shot.
Well, Willie has a little look around and sends Brook out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's going to see the man coming out from short mid-wicket and head to mid-on in Adam Lyth, and here comes Willie once more with Davis on 17. He's coming in, bowler full toss, horrible delivery, and actually Pooran does pretty well, diving to his left to stop the ball heading down towards the football stand end. It's going to be signalled wide. It just all went wrong, that, for David Willey. It was a full toss, it was down the legs, and actually Davis will probably feel he's missed out.
Yeah, probably that, and he's quite strong there. Keepers square of the wicket are very strong. He probably will feel like he's missed out, but an extra delivery for Lancashire. Liam Livingstone looked like he was going to try and attack that pull shot there. The last ball he faced off Willie, so I wouldn't be surprised here if he goes hard again.
Well, 2 men in the deep on the leg side. Is he going to try and take that chance and clear them? Willie is in. He is going to, and he's going to get 6. 6 into the Western Terrace. Liam Livingstone gets his first boundary, and it's 6 over the leg side. 28 without loss, 3 overs gone, and it's the over that Lancashire needed to kickstart this innings as the flames fly up into the Yorkshire sky to our left.
Yeah, and that proves, doesn't it? They had a look at the first couple of overs with 1 boundary off Bess, and then they targeted that over off David Willey. But that was the extra ball that he just bowled wide the ball before, so if he didn't have to bowl that, it would have gone for 6 runs less at least. So if you're looking at 1%ers, David Willey will be disappointed with that, but over 9 and over now for Lancashire, great start.
Looks like Dwayne Olivier is going to come on to bowl from the football stand end of the ground. He's, of course, a signing this year, a Kolpak signing for Yorkshire, former South Africa international. He's part of the South Africa squad that toured England a couple of years ago in Test cricket. Now plies his trade as a Yorkshire man. And so far in the competition, he's not done too badly in the 1 game that he's played. Relatively speaking, that high-scoring game at Leicester. He's coming in now, right arm over into Bolt. Davis, who again is just looking for that easy single to short third man. There's a good piece of fielding from Best, diving forward, Superman style, trying to take out the stumps at the striker's end, but he misses, and it's a top ball to start the over as Olivier makes a slow, easy walk back to the far end. He has his sleeves, long sleeves, halfway up his arms.
3/4.
Is that what? Yeah.
That's normally half.
Because that would be a short sleeve if it's halfway up his arms. Yeah. This is into the leg side. Nicely played by Davis towards wide mid-on. He'll pick up a single. The throw comes in. And it'll bring Livingston on to strike. Davis has 18, Livingston 9, 29 without loss. It's TMS T20 on a Thursday night with the sun shining in Yorkshire. Floodlights are on as well, these white rose floodlights. Fan of them?
No, it's white rose, isn't it?
You're right. I forgot. Very good. Because you got at Edgbaston, you got the E shape, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Floodlight.
Right, aren't they?
What have they got at Trent Bridge?
Just lights.
Yeah,
don't try and make anything too big what you don't have to do.
Yeah. You do all your talking on the field.
Yeah, well, last night.
Olivier comes in once more. Into ball. Livingston's going for the little paddle ramp over his shoulder. He doesn't get anything on it, and the ball flies over the top of off stump through to the hands of Pooran. And it's a shot he plays pretty well, Liam Livingston. He's an inventive, creative cricketer. But when you miss with that, you do leave yourself open to looking foolish. If that hits the top of stump, in the end, it misses by quite a long way. It's short enough to be a reasonably safe shot.
Yeah, he's got some pace, Olivier, and Livingston knows that. So if he helps that on its way, it's minimum 4. If he gets it, it's 6. But he, what he's not bothered about, he's a bit the Josh Butler school. He's not bothered if he gets out. He knows that if he bats for long enough, he'll get a lot of runs.
Livingston waits and hits the ball hard into the leg side. There's work to do in the deep for the fielder. Oh, makes a mess of it. It's horrible. Square of the wicket on the leg side. And I'm afraid that is not a great moment. You say don't be the debutant.
Is it him?
I can't see the number. We're a long way up.
It's Pillans.
I think it might be Pillans.
That's all right. Well, it's not all right. You don't want that your first bit of fielding years and on debut in a Roses game you're going for 4.
Well, luckily it's not in front of the Western Terrace. It's 4 runs though, 33 without loss. Just went straight through the hands. Livingston is on 13 and he's going to get more here as it's thundered down the ground. What a shot. Umpire Mallender takes evasive action. It has hit so cleanly. A lovely bit of fade on the ball as it scoots across the surface. And it's 37 without loss, back-to-back boundaries, and Livingston suddenly is moving through the gears.
Yeah, he's going to basically go every ball here now. He hits it so hard, he backs himself, and don't be surprised if he's in at the end of the power play. When the field goes back, he'll still try and clear the fielders. That's what he does, he backs himself. And he also knows the depth of the Lancashire batting lineup.
Well, there's almost some unorthodox knee surgery from Umpire Mallender there at the far end. As Olivier comes in and bowls, he's going again. He's smashing the ball into the ground, Livingston, trying to almost tennis smash it into the leg side, but it finds Lythe inside the circle and there won't be a run. So 4 overs gone, 37 without loss, and they are starting to move a little bit freer, these Lancashire batsmen, as the sun just shines a little more brightly. It's been a hazy sort of afternoon, but it's pretty clear at the moment. Blue skies overhead and a sold out Headingley for this Roses fixture. Jordan Thompson's going to come on to bowl from the pavilion end, replacing David Willey. What have you made of this start? They just seem to be moving now, don't they?
Yeah, and Yorkshire should be looking at David Willey to be the bowler they'd look to the most to take wickets. He went for 10-0. A lot of pressure, I think, on the youngster Thompson here coming into the attack. Again, Olivier, experienced international cricketer, gone for 9 off his over. So it's looking like a bit of pressure on Thompson here, but then Bess and Shutt in the middle are going to be under some real pressure, especially if these two are.
Well, Jordan Thompson, he's taken a couple of wickets in the competition so far. So scored a 50 in that match against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. And he's going to bowl to Davis on 18. He's coming in now. Right arm over then. In bowls. It's a good looking delivery. It's going to drop just short of the fielder at mid-off. It was full. It was straight. It forced the batsman just to readjust a touch as he advanced down the track, and it went aerial for a moment. It's a dot to start the over. 37 without loss.
Yeah, Alex Davis, under pressure, using his feet straight away. I wouldn't be surprised if he looks to sweep him here, because both fine leg and square leg are in the circle, so the men are at deep cover. and deep mid wicket. So he loves these reverse sweeps and sweeps. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's changing his field, he's bringing cover up and putting long on back. But I still wouldn't be surprised if I think he'll go slower ball here into the pitch probably to try and get him hit out here. Davis, this is my prediction, down on one knee, try and sweep him over there for 4.
In comes Jordan Thompson again, and he's in position for something into the leg side, and in the end pushes it into the offside as it's stopped by a tumbling Lyth on one of those used pitches, and a single is taken. 38 without loss into the 5th over of the innings. Of course, 6 at the start of the innings for the power plays, where 2 men are allowed outside the circle. Then the fielding restrictions relax, 5 outside the circle after that. And so these power play overs, they're crucial, absolutely vital. Sides look at them and try and give themselves that almost jump start to the innings. This is very full. It's worked off the pads up as far as wide long on, and David Willey by Livingston. And the score moves on to 39 without loss.
Yeah, nice start from Thompson. So he's gone length ball. Davis used his feet and then he went straight to slow ball, straight to a Yorker to Livingston, which is a good ploy, I think. Obviously, Livingston likes his ramp shot, so he's going to have to be aware of that. But holding his nerve so far for the first 3 balls.
Davis on 19. Waits for Thompson, who's in now, and it's again a dot ball. It's following the batsman, who took a little bit of a step to the leg side, and it was full at his feet, and the crowd enjoy that because they know this is an important over, the 5th over of the innings, with 1 left in the power play. If you can get out of it without a boundary being scored, you've done a good job.
Sweep this ball, definitely.
You've been calling it.
Definitely.
I'm going to be very disappointed if it doesn't
he looked to do it to that slow ball, didn't he? But he just tramped him up for a bit of room.
Davis waits for Thompson, who's coming in now, and again it's full, it's into the leg side, it's going to be 6. It's a full toss, hammered over deep mid wicket. It's a good looking shot as well. Just lost his length, and Davis was on it quickly. 45 without loss, and again that leg side's targeted.
Yeah, just unbelievable hands. I don't think he missed his Yorker by much there, and at least he's got hit over a fielder where he's got out. So he's got 2 men out on the leg side, and that 6 got hit over one of his fielders. So not ideal, but he's getting hit to the areas of the ground that he wants to get hit to.
Final ball of the 5th over. In comes Thompson. Down the track comes the batsman. There's the ledges there. Well, they're celebrating, and now he makes the journey off the field. Just for a moment he took a step back towards his crease to Alex Davis, then he punched his bat, and we knew, and the crowd knew as well. It's a wicket to finish the 5th over. It's a good take from Pooran, who had to move quite sharply to his right because the ball just died on him a little bit. And the score 45 without loss. 2 overs, or 1 over I should say, left of the power play over as Davis goes for 25. The score, 5 overs gone, 45 for 1. Lancashire are batting first, and we've just seen the first wicket fall. Alex Davis out, caught behind by the West Indies batsman Nicholas Pooran, who's keeping wicket off the bowling of Jordan Thompson. This is a game that always has a lot of interest, a full house here at Headingley, the floodlights shining. Beautiful evening. 45 for 1 is the Lancashire score after 5 overs. Quick update there for our Radio 5 Live listeners. We'll continue here on 5 Live Sports Extra, your home of TMS T20 across this campaign. All building up, of course, to finals day in September. And every side wants to be there because it's a brilliant day, finals day. I look forward to it almost as much as Christmas, and I love Christmas.
Yeah, it's an outstanding day. I was actually privileged enough to be with you last year in the commentary box, obviously second to being there as a player. But it's an outstanding day. Edgbaston do it so well. It's a sold-out house. The Holly stands rocking all day. And as you say, every side wants to be there.
Here comes Matthew Pillans into the attack, and this is striking Livingston on the body, and he almost doubles over in pain. He's going to run through for a leg by. Oh, it's a horrible throw from Pooran as it clears the man at the non-striker's end. And Livingston now is on his haunches, just taking a moment to collect himself because that looked painful. He was struck as he tried to work the ball into the leg side. The score moves on to 46 for 1, and Livingston, I think, is saying that he doesn't need extra attention from the medical staff as Lydia Greenway moves in alongside me. But that looked painful.
It did look painful. They got off to a good start. I think actually Yorkshire bowled pretty well. Those first 2 overs up front, well, pretty tight.
In comes Pillans once more, into bolt to Croft, the new batsman. This is hit hard into the leg side, a chance for a catch. Oh, so close. Think Ben Stokes against South Africa, one-handed, leaping up on the boundary edge. It is so nearly a fabulous catch from Jordan Thompson out there. Square of the wicket on the leg side. It's 6 runs immediately for Croft. That's a long old boundary out there as well. It was so nearly one of those viral moments that we talk about, Lydia.
It was. He got the timing of the jump just right as well. He got that hand to it, like the goalkeepers when they go reverse hand, just tipped it over the bar.
Pillans comes in again, and this is very full. There's an appeal for LBW. It's squirted away into the offside. Whether there was a bit of bat involved, I don't know. The umpire's not interested, so that's all that matters. It's 53 for 1, is it now? The scoreboard just takes a moment to catch up. It's 52 for 1. 53 for 1, everybody. There we go. Got there in the end. Blimey, it's a hot day.
It is hot. At least we got an excuse today.
Yes, which doesn't help me on a murky night when it's 18 degrees. But thanks for the time being. In comes Pillans again. To bowl to Livingston, who seems okay. Hits the ball hard into the leg side. There's work for the fielder to do in the deep, and there's just a little murmur and a cheer towards Thompson, who had a little bit of a rough time out there. One poor misfield that saw the ball go for 4, and then that opportunity, you say an opportunity, barely an opportunity, that went over the rope in the end for 6. And he's now having a chat and a drink with one of the substitute fielders. Not like a pint. Like just
That'd be nice though, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? We were in the lift earlier with someone with a tray of cold beers. And I thought, if it breaks down, we're all right. Pillans comes into bolt to Croft, who's on 6, and the ball is looping off the toe end of the bat into the offside, and there's a chance just for a moment you felt for the fielders running in towards it, but it dropped safely. 54 for 1. We've got 1 ball left of the power play overs. This has been a good start. Boundary here, and Lancashire will feel that they've made really good progress to start this game.
Yeah. Key things as well when you're out of that power plays, wickets in hand, you want to have that freedom going in towards the back end of the game, really put the bowlers under pressure.
Pillans right arm over, charging in from the football ground end, and this is hit hard through the offside, but there will only be a single in the end. The throw coming in from the fielder at cover isn't particularly aggressive. He knows the batsmen have made it home easily enough, so the power play concludes. 55 for 1 is the score. Lancashire winning the toss, electing to have a bat first. The 1 wicket to have fallen in the innings, that of Alex Davis, caught behind off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 25. Liz, how was your journey up today?
Yeah, it was good actually.
Did you drive?
I drove and luckily had some aircon. Sorry to rub it in, but it was quite a leisurely drive up from Loughborough.
A few tunes on?
Yeah, had a few tunes on. Had BBC Radio 2 on, and then a bit of the cricket as well.
Very good.
So quite a nice combo. Pardon?
Badger is being called from the back of the commentary box.
Yeah.
You can't get enough of the old cricket. Oh, yeah.
Although actually I didn't... I missed the end of the day's play, but you can't beat just driving up with the sort of murmur of the radio in the background, can you?
Yeah.
Although I can't imagine your trip would have been.
I was listening to the game, and I was on the train I got the fateful note last night on Twitter from the rail company that operates the journey. Here comes Thompson in, start a new over, and this is nicely played. It's well stopped as well at backward point. Good cricket all round as the tumbling stop prevents the ball from heading down towards the wide third man boundary, and that is good work in the field. It's Gary Balance, I think, who's done that bit of work, and it prevents a boundary, so just a single. 56 for 1. In fact, I think they got through for 1. 56 for 1 it remains as Livingston on strike waits for Thompson to come in towards him now. Fielding restrictions having relaxed as this is driven. Beautiful timing. It's struck so well, and it heads out towards the wide long off fielder, who is Harry Brook in front of us. The throw comes in. 57 for 1. And on social media, the train company said it's very hot tomorrow, and because it's so hot, our trains can't go at full speed. Sorry.
Sounds like me.
Well, yeah, you, right? You know, we're all struggling. Jordan Thompson comes in again, and this is a slower ball. He has to wait for it just a little bit, Croft, and he won't pick up a run, and it's stopped at backward point. It remains 57 for 1. The crowd like that. And I didn't quite understand why. I'm sure there's a very good reason for it. So between London and Peterborough, they had to go slowly. So it meant half the trains were cancelled. They said, don't travel unless it's entirely necessary. And I thought about it. I thought I probably should be here, really. Oh, well, bear in mind, I've got all the kit. I thought I probably should come. Thompson bowls. Again, it's a slower ball. It has helped into the leg side behind square. It'll just be a single once more as it's chucked in from in front of the Western Terrace. 58 for 1. And so I got on the train this afternoon, only half of them going. It was very full, but it was okay. And listening to the game, occasionally things drop out because you're in a tunnel midway through a tough as anecdote. You miss the punchline, for example. And then the fateful words. As everybody started looking a little uncomfortable. In comes Thompson, bowls, very full delivery, which is clipped up to long on and collected by Lyth, who throws in from the deep. 59 for 1. 1 ball left of the 7th over. We're very sorry to say the air conditioning is also suffering with the hot weather. Not just the tracks then, it's the aircon that doesn't work in the heat. And this train is actually very old, were the words.
Is that what they actually said?
Here comes Thompson into bowl, and this is drilled down the ground towards wide long off, and the over concludes. Another good one actually from Jordan Thompson, who's bowled very nicely, taking the 1 wicket to fall. The score is 60 for 1 after 7, and that was an excellent over from Jordan Thompson with the 4 runs coming from it. 60 for 1 the score, then 7 overs gone, and the run rate stands at just over 8.5 and over. So
what was it? A steam train or something? Is that how old we're talking?
Well, yeah, it wasn't like the Stephenson's rocket or whatever. It was old though. It was
a bit rickety.
Well, they admitted it. I wasn't going to judge it, but they said it. And Mark Butcher was also on the train, and he was tweeting about it and saying that there was a lot of people looking very uncomfortable. And I looked round, there's a bloke with his shirt off in my carriage. Is that okay?
Did that prompt any action from you to do the same?
No. I thought, nobody deserves that.
What was the morale like?
Sweaty. We're going to see Jack Shutt for the first time. In he comes and bowls. It's worked into the leg side, so it's going to just be 1 off his first delivery. This youngster who comes into the side for his first appearance in Yorkshire first team colours. Off-break bowler, 22 years old, from Barnsley. And he's bowling to Liam Livingston. He's got a sort of scratchy sort of approach. He comes in and bowls a very full delivery. It's just going to be 1 again as it goes out towards long on. He reminds me a little bit of Laura Marsh coming into bowl, sort of elbows and knees everywhere.
I do see what you mean. There is a similarity there.
He comes in now and bowls. Down the track comes the batsman. It's lofted in the air. This could be a chance of a catch. It could be a wicket for Shutt. It is! Well, there you go. He's hoisted in the air, punches the air as well. What a moment that is for the young man. His 3rd ball in first team cricket. Sees the ender. Stephen Croft for 11. It was a full toss. He'll bowl many better balls in his career, but his first wicket is launched into the air, and the score 62 for 2.
Yeah, well, they'd be pleased with that. As you say, it wasn't the best ball, but I actually think it was a bit of a slower ball and perhaps ended up deceiving Croft. Good catch.
Almost the same, and he's 62 for 2 is the score. We've just seen a lovely moment for youngster Jack Shutt on first team debut. He's taken a wicket in his first over, and it's the wicket of Stephen Croft for 11. Lydia Greenway is alongside me, the former England international. 62 for 2 then in the 8th over is the Lancashire score here in this Roses match. What have you made of it all so far?
Yeah, I think Yorkshire are just pulling it back at the moment. I think Lancashire would have been pleased with the power play they had. They came out of it with wickets in hand, but I think for Yorkshire now it will be about trying to break partnerships quickly, because Lancashire over the years have had the better of Yorkshire.
62 for 2 is the score then, and a wicket for young Jack Shutt on debut. Ellie. Here comes Shutt in now, and it's worked into the leg side by Liam Livingston. He'll move on to 23 as the score clips forward onto 63 for 2. And it wasn't, as we say, the greatest delivery, but that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter how they come. It's not a fashion show, is it?
Well, it certainly wasn't for the bloke on the train. I'll tell you that much. Well, he started in a vest. And then have to decide, and the rest of us are all struggling in long sleeve shirts.
Yeah.
And then he thinks, well, I've got this far. You know, you've basically
May as
seen it
well
all.
take it off.
Yeah, plenty of pictures like that doing the rounds on social media. Here comes Shutt once more. And bowls, and this is eased into the leg side from the first ball that Glenn Maxwell will face, the Australian superstar. 63 for 2 the score remains, and 1 ball left of the over. And they've just slowed up a little bit, Lancashire here. They just seem to be slightly easing back in terms of their run rate scores. Maxwell waits, tries to drive through the offside, doesn't really get much on it, and there's a puff of dust as he sees the toe end of the bat drag along the surface. It's a single to finish the over, and listen to that response as Shutt gets the high fives from his teammates and takes his cap. And the score 64 for 2 for the Lancashire Lightning, with 2 overs until we reach the halfway point in the innings. Vinny the Viking is doing his stuff. He's without doubt the most athletic of all of the mascots.
Who's the reigning champion of the mascot race? Can you remember
Good question,
from last
because
year?
Alfred G. Riller was on a good run of form for
Yeah.
a few years. And I think it might be Somerset. I can't remember what Somerset is. Stumpy?
The giraffe normally does quite well.
Yeah, because you can duck for the line about
Yes.
halfway around the track if you're the giraffe, can't you? That's the problem.
Yeah.
Lanky the giraffe. That's Lancashire's, by the way.
What's Nuts'?
Nuts the squirrel. Nuts is quite good. Nuts wears quite suitable footwear
Yeah.
for the occasion, because it's all about, if you've got huge fluffy feet,
Yeah.
you're in trouble. Olivier then in from the pavilion end. It's down the leg side, should be signalled wide, and it is, and that'll add 1 more to the total. 65 for 2. Those outfits are hot as well.
Yeah, I can imagine. There's been a bit of foul play over the last couple of years, haven't there? I think just on the course going round, a few shoulders being dropped, elbows into the ribs.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a serious event. It's much bigger in many ways than the actual matches. In comes Olivier bowls, and this is worked into the offside and a dot ball. We'll see Maxwell still waiting to really get moving. 65 for 2. It's in many ways my favourite part of finals day is the mascot derby, because quite often if you've had a bit of rain around, heading towards the end of the year, there is a little bit of rain about. And occasionally they have to erect the course incredibly quickly, and so chaos reigns. This is worked into the leg side off an inside edge. It goes to Willie inside the circle, and there's no run. Maxwell waits on 1. I mean, it's not a huge worry for Glenn Maxwell because he can accelerate like nobody's business. And the score remains 65 for 2. So sometimes you see it it's not like you go through sort of proper pre-race rituals. Quite often it's just go.
No warming up.
No warming up. 65 for 2. Lancashire winning the toss and batting first. In comes Olivier. It's a full toss down the leg side, and it's going to be just a single down to fine leg because there is a fielder on the boundary. And if it had been left alone by Glenn Maxwell, it probably would have been signalled a wide. In the end, he did get bat on it, but it wasn't quite fine enough to bring the boundary he was looking for. And the score moves on to 66 for 2. 6 overs into the match between Surrey and Glamorgan. Surrey are 54 for 1 with Will Jacks on 32. Stoneman opening the batting is on 5. Aaron Finch fell for 5. Finch is on 16, not out. This is down the leg side, and it's going to run away for 5 wides. Poor delivery from Dwayne Olivier. No chance for Pooran. Now those are freebies as it races towards the football stand end of the ground. And the score moves on to 71 for 2.
A change of ends for Olivier as well, just losing his line a little bit. The first one he got away with, but that one was just a little bit wider. He bowls at a decent pace as well.
Olivier comes in again. Livingston on strike. It's very full, and it almost gets through. In the end, he gets bat down on it. The ball works its way up to mid-off. It's 71 for 2 still. As Olivier walks back with a slow trudge. He could just be walking to the shops. He's not particularly bothered by the situation. It's very relaxed out there.
A bit like David Willey's running.
Yeah.
His run-up is very sort of casual, isn't it? And then his actions is really, really rushed.
Olivier comes in again and bowls quickly, and it's walloped into the leg side. There's going to be work to do for the fielder Lyth, who does excellently actually running around from wide long on, because the ball was going quickly towards the boundary. And it's just a single, 72 for 2. Livingston moves on to 24.
It seems as if all the Yorkshire seamers so far have just been looking to bowl that middle and leg line. It seems to be a real intended plan. Keep the leg side field out, no one in the inner ring. And just that one outside on the deep cover boundary.
Olivier comes in to bowl to Glenn Maxwell, who's trying to go big over the offside. He's got hold of it. Is it going to be 4 or 6? One bounce 4. Well, he cleared the front leg. The man up inside the circle was never going to cut it off. And the ball cleared it quite comfortably in the end. And it's going to be a boundary to conclude the 9th over, 76 for 2.
Yeah, and that's the real sort of pressure that's put on the bowler to get it right when you're bowling to that sort of field who's coming over the wicket as well as a right arm seamer. And if you get that wrong, just slightly wider or a bit of length, I think Maxwell did work well just to give himself a bit of space onto the leg side. It opened up his front leg, and you only have to get it over, and generally it'd be a boundary.
Well, we're going to see Shutt continuing from the far end of the ground as we look at it, with Maxwell on strike and driving through the offside. It's a dot ball to start the over, and he's bowled nicely so far. It's funny, he's a youngster, not necessarily in years, because you see cricketers make their debuts a lot earlier than 22, but he's a youngster in terms of his experience of first-class cricket, or first-team cricket, I should say. It's a appeal for LBW as Maxwell tries to hit the ball through the leg side. He doesn't get hold of it, and it's a couple of dots to start the over. This is really good stuff from Shutt, who's conceded just the 4 runs and picked up a wicket as well from his first 1.2 overs. Shutt with shadows lengthening, comes in right arm over. Down the track comes Maxwell. Well, this should be runs. It's probably going to be 4 of them, unless that fielder can cut it off. And actually, that's really well done for the man at deep mid-wicket. Picks the ball up on the bounce in one fluid motion, throws the ball back in as well. And somehow, that's managed to yield just the 1 run.
Yeah, he's picked very the longest.
Was it
part
2?
Of the boundary.
2 runs. 2 runs. So it's good. Was it 1? It's just the 1 run. There we go. 77 for 2. This is outside the off stump. That's a poor ball, signalled wide by the umpire. Throw comes back in towards the bowler, and maybe it is one of those nights, because as he crouched out of the way, it managed to hit his foot, then hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. Some days it just goes for you like that. Ask Ben Stokes on World Cup final day. 78 for 2. Here comes Shutt bowls, and this is going to be a single at least as Maxwell runs quickly to the non-striker's end, but the man at wide, long on, will see the ball rush towards him quite quicker than perhaps Lancashire intended it to go, but 1 will do. 79 for 2. There's a good atmosphere as this is lofted in the air. This could be a chance of another catch. It should be. It is! Another wicket falls. This time it's the significant scalp of Liam Livingstone, and Shutt has 2. 79 for 3. The catch taken at long off. It was full, it was dug out, it went aerial, and it went straight to the hands of the man out there in the deep. So Livingstone leaves the stage with the score 79 for 3. And this youngster, well, he's making a name for himself, Liz.
He is, and Livingstone, that's a big wicket as well. He looked in good form, was looking to go up and over that offside. There was a deep boundary rider out there at long off, but comfortable catch in the end. I just wonder if he got deceived a bit, maybe by lack of pace, but as you said, it got a bit fuller on him, and I think obviously when you're trying to clear the boundary, you just need that extra bit of length to get your bat through the ball. Good time to get a wicket.
Well, particularly with Livingstone set and batting nicely, that feels like a big moment perhaps in this innings. 79 for 3. 1 ball left until we reach the halfway stage. And so you'd say it's a platform, but maybe a wicket further down than they'd feel comfortable with here, Lancashire. Shutt's going to continue. 2 for 7 from his 1.5 overs. And Villas is the new man at the crease. Right-hander, he's seeing the ball down the leg side, and it's clipped into the leg side, and it's going to be just the 1 run because the throw comes in from short fine leg and it almost hits the stumps. I don't think there was any danger as Pillans chucked it in from that fielding position just in front of us. The over concludes with a single. 80 for 3. The crowd like that a lot because they found somebody in the absence of Josh Poysden who is bowling nicely here. Steve Mullaney joins us once again. Have you been impressed?
Yeah, he's bowled very. He looks like he gets it sort of under the batsman's swing, so he gets it a little bit fuller than a half volley. So it's quite hard to get the trajectory to them straight boundaries. And we've seen 2 catches at long off and long on, but 26 runs off the last 5 overs. So Yorkshire will be made up with that. But Villas, very, very good player. Sweeps, reverse sweeps. And obviously, until Maxwell's out, Yorkshire will be very wary of the Lancashire batting lineup.
80 for 3 is the score. 10 overs gone then, so halfway through this innings. Lancashire winning the toss, batting first. Thompson bowling once more from this pavilion end. It's a slower ball. That's beautifully played. Just a lovely little dab down to the fine leg boundary. And you mentioned those sweeps, those nudges from Villas. And his first boundary is exactly that. 84 for 3.
Yeah, lovely slower ball picked by Dane Villas, just helping it on its way past short fine leg. I tell you what he does do really well as well is he runs so fast and hard between the wickets, so he turns them 1s into 2s and puts the outfielders under some real pressure.
Thompson comes in once more. He bowls just on a length, and this is eased into the leg side out towards deep mid wicket for a single. So Villas is on to 6. Maxwell will be on strike on 7. 85 for 3 as a plane goes overhead. A few of those in the crowd look upwards. It is a sellout crowd here. It is jam-packed, and it's a great atmosphere.
Tell you what, the Western Terrace is going to be looking for some red shirts in that second half after a few beers, isn't it?
Here comes Thompson into bowl, and it's a slower ball once more. It's not really timed from the bat of Glenn Maxwell. It goes out to wide mid-wicket, where Willie will throw in left-handed with that blonde mop of hair poking out from underneath his cap. 86 for 3 with 3 balls left of this 11th over. How bad is it as a player when, I mean, it's obviously different for each player, but it's not easy, presumably.
Yeah, I try and get them on side with me, so I try and go along with them and try and have a joke with them, but Alex Hales runs straight over there when he loves it. When we play here, he runs straight over to the Western Terrace, loves the banter. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Livingston's over there. He would love this big stage in front of a Yorkshire crowd, something like that.
Thompson right arm over once again. Again the slower ball, which is defended into the offside with a check drive from Villas. You either love it or you hate it, that sort of thing.
I don't like it.
And you're not a fan?
No.
Well, it's fair enough.
It was better last year because the new stand opposite, is it the Emerald stand? It is the Emerald stand. That was being redeveloped, so there was nobody there. So I just stood there and chatted to nobody. It's brilliant.
Thompson comes in and bowls, and this will be a single at least as it's worked out towards wide mid-wicket. They're going to push for the second. The throw comes in from Willie, and it's a little wayward, and they do get through for 2. That's good running. 88 for 3 is the score now with a ball left of the 11th over. So find the quietest part of the ground.
Exactly.
Bay 13, that's the famous one.
Derby. We play Derby tomorrow. 7 o'clock start. Horrible.
Is that tough?
Yeah, horrible.
Why?
Well, it's like it's the big derby in the Midlands, isn't it?
Of course. In comes Thompson and bowls. It's on middle stump and it's worked into the leg side, and it'll be just the 1 run to conclude the over. And Thompson's bowled nicely here. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 22. The run rate stands at just over 8 and over. It's 89 for 3 after 11. Where, in terms of grounds in England, would be the most intimidating?
Good question. Well, it's quite tough because we don't really play any group games in the Southern group, so here, especially I'm guessing in a Roses game, will be very, very vocal and tough on the boundary. Derby's lively tomorrow night, especially Friday night after work. Old Trafford's quite loud as well. Lovely ground there now at Old Trafford. I get abused because I left, obviously.
Well, that's not going to work in your favour.
No, I won't this year, will I?
Shutt comes in to continue then, and bowling to Villas, and it's just a simple enough single into the leg side, and they want 2, but it's not going to be there. And this has been good from Yorkshire, actually. They've worked hard to stop those extra runs being taken. It's not often we've seen a 2 in this innings. It's a big outfield, so you would think if you get it into the space there'd be 2s aplenty, but it's not been the case. Got fielders at long off, long on, deep cover, deep mid-wicket and deep backwards square. Those are the ones outside the circle. Shutt comes into bowl to Maxwell, who's just working and easing that ball into the leg side for an easy single out to deep mid-wicket. 91 for 3.
Dave Willer's getting his money's worth tonight, isn't he? He's going cow corner to cow corner, and that's where the ball keeps going. Paid his 10 quid tees and getting his money's worth.
He's been busy.
He has.
Shutt again. 2 wickets so far for him, and once more Lancashire looking to find the space and push for 2, and once more they're not going to get them. So 3 dot balls to start the over, and the enthusiasm from the bowler, who almost meets Willie running in from deep mid wicket as they try and cut off the second run. And that was such an evident and obvious attempt from Maxwell. He wasn't trying to find the boundary on there, it was just drop and run, but he got a little bit too much on it and it went quickly out towards deep mid wicket. 92 for 3. Shutt comes in once more, and this is hit hard through the offside. A poor piece of fielding at cover. It could be 4. It should just be cut off, and I think it has been. They'll check it because there was a bit of a tangle between fielder and boundary foam. The most it'll be is 4. It's going to at least be 2. And are they going to go upstairs and check it? I'm not sure who that is inside the circle, who's waving at the physio perhaps, or
Tom Kohler-Cadmore,
suggesting that something might have been amiss. But again, that used pitch is just causing problems, and you often see it with these grounds with very, very wide squares, is that the ball can do funny things bouncing across them. 94
coming
for
off
3.
the field, Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
He is.
David really might take over the captaincy. He did it a little bit last year, didn't he?
It looked innocuous enough, didn't it?
Yeah, he looked like he was showing the umpire his finger, so I'm guessing it caught the end of his finger, maybe a cut. You know, Yorkshire will obviously be hoping that that's not too severe, because he's a massive player for the Vikings in the run chase, and he's captain of the team. So, you know, I'm not sure who's taking over the captaincy, but Johnny Tattersall comes on and fields at extra cover.
Well, Maxwell waits on 11. 2 balls left of the 12th over. And Shutt will continue, having conceded just 13, taking 2 wickets as well. He's down the track, is Maxwell. It won't be the boundary thereafter. It'll just be a single once more to long on. He has to dig out a very full delivery. And Villas will be on strike for the final ball of the over. It's quite slow going from 2 batsmen that you'd expect a little bit more energy from, perhaps. Villas is waiting. Down the track he comes. It's a dot. You can't do anything with it. Goes straight back to the bowler. The crowd applaud once more. Shutt has bowled 3 overs, 2 for 14.
Yeah, great start. You know, that 4th over coming up, which is almost the most important over of his career. Obviously, it's a short career so far, but, you know, going so well so early. I think Villas would be slightly frustrated that he thinks some of them ones possibly could have been 2s. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Maxwell has a go at him. But another important over from this end, and I'm not sure who's bowling it. It is David Willey's bringing himself on. I think there was a chat between him and Gary Ballant, so I think it looks like they're sharing the captaincy.
That's my sort of captaincy. Right, I've got the armband.
I'm having it.
I'm having it.
Right. See, I'm the opposite. I'll be like, I've got the armband, you bowl.
Try your figures. It's T20 cricket. We have had a result today. Gloucestershire taking on Middlesex already today in the Vitality Blast, and victory in that game for Gloucestershire. So Middlesex, after their good start, lose, having beaten Surrey in the match at the Oval that we were at a couple of nights ago. Middlesex, of course, without A.B. de Villiers, replaced inside by Dan Lincoln, who actually scored 30 from just 24 balls, but ultimately 148 for 9 was overhauled, with Gloucestershire winning by 2 wickets. Runs at the top of the order from Miles Hammond with 63, Benny Halmade 33, and then right at the end, Tom Smith and Andrew Tye getting them over the line. So Gloucestershire victorious in that game, Middlesex having lost by 2 wickets. The other match going on at the moment is between Surrey and Glamorgan. Surrey are 76 for 3. Aaron Finch out for 28, Stoneman for 5, and Will Jacks for 40. So out in the middle, Ollie Pope, soon to be joined by Ricky Clark. We watched Surrey a couple of nights ago, and they're an exciting side, full of talent, but they haven't necessarily quite found their rhythm as yet.
No, and Middlesex looked really good, so I was quite surprised. Gloucester are a very good 2020 side, but you know, I thought Middlesex looked really strong the other night. But you're not going to win them all in this group stage, I don't think. Middlesex still look strong for me to qualify at that South group. Interesting game on here though. They've got 5 captains now, look. But you know, Glenn Maxwell, 12 off 11 balls with the boundary, so you know he'll be looking to let loose here, I reckon, to Willie. So you know, big chance for Yorkshire to get a wicket, I think, if Maxwell looks to attack the boundary. But Lancashire obviously have got the depth with Jennings still to come, Fulton is still to come. But yeah, I think evenly poised at this point, probably just edging towards Yorkshire in the first 12 overs.
As a side ahead of a campaign, do you look at the minimum number of wins? Because the feeling is 8 wins will get you through to the next stages. Do you sort of look at that and try and tick them off and work like that?
Yeah, a little bit. I suppose 16 points more or less guarantees you to get out of the group, and then you're probably looking at 9 wins to get a home quarter.
In comes David Willey to bowl, and it's whipped off the pads by Maxwell. Nicely timed out to deep mid-wicket, but it'll only be the 1 run, so 96 for 3 is the score as we move into the 13th over of the innings.
Yeah, so you obviously target that sort of 16-point mark to start. I don't think any side will win every single game in the groups, so there's going to be there's obviously going to be places up for grabs, but also net run rate as well, which we spoke about the other night. So a lot of teams tie in that sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th spot, and it does come down to net run rate. So a lot of sides you'll see chasing low totals might lose a couple of wickets because they go in for it as quick as possible, which is obviously another side of the tactic side, what people sometimes don't see.
Willey turns at the near end, I should say, just in front of us, the pavilion end of the ground. And Vilas waits on 11. Here comes David Willey to bowl. It's a full toss, clobbered into the leg side. It should be 4, and it is. Racing away. There's 2 fielders out there, but it bisects them, and it's 4. And it's the 100 up as well. Lancashire 100 for 3 as Vilas just picks off the full toss and times it to perfection.
Yeah, great shot. Crosses stumps there, Vilas, making David Willey bowl something different. Missed his Yorker, lovely timing, and I think until this partnership is broken, I still think Lancashire are in very good position to get a massive total, which you probably want at least 170 plus on this wicket.
Willey comes in, bowls, it's driven through the offside, and there's a half stop there. Think about the 2nd run, it's not going to be there, and actually Vilas finds himself halfway down the track with his arms outstretched, having a conversation with Glenn Maxwell before being sent back. The throw comes in, and he's home, but it could have been a little bit nervy.
He's rapid between the wickets, he's so fast. He got 160 odd against us in a Royal London game, in the 400 v 400 game. Actually got a poor decision which helped us win the game, which I wasn't too bad, right?
It all evens out. Here comes Willey into bowl. Vilas, what a shot that is. 6 runs behind square on the leg side into the Western Terrace. The ball tossed back into play by a gentleman in a black t-shirt. It's another full toss, and it's another boundary through the leg side. Vilas onto 21, 106 for 3. This is expensive.
Yeah, again, missing his Yorker, David Willey, by quite a stretch there. You know, as I said earlier, I think Yorkshire would have looked to him to lead this attack, but he's gone for 31 off 2.40. Still 2 balls left. Yeah, and they'll obviously now be looking to the youngster of Shutt to get out of his 4th over relatively cheaply.
Willey comes in, bowls, and it's nudged down towards short 3rd man. There's no run. There's a fielder up inside the circle, so there won't be that opportunity of a scampered single. 106 for 3 with a ball left of the 13th over. During the interval of this game, we'll be hearing from the England camp. After that, another extraordinary day in this game at Lord's between England and Ireland. Of course, England all out for 85 before lunch yesterday at Lord's, and found themselves with 9 down overnight. We'll go through all the details during the break and hear from a perhaps unexpected hero from the day. In comes David Willey. Bowls a full toss, which is hit hard through the offside. There won't be a boundary because there's a boundary rider running in from deep cover. So the over concludes with a single. 107 for 3 is the Lancashire score. Kiss cam for the first time of the evening, and it actually seems that everybody who is in the frame is now just piling in and trying to get their face on the big screen.
Probably in that Western Terrace again.
Well, it's certainly lively out there, and it's one of those things, the Western Terrace, where actually up here in the commentary box you get a bit of a sense of it because of the noise, but you know nothing until you're down up close and personal.
And I did tell you they were a bit different from this side of the Pennines, didn't I? I got some abuse on Twitter tonight for that.
Well, I'm distancing myself from it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's not going to change my opinion.
107 for 3. I think Shutt is going to be bowled out here. He's going to bowl his final over from the football stand end with Vilas on strike on 22, and it's going to be a single to start things with a risky stroke up to long on. And the score moves on to 108 for 3. Vilas is on 23, Maxwell 13.
Maxwell's going here. It's either him or Shutt's getting 3 wickets, one of the two. He's going to try and knock that Emerald stand down, I think.
Well, he can. That's what we do know. Maxwell waits, does give himself a bit of room, and hammers it past the bowler for 4. And he had to try and get something on it, Shutt, and he moved to his left pretty swiftly. But it was one of those awkward ones, almost harder to stop the closer to your feet that it is, because you have to get down so quickly. And he doesn't get down quickly enough. 112 for 3. Maxwell's on to 17. He is targeting that straight boundary along the floor this time. Maxwell moves in the crease, happy with a single to wide long off this time, and trots almost in slow motion up to the non-striker's end. 113 for 3. 3 balls left of an excellent spell from Jack Shutt, where he's taken 2 for 20 from 3.3 overs. Can he finish it off? Villas waits. Down the track comes Villas, and that's going to be 6, I fancy. It is. 6 over wide mid-wicket, and it's a monster hit. A good old heave-ho. Villas onto 29, 119 for 3, and this final over, maybe it was just a step too far for Shutt.
Yeah, massive partnership this Lancashire, and this last over of Shutt's already going for 11, I think, or 12. So yeah, big 2 balls here.
Villas moves around in the crease, and it's going to be a dot. Is it? They will get through for 1 if they're quick. There's a little bit of a fumble from the bowler, and they'll get the 1. So 120 for 3. Villas is on to 30. Maxwell will be on strike. And can he get out of his spell with a dot or a single? Maxwell's waiting, and he's heaving the ball down the ground. It's going to be 4 more. 1 bounce over the ropes. He hits it so cleanly, Glenn Maxwell. It's an expensive over to finish. Jack Shutt concludes 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 31. And you've got to say, it's a pretty good job for a bowler that's come in with the pressure of a Roses match.
Yeah, hugely positive signs for Yorkshire. 17 off that over though there, but very well played to 2. Let's be honest, 2 of the best batters in the competition, in Maxwell and Villas. But you know, again, hit it straight. Maxwell, 2 lovely shots. Villas hit it over mid-wicket where he's got his fielders out. You know, and on debut to come into a Roses match under this sort of pressure, he will be nervous. To only have 1 bad over, and it wasn't really a bad bowling over, it was really good batting, so well done to him, and I'm sure he's got a bright future.
Well, we're going to see Pillans back into the attack, having bowled 1 over that's conceded 8 runs so far. 124 for 3 is the score. 6 overs left of the innings, and the run rate stands at just shy of 8.9 and over. Healthy, but you feel with this partnership it could accelerate quite rapidly.
Yep.
Pillans right arm over. He's moving it away from us, and this is hit hard into the leg side. There is a fielder out in the deep, and it's stopped at the 2nd attempt, and so it won't be the boundary they're looking for to kick things off in the over. It's Dom Bess out there in front of the Western Terrace, who on loan from Somerset has a little stamp and a prod at the ground and replaces a little divot that he's taken out as he slides on his knees. 125 for 3. Maxwell on 22 will face the next delivery. There's a real shuffling and an orchestration of fielders from David Willey in front of us. He's pointing and shouting and eventually moving himself to cover, and Dom Bess has been called inside the circle, so we've got a deep mid-wicket. We have a 3rd man, deep cover, long off, long on, wide long on,
Wide
cover,
Yorker.
backward point, short leg, and a backward square. This is outside the off stump. It's cut away nicely, but that man at 3rd man will run round and cut the ball off before it reaches the ropes. And it is a single. 126 for 3. There's a fielder at 3rd man that's standing in front of an ice cream stand.
Can't see that.
Well, it's an ice cream advert, I should say. That gold and black advert.
Choose your next adventure.
Yeah, we won't mention the brand, but of all days,
yeah,
telling people, it's just it's distracting me, Steve.
But if Lydia was, she'd have nipped and got us one, wouldn't she?
Well, if she was a team player.
Oh, she's still here.
Still here. Remarkable. Pillans comes in and bowls. It's outside the off stump. Oh, an edge and down to the 3rd man boundary. He flashed hard at it, Villas. And it beat the dive of Nicholas Pooran and runs to the ropes. It's fortunate, but you take it. 130 for 3.
Yeah, again, Villas walking across his stumps, making Pillans bowl that fraction wider than he wanted to. Open up the gap. Edge probably obviously wanted it to go between 3rd man and point, not 3rd man and the keeper, but nevertheless enough bat on it to get the boundary through 3rd man.
Well, Pillans turns and bowls, or comes into bowl, I should say. Villas on strike. He's on 35, and he's waiting, and it's been lofted in the air. Wow! It is Well, I think it's out of the ground. It is massive. The hook over the shoulder, and Villas is into the 40s with a 6 that has headed out towards the Western Terrace, and it's actually gone so fine it's gone past the Western Terrace and out towards that house in the distance. There's a gentleman in the corporate box just on the right-hand side of the football stand with his back away from us, and he could easily have got the most alarming tap on the shoulder.
I think it went into the rugby ground. It was a lovely shot though. Good bounce actually from Pillans, but Villas plays in South Africa on fast bouncy pitches. Will be no stranger to bouncers, and he plays that really, really well. And you know, Lancashire are teetering here with getting close to 200. I think with these last 6 overs to go, I think these two set. You know, Yorkshire really need a wicket in this next couple of overs.
Well, Adair is Adair. Where have I got the name Adair from? I think of the Ireland playing. Where have I got that from? Pillans is the bowler. I must have been thinking about the Ireland game. We're hearing from the Ireland game during the interval. Pillans is the bowler, and he does bowl quickly, digs it into the surface. But as you say, if you're used to bowling on these fast pitches and batting on these fast pitches, you are going to be used to seeing that ball dug in, coming quickly. And actually, how fine the ball went was quite telling.
Yeah, and in South Africa, the actual boundary is wide, a lot bigger. Like English grounds are quite small, aren't they, in comparison? But yeah, lovely shot. I think that would have been a 6 on a lot of grounds, to be honest with you, especially South Africa with the altitude.
It's a mighty hit. A new ball has been picked out, and Pillans will continue. With Villas on 41, 136 for 3. 2 balls left of the 15th over. And Villas waits. Outside the off stump. It's hit hard out towards deep cover. It hops and skips along those used pitches. In the end, it takes a couple of attempts. They'll get through for 2 runs. That's not great fielding out there, because it shouldn't have been 2. It should have just been the 1 with the pace that the ball went out to deep cover. But a poor piece of fielding means it's 138 for 3 with a ball left of the over.
Yorkshire look under pressure here now, don't they? I think it's little mistakes coming in. Villas putting them under real pressure, running hard between the wickets and picking up boundaries. Not many dot balls from Dane Villas, which is really important.
Pillans comes in once more, and moving around in the crease is the batsman. He tries the little help over the shoulder down to the vacant fine leg boundary, but where's he? Well, there's a little conversation going on here, and just for a moment it looks as though he was trudging back to the pavilion. He's not, because the bails lit up just for a second. There was all sorts of confusion. The crowd got a little bit infused, but it is just the end of the over, so no drama. 5 overs remain in the innings. Lydia Greenway moves back alongside me. 15 overs gone, 5 remain in the innings. 138 for 3 is the score. This feels like a dangerous platform, doesn't it?
It does, and I've been really impressed with Villas actually. I haven't seen too much of him, but the first boundary he got, he just waited for it. He was in such good control of the shot. He didn't look rushed, and I just think early on in your innings that's really good signs. And he seems to manoeuvre the ball quite well. Even that big 6, he just sort of used the pace and to pull it just well behind square.
And it's just that ease of which they're manoeuvring the ball to awkward areas that Yorkshire aren't setting fields for. Here comes Olivier, and this is hit hard into the offside. Is it going to be 4? Will it be well stopped? Oh, it's brilliant work. The man at deep cover picks up, I think it's Dom Bess, that scuttled to his left and got one hand on it. The bowler's then just squirming away towards the boundary again, but he managed to get the ball in and get just the 1 run onto the total when it looked for all the world like it was going to be more than that. Maxwell is looking dangerous. Villas is hitting the ball hard. Lancashire have a good platform to the 16th over of the innings. Here comes Olivier. Maxwell moves around on the crease. There's a appeal for a caught behind. Gibbon! Well, as he tried to shuffle across to the offside to give himself room for the hook over the shoulder, he was followed by Olivier, and just a little bit of bat involved. Through to Pooran, who knew immediately, and umpire Malanza said, yep, you're on your way. Maxwell goes for 25. It's 140 for 4.
This is a really, really good piece of bowling from Olivier. Maxwell moving so far across onto that offside. He was looking for the hook shot just to manoeuvre and hit that gap, but Olivier has ended up following him, and it looks as if he's ended up getting a glove through to the keeper. So really good piece of bowling. He has got a bit of pace as well, hasn't he, Olivier? Just sometimes that can cause the batter some problems.
Well, out to the middle comes Keaton Jennings, who of course in his Durham Jet days was a man that opened the batting and scored a lot of runs, and somebody that, even up until 3-4 months ago has very much been spoken about in terms of somebody that could be playing in the Ashes series. It looks less likely now. Of course, with England looking pretty set on their top order. In what order? Slightly remains to be seen, because it's been far from glorious, it has to be said, over the last couple of days in the Test match at Lords. But Jennings, with the long sleeves, comes to the middle and joins Dane Vilas, who's on 43. It's 140 for 4. We've got 4.4 overs left in the innings, but the dangerous Maxwell is back in the pavilion. Olivier, with his first wicket, now comes into bowl to Jennings, who's up on his toes, trying to give himself a little bit of room to work the ball behind square into the offside. There isn't the room to get the run, and the score remains 140 for 4. The sun just beginning to clear away from the field. The majority of the outfield's now in shadow. The floodlights taking over. Raucous atmosphere at Headingley.
It is.
Olivier comes in again to bowl to Jennings, who once more tries to give himself a little bit of room. There could be trouble. Vilas scampers back and does get home at the non-striker's end. There was just that moment of confusion between he and Jennings, but the batsman's home, and it's another dot ball. This has been an excellent over from Olivier, and actually much of it started from that piece of fielding on the boundary, and it's so often you see when there's a misfield and a boundary, the next ball also goes for 4, and often when there's a good piece of fielding, the pressure then just builds, particularly in T20 cricket.
He's going to his weak side as well with his left hand.
Olivier, right arm over into the left-handed Jennings, who's hitting the ball in the air. Is it going to drop short of the man at mid-on? It does, but the throw comes in at the non-striker's end, and Jennings is just a little bit casual as he tries to run in his bat, but he'll get through for 2, because backing up from David Willey is far from exemplary, and it just drifts out of his hand and then moves to a part of the ground where there's nobody else backing up, and they'll get a couple of runs. So Jennings has 2 in slightly awkward fashion. 142 for 4. 1 ball left of the 16th over.
He looks as if he was just trying to bludgeon it over mid-on there, Keaton Jennings. Just perhaps a little bit too short. He's quite high up on the bat.
Jennings waits for Olivier, and he's hitting the ball hard into the leg side, but straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, who does not have to move a muscle. Best throws the ball back in, and the score is 143 for 4. 4 overs left in the innings. Lydia, what are we expecting here? What's a sort of total you'd fancy for Lancashire? 180 is a bare minimum.
Yeah, I think 180, well, that's roughly 8 and over, just over 8 and over. But I think with wickets in hand, you'd look to be scoring a couple of boundaries per over going in from here. So, yeah, I mean, if they could even get up to 190, I think that would be a pretty good effort. But that was just such a shame that they lost a wicket at the time that they did, because Maxwell, we know, is such a dangerous player. And him and Vilas just had a good little partnership going. So I think a lot will depend on how quickly Jennings can just get himself going. But yeah, 180, 190 would be pretty impressive.
Well, Maxwell, he is a dangerous player. And, didn't bat against Leicestershire in that first game. But 58 he scored in the game against Durham. And he is a really, really dangerous player. Jennings waits on 3 as he's outside the off stump. Slower ball, and he chops it away out to deep cover. And it is a single to start the over. 144 for 4. Sort of player, actually, that when you bring into a side, you want to see him bat as many times as possible, because he's box office. That washout against Leicestershire to start things off. Frustration, but the crowd got their money's worth in that second match against Durham with that 58. It's a bit like A.B. de Villiers missing the game for Middlesex with that finger injury in tonight's match against Gloucestershire. You sort of feel, as a fan, you're a bit sort of,
yeah,
because you want every moment you can get from these players.
And even the other night at the Oval with the Surrey-Middlesex game, the Surrey fans, when de Villiers walked out to bat, just went berserk. They were so excited. Unfortunately, he didn't get any runs. He was out LBW by his teammate. But yeah, you're right. I just appreciate good cricket.
Thompson back into the attack as a little reverse from Vilas is in vain, and it goes through to Pooran. So dot to start this next little battle between Thompson and Vilas, which has been an interesting one so far. With Thompson, I think he's impressed. 1 for 23 so far. He's into his final over. He's bowled nicely. Right arm over once more as Villas on 43 is waiting, driving into the offside. They're going to run through for a single. The throw comes in from Willie and it hits. They're going to go upstairs. There was a collision between bowler and batsman, and the bowler, in fairness, was looking at the ball. The batsman doing the same. It happens. And Villas is making his way off the field. As a throw came in, it struck. And he's not waiting to see the replay. He knows he's gone. And the crowd now do as well. Vinny the Viking, now standing at wide third man, is celebrating. And the score sees another wicket falling to 144 for 5, with the dangerous Villas, the skipper, gone for 43.
Do we get to change our score predictions now?
Yeah.
After that pulled off
I
wicket?
think that's fair enough, Lydia.
I think that was a brilliant piece of fielding though from David Willey. Just the angle of it. He probably only had 2 stumps to aim at. A clean pick up, and you could just see he got himself in a nice stable position. Good throw from a technical point of view as well, head going towards the target. And even the dive didn't help Villas, unfortunately. But you're right though, those things do happen. I don't think there was any intention with that collision at all. It was just one of those things.
Well, Josh Bohannon comes to the middle. Lancastrian through and through from Bolton. It's 17 not out against Durham. And he's waiting now with Jennings on strike as this is hit firmly into the offside. Willie again called into duty, this time at mid-off, and a single will be taken. 145 for 5, so just 3.2 overs left of the innings. And I think Yorkshire will think they've done a pretty good job here so far, Lydia.
Yeah, they will. And T20, you know, wickets just slows that run rate. Even on good wickets, batters do have to take a few balls just to get themselves in. That's not coming in and defending it. It's, you know, maybe just hitting the sweepers hard, trying to push the twos.
Thompson comes in over the wicket now to the right-handed Bohannon, who's chopping the ball into the ground, and Pooran runs forward with the batsman not sure where the ball's gone for a moment, and it was almost if in doubt, I'm going to run. It's a good job he didn't, because that would have been an easy run out for Pooran, who sprinted forward to collect the ball, and it's a dot ball. So 1 ball left of Thompson's spell, and he's conceded just 24 runs so far. He's coming in again to the right-handed Bohannon. It's a full toss. It's going to be clipped up to long on for a single, and it is 146 for 5 with 3 overs left of the innings. Jennings on 5, Bohannon on 1. And it's just a little bit, as an innings fractured, you feel. There's not been really any phase where you feel that it's got away from Yorkshire.
No, I think it's just that key partnership there between Maxwell and Villas. They just looked as if they were about to set themselves, and they're now 146 for 5, 3 overs to go. If they go at 8 and over for here, that's 170. And you just feel, as sometimes as a batter as well, coming in into these situations, when you've got that platform, you know you need to be trying to strike the ball, and sometimes that can just even bring dot balls, and actually maybe just try and look to time the ball. Just give yourself maybe 1-2 balls just to get yourself in, rather than going straight away from ball 1. But as we know, it's so much easier said than done.
Well, Dwayne Olivier is going to bowl his final over from the football stand end of the ground with Bohannon on strike on 1. It's 146 for 5. As fielders in the deep, at deep cover, long on. I'll go through it more in a moment as Olivier is in bowls, and the bottom edge is well collected in the end from Pooran as he had to adjust and move to his left. He's following the line of the delivery originally, then had to move quickly. It's a dot ball to start the over. 146 for 5 it remains. Those other fielders in the deep, a deep backward square leg, who's having a chat with the mascot at the moment. We've got a fine leg on the boundary as well, long on, and a wide third man. Olivier comes in once more. It's Bohannon on strike. It's a very short delivery, and it's a no ball. I think I'm right in saying. Is that what the umpire signalled? They look to be signalling that. There's no shout from anybody to say that it's going to be a free hit. Was he signalling 1 for the over? That looked like it was very short.
It was really short. He's definitely signalled a
In comes Olivier Bowles. This is hit hard towards backward point. There's a mix-up towards the non-striker's end. It goes, and I think the crowd think it's out. I don't think it is, because I think Olivier has whipped the Bales off without the ball in hand. And now the crowd realise, because there's no celebrations going on amongst the Yorkshire fielders, the throw from balance was pretty good, actually. And had it been collected cleanly, it probably would have been out. Yeah, it would have been. It wasn't collected cleanly. Olivier... Well, the crowd still look at it and think, well, that's got to be out, isn't it? Now they see the replay and see that the bowler's not picked up the ball. As the throw came in from backward point, it was on the bounce. And all we can say is thank goodness that didn't happen with Joss Buttler and Jason Roy at Lord's 10 days ago. Here comes Olivier Bowles, and this has been lofted in the air. Now there's fielders converging upon it. Will it land in between them all? It does. Somehow. About the only part of the offside that could have been hit without it being caught. And Jennings picks up a couple of runs, 151 for 5. It spooned up in the air, and there was a man running around from deep cover. There was a backward point. Third man all in pursuit, and it lands safely. 151 for 5. In comes Olivier Bowles. This is worked into the offside. Get the throw at the non-striker's end. This time it misses, and the Bales do not ignite. And Olivier wasn't there to try and get the ball onto those stumps as well. So another sharp single taken. It moves Jennings onto 8, 152 for 5. We've got 2.2 overs left of the innings. The run rate stands at 8.6. And Bohannon will be on strike on 2, with Olivier 2 balls left of his spell. Field moves round. We have a man inside the circle now, a fine leg. Long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, all on the boundary on the leg side. In comes Olivier Bowles. Is hit through the offside. It's going to be 4 runs. Lovely stroke over the top of the man inside the circle at extra cover. Willie was the closest to it. He had to watch the ball sail over his head as Bohannon picks up his first boundary. 156 for 5.
Well, that would just relieve a bit of pressure from Bohannon, because he just looks as if he's been struggling a bit. He's been maybe trying to overhit it, of course, needing lots of runs in these last couple of overs.
Olivier comes in at Bowles, and nudging the ball into the leg side is Bohannon. He's going to run through for the second hard, and Jennings is actually already halfway down the track by the time Bohannon turns for the second, and he has to be sent back. It's good fielding. Lyth once again, who's been excellent at cutting off those extra runs all throughout this game. 157 for 5 is the score. 2 overs left of the innings. Lydia and I are both standing up. Such is our enthusiasm towards the end of it. It always gets that stage, and yet you get just a little bit more excited towards the end of the innings. So 9 from the over. David Willey is going to bowl his final over. He's been expensive at times. He's obviously vastly experienced, not just in this format, but in big occasion cricket. But he's, in his 3 overs, gone at over 10.5 and over. So he'll be looking to close things out with something a little more economical than that. Turns in front of us. He's going to come round the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Bohannon at the start of the 19th over. Bohannon waits. It's a big swing and a miss. The full toss goes through to the keeper, and Willie runs back. He's now on captain's duty, and he knows that there's a cut-off time to be aware of, and that cut-off time is 3 minutes away.
He needs to carry on running back to his mark.
Yeah, he's been running from deep mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, so he's going to have done some miles tonight, David Willey. And he's coming in once more now. Bohannon moves around the crease. It's another full toss. It's helped into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket, where Bess will pick up at the second attempt. And it's a single, 158 for 5. This has been decent so far from Willey.
It's a good fielding drill, that, actually. Some of the girls used to do it. It's actually for T20 cricket, bowling an over, but running back to your mark every time from a fitness point of view. So then you get used to that fatigue running in and bowling. Sometimes when you're tired, you can lose your action. I'm not speaking from experience.
No.
So I've heard.
So you've heard, Liz. Jennings is on strike on 8 as Willey comes in and bowls. It's full. It's hit hard into the leg side. Actually goes behind square. I'm not sure quite how the ball's made its way there off the inside edge, but it does, and a couple of runs are taken. Pooran collects the ball running right down the centre of the pitch. 160 for 5. So 9 balls left in the innings. I dearly love a boundary from one of the next couple of balls just to ease a little bit of pressure, because it has been some good work from Yorkshire in these final overs. We've not seen the flurry of boundaries that you might expect at this point in an innings. Willey again trots in, heels kicking. This is short and quick, hostile, and a dot ball. He swung through it, Keaton Jennings, and it went through to Pooran. 160 for 5 it remains, just 8 balls left of the innings.
That was a well-executed bouncer there from Willie, all leg side fields out. It was just high enough for Keaton Jennings not to get anything on it.
Willie moves in again. 2 balls left. Upright approach from Willie. It's pumping, it's full. Oh, it's hit straight back at the man on the non-striker's end. It hits him on the toes, takes him off his feet. And Bohannon, well, he doesn't look any worse the wear for it, but that looked painful. It really did.
Good job he's got pads on. I think that's whacked him right on the shin. I think Keaton Jennings is actually quite annoyed with him as well.
It has literally knocked him off his feet. In comes David Willey to bowl to Keaton Jennings. It's full and it's going to be a dot ball to conclude things. That's excellent work from the experienced David Willey, who had been expensive, as we mentioned, and he got through the over quickly. It's 160 for 5. Not only did he get through the over quickly in terms of the cut-off time, but he got through it quickly, and it was an over that went for just 3 runs. 160 for 5, 6 balls left in the innings. Keaton Jennings will feel he should have had a boundary. Instead, he's just got a teammate with a bruised shin.
He struck that so well. I know it was mid-on and mid-off were both back, but you just wonder, it was going pretty straight. If he would have got a boundary for it, I think he would have most probably got 2. But frustrations. So Lancs are up 160 for 5 now. I think Yorkshire have pulled it back pretty well here. They've just tried to be proactive and reading what the batters have been looking to do. Variations, especially from David Willey, so important in the back end of these overs. Mixing it up as much as you can.
Billans comes into bowl to Bohannon on 8. And he's running in, and there's a little shovel over the shoulder, but he misses it, and it's another dot ball, and this innings is just limping towards its conclusion.
It's a great option, though. Just both third man and fine leg are up in the ring, and Billans has got quite a good bit of pace. Anything on that would have been a boundary, but just hasn't been able to execute it.
Well, in this final over, we've got a field shuffle with fine leg heading down towards the ropes. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off and deep cover. As Pillans comes in once more. Right arm over into bowl to Bohannon, who's hitting the ball hard down the ground, but it's not going to be 4 because it's just slowing up a little bit. The man at long off will pick up, the throw comes in, it could be a run out. Keaton Jennings is running to the danger end. It doesn't look like there's much excitement from those in blue out there. And certainly umpire Mallinder's not signalled for the big screen, so perhaps it was another of those where the ball just slipped out of the hands of the man that was collecting it. An enormous wasp is flying outside our window and threatening to come in, Lids.
Is it outside or is it inside?
Or is it inside? Oh, it's inside.
Lovely.
Excellent.
That's what we need.
I thought it was knocking on the door. Instead, it's very much at home. Here comes Pillans into bowl to Bohannon, who's hitting the ball in the air into the offside. There's a chance of a catch, and it's got through the hands. It was awkward. It dipped right at the last moment. Long off running in from the boundary. And just as the ball seemed to be heading straight for the hand of that fielder in the deep, it slipped out again. And instead of a wicket, it's a couple of runs. 164 for 5, 3 balls left of the innings. Bohannon is on 12. Pillans turns and trots in, now extends those strides and comes charging towards us. This is hit hard into the leg side. Is this going to be a catch? It should be. Willey takes the catch at mid-wicket. It's a long boundary Bohannon's targeting out there, and he can't clear the man on the ropes. 164 for 6 is the score, and David Willey with an easy task, just crouching down, fingers to the sky, and the ball sticks.
Yeah, that's a pretty simple catch, David Willey. It's such a long boundary out there. It was actually a good strike, but he's just not been able to get the elevation and distance that would have got him the boundary. Well placed by David Willey himself.
That's good captaincy, isn't it?
Yeah, you just feel that Lancs have probably maybe missed the trick here. I think they're in a really strong position coming out of that power play, but credit, I guess, has to go to Yorkshire as well, just pulling it back, getting wickets at crucial times. Still a couple of balls to go, though. A couple of boundaries would be good here for Lancashire.
Well, we've seen These final overs, there's 2 balls left of it. I'll go through it at the conclusion. We'll really assess where it's gone wrong. As this is bowled by Pillans and helped into the leg side. It could be 4, it will be 4. Well, that really helps. Wasn't struck that cleanly from Jennings as he pulled off the front foot. And it went into the leg side. And score moves on to 168 for 6 with Jennings on 14. Faulkner's the new man at the crease. He won't face a ball because he'll be at the non-striker's end on the final ball of the innings. He's put all his pants on for nothing.
Well, unless he got struck at the non-striker's end.
Well, it has been been a dangerous place to be. Pillans is coming in to conclude the innings then. 168 for 6. Jennings swings hard into the offside. It goes. I think it's going to land safely. It does. They'll push for 2. They should get them as well. It's Jennings running to the danger end. The throw misses anyway. And the over comes to an end. And with it, as does the innings. Jennings finishes on 16. The Lancashire Lightning make 170 for 6. And so the target for the Yorkshire Vikings to win this Roses fixture will be 171. Lydia Greenway, your assessment of how the innings has played out?
Yeah, I think Yorkshire will be pretty pleased with that. I think Lancs were in a really strong position, and in a few of the games now that we've covered, it's just emphasised really the importance when you're setting is having one of your top 5 going into the back end of those last 5 overs. It makes such a difference because as much as you've got brilliant players coming in those middle overs, it does take time to get yourself in. But yeah, credit has to go to Yorkshire there. I think Schutt was especially impressive on debut, 2 for 14 in his first 3. Then his figures were just slightly messed up with that last over going for 17, so he finished with 2 for 31. But I think, to play in front of a packed stadium as we've seen is a really, really good effort, and only 22 as well, so I'm sure he'd be pleased walking off the pitch.
And Yorkshire a side that can hit big runs. We know that. We've seen that in the competition already this year. They'll see 171, Lydia, as a target that they would probably expect to chase down.
Yeah, they would be expected to chase down, but I think, like any game of cricket, they will still have to bat well. They still have to build the partnerships. Someone will have to take responsibility. One of the top 5, ideally you want them going on to guide the side home. Someone like Tom Kohler-Cadmore has been in brilliant form, 96 the other day. It was against Leicester, hugely talented player, and Adam Lyve as well. So they've got a very good batting lineup, as you say. They would expect to chase it down. It looks like a good wicket. It's a quick outfield, but they're still going to have to bat really, really well.
And certainly from what we've seen, spin has been effective in this game so far. And in terms of the Lancashire bowling lineup, they've got options that could potentially cause problems, particularly Matt Parkinson, this youngster that is making a real name for himself. Last couple of years in T20 cricket, he's somebody that's come to the fore as a go-to person to take wickets.
Yeah, and I think you have to have bowlers like that in any format of the game. As a captain of any team, you have to have a player, a bowler that you can go to in tight situations, say, right, I need you to come on here, and whether it's to take a wicket and break a vital partnership, or at least try and build pressure from one end. And I think, having someone like him playing that role, I think